In Thong, Chao Tan Vu was a celebrated young master of the esteemed Tan family. At 3, he achieved perfect foundation. At 9, he broke through the acquired realm. At 13, the innate realm. And at 18, he stood at the threshold of divinity. But fate turned cruel when their family's 2 war gods perished in the great wilderness, and Qin Yu, once the most gifted swordsman, became a cripple. His fiancée Li Qinghe prepared to marry another just a month later. Her new target is Zhao Dian, a descendant of the immortal clan, a man that even a princess like Li Qinghe would want to marry. In the Qin family's courtyard, Qin Yu lay weakly in bed, covered in wounds, while Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe looked at him with smug expressions. Qin Yu, so what if you were born a proud son of heaven? Look at you now, your meridians ruined your consciousness, fading a cripple. While I, Zhao Dian, am the great hero who braved the great wilderness alone to bring you all back. He seems gleeful to see Qin Yu so weakened while he gets to take his fiancée. Li Qinghe is even more sinister, as this was her scheme to break off the engagement from the start. The emperor only betrothed her to Qin Yu to repay a debt to the Qin family, but Li Qinghe saw the Qins as mere dogs of the royal family, and Qin Yu as unworthy of a princess like herself. So Li Qinghe schemed to have Qin Zhan and Qin Heng killed in the great wilderness, and Qin Yu crippled. Only then could she soar, becoming the wife of a celestial descendant, like Zhao Dian. Shameless, they flaunted their affection before Qin Yu's sickbed, finally leaving together in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, still unconscious and drifting, suddenly heard a faint voice. "Do you want to live? Show me some patience, Qin Yu." After that voice, he suddenly awoke in a daze, then sat up abruptly. Qin Yu looked at his wounded hands, trembling as he muttered, What is going on? I'm back, but why now? If only he could have returned sooner. Just a little sooner, his father and grandfather wouldn't have died. It seems Qin Yu's fate was sealed to end in tragedy. But by some twist of fate, he was reborn, though sadly, after the deaths of Qin Zhan and Qin Heng, deaths orchestrated by that treacherous couple. In his past life, they held a lavish wedding, utterly disgracing the Qin family. But after regaining his composure, he vowed to make those wretches pay in blood this time around. Along with Qin Yu's rebirth came an opportunity from the Great Wilderness called the Wilderness Sutra, which sealed 108 ancient beasts and 72 ancient divine beasts. With his current strength, Qin Yu could summon one of them, and this time he chose the Phantom of Yazi. The ferocious beast, Nai Ti, emerges, enhancing his master's physical strength, fortifying his bones, and even providing the cultivation needed to unlock the divine realm. The process is excruciating, but the thought of Li Qinghe, Zhao Dian, steals Qin Yu's resolve, making any pain bearable. That dog couple is about to face my wrath, he thought, grinding his teeth. But just then the door to the room opened, startling Qin Yu and the person outside. Qin Yu, you're awake. Standing before Qin Yu was a face that bore a slight resemblance to his father. How could he forget this bastard? It was Qin Chuan, an elder of the Qin family, who used to be like a brother to his father, but secretly colluded with Li Qinghe, plotting to have them enter the Great Wilderness first. He then betrayed the Qin family, shamelessly becoming Zhao Dian's dog, and wiped out the Qin family. Qin Chuan scanned Qin Yu warily, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that his meridians were exhausted, indeed a cripple. Finally, he couldn't contain himself any longer, and burst into laughter, from a supreme prodigy to a cripple fallen from grace. This taste is awful, isn't it? Seeing that the other party didn't even bother to pretend, Qin Yu was truly disgusted and immediately retaliated. A dog is still a dog. You think changing masters makes you something else. Even fallen from grace, I'm still above being insulted by a mongrel like you. Enraged, Qin Chuan roared at him to shut his mouth, asking what he had gained from his devotion to the Qin family. You forced my hand. Once you're all dead, the Qin family will be mine. As Qin Chuan ranted, Qin Yu struggled to his feet, approaching step by step. He hadn't noticed anything was amiss, still madly cursing Qin Heng. But the moment that foul mouth uttered Qin Yu's father's name, he ate a punch. Qin Chuan is knocked to the ground, coughing up blood, as Qin Yu's furious hand tightens around his neck, his eyes filled with bloodlust. A dog is still just a dog, and a dog that bites its owner only has one fate: death. And just like that, Qin Chuan was crushed by Qin Yu's power, dying before he could even gasp. With the traitor dealt with, he felt a sense of relief, and put on his coat. With Qin Chuan out of the way, it's time to find that couple and deliver their wedding gift. Meanwhile, in the capital, everyone is talking about the eldest princess's wedding. Even the guards can't help but gossip about the groom's prestigious background. To them, the celestial race is a terrifying existence, and with such deep roots, no one would dare touch them. At this moment, Li Qinghuo is busy with makeup, and it's clear she's very pleased with this marriage. The auspicious hour has arrived, and an elderly attendant invites Li Qinghe to proceed to the imperial city. The current ruler of the Divine Sword Dynasty is Li Jianhe, who either doesn't know or simply tolerates his daughter's cruelty, but he seems pleased with his new son-in-law. The ceremony was about to begin, but as Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe held hands, vowing never to betray each other, a sharp spear suddenly pierced through the city gate, sending the guards flying and creating chaos. This is a joyous day for our royal family, so who dares act so brazenly, roared Li Jianhe. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe paled, recognizing the uninvited guest, Qin Yu gripping his spear, his face a mask of grim determination, as expected of the power of the cliff tyrant. Even though it's only returned him to the first level of the spirit communication realm, his cultivation is already several times stronger than before. In his past life, he couldn't fully unlock the wild beast before his death. Who knows how terrifying his power will be if he fully unlocks it in this life. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghuo couldn't believe their eyes. They clearly saw Qin Yu's meridians completely shattered yesterday when they came to the Qin residence, rendering him useless. So how is he standing here today? And his cultivation is even stronger than before. Qin Yu advanced as the maids around him trembled. Zhao Dian, seeing Qin Yu's imposing manner, shook his head, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Seeing this, Li Jianhe was disappointed, thinking that Zhao Dian, despite being a descendant of the immortal clan, was unreliable. Qin Yu, who they thought was down and out, now seems stronger than ever, and even Li Jianhe is forced to speak carefully. "Haha, who do we have here? It's little you. I was going to let you rest at home, but it seems your injuries aren't so serious after all." That Vuni is grating to hear. Qin Yu couldn't hold back, thrusting his spear, its sharp point stopping mere inches from Li Jianhe's forehead, shocking him into wide-eyed bewilderment. Qin Yu scoffed, advising him to drop the pretense, reminding him that if his father hadn't saved him, Li Jianhe would have been a vengeful ghost long ago, so how could he be here posturing? The Qin family overcame countless obstacles and achieved great feats for you, Li Jianhe, and how did you repay them? How have you repaid the Qin family? Qin Yu pressed. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghe colluded to assassinate my grandfather and father in the great wilderness. A debt we will settle. Qin Yu's bold declaration left those present looking at each other in confusion, and Zhao Dian finally couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted for him to shut up. "Enough, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be faking your injuries. But even if your cultivation remains, you're still only a first-level transcendent. What makes you think you can be so arrogant?" Qin Yu speaks only with strength, and so he doesn't hesitate in the face of Zhao Dian's provocation. As the spear in his hand is raised, the royal soldiers immediately rush forward, surrounding Li Jianhe to protect him. Li Jianhe secretly calculated that although Zhao Dian and Qin Yu were both at the first level of the divine realm, Zhao had the blood of the immortals, giving him an edge over Qin Yu, which reassured him somewhat. He even carefully reminded Zhao Dian not to be too heavy-handed, as Qin Yu was still a descendant of the Qin family and had made great contributions to the dynasty. Merely crippling his cultivation as a small punishment would suffice. He concludes, revealing the callousness of Li Jianhe, who casually asks his precious son-in-law to cripple Qin Yu, all while saying, "Don't be too harsh." Upon hearing his command, Zhao Dian immediately charged forward, while Qin Yu was incensed by Li Jianhe's so-called minor punishment. Who will win this battle is still uncertain. Zhao Dian immediately summons a weapon, a first-grade immortal artifact, a sword called Than Wiem. This is Zhao Dian's heirloom immortal weapon. Those present are fortunate to witness it. With the emergence of the azure flame, it seemed Qin Yu couldn't withstand its power. But Qin Yu's spear, though only a 6th-grade mortal weapon, had tasted the blood of countless men and cleaved through thousands of souls. Its spirit was not to be underestimated. Not wanting to prolong the fight, Zhao Dian takes the initiative, seemingly overwhelming Qin Yu. Perfect timing, Qin Yu mutters, raising his spear and summoning the Phantom of Yazi as his opponent charges. The Nai-Ti Phantom shattered Zhao Dian's attack upon its arrival, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. It seems this fool was too confident in his weapon, caught off guard by such an easy nullification. And while he was distracted, the Qin family war god spear hurtled towards him, a rigid weapon that suddenly bent and twisted like a snake, aiming to strike Zhao Dianzi from behind. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Qin Yu, how dare you look down on me? You dare use such a low-class move against me." With that, he turned and used the azure flame to block the war god spear's power. But what happened next was even more shocking, as cracks appeared on the azure flame sword upon impact. It was simply absurd. How could a common weapon shatter a divine artifact? Zhao Dian screamed in disbelief, as his sword was destroyed, and he was impaled on the ground by the god of war spear. Everyone present was stunned, wearing the same shocked expression, even Li Jianhe. Li Qinghe's expression worsened. She couldn't fathom Qin Yu possessing such power. In a panic, Li Qinghuo shouted, "Zhao Dian, get up, I won't let you lose to Qin Yu." Across from her, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer at Zhao Dian's pathetic state. "You call yourself a descendant of the immortals." Zhao Dian was now rolling on the ground, humiliated like a dog. He tried to remove Qin Yu's spear from his chest, but couldn't even manage that. And then he strode forward decisively, yanking the spear out with one hand, causing Zhao Dian's chest to erupt with blood. "So this is the paragon the royal family boasts of: one hit and you're down if you're weak, don't play tough." Qin Yu's words were not only an insult to Zhao Dian, but a direct slap in the face to the royal family. Zhao Dian trembled as he sat up, trying to staunch the wound in his chest. He refused to believe that the weapon that shattered the azure flame sword was merely a mortal item, accusing the Qin family of hoarding immortal artifacts, a treasonous act. Qin Yu simply scoffed, wiping the blood from his spear. Instantly, the spear became polished and gleaming. The war god spear, forged with generations of Qin family blood, is more than a match for that fake sword you cherish so much. The god of war spear possesses such terrifying power because Nai's other divine ability can merge into weapons. Blades are generally divided into mortal and immortal grades. This war god spear may have started as an ordinary weapon, but at this moment it possesses the power of at least a second-tier celestial artifact. Li Jianxia stared at the spear in Qin Yu's hand, speechless with rage. He was skeptical of Zhao Dian's words, beginning to suspect that the Qin family was secretly hiding immortal artifacts, but for years the Qin family's every move had been under his surveillance. If that war god spear is truly a celestial artifact, then it must be one of the opportunities Qin Yu obtained in the Great Wilderness. But Li Jianhe isn't ready to let things end here. As a cunning old fox, he knows exactly what Zhao Dian's weakness is, and so he provokes him. Zhao Dian, you can't even defeat a mere Qin Yu. It seems I was wrong to agree to marry my daughter to you. Zhao Dian, hearing this, was indeed confused and angry, biting his lip until it bled, constantly cursing Qin Yu. Then when his anger reached its peak, Zhao Dian raised his head and roared like a wild beast. His eyes turned bloodshot and the third eye on his forehead opened wide. Zhao Dian seemed to enter a state of frenzy, rising fiercely, as if he hadn't suffered any damage at all. Qin Yu, I was just testing you, but know that I am a descendant of the immortals and a mere mortal like you can never defeat me. With that, Zhao Dian leaped into the air, charging towards Qin Yu. His 5 fingers became claws, lunging toward Qin Yu. But main character plot armor is not to be trifled with. The outcome for Zhao Dian is as you might expect. His claws never reached Qin Yu, as he was blown away by Qin Yu's fist. As Zhao Dian hit the ground, Qin Yu charged, adding another kick to the pile of injuries. But Qin Yu wasn't finished yet. Zhao Dian, you harmed my grandfather and father. Today I will make you pay with your blood. With that, Qin Yu raised his spear, gritted his teeth and thrust it down. Seeing this, Li Jianhe's face darkened, and even the panicked Li Qinghe was powerless to do anything. Save me, hurry, and save me. Zhao Dian screamed, but it was just a bit too late, as Qin Yu felt an immense force hurtling toward him. In the blink of an eye, both Qin Yu and his war god spear were sent flying. Zhao Dian's life was spared for now, but Qin Yu's spear still managed to slice through his arm, severing it instantly. The newcomer was a giant, clad in golden armor, his strength undeniably monstrous. After blasting Qin Yu away, he snatched up Zhao Dian, gently set him aside, and then with gritted teeth advanced toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you're quite capable, daring to cause such chaos in the imperial city. This large man is Bai Wudi, a guard whose name means unrivaled, and he possesses strength unmatched in the world. Qin Yu recognizes him, Li Jianhe's bodyguard, a master of combat with a massive frame, a formidable second-level deity not to be taken lightly. As soon as Bai Wudi appeared, Li Qingwo anxiously shouted, Uncle Bai, finish him. Even now, Li Jianhe feigns righteousness, subtly ordering Bai Wudi. Qin Yu, defiant and arrogant, has harmed our divine emperors. Though his crimes warrant death, I will show leniency for the sake of the Qin family's past deeds. Bai Wudi, cripple him but spare his life. Bai Wudi accepts the order, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He took a step back, threw his head back and laughed, then shot towards Qin Yu like an arrow, a speed that startled even someone with 2 lifetimes of experience. Unable to dodge or defend, Qin Yu is sent flying backward by Bai Wudi, leaving him virtually defenseless. Taking advantage of Qin Yu's vulnerability, Bai Wudi pressed his attack, aiming to cripple him in one swift move. A flame in the shape of a neti erupts as Qin Yu throws a devastating punch, sending Wudi reeling back, eyes wide with a scream. Seeing the apparition behind him, Wudi was paralyzed with fear, unable to speak. Before he could finish, Qin Yu grabbed Wudi's powerful arm, and despite his small stature, he flung him down. His tone turns sinister as Qin Yu with overwhelming force emphasizes, "It's you." Empowered, he swung his arms back, tearing off Wudi's arms, leaving him defenseless, coughing blood and suspended in midair. In the next moment, Qin Yu landed a powerful blow, while Wudi crashed to the ground, the divine spear firmly in his grasp. Qin Yu stood amidst the swirling dust, his voice laced with scorn. "Looks like it's my turn next." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, emphasizing each word. "Li Jian." He gritted his teeth, frowning as he retorted, "Qin Yu. Jian." He suddenly hinted, "Very well, Qin Yu, it seems you've forgotten what it's like to live under the protection of the Qin family." These words give him pause, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as the royal guard descends from the palace roof, their faces grim. They descend upon Qin Yu, and in an instant, he's surrounded by cursed sword-wielding soldiers. "Die, Qin Yu." He quickly raised his divine spear, a mocking smirk on his face. "Is this what you call the might of the royal family?" Qin Yu stomps his foot, unleashing a surge of golden energy that envelops him. Grinning, he taunts Li Jianhe. "It seems you've underestimated the might of the Qin family." With that, Qin Yu surges forward, his weapon piercing through the soldiers at light speed. They could only see a flickering light, unable to make out his form, as Qin Yu lunged toward Jianxia, reaching out his hand. A moment later, he felt Qin Yu's hand on his neck and cried out in disbelief. "What?" Qin Yu landed on the ground right in front of Jianxia, creating a powerful tremor, as Qing He, who was holding Zhao Dian, cried out in horror. "Father!" Even the soldiers could only stare in shock, shouting, "Your Majesty!" He began to tremble but still threatened Qin Yu. "Think carefully. You're surrounded by second-level divine realm guards. Even if you kill me, you won't leave here alive. Qin Yu retorted, that's none of your concern. He scanned the area, noting the layout was similar to his past life. The Divine Physician guards are clad in heavy black iron armor, making them incredibly deadly. Qin Yu spots one with a shield and weapon. He makes his assessment, but they do have a fatal flaw speed. Suddenly, Qin Yu grips Jiansha's neck tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. A piercing scream erupts, as his eyes widen, mouth agape, struggling for breath as the air is cut off. Jiansha can only stare, his breaths growing ever more shallow. Qin Yu's pupils flashed with electricity as he sneered and cursed. Go to hell, old dog. Suddenly, a golden energy descended from the clouds. Qin Yu paused for a moment, witnessing this power. He looked up, marveling at the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a figure appears, his voice echoing, Qin Yu, to be forgiven, one must also forgive. His eyes widen in shock. A peak transcendent, he never knew such powerhouses lurked nearby in his past life. The figure's face is revealed, bearing 3 marks on his forehead, like those of royalty, and pure white wings suddenly spread, scattering feathers. With the air of a seasoned master, he introduced himself. I am the commander of the Immortal Summoning Clan. Closing his eyes, he feigned nobility, as he made his request, noting that both the Immortal and Royal clans had long lineages. Qin Yu, will you spare his life for my sake? Qin Yu is still holding Jianha up in the air. Despite being beaten to a pulp, Zhao Dian, seeing his savior, immediately screamed, Second uncle, kill him. He couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Qin Yu, it seems you won't be able to kill me today. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, a drop of sweat fell, thinking the commander of the Immortal Clan, I am no match for him now. Zhao Huan continued to persuade Qin Yu, the Immortal Clan has always cared for your people. I can forgive your actions today, and won't make things difficult for you. He then turned to Zhao Dian and Qing, he sang, and you, Zhao Dian. His tone grew serious. As a descendant of the Immortals, you've committed such a vile act. When you return, the family law will be waiting to punish you. He was intimidated by the oppressive aura, and could only obey. With family matters settled, Zhao Huan turned his attention to the emperor. Li Jianhe, show me some respect today, and let's forget about what Qin Yu did to your royal family. What do you say? He obeys like a dog, as you wish, immortal. Receiving the answer he wanted, he slowly opened his eyes, unleashing a mysterious spiritual power. Zhao Huan opened the eye on his forehead, using it to threaten him. Qin Yu let go. In an instant, his body was paralyzed. Qin Yu felt sealed by that eye, gritting his teeth to endure as his hand was gradually pulled back by the aura. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, looking down at his hand, muttering, so this is the pressure of the 9th level of divine power. But just a second later, he used his inner strength, slowly pushing his power up to suppress that energy. Qin Yu's entire being erupts with terrifying spiritual power as he roars, mere pressure cannot control me. Without hesitation, he grips his ancient sword once more, pouring his spiritual power directly into his opponent. Zhao Huan was shocked by this power, exclaiming, what? He broke my pressure with the power of a first-level god. Qin Yu, now like a demon god, spoke in a sinister tone. Since the immortal has spoken and wants me to spare him, then quickly twist the sword around his neck and let go. He screams and coughs up blood. His pupils dilated, and Zhao Dian gritted his teeth as he watched the man before him depart. Qing Huo could only reach out, crying in anguish. Father, the nearby court officials were terrified, shouting he killed the king. Seeing this, the soldiers rushed forward, crying, Your Majesty. Zhao Huan, somewhat shaken, retreated, thinking this kid really did seize a great opportunity in Da Huang. Qin Yu gripped Jian. His robe swung him around and declared, Your king. With all his might, Qin Yu hurled Jian. He forward, shouting, Catch him. Even Zhao Huan respected this power, hesitant to attack, and spread his wings. He immediately caught the man's body with one wing. With that done, Qin Yu immediately turned, leaped away, and called back, Farewell, fairy commanders. We'll meet again. Suddenly, a stream of green spiritual energy shot through his face, shocking Qin Yu. He landed immediately as an energy-formed hand with sharp claws descended from above. Zhao Huan extended his palm, warning, Qin Yu, did you really think you could escape me? Overestimating yourself. He clung to the ground, struggling against the force. This pressure is 10 times less than before. That commanding immortal is really troublesome. With no other choice, Qin Yu summons the mark on his forehead. The nether spirit awoken. No sooner said than done, Qin Yu was enveloped in a violet primordial spirit, and little Cheat appeared, letting out a mighty roar. Qin Yu swiftly grabs his divine spear, spins around, and unleashes a series of dazzling strikes towards Zhao Dian and Qing Huo, causing the terrified couple to scream. Zhao Huan nonchalantly pointed a finger at them, openly despising their insignificance, and as they were shielded, Qin Yu vanished, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Zhao Huan frowned at this, scoffed, and leaped into the air, cheerfully bidding farewell to his home, his wings spread wide, his tone dripping with malice. Qin Yu, I told you that you wouldn't escape. Qin Yu glanced back, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. Is it necessary? Zhao Dian is gravely injured. If you chase me, he's sure to die. Which is more important, I believe you can guess. At the same time, Zhao Dian trembled as he spoke. Uncle, save me first. Seeing this, Zhao Huan chuckled, releasing an aura that made people sigh. This kid is interesting indeed, as he could only watch him leave. Qin Yu, I'll let you have this one. He closed his eyes, healing his wounds as he said, Your injuries aren't that severe. Zhao Dian clutched his body, his hatred still burning. Uncle, this insult must be avenged, or I'll never eat or sleep in peace. Zhao Huan smiles ominously, gently reassuring him, rest assured I will help you get your revenge. Meanwhile, Jianhe lay flattened behind him as Zhao Huan gritted his teeth and turned to scold. Li Jianhe was truly a useless piece of trash, and Qinghe was scared witless by what just happened, weeping over Jianhe's death. Seeing this, Zhao Huan immediately spoke. Li Qinghuo, your father has passed away from now on. You must assist your husband well, understand? Ah, I'm weeping uncontrollably. I have no choice but to obey. With that settled, Zhao Huan ascends to the central mound, delivering his decree from above. People of the Divine Sword Dynasty, listen closely. Seeing this, everyone looked up and listened intently. Your king is now dead. Zhao Huan announces that the Divine Sword Dynasty now temporarily belongs to our immortal clan. He reaches out his hand and declares aggressively that everyone must do their best to capture Qin Yu alive, understood. The soldiers below, somewhat bewildered, called out to their princess, as Qing Huang gritted her teeth, trembling violently. The emperor's face darkens as he agrees to join Zhao Huan, pledging allegiance to the immortals. He is pleased with this answer. Very well. Elsewhere, Qin Yu's feet continue to carry him onward. As he ran, he figured he'd killed Li Jianhe, and endless pursuits were sure to follow. He couldn't stay in the Divine Sword Dynasty any longer. Qin Yu frowned, wondering why this summoning had suddenly appeared. Unlike his past life, but no matter, killing Li Jianhe today was worth it. As for Zhao Dian and Li Qinghuo, they can live a little longer. Then he leaped into the vast green forest as an eagle circled overhead. As it soars, it relays the message, Qin Yu of the Divine Sword Dynasty's Qin family is depraved and cruel, assassinating Divine Sword Dynasty's King Li Jianhe in public. A kill order is issued. An eagle soars past a carriage, continuing to spread the word, whoever kills Qin Yu will be granted the title of 10,000 household marquis and the land of a city. Below, the wheels turned rapidly, as the coachman cracked his whip, urging the horses onward. Inside the carriage were robust young men, including Qin Yu and the Genin King's men, as he silently rested his hand on his knee, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Yue secretly observed Qin Yu, who frowned as he pondered a way out of the Divine Sword Dynasty's kill order. The immediate priority is to leave the Sword Dynasty and head to the larger River Dynasty. He thought of the area where the two countries bordered each other. The Divine Sword Heavenly River. The Divine Sword Dynasty has hundreds of cities, but it's just a small dynasty. The Heavenly River Dynasty has over 1,000 cities with powerful sects and countless families. Comparing it to the Divine Sword Dynasty is like a drop in the ocean. Finding a way, Qin Yu smirked. Zhao Dian, Li Qinghe, wait for me. I'll be back soon to grind your bones to dust. Seeing the murderous aura emanating from him, Li Yue whispered in confusion, Grandpa, why did you let this rogue cultivator in the carriage? Just look at his disheveled appearance. You can tell he's no good. The Prince of Genin softly reminded her, Xiao Yue, though this man is a rogue cultivator, his physique is extraordinary, and he could be a great help. He explained, this trip to the Tianhe dynasty is fraught with peril. Another strong fighter means more safety. Hearing this, she wondered, Grandfather, you're the Prince Genin of the Tianhe dynasty. Who would dare threaten our safety? Qin Yu overheard the conversation. He was shocked, staring wide-eyed at the old man, muttering, I can't believe this old man is the Prince of Genin. The Prince of Genin of the Tianhe dynasty, guarding the border against the demon race, a man of iron will and a true hero of our people. Sadly, with the help of the immortals, the Sword Dynasty quickly defeated the Tianhe dynasty. The Prince of Genin was also personally killed by Zhao Dian. He looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully, realizing he was now riding in his carriage, a twist of fate indeed. Li Yue suddenly spoke up. Why are you staring at me like that? He quickly closed his eyes and shook his head, feigning innocence. Her attitude was infuriating. What's with this brat's attitude? Li Yue couldn't help but shout, you're making me so mad. Meanwhile, outside, a pair of slender legs appeared. No two young women were observing the carriage with fiery eyes. The sound of hooves echoed through the deep forest as the coachman turned to deliver a message. Master, we're about 100 miles from the Heavenly River Dynasty. The Prince of Genin urged, let's hurry so we can reach the Heavenly River Dynasty early and avoid trouble. Suddenly he turned to Qin Yu and spoke. Indeed, he thought, as expected of the Prince of Genin, he must have seen through my identity and is saying this for my benefit. Indeed, he's full of foresight. But little do they know, arrows are already flying towards the carriage. An unlucky horse is struck by an arrow, its panicked whinnies causing the carriage to shake violently, throwing its occupants around as Qin Yu frowns on high alert. What Li Yue gasped in shock. What's going on? Just seconds later, a sword is swung. With her long chain, she slashed a purple arc, cleaving the carriage in two. In an instant, it collapsed, its pieces scattering. The occupants quickly scrambled out, fearfully eyeing the deadly weapon, as the woman retracted her chain and chuckled. Standing in her spiritual energy, Wu Si announced, Prince Genin, I'm here to collect your head. The prince immediately warned, be careful, she's a purple enforcer assassin from the Tianhe dynasty. Hearing that name, Qin Yu was taken aback, the Purple Death Sect. He recalled countless assassins and recognized the infamous killing force of the Heavenly River Dynasty by their strange circular insignia. With that, she slammed her blade into the ground, licked her finger and said, "Now just die quietly." The Prince of Genin stroked his beard, and replied, "The Purple Death Sect underestimates me." He frowned, his face darkening. The prince raised his hand, signaling his assassins forward, and challenged, "You dare try to kill me alone?" Votu narrowed her eyes, hinting, "I'm not alone, of course." In the chaos, a weapon suddenly hurtles toward the Prince of Genin's head, and Qinyu shouts a warning. He reaches out, summoning his divine spear. Qinyu leaps into action, raising his weapon to meet the divine arrow head-on. The Prince of Genin, now safe behind Qinyu, finally realizes he was ambushed and trembles in fear, while Qinyu struggles to stand, gritting his teeth as he identifies the weapon. It's the sun-chasing arrow. He gathers his strength, spinning his divine spear with immense force, shattering the arrow in two. Golden spiritual energy sweeps forward in a circle before Qinyu. He landed, dragging his feet to regain his balance, while Qinyu leaned on his spear, his breath growing heavy. Wu Yue is visibly surprised, raising her bow as she asks, "He actually stopped my sun-chasing arrow." A moment later, Wu Yue leaps from the tree. The King of Genin finally opened his eyes to look at the sun-piercer arrow, one of the Purple Envoy Sect's 3 great Xuan-grade killing weapons, nodding derisively. "To kill me, it seems you've put in quite the effort." "Very well," the Prince of Genin declared, clearing his throat. "Listen closely, both of you." He slammed his staff and declared, "I accept my death, but only if everyone else is allowed to leave here safely." His men were shocked, and Li Yue cried out in fear, "Young master." Wu Si immediately responded, brandishing his blade, "Fine, I accept your terms. It saves us so much time." Just as danger approached, Qinyu raised his hand to shield the Prince of Genin. He declared, "Enough acting. I'm stepping in. With me here, you won't die." Qinyu announced, Qinyu will protect this old man." Votu and Vonguyet, seeing the golden energy, cried out in unison, "If you want to die, then we'll grant your wish." He swung his divine spear powerfully, stating his demand. "First state your names, I don't kill the nameless." The two quickly introduced themselves. Vo Nguyen and Votu, both of the Purple Fiend sect. Qinyu frowned, confirming they were indeed the Vo sisters. He recalled the towering spire and the skulls beneath it with a sigh. In his past life, after the dynasty fell, these sisters sought their fortune in the great wilderness, slaying many a renowned figure. The image of Zhao Dian's brute strength in his demonic form flashed through Qinyu's mind, evoking a sense of empathy. It was a pity he couldn't withstand Zhao Dian in the end, and was beheaded. He smirked, stroking his chin thoughtfully, thinking it wouldn't be bad to take them as subordinates. Lost in thought, Wu Si spins around, swinging her blade, and shouting, "Di Qinyu welcomes the challenge," meeting her head-on, thrusting his divine spear forward with all his might. With a single touch, Qinyu's spear deflects Wu Si's weapon, and as the two powerful forces collide, a terrifying shockwave erupts, sending dust and debris flying. Qinyu grabbed his divine spear, pulling it back dismissively, saying it was still a bit inferior to the Qin family's war god spear. Not giving up, Wu Si quickly flew above Qinyu. As Wu Si descended, Qinyu raised his divine spear to meet her blade. She sneers, whispering in his ear, "The war god spear is it." Meanwhile, the sun-chasing divine sword is unleashed with immense spiritual power. With a smug look, she declared, "Consider yourself lucky to have withstood 30% of the sun-chasing sword's power." As she watched the arrow hurtle toward Qinyu, she added, "But this time, the full-power arrow will surely claim your life." In a desperate move, he forces her blade back, sending her staggering back several feet. Voicing her superiority, she lands and says, "To withstand 2 of my strikes at the first level of the divine realm is impressive. You must be blessed with innate power, but the gap between our realms is simply too vast." With that, Wu Si unleashes a massive blade of spiritual energy, a sinister smile spreading as she unleashes her ultimate Huang-tier technique, Scorching Sunblade. In an instant, the sharp blades were about to pierce Qinyu. Seeing this, he immediately summoned the Phantom of Tooth. With the word manifested, Nati appeared in an instant, roaring with fury, its massive form shielding Qinyu from the blade. Though protected, the sheer force was overwhelming, and Qinyu began to tremble, while Wu Si grew even more excited, realizing that he alone was not enough. Her blade relentlessly pierced Nati's body, causing cracks to appear, and soon it shattered into 100 pieces. She spun her blade, sending Qinyu flying backwards, skidding across the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. Qinyu grits his teeth, realizing that even with the power of the Void Devourer, his current cultivation level is too weak to use any powerful martial techniques. Facing Wu Si, who is at the 2nd level of the Divine Transformation, realm is proving difficult, but he suddenly rises, mocking her. "There's something wrong with your martial arts." Wu Si stepped forward, raising his blade in rebuttal. "Don't spout nonsense." Qinyu continued to provoke. "Your martial skill is incomplete, flawed. It could unleash profound power." He closed his eyes, delivering his judgment. "Yet in your hands, it's merely a supreme-grade yellow weapon." As he spoke, countless streams of purple energy, sharp as blades, shot toward Qinyu. With eyes closed and body tense, he focused on the subtle vibrations in the air, his spirit energy surging like a tide, drawing Qinyu into the vortex. Qinyu gripped his divine spear, boldly thrusting it forward. In an instant, the sharp tip pierced through the blade, reaching Wu Si. The blow stunned her, causing her to freeze and drop her weapon. Her eyes widened as the sharp point stopped just before her throat, and he smirked, repeating, "I told you your martial arts have problems." This move has too many openings. From afar, seeing her junior apprentice being bullied, Wu Yue immediately drew her bow, demanding, "You bastard, let her go." Qin Yu, drawn by the shout, slowly glanced over at her. A moment later he looked at Wu Si and tried to negotiate, "I can help you perfect your technique, but on one condition." She frowned, rejecting him outright. "No need, my martial arts are inferior to yours, just kill me." Vo Tu hurriedly turned to Vong Yet and shouted, "Sister, don't worry about me, kill them and complete the mission." She began to tense up, sweat pouring down her face. Qin Yu saw this and thought to himself, these sisters are really close. At this moment Wu Yue's fate has been sealed. Behind them, Li Yue exclaimed in disbelief, "He's that strong." The Prince of Zhenan remained silent, contemplating that the Qin family's boy was indeed formidable, and it seemed he had gained much on his journey to the great wilderness, meaning his gamble had paid off. Suddenly he moved the spear forward slightly, its tip touching Wu Si's skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Wu Yue couldn't bear it any longer and screamed, "Stop." Realizing the situation, Wu Yue kneels, begging, "Please spare her. Take my life instead." Qin Yu, as if expecting this, nods and retracts his spear. Wu Si trembled, clutching the wound as pain washed over her, while Qin Yu questioned, "The Purple Death Sect is utterly despicable. Though they raised you, they defy your every wish. Do you truly intend to follow such a power?" Vo Tu, her dark secret exposed, her face fell as she asked, "How do you know?" Qin Yu confirmed grimly, "Of course I know." Frowning, he emphasized each word. "Not only that, but I also know that the sect leader of the Purple Death Sect has long been involved in your affairs." She reels from the revelation, crying out, "Impossible." Qin Yu then describes a puppeteer pulling strings. "The families of those you killed have all been secretly controlled by the Purple Fiend sect and turned into puppets to be endlessly tormented. Wrath of the heavens, resentment of men." But Wu Yue stubbornly refuted, "Impossible. The sect leader only kills those who deserve it. He would never do such a thing." Qin Yu turned back and replied, "Whether it's true or not, you can investigate it yourself." He smirked, looking at Wu Si, thinking, "These two sisters know nothing about the Purple Death Sect. My words are sure to sow seeds of doubt in their minds. It's only a matter of time before the Marshall sisters are mine." Qin Yu then spoke again, "I'll give you two a choice." The woman paused, intrigued. Without hesitation, he offered them two paths to leave the Purple Blood sect. "Submit to me." Wu Si chuckled, scoffing, "Such arrogance." Wu Si points and challenges, "Do you know how powerful the Purple Death Sect truly is? Leaving it would only lead us sisters to our deaths. How could you possibly protect us?" Qin Yu doesn't answer, instead summoning his divine spear, glancing back at her. "Oh, and don't worry, I'll give you time to think it over." Qin Yu turned, waving goodbye. "If you have an answer, you can find me any time. I'll be waiting for you at the biggest inn in the Tianhe dynasty." Seeing his dismissive attitude, Wu Si angrily shouted, "You had the chance to kill me, but now that my sisters and I are working together, you won't stand a chance." Hearing this, he stopped in his tracks, a smirk forming on his face as he glanced back in challenge. "Then by all means try." Qin Yu's tone left her frozen. Wu Yue quickly steps in to defuse the situation, stating that the Wu family sisters owe him nothing. "Leave now, because next time we meet, I will kill you," she threatened, pointing at her target. "Tran Nam Vuong, don't think you can relax just because you're in the Tianhe dynasty." Vong Yet warns, emphasizing each word, "The Tunan sect has countless ways to kill you." With that, the martial arts sisters vanished without a trace, and the Prince of Zhenan finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly Li Yue spoke up. "That." Lan Xinyu turned to see her face flushed, twirling a lock of hair, and stammered, "Thank you." He thought Qin Yu would be indifferent, but instead he teased Li Yu, saying it was a great blessing to have the Zhenan King's granddaughter thank him, then turned to the king with a playful suggestion, "Zhenan King, why not marry your granddaughter to me?" Hearing that she was furious, waving her arms and yelling, "What's so great about it?" The Prince of Zhenan stroked his beard, praising him, "Young man, your cultivation is unmatched among the younger generation, and your courage is that of a true prodigy of the Tianhe dynasty." He raised a finger in flattery, saying that his background was more than adequate. Then everyone came to get acquainted with Qin Yu. Standing behind them, Li Yue rubbed her chin and muttered his background, "The Divine Sword Dynasty." Suddenly realizing, she pointed forward in disbelief. "Are you the Qin Yu from the wanted posters?" Li Yue immediately turned to blame the Prince of Zhenan. "Grandpa, so you knew all along." He bursts into laughter. This girl's reaction is too slow. Then the Prince of Zhenan offered to be a witness if Qin truly had feelings for her. She was too shy to say anything for a moment while he scratched his head, coughed, and denied it. "Let's drop the subject. I was just joking." Qin Yu turned and urged them on. "All right, Prince Zhenan, you all should be on your way. He's coming along too." "Yes, hurry along." Leaving Li Yu behind her, anger flared as she clenched her fists, muttering, "That little brat dares to play me. I'm so mad, am I not good enough for him?" Before long they arrived at the Milky Way, and as the Prince of Zhenan crossed the city gate, a dignified voice rang out welcoming him. The crowd erupted in whispers, buzzing with excitement. It was indeed the Prince of Zhenan. But others noticed Li Yue was that Princess Yuewa beside him. Someone rushed through the crowd, blurting out, "Make way, it's the prince." He pointed his fan at himself, exclaiming, "King Zhenan, you've finally returned." Huang Fei quickly clasped his hands together, saying, "Father, I've missed you so much." The The Prince of Zhennan stroked his beard, smiling. It's been too long since I've seen your esteemed grandfather. He then rushed to Li Yue, eager to express his feelings. My dear Li Yue, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly. She recoils in confusion, wondering. Your Highness, we're not that close, are we? The prince retorted, recalling the past. Little Yue, we're childhood sweethearts betrothed since birth. Why would you say such a thing? Qin Yu interjected. So this is your fiancé. Not bad, quite the talent. Startled, Li Yue denied it vehemently, but the man flattered by her words chuckled to himself. You flatter me. She tightened her grip, words caught in her throat. Suddenly Li Yue snorted coldly and sneered, then leaned her head against Qin Yu's chest, feigning affection. Darling, are you angry? He looked down at that devilish smile and inwardly sighed. This girl always repays her debts. A phantom bite, you deserve it. The Prince of Zhenan nodded. Well, the others beside them are just as pleased. Only Huang Fei was humiliated, pointing forward, exclaiming in shock, Li Yue. She linked arms with Qin Yu and continued her performance, officially introducing him as the one she loves. Hearing this, he stomped his foot into the ground, as the enraged imperial concubine forced a smile, reminding her, Li Yue, don't tease me anymore. She excitedly adds that they've long decided to be together forever, and will be married soon, as his face darkens and veins bulge on his forehead. Huang Fei's hand crushed his paper fan as he forced a smile and changed the subject. Li Yue must be tired from her travels. I've already prepared a banquet. He quickly clasped his hands in a salute, and proposed King Tran Nam allow me to host a welcoming banquet for you. The king of Zhenan stroked his beard, happily agreeing. Very well. And so they entered Tianhe City together, the massive beast's feet slowly stepping forward as the people respectfully greeted them from either side. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they passed. Seated beside the Prince of Zhenan, Li Yue gazed at the scene and murmured, it's been a while. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Huang Fei sat in silence. He cast a murderous glance at him, then spoke. Boy, I don't know who you are, but let me make one thing clear. Li Yue is my woman. He leaned in close to Qin Yu, trying to intimidate him. I advise you to leave Tianhe City while you still can. Huang Fei raised a finger, continuing his threat. I'll give you one night. If you're still in Tianhe City tomorrow, I'll tear you apart. Qin Yu smiled. Okay, but you'll have to wait. Qin Yu casually replied. After I marry Li Yue, and we have a son and a daughter, then we can talk. Huang Fei thought to himself. A son and a daughter? Absolutely not. Do you have a death wish? Don't think that just because you have Li Yue protecting you, you can act so arrogant. Qin Yu retorts. Sorry, but I can be this arrogant. If you've got the guts, make a move and kill me. Huang Fei grabbed Qin Yu's collar, his hand trembling with anger, and gritted his teeth. You little punk, just you wait. Qin Yu thought to himself, this Li Yue has already caused me a lot of trouble. The morning sun casts shadows on ancient tiles in Tianhe City's refining sect. Ajar wooden gates, stone steps dusted with frost, and blazing fires on pedestals where elixirs are forged. Huang Fei descends, bowing slightly. Stepping lightly on the stone, he said respectfully, Your Highness, Princess, you've arrived. The king of Zhenan spoke, worthy of being the greatest qi refining sect in Tianhe City. He continued, the layout of the entrance alone is already a low-grade royal class. Li Yue crossed her arms, her lips pursed, and looked at Huang Fei with displeasure, who bowed his head and replied with a smile, You flatter us, Your Majesty. The entrance arrangement was just a whim of my father's. It's nothing special. Let's go inside. In the main hall, Huang Fei turned and said, This way, please. He looked at Zhen and Wang and added, My father had urgent business and is temporarily away from the manor. Today I'm in charge of entertaining the Prince of Zhenan. Please wait a moment while I prepare the meal. Qin Yu looked around, thinking to himself how extravagant it all was. The food was quickly served, its aroma filling the air, and everyone was present. As Huang Fei approached, he said, We're here. He set down a plate of meat, looked at her and said, Little Yu, this is earth dragon meat. Huang Fei continued, It's incredibly beneficial for martial artists training their bodies. I went to great lengths just for you, overcoming countless hardships. Qin Yu reached out, grabbing a large drumstick with excitement. Delicious. He watched Qin Yu, eyes wide with rage. The imperial concubine immediately lunges toward Qin Yu, saying, This isn't for you. Their hands collide, neither willing to yield. This kid hits hard, he gritted out, watching him devour the entire leg, until only the bone remained. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he sensed something unusual, the bone still in his hand as his whole body began to glow. Qin Yu excitedly felt the power surging within him, and he exclaimed with delight. He sat before a table laden with delicacies, continuing to eat and laugh gleefully at everyone's astonishment. Huang Fei bowed respectfully, whispering, That's right, King Zhenan, I have some very good news to share with you. He grinned, eager to show off his achievements. You know, some time ago I awakened the 5th grade sacred fire, and became a disciple of the immortal Qi Patriarch. Upon hearing this, the king froze in disbelief, while Li Yue gasped in astonishment. Huang Fei's gaze hardened as he boldly announced his engagement to Li Yue, adding that his master was aware, and would soon arrive in Tianhe City to officiate. The king's face darkened, as Li Yue trembled with worry, while Qin Yu, eating his meal, was troubled by the revelation that this guy had awakened the holy fire. Holy fire was highly valued, and those who awakened it were extraordinary, a gift of heaven granting unique powers to all who possessed it. There are 9 grades of sacred fire, from weakest at 1 to strongest at 9. Once a martial artist awakens it, they can attain the most revered position on the continent, the alchemist. He couldn't help but acknowledge Huang Fei's talent. Even though she only awakened a 5th grade sacred fire, that was already a rare existence in the Tianhe dynasty. Qinyu recalls an old friend, a celestial elder, whose extraordinary cultivation reached the peak of the divine realm. He must now take Huang Fei seriously. It's safe to say that within the Tianhe dynasty, he's a ruthless force to be reckoned with. Huang Fei continues with a bright smile. He approached sinisterly, reminding him of a past promise his master had vowed to give Li Yu the most extravagant wedding ever. The Prince of Zhenan has been silent until now, his face now incredibly gloomy. This nephew is nothing but trouble. That night, the moon was full and the breeze was pleasant. Qinyu and Li Yu arrive at an inn, and she follows him puzzled. Why would he stay at an inn when he could stay at the Zhenan king's residence? He suddenly turned back, a teasing tone in his voice. Could it be you don't want me to leave? Suddenly Qinyu's eyes widened as if surprised by something, and Li Yu trembled, her face gloomy. She turned and left, saying she'd be going first. He understood her feelings in that moment. Rest assured, this Huang Fei is definitely not a good person. Our paths are intertwined, and I won't let you fall into his demonic clutches. After Li Yue left, he returned to his room. Xinyu sat on his bed, focused on cultivating, revealing his gnawing primal energy behind him. Through cultivation, Xinyu realized that the fastest way to improve his cultivation was to devour large quantities of natural treasures or the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, so he decided to find some good stuff tomorrow. He eagerly awaits his own advancement, for once he reaches the 2nd level of the divine realm, he can unlock his 2nd wild beast, the 9-legged golden bird, a mighty phoenix. He smugly imagines using the 9-legged golden bird to terrify Huang Fei, a creature that wields the heaven and earth fire. I wonder what kind of expression you'll make when you see the 9-rank sacred fire, Queen Fei. In another room, Queen Fei's residence, Huang is reporting. Young master, the investigation is complete. He bowed, reporting the news he had just gathered. Qin Yu is a member of the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty. The prince consort asks Qin Yu, the one the immortals cuckolded Huang confirms it is indeed him. Huang Fei grinned wickedly, bursting into mad, gleeful laughter. He was dying of laughter. He thought he was dealing with someone important, but it turns out he's just trash. Huang Fei then halts his plans, deciding to keep Qin Yu alive for now, so he can witness Li Yue become his wife. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was also busy lamenting as he held the scroll. This martial technique is tiring to write. Qin Yu considered what he had. This wind and thunder palm is something I obtained in my previous life. Although it's only a low-grade profound level, it's enough to exchange for a large amount of natural treasures. He gets out of bed, throws on a coat, and sets off with fiery determination. That night he arrives at an ancient tower, the Milky Way auction house. Qin Yu entered the bustling crowd shouting, "I'm back." He looked around with delight filled with nostalgia. One of the staff members came out to greet him warmly. "Welcome, welcome." He happily went out to greet him. What could this young master want? Qin Yu had already stated enigmatically that what he wanted was beyond his control. He pointed to a corner, ordering Miss Wanner to come to him as the man hurried off to fetch her, saying, "Please wait a moment." A snake flicks its tongue as Wanner calmly exhales a puff of smoke. She sits there haughtily introducing herself. "I am Dugu Wanner, and it's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Qin Yu greets her with a smile. "Long time no see, Wanner," but she had no idea who he was. He suddenly stood at attention, legs spread. Qin Yu stated his request. "I wish to participate in tonight's underground auction." Surprise flickered across Wan Yi's face, mirrored by the man's astonishment as he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. She stepped forward to lead the way. "This way, sir." The three of them slowly made their way to the auction, where a man bowed, respectfully inviting them in. "This way, young master." The door to the room then slammed shut. Qin Yu strides in with an air of arrogance. "To be back once more. Excellent." A water pipe is lit by a blazing flame. She turned back with a mysterious look, wondering who this unfamiliar young master was introduced by. He didn't answer, but simply nodded, announcing, "You don't need to know about that. I understand the rules of today's underground auction." Qin Yu presented his item, requesting an appraisal. "How much do you think this is worth?" Wanner took the item and examined it closely. "This is..." She's surprised to realize it's a low-grade mysterious level cultivation method. Qin Yu nodded, a smug look on his face. "That's right, it's a low-grade mysterious skill." With a hint of doubt, Wanner asks again, "You're really going to auction off such a valuable mystic-grade technique?" He reaffirms his decision with unwavering certainty. "Of course." She reiterated the price with a serious expression. "If this low-grade profound skill is auctioned, it would fetch 1,000,000 gold coins," Wanner said, excitedly moving closer. "If you trust me, my Heavenly River auction house will buy it for 15 million gold coins." But Qin Yu was also calculating in his mind, a second-grade body refining pill is worth about 1,000,000 gold coins. If converted to its true value, 15 million gold coins is enough to buy 150 of them. Finally, Qin Yu agreed to the deal and made an additional request. Deal, but I want to exchange the value for body refinement pills. Very well, that's no problem for me. Thank you, young master. She takes a puff, finding him quite intriguing. To think at such a young age he possesses a low-grade Xuan cultivation technique. Could he be a disciple from a powerful force here in the Tianhe dynasty for training? Wan'er wondered, exhaling smoke, her face curious. Aren't you going to participate in today's auction? Qinyu nodded, showing his interest. Of course I want to participate. He had his own plans in mind, quite certain of success. If I remember correctly, a rare treasure will appear at today's Tianhe auction, and Wan'er is certainly treating Qinyu differently. Very well, allow me to escort you to an exclusive seat. He followed her to the auction. They gradually made their way to the hall, and Wan'er, standing in the center, introduced it with open arms. Welcome to the underground hall. Other guests noticed her unusual behavior and began to whisper. Did you see that? I've been coming here for decades, and I've never seen her smile like that. Who is that young man beside her? Qinyu found a seat to his liking, praising it with satisfaction. Not bad, the view is great. Wan'er proudly affirmed, of course only honored guests of the Heavenly River Auction House can sit here. Someone waved incessantly, calling her name cheerfully. Wan'er. Wang Xuan called out with a delighted smile. Wan'er, I'm here, but she turned away with a look of disdain. Wan'er forces a greeting, her voice lacking enthusiasm. Isn't that young Master Wang? Wang Xuan happily shows off what he has. Wan'er, today my divine weapon sect has brought a very fine item. She feigned a grateful smile, thanking young Master Wang for his support. Wang Xuan deliberately brings up their engagement, saying, Wan'er, my father has repeatedly proposed marriage, but you've always refused. She recoiled from his crude touch, causing him to stumble, while she feigned cheerfulness. Wang Xuan tries to cover his embarrassment, acting generous, saying he's already discussed how easily embarrassed Wan'er is. Our Divine Spear Sect's auction items today are all for your dowry. His face was sinister and certain. Even your father couldn't refuse this. Wan'er's face darkened, and she began to tremble. Qinyu, witnessing the injustice, turns around displeased, noticing the auction item is exactly as he knew it would be. His memories were indeed correct. Today the Divine Weapon Sect's auction is for the damaged immortal artifact, the Shattered God Bed. Wang Xian was startled to see Qinyu sitting there and grabbed his shoulder, shouting aggressively. Hey kid, this is my seat, how dare you sit here, get lost, Wang Xuan roared. Wan'er hurriedly intervened. Wang Xian, he's my honored guest, don't be rude. He was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? Wang Xuan trembled, turning to question her. Whene'er this has always been my seat. Qinyu sat there triumphantly declaring. Well, now this seat is mine. He angrily approached, wanting his seat back. You're not worthy, just a pathetic first-level spirit connection realm cultivator. Do you even know? Without hesitation, Qinyu delivers a powerful slap, leaving Wang Xuan's cheek swollen. He stumbled back, and Wang Xuan trembled with rage, unable to speak. He had no patience left for Wang Xian's nagging. You're annoying. Say another word and I'll kill you. Wang Xuan grits his teeth, unable to bear it any longer. The old man, enraged, unleashed his power, ready to attack. In all my years, no one has dared speak to me like that. You want to die? I'll send you on your way. Wan'er's face darkened as she shouted to stop them. Enough. Wang Xuan was startled and stopped in his tracks as she sternly reminded him with a displeased look. Wang Xuan, no one is allowed to cause trouble at my Tianhe auction house. That is the rule. He turned back and forth, pointing to tattle, but she wouldn't hear it, coldly, ordering him to shut up. Wang Xuan was flustered and obedient, not daring to cause trouble. Yes. He reluctantly returned to his seat, sulking. For Wan'er's sake, I'll swallow my anger. But Wang Xuan still plotted his revenge, waiting for the moment Qinyu left the auction house to strike. Someone seems to be secretly watching him from afar, as Huang relays information to his master. Young master, I've spotted Qinyu at the Heavenly River auction house, and it seems he's offended Wang Xuan. On the other end, Huang Fei was enjoying grapes and playing with royal palace maids. Huanger's voice echoed from the token, saying Qinyu had offended Wang Xuan, and he listened with glee. Is this guy really running around looking for death? Huang Fei leisurely opened the token to see what was happening, smugly tapping it to send a message. Wang Xuan received the message with glee, opening it to find news from Huang Fei. His face turned sinister, full of disdain. Not bad, kid. Thought you were a big shot, but you're just a discarded pawn from a fallen dynasty. At that moment, Wan'er slowly stepped onto the stage, and under a multitude of gazes, she announced loudly, Welcome everyone to my Tianhe auction of fine goods today. There's never been this much before. Speaking of which, Wan'er suddenly emphasized even more than previous times. The crowd below grew impatient, shouting, Miss Wan'er, stop beating around the bush and start already. At that moment, two girls from behind the scenes stepped onto the stage. Wan'er gently accepted it and continued. The first item up for auction today is a Rank 2 Life Creation Pill. As soon as the box opened, the elixir radiated a strange, dazzling light. Wan'er slowly explained, it can bring the dying back to life, regenerate bone and flesh, and for those below the first level of the divine realm, no matter how severe the injury, this pill can prolong their life. She spread her arms wide, her voice echoing through the hall. The starting bid is 1,000,000 gold. Place your bids. And with that, the crowd erupted in cheers. 150,001,8000. In contrast to the lively atmosphere, Qin Yu yawned wearily, thinking drowsily. This is useless to me. I'll take a nap and wait for the final treasure. Just as Qin Yu drifted off to sleep, a sinister glint appeared in the eye of Wang Xian, who gritted his teeth and muttered, "Sleep well, kid. These are your last good days." Half an hour passes, and Wanner excitedly points to a man announcing, "Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the treasure." Turning to the side, she continues, her voice rising with excitement. "This is our penultimate treasure for today." With that, the curtain behind Wanner was immediately drawn aside, and she gestured for two men to quickly bring forth a box. At that moment, Qin Yu's nose bubble burst as if signaling something. He excitedly sat up straight and exclaimed, "It's here, it's here." Hearing this, Huang Er was also excited. "It's here, the damaged immortal artifact that the young master wants." At this moment, Wanner points to the massive box, proudly introducing, "This is a first-grade immortal artifact." As the box opens, a brilliant light erupts, revealing 3 sections of a dazzling golden staff. Raising her voice slightly, she announced, "The Shattered Divine Rod." Despite its damaged state, it is still a celestial artifact, and the starting bid is 1 million gold. "Place your bids, please." The moment she finished speaking, a hand shot up from below 1 million. Huang Er clasped his hands, looking around as he pleaded, "This item is crucial to the refining sect. I hope you all will show some consideration." Qin Yu smirked, thinking his turn had come, but just as he was about to speak, a girl beside him suddenly stood up. 2 million, I want this." Qin Yu quickly recognized the voice. His sharp gaze fixed on her, spotting the sinister smile on Wu Xi's face. It was her all along. Huang Er refused to back down, shouting, "You dare compete with the Qi refining sect, think again." He rudely pointed and threatened, "Will you even make it out of here alive?" Votu coldly pulled down her hood, glaring at Hong Ni with a hateful sneer. But as he got a clear look at the other party, he froze. It was the Dark Soul sect. Huang Er sighed in resignation, figuring it was best to let it go. With the corpse sect involved, the young master wouldn't blame him. Moments later, Wu Xi smirked, descended from the stage and whispered, "It's coming back to me." But just then Qin Yu suddenly stood up and shouted, 3 million. He glanced at Wu Xi and scoffed provocatively. This immediately infuriated Wu Xi, who frowned and cursed. Is this kid doing this on purpose? Beside him, Wang Xian clenched his fist, gritting his teeth, wondering, 3 million gold coins. Where did this kid get so much money? At this point, Wanner continued, "Are there any bids higher than 3 million? Hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Moments later, Wanner smiled, delivering the final verdict. Then the Tier 1 immortal artifact belongs to this young master. Qin Yu was stunned by her flying kiss. Now Wanner raises her voice again and gestures towards the box behind her, revealing tonight's treasure, a low-grade mysterious martial skill. Inside the box was a cylindrical object, and as Wan Yi introduced the Wind and Thunder Palm, the crowd erupted in cheers. With a gleam in her eyes, Wan Yi continued, "The starting bid is 5 million gold coins. Let the bidding begin." Immediately they jumped to their feet, shouting, 6 million. A gap-toothed man shouts, 8 million, not backing down. Wang Xuan raises his hand and yells, 10 million. In the end, it was Huang Er who bid an astronomical 12 million, causing Wang Xuan to grit his teeth in frustration. He turned to confront him. "Huang Er, what do you mean by this? I want this item." Huang Er calmly spoke from above. "My young master ordered me to obtain it at all costs." "Young Master Wang, my apologies." He then bid higher than 15 million. Filled with rage, Wang Xian cursed inwardly, "How detestable. Huang Fei, you still want my help. Dream on if you think I'll teach Qin Yu a lesson." "Never." Wu Xi nodded, marveling at the fact that 15 million was needed to obtain a low-grade, profound-level cultivation technique. Before she could finish, Qin Yu cut her off as she gently raised her hand and bid 1 million. "No more nonsense, listen to me." Wu Xi immediately turned away, her tone full of disgust. "Why should I trust you? I'm bidding." Then she quickly raised her hand, quietly bidding, but Votu suddenly seemed to think of something and lowered her hand again. She lowered her head and muttered, "Never mind." This made Qin Yu smile gently as he replied, "You did the right thing." With that, Wu Xi's cheeks flushed red like tomatoes, wondering why she had listened to him. Wanner then raised her voice, stating that if no one bid higher, she would point directly at Huang Er and declare that this treasure would belong to him. Huang Er, upon hearing this, immediately laughed, excitedly overjoyed at the thought of the low-grade Xuan-level treasure. Whispering closely to Qin Yu, she asks if he remembers what she said before, and he turns to remind her to find him at the Tianhe Inn. Votu silently watched his retreating figure, offering no further words as Qin Yu quickened his pace. "I'll head out first." Soon after, in another room, Wanner quietly entered. She spoke softly, "Thank you for waiting, Master Qin." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "I just arrived," as Wanner seemed to relax. "Young Master Qin, thank you for everything." Qin Yu suddenly thought of the Wind and Thunder Staff and said strangely, "I didn't think I could win the bid." Qin Yu continued to tease Wan Yi. "Don't you owe me a great debt?" Wan Yi then leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, "Yes, a great debt indeed." Hearing this, Qin Yu's lips curled slightly, and he slowly reached out gently, placing his hand on Wanner's waist. Then lifting her face, he spoke in a low, seductive tone. "Can I ask for something?" Wanner was stunned by his words. She hesitated, stammering, "Young Master Qin." Finally, Wanner parted her lips, bringing the iron shard closer to him. At that moment Qin Yu suddenly laughed and reached out his hand saying, "I'm not giving it to you anymore. Give me back my things." With that, Wanner retrieved a gleaming ring from her pouch, clearing her throat shyly. "It's all in here." This spatial ring was a gift to the young master from the Celestial River auction house, and Qin Yu immediately slipped it onto his thumb. He examined it closely, nodding in satisfaction. A mid-grade yellow-tier spatial ring, not bad at all. Qin Yu suddenly remembered something. "If Wang Xuan invites you to explore ancient ruins, let me know first." He smiled, pleased, and continued, "I'll go with you." Qin Yu left without hesitation, but as he departed, Wanner murmured to herself, "Ancient ruins." As Qin Yu walked, he thought to himself in his past life he met Du Guaner after she returned from the ancient ruins. He recalled that Du Guaner was schemed against by Wang Xian in the ancient ruins, and was forced to marry him. But what's infuriating is that after the marriage, Wang Xuan revealed his true nature, and Du Guaner lived a life worse than death. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's face darkened. "In the past, unforeseen circumstances prevented me from saving you, but this time I'll set you free to soar." Qin Yu held a blazing flame in each hand, radiating a powerful energy, as the pills emerged steadily from his palms. Qin Yu closed his eyes, muttering to himself. A body refiner with average talent can only use 1 pill at a time in the first level of the Tongshen realm, while those with better talent can use 3 at once. At this, his eyes sharpened, for a true prodigy could use 10 at once. Qin Yu smirked confidently. "And with my dragon strength and unparalleled skin, 150 pills will be more than enough." Qin Yu rapidly worked his fingers, creating an increasingly dense barrage of pills, connected by streams of starlight, forming a massive shield in the blink of an eye. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the golden bird appears, its fiery wings carrying endless heat as orbs of elixir rain down, blazing with incredible speed. Qin Yu hunches over, focusing all his energy into refining his body, trembling before suddenly stiffening. His muscles bulge, straining against his skin, and his outer robe tears apart. Qin Yu clenches his fist veins, bulging, and unleashes a series of fiery red lights. Moments later, the tattered remains of his clothes fall gently to the wooden floor. Qin Yu lowered his head, gasping for breath, his trembling causing his muscles to ripple incessantly. The mark on his forehead shone brighter and brighter, and his eyes glazed over as he exhaled again. Qin Yu raised his hand to observe. 150 body-tempering pills have indeed helped me enter the second level of the divine realm. Now, he suddenly pulls out a scroll shimmering with starlight, then throws it into the air, revealing a blazing fire phoenix. He pressed his hand against the scroll and called out, "Nine-legged golden crow." Instantly, a massive sun-like golden crow burst forth from the void. Qin Yu gently strokes its head, then reaches out to catch a spark from the golden crow, which playfully leaps from his hand to his shoulder. The playful flame dances around Qin Yu as he happily says, "Long time no see." 9 heavens profound extinguishing fire. The extinguishing fire danced wildly on his fingers, as if in agreement, and Qin Yu's storage ring suddenly flared to life, unleashing a torrent of weapons as he flung his hand forward. Qin Yu smirked, urging the fire, "Go." It obeyed quickly, lunging forward, tightly wrapping around the sword, spinning around it. Qin Yu, pleased with the sight, thought to himself, "The 9 heavens' mysterious destruction flame can refine all things. Assimilating this damaged immortal energy into the war god spear is as easy as flipping a hand." As he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted, and a pillar of light carrying immense energy shot down from above. The gleaming metal blade crackles with electricity, its sharp edges promising overwhelming power. Qin Yu looked up at the blade standing before him, and without hesitation he reached out and gripped the hilt. Then he smiled, contentedly, thinking, "Success." After refining the damaged immortal energy, the God of War spear finally transcends mortality, becoming a first-grade immortal artifact, each sharp blade gleaming with cold metal and crackling with electric fire. Amidst the oppressive heat, Qin Yu proudly declares that he can now defeat anyone below the 5th level of the divine realm with a single strike. But his arm suddenly drops, his eyes close, and he collapses onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. In the outer city, a crowd gathers as lightning suddenly strikes from a clear sky, followed by gathering dark clouds. A wrinkled hand slowly pulls back the curtain, as the immortal frowns, wondering if he's just seeing things. He seemed to sense the aura of a first-grade celestial artifact. Then, drawing the curtain again, he muttered to himself, "If a first-grade celestial artifact truly appears, I must find a way to obtain it. A small galaxy like this isn't worthy of such a treasure." With that, the immortal spirit broke into a sinister laugh. Cut to the Purple Fiend sect, where the scene is shrouded in dark night, with only a few faint lights flickering. Blue flames flicker atop skull lamps in the darkness. In that cold, silent space, 2 figures knelt quietly before a tall silhouette who sat motionless, observing them with deep, emotionless eyes. Both Wu Yue and Wu Si lowered their heads and cautiously spoke. Sect leader. He rested his chin, then slowly spoke. "Wu Yue, Wu Si, you failed to intercept the Prince Genin and again at the Tianhe auction. What should I do with you?" Wu Si clasped her chest, eyes squeezed shut, and hastily replied, "Please punish us, Sect Master." He drew closer, lifting her face, his tone laced with regret. "I've raised you 2 sisters since you were little," he murmured. "How could I bear to punish you?" His eyes now burned crimson, carrying a hint of threat. A new mission arrives and I hope you won't fail this time. Wu Yue and Wu Si had no choice but to obey. Please, sect leader, give us your orders. The one who ruined your operation before was Qin Yu, a descendant of the Divine Sword Dynasty. He killed Li Jianhe and was forced to flee to our Tianhe dynasty. As he said this, his face darkened ominously. The Zhao family wants Qin Yu captured, and I'm entrusting this task to you. Vo Nguyen and Vo Tu immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, they quickly teleport away, leaving behind a trail of white smoke that dissipates into the air. The enforcer gritted his teeth, his pupils contracted, and his face contorted with rage as he cursed. Useless. You're both useless. You can't even handle a simple task after all these years of training. Now the man clutches his face in frustration, muttering, if I fail this time, I'll have to train new disciples. With that, he spreads his arms wide and a mystical door appears before him. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye with a clear blue sky and drifting clouds. From early morning, Li Yue had been silently waiting outside the inn as Qin Yu slowly emerged yawning. He scratched his head still half asleep and asked, "What's up? Why are you calling me so early?" Hearing his voice, Li Yue quickly approached him. Frowning, she raised her hand and commanded, "From today on you'll stay in my Prince Jenin's mansion. You can't stay at the Tianhe Inn anymore." Qin Yu immediately burst out laughing, "So you're already missing your fiancé." "What nonsense are you spouting?" she exclaimed, her face flushed. "Yesterday at the auction, did you bid against Huang Fei for the damaged immortal artifact? Not only that, but you also offended Wang Xuan of the Divine Weapon Sect." With that, she sighed in frustration as neither Wang Xuan nor Huang Fei were good people. "You managed to offend two people at once." Qin Yu then approached and gently stroked Li Yue's head. "Why are you so afraid I'm here? That punk won't dare cause any trouble." Annoyed, she steps away and stomps her foot. "Not only that, the Purple Fiend sect has accepted a mission from the Divine Sword Dynasty to kill you. Do you even realize what situation you're in?" Qin Yu gently placed his hand on Li Yue's shoulder, pulling her outside as he spoke with gentle reassurance. "I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Come on, let's explore this celestial river city together." Helpless at his carefree words, she simply huffed in displeasure. "I don't know what to say about you." Before long, they were standing in front of a steaming hot bun stand, happily munching away. Next, the two mingled with the bustling crowd, happily watching a fire-dancing circus troupe, before continuing their stroll through the district. As Qin Yu enjoyed a candied hawthorn skewer, a long dress caught Li Yue's eye as they stepped onto the bridge. Her eyes widened in surprise as she mouthed, "That person is Wanner," exhaling a puff of white smoke. She stood frozen in the biting wind, her eyes filled with tenderness and deep affection. Seeing this, Li Yue blushed and nodded in admiration. It was none other than Du Gu Wanner of the Heavenly River Auction House, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Yu glanced at her figure, his interest piqued. "Indeed, look at yourself. It's hard to put into words." Li Yue quickly covered his mouth and scolded him. As Qin Yu quickly stepped forward to greet them, Wanner nodded gently, explaining that she had met both Princess Yuehua and Qin Yu before, to which Li Yue replied with a smile. "Wanner, it's been so long, why are you being so distant? Just call me Nguyet Ni." Her words immediately brought a smile to Uyen Ni's face. All right, Nguyet Ni." Uyen Ni then turned to Qin Yu and asked directly, "Master Qin, I'll get straight to the point. I hope I'm not intruding." He readily agreed, as if to say, how could the company of beautiful women ever be a bother? But let's get down to business first. At this, Wanner's face suddenly tensed. If Miss Li Yue were here, she would say the same thing I'm about to. She warned gravely. Young Master Qin must be especially careful of the Renzi sect. Contrary to her worries, Qin Yu calmly waved his hand, rest assured it's nothing. Hearing this, Wanner nodded in satisfaction. If that's the case, then Wanner won't disturb you two any longer. But just as she was about to leave, Li Yue suddenly rushed over and embraced her. "Now that Sister Wanner is here, why don't you take a stroll with us? It's been a while since I've been back and there's so much I don't know about Celestial River City." Qin Yu agreed. Yuer is right. With that, he wrapped his arms around Wanner's waist, pulling her close, and with his other arm he gently embraced Li Yue as well. Qin Yu, seeing the girls' stunned faces, burst into laughter, deciding they should all go together. Uyen Ni's cheeks flushed red as she cursed him inwardly, but he pulled them both forward, saying, "Let's go." Before long, they arrived at the East Market of the Milky Way, and as they passed, a man gasped in disbelief. The crowd behind them exclaimed jealously, "No way, isn't that Princess Yuhua? And next to her is Du Gu Wanner. Who is that guy? Daring to have one on each arm? Does he even deserve them?" A crowd of others began to whisper. "You don't even know who that is. He was showing off at the Tianhe auction house yesterday." Their whispers quickly reached Qin Yu's ears. He sighed, realizing their popularity was even greater than he'd imagined, causing Wanner to giggle uncontrollably. "Don't panic, young master," Qin Li Yue said, blushing. "Why would we panic because of him?" Suddenly, a piercing crack of a whip echoed from afar, instantly hardening Qin Yu's expression. Together they approached the chaotic scene, the sharp crack of a whip echoing as it brutally struck someone's raw red skin. The runaway wretch. A small girl lies prostrate on the ground, her limbs bound by chains, her body covered in wounds. The girl trembled, her lips moving silently as the man tightened his grip on the whip, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. I bought you only for you to run away. See if I don't beat you to death." From the sound of it, Li Pangzi is at it again, torturing another slave he just bought. Hearing this, Li Yue's anger flared. "Sooner or later, I will abolish slavery in the entire Tianhe dynasty." She continued, saying that in just 1 month he had abused slaves in the streets for at least half of it. Ling Guiet couldn't believe her ears. Was no one doing anything about it? Wanner slowly shook her head, explaining that as his slaves no one could interfere or had reason to. Pongzi then mercilessly whipped the girl's back again. Her wounds piled up, oozing more and more blood as Pongzi roared, daring her to try and escape again. "I feed you, I give you drink, what more could you want, you beast?" The girl then stood up, trembling, her mouth moving but no sound came out. Seeing this, he threatened and urged her to speak, but the girl, overcome with pain, cried out, "Li Bangzi, you killed my entire clan. I will haunt you as a ghost." This immediately enraged Pangzi, and he kicked the girl without hesitation, watching her body roll on the ground as he taunted. "So what if I killed your entire race? Just a cheap demon. If I didn't think you were pretty, I would have killed you already. It's your family's good karma that you're even alive. I'm your master now, your grandpa got it." Pongzi then gritted his teeth and declared, "Ji Ruo, if I find you running away again, you'll get more than just a beating." Ruo, glared at him, her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Upon hearing the name, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise and he muttered, "What did he just say?" "Ji Ruo Yu." Wanner nodded gently. Yes, why Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk upon hearing the answer, never expecting such an unexpected reward. Seeing that expression, Li Yue panicked, wondering what he was up to. When he smiles like that, he's definitely plotting something. Qin Yu quickly strides forward, determined to save her, his face darkening, as he recalls the potential disaster that awaits the Qin race. Just then the chain suddenly slipped from Pangzi's hand, and he gasped, complaining about how exhausted he was. Pangzi then glanced at the crowd behind him and scolded, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone beat their own slave?" At this moment, Ruo Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Though Pangzi was momentarily stunned by her gaze, he tried to reassure himself. How could he be intimidated by the eyes of a mere slave? Thinking this, he tightened his whip, aimed it at the girl, and shouted, "Take that look out of your eyes." But at that moment, a hand shot out and grabbed his arm. Startled, Bang Su grunted in confusion, struggling to break free. "Who dares interfere with my business?" Qin Yu then calmly offered a deal. "I'll buy this girl. Name your price." Pangzi gritted his teeth in disgust. "Not for sale, get lost." He ignored him and turned to Ruo Yu. "She was hungry and forced to be bought here, so I'll force a purchase as well." These words brought a hearty laugh from Fatty, who then turned and sneered. "You ignorant little brat, do you even know who I am? Pay up now." Qin Yu reluctantly nodded, his voice laced with resignation. Seeing this, Fatty Pang smiled in satisfaction, as if to say, "You're a good kid." In that instant, Qin Yu punched him square in the face, the unexpected blow sending him reeling backward. With a single punch, he sent the large man flying several meters. The onlookers were stunned. "Damn, he just hit Li Pangzi." "Oh dear, that young man is in for trouble," an old woman muttered from afar. Li Bangzi is a member of the Qi refining sect. Ruo Yu was stunned by the chaotic scene. Now consumed by rage, Pangzi slammed his hand on the ground and hissed, "You little punk." Then he rose his breath, heavy eyes burning red like a wild beast. "I want to kill someone." At that moment, Pangzi gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He clenched his fist, igniting flames around his hand, a superior-grade Yellow Realm martial skill, Wild Boar Fist. Qin Yu simply lowered his head, his dark eyes fixed on the incoming fist, unmoving, until a flash of lightning suddenly sparked in his eyes. Just as Pangzi was inches away, a surge of violent energy erupted from Qin Yu's body. It hurtles like a tempest straight into him, as if the very air is exploding. The attack contorts Pangzi's face, and blood begins to spill from his mouth. He was sent flying a powerful arc through the air, as the surrounding air stilled, and onlookers gaped at Pangzi soaring like the wind. Qin Yu smirked Wild Boar Fist, more like Wild Pig. Then he slowly advanced. Amidst the rising smoke, Qin Yu gently knelt before Ruo, Yu softly stroking her head and reassuring her, "From now on you belong to me." Ruo, you could only stare back in stunned silence. Suddenly, Qin Yu's hand burst into flames, followed by a deafening explosion like chains being shattered. Ruo, Yu's eyes widened, sparkling with hope. The light from within the crowd spread, illuminating a corner of the street, and Wanner couldn't help but chuckle, finding him quite interesting. Meanwhile, Li Yue sighed wearily, knowing Huang Fei would be furious if he found out. Li Pangzi reaped what he sowed, and Qin Yu may have done a good deed. Just then, Qin Yu picked up Ruo Yu's wounded body, and as fiery sparks enveloped them, she seemed to sense safety, closing her eyes and falling asleep in his arms. Qin Yu urged sternly, "Let's go." The onlookers watched his retreating figure, their curiosity piqued. "Aren't those Princess Yuewa and Dugu Wanner? Just who is that gigolo?" A tense youth muttered, "Li Pangzi has messed with someone important this time." Another person chimed in, "I wouldn't be so sure. After all, Li Pangzi is a member of the Qi refining sect, so this matter may not be resolved peacefully." Meanwhile, Qin Yu and his group continued to stroll down the street. Li Yue asks directly Qin Yu, "What do you plan to do with this girl?" Wanner offers her opinion gently. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay at the Tianhe auction hall temporarily. However, Qin Yu simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." His sharp eyes scanned Ruo Yu in his arms as Qin Yu thought. This girl indeed possesses ancient demon blood. It's her, no doubt. Seeing his expression, Li Yue teased him, saying he liked this type. Qin Yu immediately retorted, "What do you know? This girl will be extraordinary." She pouted and nodded. Yeah, you know so much, putting on a mysterious act." Qin Yu frowned, lost in thought once more. He remembered clearly this girl would become the future Yu Ruo demon lord, who decades later would lead tens of millions of demon beasts, a terrifying existence capable of wiping out the entire human territory. Thinking of this, Qin Yu gradually understood. No wonder Ruo Yang hated humans so much. These years of servitude must have left a deep mark on her heart. It suddenly dawned on him that he couldn't let her continue wearing such tattered clothes. Wani happily chimed in, "No merchant house in Tianhe City is bigger than Yanwu Tower. Let me lead the way." She quickly turned to lead the way. "Let's go." A moment later, Qin Yu stomped his foot down with force. Qin Yu and the others now stood before the gates of Yanyu Pavilion. The three of them slowly entered, when suddenly a child up ahead exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Miss Wanner?" The girl politely greeted Miss Wanner and asked what she would like to purchase. Wanner glanced at the person next to her and replied, "It's not for me. This young master wants to buy clothes for the girl he cherishes." Hearing this, the child smiled and said, "I see, please follow me, sir." After arriving at the clothing store, Qin Yu carried Ruo Yu inside, leaving the two girls waiting outside. Wanner suddenly spoke up, "In that case, let's wander around a bit and meet up later." Li Yue nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a man decisively closed his fan as Huang Fei looked around excitedly, exclaiming, "It's been so long since I've been to Yanwu Tower. The 9-colored rock feather robe must be here." As the emperor entered a clothing store, a familiar female figure caught his eye, and he exclaimed, "Little Yue, what a coincidence, I was just coming to find you." Startled, Li Yue turned and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" He smiled gently and replied, "I heard there was a high-quality garment here at Yanwu Tower, so I thought I'd come take a look. I'll buy it for you, Nguyen." Then without a hint of shame, Huang Fi said, "That outfit is called the Nine-Tailed Eagle dress, made from the feathers of the nine-tailed eagle, and it's incredibly precious. Our heavenly river city can't even produce one of those a year. Since Moon is here, why don't we go admire it together?" Hearing this, Li Yue felt annoyed and immediately shook her head. "No thank you." At that moment, a series of gasps suddenly echoed from above. Huang Fei looked up, bewildered what was all the commotion upstairs. The crowd inside was rushing to see. Look, it's the 9-colored eagle dance garment." Qin Yu whispered gently to the person in front of him, "It suits you so well." At that moment, Ruo Yu donned the 9-colored eagle dance garment, her wide eyes sparkling with radiant beauty, leaving Huang Fei speechless with admiration. "That girl is truly beautiful." Li Yue blushed and muttered, "I didn't expect her to look so stunning in that outfit." She then pointed directly at Qin Yu, questioning him loudly, "That's not right, how could it be so fast?" He replied confused, "It's just clothes. Of course I was quick." But then Huang Fei realized something was wrong. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage. "Isn't that the outfit I wanted to buy?" At this, Huang Fei immediately confronted him. "Hey, I saw that outfit first." Qin Yu calmly put his hands on his hips and scoffed. "So you're saying I stole something you had your eye on?" Huang Fei's face darkened as he growled, "That's right." His attitude made Qin Yu laugh mockingly. "So how do you think this should go?" He glared upon hearing this, his voice arrogant and bitter. "Of course you'll return the garment to me. Name your price and don't say, 'I'm bullying you.'" Qin Yu casually smirked. "Then I'll name my price." He then immediately pointed at the other person and said, "I want the entire Qi refining sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Is this kid trying to make Huang Fei mad? In that instant, the prince's eyes went dark, as deep and bottomless as a black abyss. "You little punk." He lunged forward, grabbing Qin Yu's collar and yanking him close. "You're provoking me, aren't you?" But Qin Yu simply stroked Ruo Yu's head, telling him not to scare the child. His eyes were unwavering as he leaned in, whispering, "A challenge, I'm provoking you. What can you do?" Hearing this, Huang Fei's face darkened, his eyes turned bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. "You bastard." Finally, a blazing purple energy erupts from Huang Fei's body. "You're pushing it too far." At that moment, a frantic figure suddenly appeared, rushing over and calling out, "Young master, young master." Blinded by rage, Huang Fei lost his patience and roared, "Who is it?" Pang Zi pleaded from the foot of the stairs, "Young master, please, you must decide for me." Meng Bao stepped forward to complain, "Young master, I was beaten and my servant was taken. I'm your subordinate. Isn't this a slap in your face?" Huang Fei was stunned by his words. "What did you say?" But before he could answer, Qin Yu gently tapped him on the shoulder. "So I'm the one who hit your man." Realizing this, Fatty pointed, "That little punk is you, young master. He's the one who hit me and stole my girl." After understanding the situation, Huang Fei turned and angrily accused Qin Yu. "I was going to save you some face out of respect for your acquaintance with Yue, but you've humiliated me time and again." He glanced back at Li Yue and said, "Forgive me, Sister Yue." Huang Fei gritted his teeth and declared, "This man must die." Faced with his attitude, Li Yue was helpless. "Huang Fei, do you not respect the Prince Zhenin's estate at all?" Nearly driven mad, Huang Fei pointed at Qin Yu screaming, "You want to protect him, but why bring the Genin prince's estate into this?" Suddenly, Li Yue smiled and softly replied, "He is my future husband." These words silenced the imperial concubine, her eyes wide with shock. His entire body trembling, he clenched his fists, nodding and muttering, "Very well." Then Huang Fei threatened, "But Yue, when my master arrives, even your Genin King Manor won't be able to protect him." Finally, he lowered his head and left without another word. Fox Fatty frantically rushed to block him, saying, "We can't just let this go, young master. What about your reputation?" This time Huang Fei didn't answer but directly sent him flying with a wave of his hand. "Get lost." Instantly, a massive explosion echoes, sending smoke and dust billowing into the sky as Fatty's limp body sticks to the wall, unable to utter another word. Back at the clothing store, Li Yue worriedly said, "Qin Yu, that immortal elder will be here soon." Qin Yu calmly reassured her, "It's fine, I have a plan." Then he generously puffed out his chest and said, "Now that I think of it, since you're here, feel free to buy whatever you want." Hearing this, the two girls' eyes lit up and they cheered excitedly. "Really?" Qin Yu immediately pointed at Li Yue, freezing her in place. "You're paying." In the blink of an eye, it's evening outside the Tianhe Inn. Wanner nodded and said, "Then let's say goodbye for today." Li Yue cautiously warned Qin Yu not to do anything untoward with the girl. He frowned, ruffled Ruo Yu's hair and replied, "Do I look like that kind of person?" Seeing this, Li Yu snorted coldly and turned to leave. A moment later in the living room, Ruo Yu sat on the bed watching Qin Yu busying himself with something. The girl shyly asks, "Why did you want to buy me?" Qin Yu tilts his head and says in a low voice, "Why does there have to be a reason for everything?" With that, he looked her straight in the eye. "Just know that there are still good people among humans." Finally, Qin Yu turned and waved, saying, "All right, go to sleep. I'll be in the next room." The moment the door closed, he paused for a moment. Qin Yu knew he simply had to wait for Ji Ruo Yu's bloodline to awaken. In the dark of night, a vibrant purple bloodline emerged as Ruo Yu pondered, her expression unreadable until a strange light flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the refining sect, a gleaming sword is chained up as Huang Fei trembles before a man clenching his fists and muttering, "Damn it!" The man above suddenly spoke. "Fei, I've told you many times, you must remain calm in the face of adversity." He frowned, raising a hand in explanation. "Look at you now, letting some stray dog rile you up like this. It's embarrassing." "This man is the master of the spirit forging sect." "Father's teachings are correct," Huang Fei replied, clutching his chest with remorse. Huang Ding, no longer scolding, reassured him softly, "Don't worry, your master will be in Tianhe City in 3 days, and then Li Yue will be yours." Speaking of which, he clenched his fist, but more important than that is the upcoming Holy Fire competition. Huang Fei nodded solemnly. "Yes, I understand. I will definitely take the lead in the upcoming Holy Fire competition." His words immediately put Huang Ding at ease, and he chuckled with excitement. "Very good. With your master backing you, you'll surely take the lead in the Holy Fire competition." He continued gleefully, now able to do as he pleased in the Tianhe dynasty. Fearing no one, Huang Fei excitedly obeyed, watching his father leave. The night is still and silent. In Qin Yu's room, he lies fast asleep in his bed when suddenly a faint sound of a door being forced open echoes from outside. Two masked figures gracefully lunged toward his bed, their sharp blades nearing Qin Yu's face, yet they hesitated. Then Qin Yu spoke in a deep voice, "Why don't you strike?" The comment startled her, nearly causing her to drop her sword. Qin Yu calmly sat up, stretched, and smirked. "Isn't it uncomfortable wearing a mask in the middle of the night?" Without hesitation, one of them removed their hood, and Wu Si frowned, asking directly, "You've been awake all along?" Qin Yu calmly looked her in the eye, his tone a bit flirtatious. "How can I sleep with two stunning beauties standing at the foot of my bed in the middle of the night?" The sword in her hand was raised once more, as Qin Yu remained still, observing her every move. Now the sword's tip was mere centimeters from his neck. Wu Si coldly replied, "If that's the case, you must know why we're here." Unlike her expression, Qin Yu said casually, "Don't pretend. Neither of you has any killing intent." Wu Yue bluntly asks, "How did you know about the Crimson Death Sect?" Qin Yu pushes the sword away, saying it seems they've already figured it out. This question stuns the two women as he continues, "Where I learned it is not your concern. You only need to know that the Purple Death Sect is far from benevolent." Qin Yu's face turned serious as he said, "It's not too late to turn back now." Wu Si bit her lip in frustration. It wasn't that easy. She closed her eyes, her body beginning to relax. "The two of us have long been marked by the Purple Death Sect." And with that, the mark on her forehead began to glow. "As long as the mark remains, we can never betray the Purple Death Sect," Wu Yue said somberly. "My sister and I have searched for ways to remove the mark, but only a 6th grade sacred fire or higher can do it." Qin Yu said nothing, simply beckoning her over. "Come here." With a sharp, wary gaze, Wu Si eyed him. "What do you intend to do?" Before she could react, Qin Yu grabbed her hand and pulled her close. "Enough talk, just come here." Caught off guard, Wu Si cried out in alarm, "What do you want?" Qin Yu didn't answer, raising 2 fingers, from which golden flames erupted his eyes, sharp, a mysterious smile forming. "I'll remove the mark of the Purple Death Sect for you." The flames flashed, striking Wu Si's abdomen, her eyes widening in utter shock. A powerful light erupted from Wuxi's body like raging flames threatening to consume everything, burning fiercely for a moment. Wuxi felt a burning sensation on her neck, and she groaned slightly dizzy. She was engulfed in flames, forced to close her eyes, and endure in silence, her mouth slightly open. Moments later she collapsed to the ground, a jet-black purple flame erupting from her body. The last trace of the purple fiend-sect's dark energy dissipates into the air as a weary Wuxi frowns, wondering, "You possess a sacred flame above the 6th grade. Qin Yu smirked coldly. 6th grade, you underestimate me." He raised his hand, and a halo of flames of all levels appeared behind him, exuding the terrifying power of one above all things, confidently declaring, "If anything, I'm a 9th grade, sacred fire." Stunned by the fire's absolute power, Qin Yu turned to face Wu Yue, saying coldly, "You're next." After a moment, Wu Yue gasped softly. Qin Yu reached out to her, a golden flame dancing in his palm, and she touched her face in surprise, exclaiming, "My mark is gone too." He retracts his hand and says with his eyes closed, "Now that the marks within you have disappeared from today onward, you will no longer be controlled by the Purple Death Sect." Yue happily embraces C, relieved. It's finally over. Qin Yu looks at them, his eyes firm. "I'll ask one more time." He opens his palm. "Are you willing to come with me to devote yourselves to me from now on?" They knelt in unison, hands over their hearts, and declared, "We Wu Si and Wu Yue pledge our loyalty to Master Qin from this day forward." Qin Yu smiled, pleased. "Very well, Wu Si. I mentioned before that your cultivation technique had many flaws. It's clearly low-grade mysterious, but it can only unleash yellow-grade energy." He raised his index finger, gently touching Wu Si's forehead. "From now on you will perfect your cultivation technique for me." She immediately responded, and a surge of spiritual power flowed directly into her body. Her body overflows with energy, radiating a brilliant golden light, as if reborn. Qin Yu waves his hand, extinguishing the flames. "Your cultivation is currently at the 2nd level of the spirit realm, so you cannot cultivate a stronger saber technique. When you reach the 3rd level of the divine realm, I will pass on a mid-grade profound martial skill to you." "Thank you, master." Qin Yu turned to Wu Yu and asked Wu Yu, "Do you have the Sun Chaser arrows with you?" She was a little surprised, then quickly replied, "Yes." Vong Guyet immediately summoned the sun-chasing arrows enveloped in brilliant flames. Qin Yu touched it, frowning, as he said, "I'll pass on a low-grade Xuan martial technique that can be used with the sun-chasing arrows to maximize their power." Immediately, Wu Yue was surrounded by circles of brilliant golden arrows. She closed her eyes, feeling the new power surging within her, and then opened them, asking in surprise, "My lord, did you acquire all of these divine abilities in the great wilderness?" Qin Yu closed his eyes and replied calmly, "If the opportunity arises, I will naturally tell you." Then he smiled, reminding her that it was getting late. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly gleam with mischief, his smile turning wicked. "Why don't we take advantage of this time to rest?" Qin Yu grinned, "Don't get any ideas. You two go to another room." Having received new techniques and escaped the shackles of the purple fiend sect, Wu Si and Wu Yue breathed a sigh of relief, their faces radiant. "Then, young master, we'll take our leave." Qin Yu watched the two girls disappear, then fell back onto the bed with a sigh of relief. He rested his arm behind his head, savoring the rare silence as his mind, like a reborn supreme, began to calculate. The day of that immortal ancestor's arrival was near, followed by the sacred flame competition. The entire city of Tianhe was like a giant furnace, bathed in the brilliant golden light of flames. The Holy Fire Competition, a triennial event, was about to begin. Organized by the 4 major sects, its purpose was to select outstanding disciples and nurture them into the strongest refiners. The 4 major sects are the Holy Heart Palace, the Extreme Sun Sect, the Emotionless Sword Sect, and the Jade Maiden Sect, each balancing the others, creating equal powers. Immortal Qi, old ancestor, once won first place in the Sacred Fire Competition, achieving his current success. Qin Yu secretly assesses the profound depths of the 4 major sects whose sect leaders possess unfathomable cultivation. Ordinary martial artists would have a bright future with just a little guidance from them. This Holy Fire Competition, the 4 great sects have jointly created a 4th-grade elixir, the Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill, as a reward for the top contender, containing terrifying spiritual energy, enough for me to immediately enter the 5th level of the Divine Realm. Qin Yu is filled with determination. After entering the 5th level of the Divine Realm, I can unlock the 3rd desolate beast, Suani. The Suani Phantom can grant me endless soul power and indestructible strength, making my combat power comparable to the peak of the Divine Illumination Realm. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if he could already see the future within his grasp. Thinking of his old enemies, Zhao Dian and Zhao Huan, he vowed that the time to avenge himself against the Divine Sword Dynasty was at hand. Qin Yu clenched his fist and thrust it forward. "Just you wait, your good days are numbered." The sun blazes over the streets of Tianhe City, as a constant stream of people makes the roads more bustling than ever. Qin Yu pauses in the middle of the road, sensing the excitement in the air. Truly, the Holy Fire Competition is still far off, yet the entire city is already buzzing. As he quietly observed the crowd, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed in the distance. A large ornate carriage came into view, and nearby people whispered in admiration, wondering if it carried the masters of the Sacred Heart Palace. A burst of laughter rings out. Rumor has it the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Heart Palace has arrived early. If only I could catch a glimpse of her. Just then a delicate hand lifted the carriage curtain, revealing the ethereal beauty of the Holy Maiden Lanthian Swang as she gazed out at the world, drawing gasps of admiration. Is that the Saintess? She's gorgeous. How wonderful it would be to speak just one word to the Holy Maiden. Thian Duang's calm autumn lake eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Her eyes fell upon Qinyu standing there with a cool demeanor. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment and Qinyu couldn't help but raise his hand in greeting as if meeting an old friend. Isn't that Tianchang? It's been a while. His actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Qinyu suddenly realized his mistake, scratching his head and laughing wryly. He almost forgot that Leng Tianchang didn't know him yet. Tianchang glanced over wondering who he was. Someone familiar, perhaps. Before she could think further, a hand immediately pulled the curtain closed, displeasing Yu He. Just a pervert. Tian Shuang looked at her in surprise. Du Ha frowned slightly, her aged raspy voice, echoing Shuanger this time in Tianhe City. You must invite the champion of the Holy Fire competition to our Holy Heart Palace. Hearing this, Tian Shuang immediately responded with her eyes closed. I will do my best to fulfill father's orders. As soon as she finished speaking he sitting next to her, touched her back and continued. Younger, you are the best in the Holy Fire competition, so you will naturally be outstanding. If it's a man to be our Holy Heart Palace's son-in-law, it might not be as bad as you think. At that moment, thoughts raced through Tian Shuang's mind. Aunt Yu, I'm sorry I won't sell myself so easily. He seemed a little impatient as she called out, while Tian Shuang gently replied, Aunt Yu, I know, let's go pay our respects to the King Zhenan first. The horse-drawn carriage picked up speed, its wooden wheels gradually slowing to a halt as a stern voice announced, We've arrived. Immediately, Tianchang drew back the carriage curtain and the two, one old and one young, slowly walked towards the source of the sound. Isn't that the Holy Maiden of the Holy Heart Palace sect? Master Chu Lin of the Supreme Sun sect said with a hand on his hip. So the rumors are true. The Holy Heart Palace is willing to sell its Holy Maiden to attract talent. Hearing this, Tianchang sarcastically retorted, So it seems my lesson wasn't enough for you, Chu Lin. Your rear end is still as stinky as ever. However, Chu Lin retorted, claiming he'd only held back before because she was a woman, and did she really think she was so great? At the same time, Tianyang arrogantly turned and left. Let's go, Du Tu. Seeing this, Su Lin couldn't contain his anger. Damn him, daring to look down on me. Meanwhile, someone nearby hummed a tune. From behind, So Lam wondered, is that kid the Iron Spear? He casually raised his hand to call out to Tian Shuang as Qinyu appeared and greeted, You've come to pay respects to the Prince of Zhenan as well. I happen to know this place well. Allow me to guide you in. Du Ha, standing nearby, looked on with a bewildered expression. That lecher actually chased her all the way here. At that moment, Chu Lin suddenly grinned his hand, gently touching and gripping Qinyu's shoulder. He grinned, teeth clenched. Leng Tianchang, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to seduce someone so soon after arriving in the Tianhe dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianchang reminded him in silence, Chu Lin, you slander me time and time again. His tone was sharp and cold and his eyes lit up. Did you really think I wouldn't get angry? After hearing this, Chu Lin frowned, unafraid, and said, Come on. Suddenly purple flames erupted around Qinyu. Shut your mouth. This sight terrifies Chu Lin, leaving him speechless, while Qinyu curls his fingers, his eyes blazing with fury. Who do you think you are? Chu Lin taunted, unafraid. Lao Yao, I am a divine disciple of the extreme sect. As he spoke, a flickering purple flame appeared before him. Suddenly, Qinyu's Nai-Ti avatar appears, his voice cold and ruthless. If you utter another word against Lan Tian Shuang, I will make sure you go from godchild to dead man. Who is this kid? He wondered, as his legs trembled and cold sweat poured down his face. Why does this first-level transcendent realm cultivator exude such terrifying pressure? To be intimidated by him. A disgrace to the extreme sect. Punk, I don't want to kill anyone in front of the Prince of Zhenan's mansion. Kneel down and apologize and I'll let it go. Qinyu unfazed replies, I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Immediately, Chu Lin grabbed his blue light staff, took an offensive stance and said, You asked for this. Shaolin leaps forward, gripping his light staff and shouts, Die. Seeing this, Thian Duang immediately warned, Careful, that's a flame blade condensed from a 5th-grade sacred fire. But Tanvu showed no fear, a faint smile playing on his lips as he easily dodged the opponent's strike. So Lam was overconfident, thinking he had succeeded, but a blue flame suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing his weapon vanish, Chu Lin's face was a mask of panic, eyes wide, speechless as the flames fell near Qinyu's feet. Without hesitation, Qinyu stomped on the flames, then narrowed his eyes mockingly. Was this supposed 5th-grade holy fire a fake? It was so weak. Witnessing Qinyu easily suppress his 5th-grade sacred fire, Chu Lin panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat, and gritted his teeth. What have you done? Why my sacred fire, Tian Chang and you? He stood frozen, unable to react. Regaining his composure, Tian Chang analyzed sharply that the only thing that could frighten a 5th-grade sacred fire like that would be a sacred fire higher than 5th grade, or a natural fire body. Hearing this, he momentarily opened her mouth in surprise. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Qinyu with a gentle smile. So that's how it is. Sensing an unusual gaze, Qinyu suddenly trembled as Chulin's face darkened with rage. Impossible. How could a 5th-grade sacred fire be suppressed by a mere first-level god realm cripple like you? He pointed directly at Qinyu and Suzhao. You must have used some trick that no one else can see. At that moment, the king of Zhenan felt he could no longer sit idly by. He cried out in protest. Enough! The prince of Zhenan approached with his scepter, his imposing figure radiating authority as he declared, "This is my manor, not some marketplace." Chu Lin immediately bowed, respectfully suppressing his anger. Chu Lin, the 5th divine son of the Eternal Sun sect, greets the prince of Zhenan. Tianchong also bowed respectfully. Leng Tianchong, the holy maiden of the Sacred Heart Palace, greets the prince of Zhenan. The imposing Prince Zhenan slowly approaches and Qin Yu can't help but smirk. This old man clearly arrived at the gate early, only speaking now he's full of schemes. The Prince of Zhenan closed his eyes, savoring the moment, thinking I didn't expect Qin Yu to obtain a high-grade sacred fire in the great wilderness. My decision today was indeed correct. Stroking his long beard, he beamed at Qin Yu. Little brother, you finally arrived. Come in with me. Qin Yu followed without hesitation. As he passed the seething Chu Lin, Qin Yu chuckled triumphantly. Your politeness is excessive, Prince Zhenan. I'll take my leave now. He turned and left without hesitation. As Chu Lin's figure disappeared, Tianchong cursed under his breath, idiot. Then Qin Yu and the Prince of Zhenan entered the reception room. The Prince of Zhenan became amiable, then solemnly announced, Young brother, Qin, the reason I've called you here today is to inform you of something. Qin Yu immediately guessed what it was. The sacred fire competition, I know. The Prince of Zhenan nodded with a smile, his voice gentle. That's right, it's about the sacred fire competition. Extending his hand, he offered, the Zhenan King's estate has an open spot and I can give you this opportunity. Qin Yu clasped his hands calmly. Thank you, Zhenan King. Hearing this, Tian Shuang immediately chimed in. Young Master Qin, would you like to join my Sacred Heart Hall? Qin Yu confidently replies, if I can win first place in the Sacred Fire competition, then it won't be too late to discuss this. Tian Shuang, with her hand on her chest, softly responds, I understand. Then he glanced at you. He aunt you. You understand how to respond. Yes. Do. He then raised her hand, revealing a ring shimmering with brilliant flames, and reverently presented it with both hands, saying, King Zhenan, this is a small token from the Holy Heart Palace. Please accept it. He accepted it, saying gently, the Holy Heart Palace is too kind. He then subtly reminded Tian Chang, Holy Maiden, this man is favored by the Prince of Zhenan and possesses high-grade strange fire. You should take the initiative to build a good relationship with him. Do. He then whispered something to Tian Chang, who blushed and nodded slightly. Okay. Suddenly Tian Chang turns to Qin Yu. She smiled shyly. I haven't been in Tianhe City for many years. I wonder if Master Qin has time to stroll with me. Qin Yu, equally intrigued, immediately agreed. Of course. Seeing this, the Prince of Zhenan nodded in satisfaction. So that's how it is. He immediately united the young couple, saying, if the Holy Maiden has an appointment, then go, but remember to return to the manor for dinner. He playfully told Qin Yu, your fiancé is cooking for you. Qin Yu was shocked and cried out inwardly, well done, old man. The Prince of Zhenan chuckled, stroking his white beard. All right, you two go on ahead. I won't keep you any longer. He watched Qin Yu turn and leave a kind smile gracing his face. The Holy Heart Palace spared no expense, even sending their saintess to recruit talent. A pity, so close to the moon. Remembering his adorable granddaughter, the Prince of Zhenan murmured, Yuer, isn't she the moon I seek? The scene shifts to a grand courtyard filled with laughter. The bright sun shines into the El Lanchi sect's living room as a sullen Chu Lin sits with his head in his hand. The imperial consort smiles, bowing obsequiously. I never expected you to arrive in person. He excitedly says, this is truly a great honor for the refinement sect. So Lam looks up, his face full of worry, and asks, Huang Fei, are you confident you can take first place in this holy fire competition? Rest assured, Huang Fei said with a confident bow, victory is assured. My master, the immortal Qi ancestor, will arrive soon. With my master and you backing me, who could possibly threaten me? Not necessarily. Chu Lin frowned, his face darkening. I saw someone earlier. He recalled the figure engulfed in raging flames, his voice grinding out. Though only at the first level of the divine realm, he suppressed my sacred fire. The imperial concubine gasped, impossible. Since when did such a figure appear in Milky Way City? Shaolin conjures an image of Qin Yu within a ring of energy. Shaolin asked Huang Fei, do you know this man? Huang Fei, now enraged, roared, it's him. So Lam frowned, you know him. Huang Fei's rage was palpable, his voice a venomous hiss. This kid's name is Qin Yu. So Lin asked grimly, the same Qin Yu who killed Li Jian. The one wanted by the Divine Sword Dynasty. Huang Fei hastily replied, that's right, the very same country bumpkin from the Divine Sword Dynasty. His face darkened, his voice filled with worry, believing Qin Yu had ventured into the great wilderness and obtained a heaven-defying fortune. Now it seemed the rumors were true. Qin Yu obtained a sacred flame in the great wilderness, so wouldn't this sacred flame competition be? Chu Lin glanced at Huang Fei and affirmed gravely, the sacred flame within Qin Yu is of a higher level than mine. The image of Qin Yu's blazing flames overwhelming the other competitors flashed before Chu Lin's eyes, and he despondently said, "I fear no one will be his match in this holy fire competition." Huang Fei waved his hand, speaking with unwavering conviction, "Divine Son, we absolutely cannot let him win the holy fire competition." Sensing an opportunity, Chu Lin's eyes widened and he asked urgently, "Of course, when will your master arrive?" Huang Fei quickly calmed down, respectfully replying, "My master will likely arrive tomorrow." Closing his eyes a bit relieved, Chu Lin waved his hand, saying, "We'll discuss this further after your master arrives." "You may leave now," Huang Fei replied. "Yes." Leaning back, Chu Lin took a deep breath, a slight smirk playing on his lips. High-grade sacred fire. Chu Lin opened his eyes, a sinister look on his face. "If I can seize this sacred fire for myself, the position of sect leader of the Extreme Sun sect will surely be mine." His eyes widened as if realizing something. So Lin wondered, even Huang Fei and immortal Qi ancestor have become obstacles in my path. As the setting sun casts its glow upon an ancient city, this is the city of Tianhe. Qin Yu and Tiancheng walk amidst the bustling crowd. A light appears in Tiancheng's hand, condensing into a token with writing on it. She looks at her palm in confusion, then stares in shock at the man before her. This Qin Gongzi is actually Qin Yu of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty, she thought. Young Master Qin. Qin Yu turned startled and asked, "What is it?" Tiancheng closed her eyes, her voice tinged with sadness. "I am deeply sorry for what happened to the Qin family." He closed his eyes and said calmly, "You are too kind, Miss Leng." Tiancheng raised a hand to her chest, looking at him, and said affirmatively, "If there is anything you need, our Sacred Heart Palace will fully assist you." Qin Yu paused, then said softly, "Even if you remember Zhao Huan's towering figure and are a little unsure, I ask you, even if we must wage war against the Zhao clan, will your stance remain firm?" Tianyang frowned slightly, placed a hand on her chest, and declared solemnly, "The Zhao clan is powerful, but the backing of my Sacred Heart Palace is not to be trifled with." Qin Yu politely declined, "You're too kind, Miss Leng. I'll handle my revenge myself." He clenched his fist, a victorious smirk on his face. "But before I do, I'll need your and Holy Heart Palace's help." Hearing that, her eyes widened with excitement, her face relaxed, and her voice brightened. "Young Master Qin, do you mean?" Qin Yu moved closer, raised a finger to his lips, and winked. "Miss Leng, you understand." Tianyang blushed, her cheeks as red as tomatoes. Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction as a passerby seemed to recognize her, muttering, "Oh, is that shy beauty, the holy maiden of the Sacred Heart?" People began to gather, buzzing with speculation. "Who's that with her? Are you new here? You don't even know this guy." Another man chimed in, boasting, "Let me tell you, he changes women every day. Moonflower, Princess Dugu." One air, "Who's that?" Passersby overheard and were stunned, exclaiming, "That's terrifying. I can't compare." Qin Yu and Tiancheng froze as they realized they were surrounded. He faked a cough, and Qin Yu forced a smile, quickly grabbing her hand and darting through the crowd. "Miss Lan, let me show you around elsewhere." Meanwhile, in another part of Galaxy City, Bang Zi and Lu Cheng follow behind Wang Xian on a bustling street. He tried to sound flattering. "Young Master Wang, wait for me, don't walk so fast." Wang Xuan's face twisted with displeasure as he questioned Li Pengzi. "Are you sure?" Bange lowered his head, nodding. "I toiled for the Qi refining sect, but they abandoned me. If you don't mind, I'll serve you from now on." He smirked, whispering into Wang Xuan's ear, "I've recently acquired over a dozen slaves, all from the Succubus clan." Hearing this, Wang Xuan's eyes lit up, his attitude becoming much more enthusiastic. "Succubi," he grinned, losing all humanity, his eyes wide with pleasure, his mind soaring. Pengzi grinned, "And I handpicked them all." Wang Xuan was instantly delighted and praised him without reservation. "Good, very good. From now on you belong to me. Bring all those succubi to my manor tonight." "Yes, yes, yes." Suddenly he stopped, noticing something strange. Pengzi froze in surprise, pointing at Qin Yu and Tianyang, then shouted, "It's him, that stinking brat again." Qin Yu, the two of them are radiating, killing intent. He suddenly noticed Tiancheng chuckling, and blurted out a compliment. "That's him," he roared, pointing an accusing finger. "He's the one who stole my slave. You have no idea. The girl he stole. In terms of beauty, he recalled Ruo Yi. Even the woman beside him was only comparable. Moreover, I've discovered this kid's arrogance stems from the backing of the Prince Jenin's estate." Wang Xuan's face darkened as he continued, "That guy is after the princess, so he's wary of Li Yue, but the Divine Spear sect doesn't care about any Prince Jenin." He stomped his foot and issued a stern command. Pengzi eagerly followed behind as Wang Xuan confidently stepped forward and proposed, "Li Pengzi, now that you're one of us, allow me to help you vent your anger." As Qin Yu and Tiancheng admired the city, they were suddenly stopped in their tracks by Wang Xuan. Beside him, Pengzi sneered, speaking in a challenging tone, "Long time no see." Qin Yu simply smirked in response. "I remember you being Wang Fei's pet wild boar. What about it? Changed masters already." And Pengzi is already furious enough to clench his fists and shout. "What did you say?" Wang Xuan calmly retorted. "Li Pengzi will be under my protection from now on. Even Huang Fei wouldn't dare to settle accounts with you for taking his slave." His face darkened, emphasizing each word. He dares, Tianyang thought nervously, realizing Qin Yu had made quite a few enemies. Qin Yu stood opposite him, unfazed, and questioned directly. So as you say, how do you want to take revenge? Of course you'll return my slave, and that little girl beside you too. Not bad looking. Wang Xuan grinned. From this day forward, she belongs to me, Wang Bian. Hearing this, Tian Chang frowned slightly, glaring with murderous intent. She erupts with immense power, unleashing a torrent of vile curses, as Qin Yu quickly tries to restrain her. Miss, don't rush. Just suggest that I go up. Qin Yu stood with his arms crossed, a sly smile challenging them. Wang Xuan, what if I don't allow it? Wang Xuan laughs confidently, a hint of anger flashing across his face as he threatens. Then I'll just have to kill you, he says, mockingly clenching his fist and tilting his head up slightly. Very well, make your move. I was just looking to loosen up a bit. Wang Xuan braced himself, preparing to strike. He smirked, raising his hand to strike his body, enveloped in a powerful aura of blue and purple lightning. You asked for this. I'll show you the Xuan-level martial art I just learned. The force of the thunder wind palm rips through Tian Chang and Qin Yu, the lightning even knocking Pengzi off his feet. Looking up at the gathering storm clouds, Tian Yang says worriedly, Young Master Qin, is the power of this thunder wind palm truly terrifying, or is it just me? Qin Yu remained calm, standing tall with his eyes closed. Miss Lan, this is just low-grade Xuan-level martial arts. You don't need to intervene. Wang Xuan's eyes glowed red as he roared. I spent so much to get this thunder wind palm from Huang Fei. Today I'll use you to test it out, go die. Qin Yu. Wang Xuan gathers his power, unleashing a massive blast towards Qin Yu, who simply exhales, then focuses and blows again with all his might. Qin Yu focused all his inner strength and muscle into that powerful breath, unleashing a massive destructive force. Caught completely off guard, Wang Xuan was instantly blown away, his eyes rolling back in his head, the force dragging him past a bystander who recoiled in shock. Seeing Wang Xuan unconscious on the ground, he was so frightened that tears streamed down his face as he screamed, "Oh my God!" Qin Yu adjusted his breathing, returning to his usual cheerful self. Miss Lan, that's definitely the case. Tian Yang replied timidly, still trying to process what he'd just seen. Yes. Her eyes widened as she looked at Long Shen, realizing that Wang Xuan, who was at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm and had demonstrated a profound level martial art, couldn't even withstand a single move from young Master Qin. Tian Cheng's eyes suddenly darted away, a thought flashing through his mind that Qin Yu's move also seemed to be of the profound level. Qin Yu stomped his foot down, emphasizing his point, and Pengzi turned pale with fear. Oh, a sinister smile spreads across his face as he asks, will it be you? The man bows his head, gritting his teeth, eyes shut tight. Pengzi kowtows, begging, spare me, please spare me, I'll give you everything I own, just don't kill me. Qin Yu's voice is accusatory as he continues. Everything. He forced a smile, sweat pouring down his face, his whole body trembling. Yes, yes. He turned to Miss Lang for her opinion. Would you like to come along? Tian Yang coldly agreed. Fine. Qin Yu kicked Pengzi, ordering him to lead the way, and he hastily complied. Yes, yes, yes. In the silent, luxurious room, the brilliant sunlight accentuated the grandeur of Li Pengzi's mansion. Qin Yu slowly walked through the scattered items on the ground, and they stood before the weapons hanging on the wall. He looked around and wondered, Li Pengzi, is this your entire fortune? Yes, that's right, Bangzi replied, to which Qin Yu scoffed. This isn't enough to save your life. Pale and drenched in sweat, Bangzi cowered. Please spare me, I truly have nothing left. Qin Yu clenched his fist in anger. Then you can die. Trembling, he backed away, desperately trying to bargain. Wait, I still have slaves, so many slaves. His face darkened, and he commanded coldly, take me to see them. Pengzi stammered, agreeing and turning away. All right, let me help you open the hidden room. He gently pushed the door open, and a thick, pungent aroma wafted out, gradually spreading. Tian Yang immediately covered his nose, complaining, ugh, this is nauseating. Qin Yu, unable to hide his anger, glared and rebuked him for imprisoning slaves in this place. Li Pengzi, the things you've done are far more cruel than I imagined. Pengzi timidly replied, I won't do it again. He grabbed the man's collar and decided to go inside, saying, let's go take a look. Miss Lan, please bear with it for now. The three of them entered the foul-smelling room. Seeing the chained slaves, Tian Yang couldn't help but wonder, were they always kept in such conditions? The prisoners locked in iron cages were all wounded and terrified, while the stronger ones gritted their teeth in pain. Despite his chains, a man's desperate cries sent a jolt of fear through the quivering Pengzi. Li Pengzi. The man gripped the bars, his eyes burning with hatred, and roared, you slaughtered my family and enslaved me. You will never rest in peace. He trembled, reaching out with his chained hands to seize Pengzi, desperate to make him suffer. Seeing this, Tian Chang was consumed by rage, clenching his fist, unable to forgive. Enraged, Qin Yu lifts the man into the air, declaring, you're truly inhuman. He slowly approached a strange dark room. Qin Yu's eyes gleaming as Long wondered. Inside are two captive succubi. It seems he's recognized them. Qin Yu asks sternly, are these your slaves too? Pengzi replies gleefully, yes, these are newly acquired succubi, all top quality. A savage grin spreads across his face as he praises, his expression darkening. Li Pengzi, well done, very well done. He grinned, stammering with anticipation. If you're pleased, does that mean I can? Qin Yu waves him away. I said, I won't kill you now, go. Pengzi's eyes light up a smile spreading across his face. That's great, thank you. But then Tiancheng struck him from behind, catching him off guard. Her blow was so powerful that he vomited blood, his eyes rolled back, and blood vessels burst. Qin Yu said grimly, I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean. Tianyang barely landed another blow on his arm before Qin Yu stopped her, saying that Miss Leng doesn't kill. She glared mercilessly at Pengzi lying on the ground as Tianyang shouted, declaring that death was too good for those who enjoyed torturing slaves. She clasped her hands together, wondering, Young master, Qin, what do you intend to do with these slaves? Qin Yu softly replies, They are all pitiful people. I will have the Prince of Zhenan arrange things for them. Tiancheng lowers her head slightly, her face softening as she gently adds, That is good then. We'll have to trouble you, young Master Qin. A moment later, a group rushed over their footsteps, echoing as Li Yue ordered the slaves to be rescued. She fumed. That damned Li Pengzi deserves more than death. He should be imprisoned here and made to suffer. Qin Yu approached, saying softly, Killing Li Pengzi won't end the slave trade. She must always remember her responsibility to abolish the slave trade of the Tianhe dynasty. Then he brushed past her, raising his hand and saying, I'll have to trouble you and Miss Gu tonight. I won't be at the manor for dinner. I'll be going now. Hearing this, Li Yue was so angry she was fuming ablaze with fury. Do you even know how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into making that meal, you jerk? Tianyang quietly shrinks back while Li Yue clenches her fist and shouts, I won't let you off next time. Tianyang smiles to himself, thinking that Qin Gongzi and Li Yue's relationship doesn't seem to be that far along yet. Suddenly, a hand tapped her shoulder. Sister Leng. Li Yue asked with concern, Lan, why is your face so red? Tianyang, flustered, stammered a reply, It's nothing, nothing at all. Li Yue frowned, judging the scene. Strange, outside the Tianhe Inn sunlight illuminated a large courtyard, where scrolls, gold rings, and flowers were surrounded by power. Qin Yu sat alone, eyes closed in concentration, practicing his technique, hands crossed. The sacred fire trials are about to begin, any chance to increase his cultivation. He opens his eyes, staring straight ahead, a look of determination etched on his face. He can't afford to miss anything. Cut to the God Spear sect, a quiet room with a warm atmosphere. Tai Shang happily greets him, surprised that he came in person, the master of the Divine Spear sect. Wang Tiakeng. He smiles radiantly. Young Master Lu's presence truly brightens our Divine Spear clan. Lu Zhulong spoke in a low voice, enough with the nonsense. Does your Divine Spear sect even have anyone qualified to participate in the Great Holy Fire competition? I see. Zhulang lowered his head slightly, shaking it in disappointment. I knew it. The Godly Spear sect is getting worse and worse. The Eternal Sun sect has decided to support the Huangshuan Refining sect, the Jade Maiden sect will support the Ice Soul sect, and the Sacred Heart Palace is yet to be determined. Zhulang extends his hand, conjuring a red flame that blazes in his palm. Zhulang announced, I'm here to give you all an opportunity. Seeing this, Tai Chang was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is 6th grade sacred fire, he forced a laugh and shouted. Zhulang continued, saying this was a 6th grade sacred fire, the core flame. With this 6th grade sacred fire, and the support of my Heartless Sword sect, you should have the power to compete. With a hand on his chest, Tai Shang knelt, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lu. Wang Xuan, bruised and panting, rushed to his father, clutching his face, trembling and crying out, Father, you must avenge me. Witnessing this, Zhulong was speechless, unable to interject while Wang Xuan pointed at him, questioning, Father, who is this? Tai Shang rebukes him, shouting, Have you no manners? This is young Master Lu of the Emotionless Sword sect. Hearing this, Wang Xuan was surprised and continued. As Zhu Lang of the Ruthless Sword sect conjured a flame in his hand, he said in a deep voice, I hope the Divine Spear sect won't disappoint me. Wang Xuan stared at the flame, looking back and forth as he asked, Father, what is this? Tai Chang angrily smacked Wang Xuan's head, yelling, You idiot, this is a 6th grade sacred fire. He looked up, hardly believing his ears, and exclaimed, A 6th grade sacred fire. Tai Shang's voice resonated. The Emotionless Sword sect has decided to support our Divine Spear sect. Quickly refine this 6th grade holy fire and strive to take the top spot in the holy fire competition. Wang Xuan's face couldn't hide his desire. Sacred fire. I have sacred fire too. Suddenly looking up, he laughed triumphantly, as Wang Xuan thought to himself with a smirk, Qin Yu, even if the Wind Thunder Elder couldn't do anything to you, now that I have the 6th grade sacred fire with my talent, I'll definitely take it to the next level after refining it. He frowned, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, That's when you'll die. Ti Chang questioned as Wang Xuan clutched the 6th grade holy fire, What happened to your injuries? He struggles to contain the flame within his palm as Wang Xuan smiles, dismissing his father's concerns. Don't worry, father. I'll be going now. He turned and left, laughing like he'd won a great prize, as Tai Shang watched him go with a satisfied smile. He never imagined his son would obtain the sacred fire. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. It seems the rise of the Divine Spear sect is inevitable. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly River City, 4 men carry a palanquin down a wide road. Huang Fei stood amidst the crowd at the city gates, a welcoming smile on his face. He spoke softly, Finally, my master has arrived. 4 men gently lowered the palanquin, as Huang Fei respectfully greeted his master. Your disciple pays respects. A hand emerged from the palanquin, gesturing dismissively. Enter and accompany me to the Prince of Southern Tranquillity's estate. He smiled and bowed his head in obedience. Yes. Once they were both seated inside the palanquin, the immortal finally spoke. I've come first to arrange your marriage to Li Yu. He glanced over, saying he'd help him win first place in the Sacred Fire competition. Hearing this, Huang Fei frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Master, speaking of which, there's something else I must report concerning Qin Yu of the Qin family, from the Divine Sword Dynasty. After a moment he stroked his beard and said gravely, I see. It seems Qin Yu gained a great opportunity in the Great Wilderness. He recalled the power that soared through the roof and frowned, thinking Qin Yu possesses a sacred flame and even residual immortal energy. I presume the immortal aura I sensed that day was indeed coming from him. Filled with rage, Huang Fei gritted his teeth and said, Master, the quality of the sacred fire on Qin Yu is extremely high. Even Chu Lin can't compare. You must not let him participate in the sacred fire competition. The old man conjured a blue flame revealing the immortal energy and the fire within his palm. This is Netherworld Ghost Flame, my 6th grade sacred fire. Though only 6th grade, I have nurtured it for many years. While not as good as 7th grade, it is not far behind. I will use a secret technique to help you obtain this sacred fire. Seeing this, Huang Fei's eyes widened and he cried out in surprise. It's close to 7th grade, he continued. 6th grade sacred flames are rare, so I'm guessing that Qin Yu Kid only has a 6th grade flame. With my Netherworld Ghost Flame, you've already secured 9 parts of the victory. Huang Fei sat upright, closing his eyes as the flame flew into him. He raised the hand that held the powerful flame, the aura revealing it to be the Underworld Ghost Flame. Huang Fei clenched his fists, a smug grin on his face. Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you. His expression turned serious, his eyes filled with determination, as he thought, Qin Yu, your cultivation is inferior to mine. Even with your demonic powers and holy fire, I now possess the immensely powerful ghost flames. How can you possibly be my match? Scene change to the Tran Nam Prince's manor. Li Nguyen anxiously runs to the prince grandfather. I've come up with a plan that arrogant Hong Fi is coming. She turned and pointed at Qin Yu, ordering him to go find him, startling him so much that he spat out his tea. He lowered his head, dejected. It's always my job. Li Yue rushed over, instructing him, when the time comes, put on a good show and crush Huang Fei's arrogance. The immortal artifact took a step forward and greeted him. It's been a while, Prince Jenin. Qin Yu glances over, noticing the immense power radiating from Huang Fei. The grade of the sacred fire within him has risen. He was originally grade 5, but now he's at grade 6, perhaps even approaching grade 7. He pouted, thinking to himself that his ancestor had put in a lot of effort. Huang Fei approached, clasped his hands and bowed. Younger sister Li Yu, he said with a smirk, my master is here today to settle our marriage. Li Yue immediately pulled Qin Yu forward, retorting, I don't need it. I already have a fiancé. You and I aren't close. We only knew each other as children. I advise you not to cling to me anymore. The immortal spirit asked in a deep voice. This young brother must be Qin Yu, of the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Hearing this, Qin Yu affirmed, it is I. The old man frowned angrily, shouting insults. Qin Yu, what makes you worthy of Li Yue? You're nothing but a lackey from the Divine Sword Dynasty. With a boastful tone, Immortal Qi introduced her. The princess is my personal disciple, and she will be the champion of the Holy Fire competition. She will soar to new heights. How can you compare? Seeing this, Li Yue spoke up in protest. Qin Yu also possesses Holy Fire. He will be the champion of the Holy Fire competition. Qin Yu frowned slightly, silently judging that this girl fell for such a simple trick. He gently rested his fingers on his chin, lost in thought. This old dog seems to be provoking Li Yue, but he's really trying to mess with my head, leading me to a deathmatch at the Holy Fire competition, using the opportunity to kill me. But this is exactly what I want. You want to kill me? How could I let you off? Immortal Qi smirked, saying excellent. Without hesitation, he issued the challenge. If Qin Yu wins first place in the Holy Fire competition, then naturally fair won't be a match. The Immortal Qi emphasized, its eyes sharp with disdain. But what if he fails? Li Yue retorted angrily. That's impossible. Huang Fei smirked as Chu Qing proposed. If I win the Holy Fire competition, you must marry me immediately without delay. What do you say? If you trust him so much, you won't refuse this bet, will you? She immediately fell into the trap and hastily agreed. Fine, I'm not afraid of anyone. Then Li Yue turned to Qin Yu, sternly reminding him. Did you hear that? You have to win first place or I'll fall into his clutches. Before leaving, Xian Qi couldn't resist a few more taunts. Very well, the Holy Fire competition is about to begin. This old man will be watching. Qin Yu and Li Yue watched them leave in silence, Li Yue frowning with obvious displeasure. I'll be waiting to see you defeated. Qin Yu, you must teach that royal son a lesson at the Holy Fire competition. After a long silence, Qin Yu finally spoke in a deep voice. Are you sure? That royal concubine is not the same as before. He states seriously. He was only a 5th grade Holy Fire user before, but now the Holy Fire pressure in his body has increased to the 6th grade and is even approaching the 7th grade. She shrugged and smiled dismissively. So what if he's almost at the 7th rank? Didn't he panic and shout as soon as he recognized Li Yue? Almost 7th grade. Why didn't you say so sooner? Qin Yu sighed, dejected, shaking his head helplessly. That's right, there's no way I can surpass him now. I'm afraid you really will have to marry him. She curled up, lamenting her fate. I'm doomed, I'm finished. Why did I have to get so worked up? I'm such an idiot. From afar he chuckled softly. The king of Jinan approached, a faint smile on his face, and stroking his beard, he cautioned, Young man, don't tease Yue anymore. The king of Jinan smiled kindly, saying, Facing you whether it's level 6 or 7, I fear it makes no difference at all. Zhili Yue bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, and looked at him with a wronged expression. Qin Yu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Who knows what might happen? As night fell, the bright moonlight illuminated the night sky, and a hand reached out to absorb the flower's power. Qin Yu sits upright, eyes closed in cultivation, engulfed in a massive flame of power. His eyes snap open, a golden light blazing within, as the might of the cliffside beast and golden rock erupts from him. He forces those two powers together. Qin Yu's hand forms a bright golden orb of power, then he flies into the air, absorbing the energy into himself. Qin Yu collapses to the floor, engulfed in blue flames. He exhales deeply, his face darkens and cold sweat pours down. Having reached the 3rd level of the divine realm, tomorrow is the main event. Qin Yu collapses to the floor to rest, as we cut to the holy fire competition arena. White birds take flight in the arena as the crowd cheers with excitement. The Zhenin king stroked his beard and smiled gently. The holy fire competition has finally begun. Tian Yang, sitting next to him, softly replied, Indeed, I hope young Master Qin Yu will fare well in the competition. Flames of power danced around the arena's pillars as an immortal coldly scoffed on his throne. A young man excitedly cheered. The holy fire competition begins, while another sighed wistfully. If only I possessed the holy fire. A hesitant young man enters, secretly observing something. Meanwhile, Huang Fei glances at her opponents, a smirk of disdain on her face. A swarm of naive ants joins the competition, as Wang Xian appears, sneering. Huang Fei, you seem so confident. Winning must be a sure thing, right? Huang Fei retorts, Wang Xuan, today is the holy fire competition. What are you doing here? You don't even have a holy fire. Are you just here to watch? He cryptically replies, whether or not I have the holy fire, you'll soon find out. They stare each other down, smiles, masking the animosity in their eyes. A heavy footstep echoes as Qin Yu arrives, exuding a dignified air. Huang Fei and Wang Xian pause, turning to face him. Huang Fei smirked. Wang Xuan, our feud can wait. Qin Yu is our common enemy. Wang Xuan replied, that's a given. Qin Yu smirked inwardly, calling them both idiots, then feigned friendliness, raising his hand in greeting. Greetings, gentlemen. I hope you both play well today, and try not to make it too embarrassing when you lose. Enraged, Wang Hian roared, raising his fist to attack Qin Yu. Today is the day you die. Huang Fei grits her teeth, her eyes flashing with a hateful red light. Laugh all you want, let's see how long it lasts. From above, someone observes the bustling scene below as Fei Fei laughs, praising. This year's Holy Fire Assembly has gathered many masters. The great sects are truly powerful. She paid special attention to Qin Yu, but that martial artist stood out. Qingjiao paused, her cheeks flushed. Less than 3 seconds later, she leaped into the air, drawing the gazes of all the men below. She landed on the ground right in front of Qin Yu, and Qingjiao asked Qin Yu, is that really you? Qin Yu approached and said, Qingjiao, we haven't seen each other in 3 years since you went to the Jade Maiden sect. I didn't expect you to become such a graceful young woman. Qingjiao replied, Qin Yu, you've changed a lot too, but I really didn't expect you to come and participate in the Holy Fire competition. He smiled brightly at that, declaring, I'm determined to make my mark on this Holy Fire competition. She then confessed with a hint of sadness. Qin Yu, I've heard about what happened to you. The Qin family has served my Divine Sword dynasty, faithfully accomplishing great deeds, but I never imagined your father and sister would be like that. Qin Yu gently stroked Qingjiao's head, consoling her. It's all right. This is between them and me, it has nothing to do with you. From above, Fei Fei observed their intimate exchange, exclaiming as if struck by a sudden realization. Fei Fei's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him, wondering, this is Qin Yu who killed Li Jianhe. Qin Yu and his junior sister grew up together. Their relationship must be deep. If Qin Yu truly becomes #1, perhaps we can use this to our advantage. A nearby man muses. What's going on? Who is this kid? Why is he so close with someone from the Jade Maiden sect? Someone replied, fool, he's a heartthrob. Just watch, if he has less than 3 women around him, I Zhao Ritian will write my name backward. Wanner steps forward, praising him with a gentle smile. Young Master Qin Yu is never without beautiful companions. The man pointed and said, look, here comes another one. Qin Yu scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Miss Wanner, you flatter me. Qingjiao blushed beside her while Wanner looked visibly annoyed. Suddenly an umbrella blossomed open and Qingjiao announced, well then I'll head up first, Qin Yu. With a light step, Qingjiao encouraged him before leaving. You must do your best in the Sacred Fire competition. Qin Yu smirked, reassuring her. Don't worry, I'll definitely be the champion this time. As Qingjiao ascended, Fei Fei earnestly addressed her junior, saying with a faint smile, if Qin Yu truly wins the Holy Flame Grand Meet, then we'll have to rely on Qingjiao in the future. The other men there noticed a girl approaching. Look, she's here too. Qin Yu suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed. The glacial sect. So Han Wei, with her beautiful but icy face, showed no emotion as murmurs began to rise behind her. See that, that's the Ice Soul sect's once-in-a-century genius. At only 16, she's already reached the 5th level of the Divine Realm, and she carries a 6th-grade sacred fire. Some wonder, is that not Han Yi of the Ice Soul sect? The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. So Han Wei has emerged from 3 years of seclusion as such a beauty. I remember when I met her years ago, she was just a snot-nosed child. Han Wei slowly stepped forward, stood before Qin Yu, and smiled gently. He returned a soft smile. Huang Fei and Wang Xuan, consumed by jealousy, wondered, how did this kid even manage to seduce Chu Hanyi? Her words surprised Qin Yu. I am bound to the Qin family by fate. If you ever need help, come find me. Han Yi and Qin Yu part ways, and she warns him sternly, but since we've met again in this holy fire competition, I won't hold back. But Qin Yu didn't mind, only smiling softly as he thought, this girl. A moment later, the crowd gathered in the center of the arena, and Qin Yu stood alone, observing the others, chatting happily. 2 other girls approached, waving to everyone in a friendly manner. Hello, hello. Qin Yu's eyes widened, paying close attention as Ling. He cheerfully greeted, friendly greetings, please guide me. Seeing him, she casually offered a greeting as well. Hello, she says. Qin Yu responds, greetings. Seeing this, Wanner was visibly displeased. Young Master Qin certainly has many acquaintances, doesn't he? His expression darkened as he glared inwardly, thinking, so she's here too. In his past life, she won 1st place in the Holy Fire competition, and he recalls just how powerful Ling he was. This woman's background is shrouded in mystery. She claims to be a rogue cultivator who won without suppression, revealing a cultivation level at the 9th stage of the Divine Transformation Realm, and possesses a sacred fire no lower than the 8th rank. She exudes demonic energy, yet strangely, after winning the Sacred Fire competition, she vanished without a trace. Qin Yu stares intently at Ling He, his eyes filled with murderous intent, determination rising within him. In this life, I must observe carefully to see what this woman's background truly is. An ethereal announcement rings out, the time is near. The old man and the Prince of Zhenan leaped down to the platform, and he shouted, please, everyone remain silent. Then the Prince of Zhenan solemnly introduced, the Great Sacred Fire competition is a matter of great importance to the Tianhe dynasty. Today, I hope you will rely on your own abilities to achieve the top position. He gestured to invite the representatives of the 4 great sects to the stage. Obeying the order, the 4 of them stepped forward with dignified and capable bearing, standing at the 4 corners of the platform, raising their hands and focusing their power on the great flame. From within the flames, the heavenly sacred firestone gradually appears, and Huang Fei stares wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming, this is the heavenly sacred firestone. Wang Xuan, also surprised, adds, the heavenly sacred firestone is the most mysterious treasure of the Tianhe dynasty, said to be born of heaven and earth, not only helping martial artists to control sacred fire, but even upgrading its grade. His face darkened as he growled, because the heavenly sacred firestone is so precious, it has always been jointly owned by the 4 major sects. Everyone who witnessed it couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's so radiant. But Qin Yu remained still, a slight sneer on his face, thinking, they're this shocked by something so small. He recalled his past life, wondering if they knew there was a heavenly sacred firestone as big as a mountain deep within the great wilderness, what would they think? Tianchong said softly but powerfully, as you know, this is the heavenly sacred firestone, invaluable to those with fire affinity. She gestured, introducing it. The heavenly sacred firestone is jointly managed by the 4 major sects, each sect using it for 3 months. Tianyang continued, but if you win 1st place in the sacred fire competition and join a sect, you can enjoy it for the entire next year. Her eyes widened, serious, her tone emphasized, you can enjoy the sacred firestone all to yourself. From the stands above, the audience cheers wildly as Tianyang watches Qin Yu from afar. Young Master Qin, she looks at you with affection, silently hoping you can do what you say. Another person steps forward. Chu Lin states in a calm voice that the rules of the Holy Fire competition are simple. There are 3 rounds in total. The first round is a one-on-one battle, and the winner will advance to the next round. Now please come forward and draw your lots. In an instant, he conjures a vortex filled with countless cards. So Lam watched the contestants move as Qin Yu approached. He smirked, well, if it isn't the Extreme Sun sect's little protege, we meet again. You're not going to rig this lottery, are you? Chu Lin retorted, you underestimate me. Qin Yu chuckled, even if you do try something, it won't matter to me. He angrily retorted, big talk, I'll be watching to see how far you get. Qin Yu hums a tune, feigning composure. Then I'll be sure to watch closely. Chu Lin turns serious, saying, everyone please look at the tokens in your hands. He explains that the tokens are numbered for identification, and those with matching numbers will be opponents in this round. Qin Yu's token is number 5, he mutters to himself. Number 5. Qin Yu strokes his chin, wondering, who could my opponent be this round? Chu Lin announced, you have token number 1, please prepare. All other fighters please proceed to the arena. The first round begins, and the 2 number 1 fighters face off. Yiju clasps his hands, smiling politely. Please. Luo Xing returned the gesture. Go ahead. Then Yiju opened his mouth and blew out a powerful flame. In less than 3 seconds, Luo Xing was defeated by the flames and fell to the ground laughing triumphantly. Seeing this, Huang Fei scoffed, mocking. A first-grade sacred fire dares to participate in the sacred fire competition, Wang Xuan added. The amount of stupidity in this world is truly endless. One by one, the contestants fought the winners, staying the losers, leaving in disappointment. The 5th round began, and Qin Yu's opponent was Mo, he whose physique was several times larger than his. He pointed, and Qin Yu smirked, retorting, "You pampered fool, I suggest you surrender now and save your life." Qin Yu simply exhaled coldly, then challenged, "Enough talk, come at me." Enraged, Moha spat, "You little punk." He unleashed a fearsome power, his biceps bulging, and behind him, a tiger appeared, roaring with its jaws wide open. Moha bared his teeth menacingly. "You've brought this upon yourself." Qin Yu remained calm in the face of such power, casually watching with his arms crossed. Tianyang observes, noting that a 3rd-grade Saint Fire cultivator isn't bad, but he's unfortunate to face Qin Yu as Moha charges like a tiger. "Die, you weak white rabbit." Qin Yu slightly raised his elbow, the force of which sent him flying. He was blasted back a long distance by his power, leaving the onlookers stunned. Han Yi thought to herself, his opponent was a 3rd-grade holy fire user, yet he defeated him instantly with just a simple kick. Qin Yu is far stronger than I imagined. Qin Yu remains unscathed, casually raising his hand in disdain. How boring. Wang Xian was visibly annoyed. What is there to be so smug about? I'll mince you to death later. Next was the 6th round, which Huang Fei won, followed by the 7th round, which Wang Xuan won. Then round after round, Wu Ming won, followed by Chu Hanyi. Suddenly Chu Lin spoke up. "Everyone watching this is too boring." He turned to the immortal and said, "How about we open a death gamble?" Hearing this, the old man smiled and replied, "I agree, but what about the rest of you?" Zhu Long immediately agreed as well. "Agreed, and so does Fei Fei." "I concur." Chu Lin immediately produced a golden pill. "In that case, I'll bet a 3rd-grade marrow cleansing and bone forging pill that the Empress wins." "Then I'll wager this as well," the immortal spirit said with a grin. He proposes his personally crafted weapon, the Proud Bone Sword, as his wager. "Since you two are going all out, the Sacred Heart Palace can't lose either." Tianyang announced that the Celestial Star Armor would be Holy Heart Palace's stake, betting on Prince Qin Yu's victory, and Zhu Lang chimed in. "A grade 3 pill, the Emotionless Pill, I bet on Wang Xuan." Next was Fei Fei Ji, a low-grade Xuan martial art, the Flowing Cloud Steps, I bet on Chu Han Yi. The items of the crowd gradually floated into the air, and someone turned to exclaim, "As expected of the 4 great sects, they're bringing out the big guns right away." The remaining man sighed, "If only I had the sacred fire." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, each believing that even cleaning for the 4 great sects would be 1,000 times better than their current lives. Suddenly, Ling, he spoke up, drawing attention. "Everyone," she said, winking slightly, her tone sharp. "What if you all bet wrong?" Everyone turned away except for Chu Lin, who replied, "Then all the bets will be given to the champion of the Holy Fire competition. If we all bet wrong, it won't be a problem." Lin Ha raised her hand to her chin and said, "That's perfect. As I see it, the top spot in this Holy Fire competition will only be contested between me and that Qin boy." Seeing this, Qin Yu thought to himself, "Why is this girl shifting the conflict onto me?" Wang Xuan, standing in the distance, angrily rebuked, "You don't know the immensity of the task. You and Qin Yu think you can take the top spot in the Holy Fire competition. With Wang Xuan here, the champion will be none other than me." The other contestants chimed in, agreeing that victory wouldn't come easy. Another footstep approaches as Chu Lin announces, "All right, prepare for the second round of the Holy Fire competition." His expression turned serious as he clenched his fist and declared, "This second round will be a free-for-all." Wang Xuan and Huang Fei glared daggers at Qin Yu, who stood alone in the crowd. Qin Yu raised a hand to his chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused. "Looks like these guys have been bought out, a naive and foolish bunch." Chu Lin announced that the time limit for the second round was 1 incense stick's worth, after which the last 4 standing would participate in the final competition. His steady voice echoed, "If the first round was merely to weed out the weak, then the second round is the true test of your sacred fire abilities." With a stern look, Chu Lin announced that in the second round all fighters could only use holy fire and were forbidden from using martial skills or cultivation to suppress others. Then raising his hand he signaled, "Now the second round of the holy fire competition begins." The audience roared with excitement, stomping their feet as they watched Qin Yu become the hunted. One creates a purple flame, another a red one, as they grit their teeth and threaten him with death. Qin Yu, unfazed, calmly replies, "Come on, let's see how much trouble you can stir up." They unleash their flames, shamelessly boasting in the face of death. 4 flames simultaneously surged toward Qin Yu, yet he remained motionless. Witnessing this, Li Yu angrily shouted, "Attacking as a group, how despicable." Qing Jiao watched with concern as the flames collided, creating a devastating explosion, and one of the men smirked. "We wield 4th grade sacred flames, and we've trained relentlessly for this combined attack. You won't escape unscathed." Qin Yu smirked, "Unscathed? I don't even have a speck of dust on me. If that's all you've got, then let me show you mine." He raises his hand, unleashing a powerful counterattack of flames. The immortal gritted his teeth, thinking, "As expected, it's just a 6th grade power. It seems my guess was right." Li Yue shouted, cheering enthusiastically. Great, you really do have a 6th grade sacred fire. Qin Yu scoffs, provoking Huang Fei and Wang Xuan, and belittling their efforts. You two are really dull. If you want my life, hurry up and make your move. Huang Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent, and roared. So what if it's just 6th grade sacred fire? Do you really think you're invincible? You're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Wang Xuan, equally enraged, ignited his own flames, declaring, a 6th grade sacred fire, I possess it as well. Today will be your day of reckoning, boy. Witnessing this, Li Yue was utterly stunned, wondering how even Wang Xuan possessed a 6th grade sacred fire. Chu Lin realizes it, immediately glancing at Zhu Lang, who is still standing calmly. The sword sect of Emotionless is truly ruthless. Huang Fei and Wang Xuan plan to rise up together, both wielding 6th grade sacred fire. Let's see how you handle 2 opponents at once. The 2 flames combine and surge forward, but Qin Yu calmly replies, I was just warming up. Who said that was my sacred fire? He smirked, a golden aura in his eyes, and roared, 6th grade. A powerful flame engulfed him, and the golden crow appeared. It soared and with a single bite extinguished Huang Fei and Wang Xuan's flames. Qin Yu's flames spread wider. The immortal Qi panicked, and with wide eyes he stammered, this power. 7th grade, 8th grade, no, this is 9th grade, sacred fire. Even Chu Lin couldn't believe his eyes. 9th grade, sacred fire. Even the leader of the extreme Sun sect only has 8th grade. Every spectator in the stands gasped in astonishment. This was the 9th grade sacred fire. Qin Yu stood majestically amidst the towering flames. Wang Xuan, now consumed by fear, turned to Huang Fei and shouted, 9th grade. He possesses a 9th grade sacred fire. Zhen and Wang smirked with satisfaction. We've struck gold. He grinned from ear to ear with delight. 9th grade sacred fire. Throughout the history of the entire Heavenly Dynasty, only a handful of people have possessed a 9th grade holy fire. The Prince of Genin stroked his beard, thinking that even the weakest among them would at least reach the peak of the shattered void realm. Inwardly, he praised him, thinking that he would not only be invincible in the Heavenly River Dynasty, but also a top existence on the entire continent. The King of Genin laughed and exclaimed, excellent, truly excellent. I never expected the Heavenly River to produce a 9th grade holy fire prodigy. Tianchong's eyes widened in surprise. It was a 9th grade sacred fire, even her master only possessed an 8th grade one. Then her expression softened and she smiled gently. Young Master Qin's future achievements will surely surpass my master. The nether flame still swirled above Qingzhao, as she watched the golden worm below, wondering, Qin Yu, is this the opportunity you found in the great wilderness? She sadly thought to herself, Father, you sacrificed Qin Yu to climb into the Zhao family but ended up dying. Our divine sword dynasty lost a prodigy like Qin Yu. Qingzhao looked up at the clear sky, thinking sadly, Father, if you knew from beyond the grave, would you regret it? Qin Yu raised his hand to stop Huang Fei and Wang Xuan, glaring at them as he rebuked. You two schemed and plotted, trying to set me up. Qin Yu's eyes sharpened, radiating murderous intent, but before the 9th grade sacred fire, all your actions are laughable. He unleashed a massive flame, directly defeating them both. Huang Fei and Wang Xuan were sent flying dozens of meters, their bodies riddled with wounds, eyes rolled back, gasping for breath. Qin Yu decided to retract the flames. I won't kill you now because you still have a use. His face darkened as he vowed that their death would come when the ancient ruins opened. Qin Yu leaped into the air, declaring that the holy fire competition should end. He stated gravely that now that the 9th grade sacred fire had been revealed, there was no need for a third round. Qin Yu raised his palm, channeling spiritual energy into the center sphere. A vortex of fiery energy takes shape, and Li Yue looks up bewildered, asking, what is he doing now? Ling Heng looked up and recognized it instantly, the Nine Heavens extinction fire. She grinned, muttering, looks like coming to the mortal realm was the right choice after all. Meanwhile, countless primordial spirits gathered into the golden bird, which roared, shaking the very space around it. Qin Yu swiftly points his palm forward, shouting Nine Heavens extinction release. In an instant, blazing beams of energy erupt, hurtling towards the group below. Their eyes and mouths widened in shock as they urged each other to flee. Suddenly an explosion erupted in their midst. He summons a golden orb of energy spinning endlessly, as Prince Genin smiles pleased. This second round of the Holy Fire competition is the only time in my life I've ever witnessed such a thing. Soon after, the land shattered and shot into the air and dust filled the sky, making the space even darker. The young fighters lay defeated on the ground, ravaged by the outburst, while Han Yi rose from the smoke, scowling and cursed. Qin Yu, you're a madman. Meanwhile, Ling He slowly stepped forward, clasping her hands behind her back, marveling father was right. The mortal realm truly offers many pleasures. Qin Yu, I hope your sacred fire will be even stronger next time we meet. Soon after, Qin Yu landed gracefully, standing alone in the arena. Qin Yu gazed into the empty space before him and said, it seems I'm the only one left on the stage. With a determined look, he declared, it seems the top spot in this holy fire competition belongs to me. Even Chu Lin, standing behind him, was overwhelmed by this aura, while Tianyang could only stare in astonishment. Huang Fei then braced his hands on the ground and with a strained voice said, "Damn it." He looked at Qin Yu and roared, "I possess a 6th grade holy fire, yet I'm not the champion of this holy fire competition." Huang Fei, eyes wide with rage, cursed Qin Yu, an abandoned lowly son of the Sword God dynasty, a plaything of the royal family. What did he have to rely on? Blood vessels pulsed in Huang Fei's eyes, his tone grinding. "I'll kill you, so what if you have 9th grade sacred fire? You're just a piece of trash at the first level of the divine realm." With that, his muscles bulged, tearing his thin robe, and his eyes turned crimson red as he challenged Qin Yu. "The first place in the holy fire competition can only be mine. No one can stop me." Then he lunged toward Qin Yu, dragging a blue spiritual force behind him. Huang Fei raises his sword high, grinding his teeth as he curses Qin Yu. But Qin Yu remains still, his face darkening. Tianyang shouts worriedly, "Young master, Qin, be careful." Qin Yu turns, replying calmly, "If you're so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish." A surge of violet spirit energy erupts from him, as Qin Yu coldly summons the demon tooth, which unleashes a deafening shriek. Huang Fei froze eyes wide and exclaimed. What Nati ruthlessly struck him, shattering Huang Fei's very soul. Before he could react, he crashed to the ground, spitting up blood, yet even in defeat, Huang Fei continued to question. Why couldn't I kill him? Why? Now, consumed by hatred, he sees himself as nothing but trash, someone who should have been beneath his feet. Why has it come to this? I can't accept it. Qin Yu coldly gripped his divine spear, muttering a lament. A true waste. He then unleashed his weapon, and terrifying energy towards Huang Fei, who, caught off guard, took the full brunt of the attack. Huang Fei was hurled against a nearby city wall, the force of the impact cracking the stone. Qin Yu, seeing no sign of life in his opponent, finally spoke. You're the one who dared. The crowd was terrified by the scene, staring silently at Huang Fei's dangling feet. The immortal spirit, seeing Huang Fei impaled high above, gritted his teeth, thinking, a first-grade immortal artifact. So that day what I saw was the aura of an immortal artifact, this thing. He frowned, suddenly realizing Qin Yu not only possessed a top-grade sacred fire, but also a first-grade immortal artifact. Enraged, Chulin roared, Qin Yu, how dare you kill someone under the protection of my extreme path sect? Without a word, he brought two fingers together, creating a purple light, the god of war spear, which immediately returned to Qin Yu's hand. He pointed the spear directly at Chulin, arrogantly asking, he can kill me, but I can't kill him, he sternly warned. If you utter another word, I'll kill you too. Shaolin stomped his foot, shaking the area, and challenged, you're just an arrogant brat. I'd like to see you try and kill me. Suddenly, Tian Chang reached out to stop him, saying, young Master Qin is someone the Holy Heart Palace values. If you want to attack him, you'll have to ask me first. Does even the Holy Heart Palace intend to turn against me? Qin Yu slowly spoke. Tian Chang, let him come, he said, unflinching. If he wants to join Huang Fei in the afterlife, I'll send him on his way. Tian Chang was suddenly flustered, calling out young Master Qin. Insulted Chu Lin's tone became even more acrimonious. You brought this upon yourself. He soars into the sky with his radiant golden spirit. Soheil quickly clasped his hands together, and a single eye opened with infinite light, unleashing his ultimate move, the mid-level mystic skill, Extreme Sun Divine Light. Tian Yang was terrified, realizing that the Polar Sun Divine Palm was a technique only mastered by the top 3 disciples of the Polar Sun sect, a technique so powerful that when perfected, it could rival even a high-grade, mysterious skill. Overjoyed Chu Lin pointed his palm downward, openly despising his opponent. So what if you awakened the 9-rank sacred fire? So what if you killed Huang Fei? Before a mid-level profound skill, you're nothing but an ant. He roared, die. Let the divine sun shine with countless rays of electricity. Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all, but instead smirked. A mid-level profound skill. In the next moment, he raised his divine spear to meet it head-on. Qin Yu spins gracefully, creating purple spiritual energy, thinking, let me test if I can use my strongest move this time. He points his divine spear at the center of the divine sun, unleashing the superior grade earth rank technique, 9 Heavens Divine Lightning Spear. Qin Yu's spear relentlessly pierced the divine sun, followed by lightning bolts that shattered the very space around them, causing Chu Lin to cry out in alarm. What? But it was too late to save him. The lightning spear shot straight toward him. Below the platform, a terrifying circle of energy forms, controlled by Qin Yu, to attack Chu Lin head-on, as Qingjiao clenches her fist, cheeks flushed, realizing it's a die-grade martial skill. Tianyang leaned back, muttering, so it was an earth-grade martial art. As for Li Yue, she was just going from one surprise to another. Qin Yu, just how many cards do you have up your sleeve? So the Great Wilderness's opportunity is this powerful. In mere seconds, Chu Lin's body fell to the ground. He lay sprawled and motionless as Qin Yu's sharp spear aimed directly at Chu Lin's neck. He sneered arrogantly, is that all there is to the Sun Sect's chosen one? Go meet Huang Fei. Tianyang hurriedly tried to stop him, shouting, young Master Qin, don't kill Chu Lin. But no one could stop Qin Yu, whose spear still pressed down on Huang Fei. His eyes rolled back as he threatened, if I die before the immortal artifact ancestor makes a move, how will you answer to the eternal Sun Sect? The immortal Qi quickly summoned his jade ring, shouting, Qin Yu, that's enough, don't hurt anyone else. His weapon immediately flew forward. He suddenly summons his familiar spirit beast. Ni quickly appears gripping the ring with his muscular arm. In an instant, Nija effortlessly shattered it, sending Chulin into a frenzy of screams for help. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin kicked him. Chulin coughed up blood, his arm instantly going limp. He frowned coldly, declaring, "I already said he has to join Huang Fei in the afterlife." The immortal grew even more enraged, cursing loudly, "Bastard." The old man stomped his feet, shattering the ground, his voice filled with hatred. "Qin, first you killed my beloved disciple, then the son of the extreme sun sect, a continuous string of brutal murders. The heavens won't forgive your heinous crimes, and even with your awakened 9th grade sacred fire, I cannot let you live." Qin scoffs, "Oh, can't you now?" But in an instant his demeanor shifts, and he asks sternly, "You old dog, do you think I'll let you live?" Qin grips his divine spear, emphasizing each word. "You killed the person I loved most, and humiliated them in every way." He pointed his spear at the immortal, declaring, "You and I are sworn enemies." The Prince of Genin was taken aback, wondering if Qin had a prior grudge with the immortal ancestor, and who was this person he loved so dearly. The immortal Qi was slightly surprised, exclaiming, "I didn't realize I had such a deep grudge with you." He smirked, adding smugly, "You're young, yet you managed to kill Chulin." The immortal Qi praised him, noting he also possessed 9th grade sacred fire and Earth grade martial arts, truly a proud son of heaven. But regrettably, the immortal Qi quickly summoned his primordial spirit, a horrifying skull, appearing in the sky. "Kid, I've long been at the peak of the divine power realm. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." He then pulls out a rope covered in sharp barbs. Xianqi lashes out with the whip, unleashing the First Order Immortal Artifact, the Violet Demon Immortal. Zhulong frowns, recognizing the First Order Immortal Artifact, combined with a high-grade Mysterious Realm technique. The Violet Demon Immortal is determined to kill, it seems. His rope sweeps across the ground, hurtling towards Qin. He immediately summons his 2 spirit beasts, Goldenrock and Crow, as Qin points his divine spear forward. 2 streams of energy swirl around Qin's weapon, as the immortal's dark magic clashes with his spiritual power. He stomps hard on the ground for leverage, as the immortal energy smugly mocks him. "Too weak. Qin is no match for me." He flies into the air only to be struck by a surprise attack. The old man sneered. "Qin, is that all you've got?" Clenching his teeth, he retracts the 2 energies, then quickly turns and shouts, "The Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill, Genin Wang." He was momentarily taken aback by Qin request, but the Prince of Genin still tossed the pill, over which he caught with ease. Without hesitation, Qin put the pill in his mouth. As soon as he swallowed, a mark blazed on his forehead. He was then enveloped by this terrifying energy as the immortal Qi looked up and laughed heartily. "This 4th grade elixir, the Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill, takes years to master. You think you can just take it in battle and break through." But just a moment later he stopped, eyes wide with shock as Qin body transformed, muscles bulging, tearing through his clothes. The mark of the dragon and tiger shone brighter on his forehead as Qin floated in the air, arms outstretched. Behind him was the backing of the dragon tiger. Only then did the immortal Qi begin to tremble and take a few steps back. He gaped in disbelief. "How is this possible? You actually refined the Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill." The immortal was shocked, sweat pouring down his face. "This is the power of the peak divine transformation realm. Just refining the Dragon Tiger transformation pill has elevated him this much." Qin coldly aimed his lightning-infused spear at the old man as "Nya, thank you," manifested, letting out a ferocious roar, and the Golden Bird and Dragon Tiger joined the attack under his command. Qin frowned and shouted, "Old dog, take another spear from me." The immortal was instantly shocked, frozen in place, as the spear and its powerful spiritual energy rushed towards him. The immortal's sweat poured as his eyes widened. "This is..." He quickly swung his cord, forming a circle as the purple demon immortal raised both hands to shield himself from the oppressive power. But what was that compared to Qin's spiritual power? He screamed from behind his shield. Immediately, his spiritual power slammed into the ground, creating a massive shockwave, and Qin's divine essence flashed, affecting even those in the stands. Even Tianyang and Feifei had to shield themselves from its power. As Zhen Nanwang cried out, "The pressure is immense." Moments later his eyes widened as he muttered, "This is..." as the defeated old monster began to bleed. Qin then landed as the old devil collapsed, his bullet-shaped eye, forehead mark, and 6-pack abs staring down at the energy as Tianyang gasped, sweat pouring down. She frowned, marveling at the mid-battle breakthrough of the old immortal ancestor's god-tier attack. "Young Master Qin is more terrifying than I thought." The Prince of Genin was stunned, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Zhulong felt dizzy and thought to himself, "Luckily I didn't cross this monster, or even with the swordsman's mercy I wouldn't have survived." Qin's spear, though, bloodied, still gleams with light. The immortal spirit slumped to the ground, retreating a few steps as he loudly admitted defeat. "Qin, I yield. You've won." The immortal spirit cowardly begged for mercy. "Tell me what you want, but please don't kill me." He emphasized each word. "All I want is your dog-like life." Suddenly, purple circles swirled around Qin, accompanied by drops of crimson blood. He looked around, furrowing his brow in confusion, as Qin suddenly radiated a crimson aura. Together they soar into the sky, converging into a strange point, as Qinyu is quickly enveloped by its energy. Soon after, the purple demon immortal formation materialized, and Qingjiao cried out in fear, "Qinyu, you and the immortal artifact are now trapped inside the barrier." The old man suddenly bursts into laughter as if Qinyu has fallen right into his trap, and the immortal artifact's eyes turn sharp. "Qinyu, even if you're a prodigy, one might even call you a monster, you're still too green." He glanced over, listening intently. "I've spent years, countless blood and tears, crafting this formation. Once you're trapped, your soul will be endlessly destroyed. You'll become an empty shell." As the immortal finished speaking, he stood up as if nothing had happened, his body radiating a terrifying spiritual power, as he reached forward saying, "I've lived for over 100 years and killed countless people. You think you can kill me with your foul mouth?" He smugly amplified his spiritual power after the incantation. Qinyu, cold as ice, gripped his divine spear, unleashing a torrent of power as the immortal's eyes widened, and he laughed. "Once I destroy your soul, the sacred fire within you will be mine." But before he could react, Longhu appeared, shattering his magic. The immortal spirit cried out in shock, "What?" With a mighty roar, Longhu shattered the barrier, its power dissolving the old man's spiritual energy, leaving him stunned and muttering, "My great formation has failed." Taking advantage of his distraction, Qinyu reached out, grabbing the immortal's throat, eliciting a pained scream. Qinyu tightens his grip, declaring, "The fortune I found in the great wilderness isn't just the sacred fire." He smirks, announcing, "It's not that your grand formation failed, but that any soul that attacks me will be unharmed." The old man gritted his teeth, begging Qinyu for mercy, claiming he was blind and wouldn't dare try anything again. Qinyu frowned, dismissing him. "Too bad for you, old dog. He thought he knew everything, but he had no idea how laughable his every move was to me." The immortal frantically offered an excuse. "Your siblings killed Chu Lin, offending the Eternal Sun sect. If you kill me, they'll never forgive you." He desperately begged for his life, promising to obey Qinyu and help him take revenge on the Zhao family of the mountain tribe. Qinyu clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow, sending the immortal's head reeling back as he tightened his grip on his throat, causing him to cough up blood. The old man fell to the ground, still threatening Qinyu, "Think carefully. Even if Holy Heart Palace protects you, the Eternal Sun sect will never let you go. Spare me and you spare yourself." Qinyu coldly stomped on the immortal's leg, repeating, "Save my own life." He declared, "My life belongs to me, and no one can take it." Qinyu frowned, questioning, "Is your worthless life even worth the conditions I set?" In an instant, the old man's legs were crippled. The pain overwhelms him, and he roars to the heavens. "Qinyu, you are a demon." Qinyu coldly replied, "A demon, you old dog? Do you know why? The moment I saw you at the Prince Jenin's mansion, I couldn't contain the killing intent within me." He recalled the moment they met and continued, "But I couldn't kill you then." Qinyu clenched his fist, his tone growing harsher. "Because I kept telling myself to suppress this anger." Qinyu's brow furrows, but he immediately delivers a devastating blow to the immortal. He coughs up blood again, his eyes rolling back. Qinyu withdrew his hand, emphasizing each word as he spoke. "My anger is too great." The immortal could only lie on the ground, his voice growing weaker. "I concede. To die by the hand of a demon like you is not an injustice." The immortal gasped, still curious. "But I want to die knowing why. Who exactly did I kill of yours?" Without hesitation, Qinyu stomps on the old man again, leaving him to writhe in agony. He lowered his head and slowly said, "The first year of the Dali era." Qinyu recalled the scene of the old man kneeling before Qinghe and recounting, "You were ordered by Li Qinghe to capture Li Qingjiao alive." Using his spiritual power, the immortal restrained. Qingjiao crushed her bones and imprisoned her in the desolate black mud swamp. Tears begin to flow. The Black Death Pond amplifies human suffering to infinity. A mere touch brings a despairing pain, a fate worse than death. Qinyu roared, "You heartlessly imprisoned her there for 3 whole months." The celestial being panicked, shouting, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Li Qingjiao isn't dead yet." He begged and pleaded, "Let me die with some dignity, I beg of you." He didn't bother listening anymore, summoning a radiant circle before him as Qinyu's face darkened, his eyes filling with murderous intent. "Go die." He mercilessly plunges his own nascent soul into the immortal artifact. Before long, that spiritual energy began to dissipate, and Qinyu stood hunched over, watching the roaring flames before him. Li Yue could only stare in stunned silence as even the Prince of Zhenan was shocked by his power. The aftermath of their battle left the area desolate. Azure Dragon, astonished, spoke with flushed cheeks. "Qinyu." Wanner, standing nearby, blurts out, "Young Master Qin." Desolate winds swept around him as Qinyu looked up, muttering to himself, "It's over. The immortal elder is dead." Now he sets his sights on his next target, that dog of a couple. Cut to the Divine Sword Dynasty bathed in golden sunlight, where Zhao Dian summons his spiritual power upon Qing. He who moans as sweat pours down her face before a dark red circle floating above her head. He sits cross-legged, focused on cultivating and awakening his immortal mark. His success hinges on this moment. Then Zhao Dian's eyes snap open, and he roars for the mark to appear. The energy immediately coalesces, striking him directly, and Zhao Dian cries out as he receives its power. Zhao Huan, watching from afar, raised his hand to block the spirit energy, muttering, "This pressure, Dianer's immortal mark has awakened." Zhao Dian coldly snorted, releasing his crimson spirit energy everywhere. Veins bulging, pupils blazing, he grinned a savage smile as Zhao Dian laughed, overjoyed at his monumental achievement. Supreme Divine Marks. I can't believe I awakened the Supreme Divine Marks. Zhao Huan was overjoyed to hear this, already plotting his schemes. Excellent, I thought Li Qinghei's bloodline might help you awaken the Divine Mark, so I told you to marry her to make her willingly hand over the bloodline in her body to help you awaken it. But I never expected you to surpass the Divine Mark and awaken the Supreme Divine Mark. Zhao Huan has now found a guiding light for his tribe. The Zhao clan of immortals has hope for revival. An unparalleled Divine Mark unseen in our clan for 10,000 years. He is immensely proud of Zhao Dian's achievement. Even among all immortals, only a few possess divine runes, let alone the supreme divine rune, the pinnacle of them all. He steps forward, filled with hope. Dian, with this supreme divine mark, we can return to the immortal clan. We don't need to stay in this world any longer. Zhao Huan followed closely behind, reminding him with care. Once we return, focus on your training, and one day our Zhao clan will rule the immortal race and dominate the world. But suddenly Zhao Dian stops, turns, and emphasizes, Uncle, our Zhao clan has rules. He no longer seemed willing to obey Zhao Huan, believing that awakening the supreme divine mark would make him the clan leader controlling his people. He paused, his face pale, and dared not retort. Well said. Zhao Dian is really pushing his luck with these orders. In that case, shouldn't you kneel when you speak to me, uncle? Hearing this, Zhao Huan froze his eyes wide, and he could only offer a weak smile. Zhao Huan bursts into laughter, clearly amused. Good, he's not afraid of Zhao Dian's current state. If you spoke to me gently, I would be disappointed. The Zhao clan needs you to be ruthless. Zhao Huan knelt, showing respect to Zhao Dian, the 147th great protector of the Zhao clan and his master. Zhao Dian nodded, pleased, and ordered the clan to hasten his return on the path to immortality. Zhao Huan respectfully accepted the order, obeying his master as Zhao Dian waved his hand signaling his subordinate. Rise, he commanded, and the man obeyed. Yes. Zhao Huan then turned to Qinghe for her opinion, asking, what should we do with this woman? Finally, he makes his decision. She will come with me. Zhao Huan nods, carefully obeying. Understood. Suddenly his face darkened, his eyes fixed on something. Zhao Huan frowned at the unconscious Qinghe on the ground, while elsewhere in an ancient room of the Tran Nam Vuangfu, the Zhenin king strokes his beard, praising, in all my years I've never seen such talent as young Master Qin. He's astonished by Qin Yu's abilities to slay a peak, divine power realm immortal artifact elder before the age of 18. The Prince of Zhenan patted Qin Yu's shoulder, warning him to be careful as the Qi sect's old master and the Extreme Sun sect were closely connected. First you killed Chu Lin, and now you've killed the immortal Qi ancestor. The Extreme Sun sect will never let you rest. Once Qin enters the Holy Heart Palace, we will ensure his complete protection. Can your Holy Heart Palace protect him better than my Jade Maiden sect? It's not certain that Qin Gongzi will even enter your Sacred Heart Palace. Bai Fei, what are you implying? She asks with unwavering confidence. On the contrary, Li Qingjiao is a core disciple of our Jade Maiden sect, the next goddess, and she's been Qin Gongzi's childhood sweetheart. Do you think young Master Qin would join our Jade Maiden sect for Qingjiao Fi? Fi slowly rose, extending an inviting offer. Young Master Qin, if you join our Jade Maiden sect, I can promise you that within 3 years, Qingjiao will become the sect's goddess. Furthermore, you will be granted the position of Inner Sect Elder, a status equal to that of the Deputy Sect Leader. Unable to contain herself, Tian Yang gritted her teeth and shouted, any conditions the Jade Maiden sect offers the Sacred Heart Palace can match. Little Qin, I can't help you in this situation. The choice is yours. I won't be joining either of your sects. Tian Yang was stunned, her eyes losing focus. Young Master Qin Fei narrowed her eyes, probing his attitude. Qin Yu smiled carefully, choosing his words, I'll just cultivate at the Holy Heart Palace for a while first. Having anticipated this, he'd already arranged for the Holy Flamestone to be exclusive to the Holy Heart Palace. Thank you, young Master Qin. She blushed, feigning understanding of his careful consideration. Young Master Qin is unwilling to join the Sacred Heart Palace. Well, with his talent he deserves better choices. Fei, visibly displeased, turned to leave. If that's the case, I won't force the issue. I'll take my leave. Qin Yu watches her leave in anger, remaining silent. The Jade Maiden sect, Qin Yu, remembers his past life vividly, and he knows just how dangerous Fei's sect is. In the past, the immortal Qi ancestor came to your Jade Maiden sect, demanding someone, and you handed them over without a word. Qin Yu's face darkened, his decision made. In this life, the Jade Maiden sect has no need to exist. Suddenly, the Prince of Zhenan summoned a mystical treasure. Qin, my boy, he shows you a very satisfied face. The wealth of the 4 great sects is all here. You've gained a lot this time. But Qin Yu didn't take it. Instead, he closed Zhenin Wang's hand, refusing the gift, and softly said, Zhenin Wang, I don't need these. He was taken aback by this unexpected turn, but Qin Yu smiled and respectfully explained his reasoning. This is a small token of my appreciation for the divine might army of Zhenan King's estate, so that you and Yu heir can have a better life. The king of Zhennan was stunned, whispering the divine might army. Tears fell onto his aged hands as the king of Zhenan trembled, deeply grateful for Qin Yu's sincerity. Qin Yu then stood up straight, bowed respectfully, and shouted the slogan, "The Zhenan King estate unbowed after 100 battles forged in bone blood to the blue sky." For a long time, Qin Yu has admired him deeply. For nearly a century, the Zhenan King's mansion has fought for humanity with 9 sons and 14 grandchildren sacrificing themselves at the frontier to protect their people. He understood the sacrifices the king had made for the divine might army, and how his decades-old injuries had diminished his once great power. Qin Yu praised his achievements, declaring him worthy of the title Hero of Humanity. On behalf of those saved by the divine might army, Qin Yu expresses his deepest respect as the Prince of Zhenan heartily pats his shoulder. Very well. He has complete faith in Qin Yu's abilities. Qin Yu, then this old man will entrust everything to you. He smiles, understanding the responsibility he now bears. King Tran Nam, rest assured. He pounded his chest, declaring that no matter what realm he may reach, he would protect humanity, protect it from destruction, and ensure its eternal existence. Hearing this, he laughed even more triumphantly. Excellent. Tian Yang blushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as she looked at Qin Yu, who was setting up an altar in an old house for the Shenshang clan's ancestors. Ironclad kneeling on the ground trembled as he muttered ancestor. He repeatedly slammed his head against the ground in anguish. With a heart full of regret, Tai Kang cried out, "Ancestor I Wang, Tai Kang am useless and unable to revitalize the divine spear sect." Wang Xuan looks to the side, horrified and speechless. "Father." He slapped him hard, spitting blood as he roared, ordering him to kowtow and beg forgiveness from the ancestor, blood splattering onto the memorial tablet. Terrified, Wang Xuan slammed his head against the ground, confessing his failures to the ancestor. "Ancestor, I am useless. Qin Yu is too monstrous. I had no choice." Wang Xuan's words have enraged Tai Chang. "You audacious sinner, are you still making excuses?" Suddenly the command token burst into flames, smoke billowing into the air, and Tishang broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with terror. Wang Xuan couldn't believe the scene before him as the old man's face gradually materialized in spirit form. The ancestor appears, his tone somewhat indignant, lamenting how a royal grandson could end up in such a state. Wang Xuan was startled, stammering, "The ancestor has appeared." The old man, visibly annoyed, tried to calm himself, and the ancestor, regaining his composure, offered no further complaints. "Forget it, fate has decided." Then the old man turned to him and gave a few instructions. "Wang Xuan, you carry the blood of the royal family and can unlock my divine sense. I can only entrust the great task of revitalizing the royal family to you." Wang Xuan instantly recognized it, the royal family's secret order capable of unlocking the sanctuary I built in my lifetime. The old man entrusted him with the responsibility, urging him to claim his legacy and restore the clan. Then the ancestor vanished, leaving only the secret order which Wang Xuan reached out to receive. His face lit up as he eagerly exclaimed, "Father, the ancestor's token." Upon seeing it, Tai Sheng stroked his beard and proudly recounted the tale. "I've heard from my great-great-grandfather that our Wang family was once the leading family in the world." He recalled the ancient story he knew. The ancestor's cultivation was extraordinary. Regret laced Tai Cheng's tone as he explained how offending the immortals of the upper realm led to their downfall in a single night. With bloodshot eyes and unwavering resolve, he believed that obtaining their ancestors' treasure would surely restore the Wang family to its former glory. Wang Xuan grinned, a boiling desire for revenge bubbling within him. "Qin Yu, even if you found your opportunity in the great wilderness, once I obtain the Wang family's legacy, you will die, blood for blood." Suddenly a strange applause echoed from behind. With a smug tone, Chulin entered. "I didn't expect the divine spear sect to be the backing for the entire clan. Looks like I've come to the right place today." Wang Xuan immediately recognized the voice, and turned around to see Chulin entering, looking sinister. He stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Wang Xuan couldn't believe his eyes, stammering as he frantically backed away from the suspicious-looking Chulin. "Are you a ghost or a human?" So Lin removes his hat and cloak, stating with certainty, "I am of course human." Wang Xuan, pale with fear, asked, "But weren't you killed by Qin Yu? You were—" He smirked mysteriously as Chu Lin repeated his name once more. "The Eternal Sun Sect once had 18 godlike disciples, and a year ago I became the last one. But now I'm the 5th. Do you know why?" So Lin's face contorted as he pressed for the reason. "I'm here to tell you that the Extreme Sun Sect now has only 5 God chosen, and how do you think the other 13 died? He's incredibly sinister, and I, Chu Lin, could wade through rivers of blood, so how could I die so easily?" So Lamb's eyes turned bloodshot and strange as he recounted his ruthless scheme, feigning death with a clone technique and learning from the 8th godchild's secret arts after killing him. Then Chulin asked about his intentions. "Wang Xuan, you want to kill Qin Yu, right?" His face darkened, and he declared resentfully, "Qin Yu and I are sworn enemies." Chulin seized this opportunity to plot. "Now the opportunity is before you lure him into the cave with you, then kill him. Rest assured I have no designs on your royal family's inheritance." He honestly confessed his goal. I only want the 9th grade sacred fire he possesses. Wang Xuan, looking doubtful and curious, asked, but can you defeat Qin Yu? He was still terrified of Qin Yu's talent even after the immortal ancestor of the divine realm died by his hand, but Chu Lin showed no fear. I have my own way. He foresaw the path ahead. Qin Yu killed the immortal Qi ancestor, and will likely return to the divine sword dynasty next, so if we can't lure Qin Yu into the secret realm tomorrow. With a stern look, Chu Lin was absolutely certain. I think we both know the consequences. He then vanished before their eyes, as Wang Hian turned to his father asking, Father, what do we do? With no other choice, Thiet Thuong's face darkened. There was no turning back now. Tomorrow, your father and I will personally invite Qin Yu. The moon hangs bright in the sky and the wind is pleasant. In a mysterious ancient inn, a corner for the Tianhe guest, Wu Yue approaches, bowing deeply in respect, and congratulates Qin Yu on winning first place in the Sacred Fire competition. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. The great wilderness was truly a place to be desired. The opportunity Qin Gongzi found within actually helped him kill the immortal Qi ancestor, but Qin Yu felt it wasn't too important for his next plan. It was just first place in the competition. What does it matter? Tomorrow I begin my journey of revenge in the Divine Sword Dynasty. He stood up and walked closer to the two of them. As for the two of you, Qin Yu whispered his instructions to the two of them. I have a task for you both. Listen carefully. Hearing this, Wu Yue's eyes widened in surprise, and Wu Si looked equally worried. They meet again at yesterday's spot and the next day at the Genin King's estate. The five were all present early in the manor, and Wanner smiled brightly, offering her well wishes. Young Master Qin, I wish you a safe journey. Li Yue anxiously repeated, Qin Yu, you must be careful. Even though you killed the immortal Qi, Ancestor Zhao Dian has the support of the immortal clan and there may still be powerful backers. He nodded, a confident glint in his eyes. Rest assured, Zhao Hall is as good as dead this time. Tianyang glanced at him with a serious expression. Young Master Qin, I will accompany you this time. After you've taken your revenge, we'll go to the Sacred Heart Hall. Suddenly, a shout echoed from outside, delivering urgent news as a subordinate rushed in to report. The Prince of Zhenan Wang Tiechang and Wang Xuan of the Shangshan sect have arrived. He remains calm as he gives instructions. Then let them in. Qin Yu arrives, his face dark as he speculates on the situation. Could these two be here because... As Thiet Thuong and Wang Hian nervously entered, the Tongqing brothers respectfully greeted the Prince of Zhenan, who calmly inquired about their reasons for coming. What brings the two of you here today? No sooner were the words spoken than Wang Xuan dropped to his knees. Trembling and pale, he apologized. I'm here today to beg forgiveness from Master Qin, for I was ignorant and offended him. Beside him, Taishang pressed Wang Xuan's head down, urging sincerity, hoping Qin Yu would forgive him. Wang Xuan outwardly appeared understanding and earnest. Young Master Qin, allow me to atone. The Divine Might sect has brought you an opportunity. But his eyes suddenly shifted, gleaming with malice as he looked at him. Qin Yu had already seen through Wang Xuan's facade. There's no one else here. You don't need to mince words. Hearing this, he cut to the chase. I accidentally discovered an ancient cave left behind by a great power of the Shang ancient era, so I've come to invite young Master Qin to reap the rewards. Qin Yu, already anticipating this, knew they were here for the cave, but much sooner than in his past life. Before Qin Yu could speak, Tian Chang exposed their deceitful facade. Wang Xuan, you planned to set a trap for Qin Yu in the cave, but did you really think he'd fall for such a despicable scheme? Tai Chang paled clearly, not expecting to be exposed, while Wang Xuan broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He still had to pretend to play along with this charade. No, that's not it. We sincerely want to apologize. Sweating bullets, he was incredibly tense, hoping Qin Yu would agree. Li Yu scoffed, pointing out the obvious flaws in their scheme, certain Qin Yu wouldn't fall for it. But then he smiled strangely. All right, he agrees with them, feigning interest. If that's the case, he'll accept their apology. When do we leave? Li Nguyen was shocked by Qin Yu's decision. What? Upon hearing this, Tai Shang grinned with delight. Of course, the sooner, the better. The secret realm lies at the foot of Red Mountain, west of Celestial River City. If we leave tomorrow, it'll only take a day to get there. He nodded in agreement, setting the date. If that's the case, we'll set out tomorrow. He was sweating bullets, eager to leave before he was exposed. Very well, I shall take my leave. And with that, the two turned and departed. Li Yue, confused, questioned him. Qin Yu, this is clearly a plot against you. Why are you still going? He turned back full of confidence and assured her. You saw it too, so how could I not? But don't worry if I've decided to go. I have a plan. As Qin Yu departs, Tian Shuang calls out in a panic. Young Master, Qin, let me go with you. But he refuses her help, saying, don't worry, I can handle this alone. She sighs, resigned to her worry, and obeys young Master Qin's wishes. The Prince of Zhenan followed behind, cheerfully reminding him, Young Qin, although you have countless opportunities, be careful and don't be too arrogant. Qin Yu turned back, his face full of gratitude. I will remember that. Qin Yu rides his beast to the appointed location, and the next day at the foot of Red Ridge Mountain he dismounts. Qin Yu gazes into the distance with a somber expression, recalling that this is where Wanner met her end in his previous life. Comparing this life to the last, he realizes Wanner wasn't invited this time, likely because he sees the Holy Fire Grand Competition altering the original world's course. He didn't dwell on it, stopping to order the guide forward, who nodded in understanding and led the way. Yes. Qin Yu turned his face grim as he waited for the mastermind to appear. Who are these two's successors, the Purple Blood sect? I'm growing more and more eager. Taishang stepped forward, pointing in one direction. Young Master Qin, we've arrived. He slams his hand against a cliff face and a hidden gate lowers, revealing a cave. Taishang pointed ahead, saying, Young Master Qin, it's just up ahead. The father and son exchanged a strange signal, and the three ventured deeper inside. Taishang looked at the towering statue in front of him and burst out laughing, his joy reaching its peak. Before them were three weapons, sparkling and radiant. Seeing this, Wang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. First-level immortal artifacts, all of them. Taishang gestures forward, introducing young Master Qin. These three treasures are all yours. But Qin Yu narrows his eyes, focused on discerning that there isn't a trace of a soul within the sculpted items. More precisely, the master of these ruins. He foresaw the problem. The three first-level immortal artifacts were all enchanted magical tools, and it seemed only those recognized could take them. Qin Yu had already recognized their sinister scheme. Touching the forbidden object without approval would lead to a gruesome death. He smiled, mysteriously amused. Such tricks are nothing to me. Qin Yu then reached out to grab the spear. He initially wanted to fly straight towards the flames, but unfortunately they injured him, causing his cheek to swell. He immediately casts a spell, blowing away the flames. Qin Yu grabs the divine spear, finding it surprisingly light and easy to lift, then raises it high, commanding it to be put away. With a satisfied smile, Qin Yu anticipates his next move. Next, he just needs to refine these three first-grade immortal artifacts to further enhance the Battle God Spear's power. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts from the statue, startling the two, and a dazzling light flashes from within, as a token slowly flies out, moving forward. As soon as Qin Yu saw it, he knew it was a fairy token with engraved patterns, and he was immediately surprised, searching his memories. Only immortals or their descendants can awaken immortal markings. Qin Yu knows this immortal marking token very well. Upon awakening the immortal mark, one's abilities would be enhanced based on its grade, with even the lowest grade granting a stronger body and a tenfold increase in power. From this he began to understand their wicked scheme. But for humans to obtain celestial runes, there's only one way: kill a celestial being, and use secret arts to steal their runes. Qin Yu suspects that Wang Xuan obtained a celestial rune in his past life, thus awakening his own, though this rune is incomplete. But Wang Xuan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes: a celestial crest. He now understands his ancestors' scheme to grant mortals immortal bodies and awaken the immortal rune. The methods passed down are truly terrifying. Turning to the two, he asks directly, You have another rune, don't you? Hand it over. But suddenly, shadowy figures appear, rows of Wanwang's ghostly souls, as Ziren's leader mysteriously demands, Offer up your life, Qin Yu. He immediately recognized Huo Ziren, the sect leader of the Purple Death sect. He seemed a bit surprised and asked Qin Yu, You recognize me? He mocked the neither male nor female appearance, saying, You're neither ghost nor human. It's hard not to recognize you. Instead of acting, he thanked him, saying, I still have to thank you. Without you, I couldn't have subdued the martial arts sisters. Enraged, Su Zhen makes his position clear. Qin Yu don't think killing the old ancestor means you're my equal. He wouldn't listen to any more flexing his power, just two useless pawns. So what if they surrendered? The Purple Blood sect is far more powerful than you, as the Purple Blood Elder threatened, surrounded by his strongest warriors. These four are elders of the Purple Death sect, all at the peak of the spirit connection realm. With me that makes 5. Qin Yu, how can you possibly stop us? His tone grew more imposing as he declared, Qin Yu, you may have escaped the clutches of the Purple Death sect once, but this second time, death is your only path. The four immediately rushed to surround him, but Qin Yu fearlessly grabbed his spear and leaped into battle. Looks like you still don't understand, Qin Yu, declared, his eyes flashing with lightning. I can kill a celestial artifact ancestor, but that doesn't mean I can only kill peak-level transcendent state cultivators. With a flick of his spear, a fearsome energy burst forth. Seeing this, the four began to feel fear as the golden bird appeared and took flight. Qin Yu's attack sends two crashing into the wall, while the other two fall in another direction, faces bruised and battered. The remaining two didn't last long either. All were defeated, leaving Ti Chang and Wang Xuan aghast. These four peak-level spiritualists are no match for a single strike. Qin Yu points his spear, a challenge in his stance, and asks what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Ziren grinned, his purple lips stretched wide, his face a mask of terrifying, sinister intent. Qin Yu, do you even know that the strongest technique of our Purple Fiend sect is the art of crafting puppets? Ziren still underestimates him. You may be strong, but what can you do against these puppets? He pointed and shouted, Go get him. They immediately obeyed, pouncing towards him, but Qin Yu calmly focused his mind, closed his eyes, and with a surge of power crushed several of them at once. Their faces crushed beyond recognition. They couldn't react, as he gleefully pinned them down, fueled by the realization that they were only changing shape, not being destroyed. Not dead, not destroyed. Then try this. Chinyu commands Yazi to hurl him far into the holes, enraging the private soldier who screams out a challenge. No. He turned back resentfully, blaming him. Do you know how much effort I put into training these puppets? But without waiting, Chinyu lands a punch right in his face, sending blood flying as he grabs the man's collar. Chinyu questioned him with hatred, emphasizing each word, effort. What you put in wasn't effort, but countless innocent lives. Chinyu strikes him hard, accusing him with a hateful voice. Huo, you cultivate evil arts, using the lifeblood of the living to cultivate demonic puppets, a crime that enrages both gods and men. Writhing in pain, Siren coughed up blood, but the attacks didn't stop there. Chinyu hurled his spear, declaring, Today I'll avenge the souls you've wronged. Suddenly an explosion erupts, filling the air with smoke as Xinian charred and smoking is impaled through the chest. Chinyu smirks, mocking them as the others pale in fear. Your successor is so weak. But the private was not completely destroyed. His fingers twitched slightly as he trembled to his feet, his voice filled with hatred. Chinyu, how dare you? The gaunt and weakened man sputtered as grotesque dark red tendrils emerged from his mouth. How dare you? The wraiths coil around him, transforming his hand into a grotesque claw. The private's eyes flashed red with a terrifying light as he transformed into a horrifying, grotesque figure. Chinyu remained calm, musing. Judging by your appearance, you've cultivated your own body into a demon. How pathetic. Ignoring him, the fiend leaps from above, consumed by hatred. To die by my hand, you should consider yourself fortunate. He bared his teeth and roared, Die. Chinyu braced himself with his spear, but the figure landed with a burst of power, driving him back. Chinyu's face is now covered in bloody wounds. This guy has become a demon after self-cultivation, his bones and flesh strong enough to rival the first level of the Mirage Void realm. But he relentlessly presses the attack, forcing Chinyu to brace against the overwhelming force. Chinyu's hands are bleeding profusely as Siren takes to the skies. He shouts triumphantly, reveling in his dominance. Boy, let's see what other tricks you have. Siren unleashed another wave of power to destroy him, then landed and brushed off his robes. Siren intends to eliminate you with his wicked scheme. Boy, I'm going to turn you into a puppet. To control a puppet imbued with 9th grade sacred fire, this old one has never attempted such a feat. But Chinyu has only defended, not yet attacked. The power of Nighti strengthens his bones and flesh. But is it still not enough to withstand the power of the Breaking Dawn realm? He smiles mysteriously, ready to make his move. Huo Ziren, don't blink because I'm about to show you something interesting. First, the dragon tiger roared ferociously. Then Nati appeared in the middle, looking incredibly powerful, and finally Kim Du was ready for battle. It appears behind him, unleashing its power, and Xinian finally understands his strength. Boy, do you have some secret art to upgrade your bones and flesh, he threatened, mouth agape. But you're out of chances. Xinian leaps down the ground, cratering deeply, sending Tai Chang and Wang Xuan flying. The private's hand went limp, and he wearily lamented. I didn't expect ending this kid would be so troublesome. But the thought of the reward keeps Tunan motivated. What a waste of a demon's body, but acquiring Chinyu's body isn't a loss. But suddenly he stammered in disbelief. What? Through the dust, Chinyu's massive form emerges, a colossal hand, reaching for the sky, as the man stammers, terrified. You're the one who wields that power arm. How can this be? Chinyu, now one with Nai, thank you, asked smugly. How about that, like my move? Isn't that cool? It was at this moment that the private soldier finally realized Chinyu's true identity. You're not human, you're a demon, Wang Xuan stammered in disbelief. A demon, so he's a demon. Just then he explained, illusory, yet real, using the flesh of my cliff tyrant. It's just that the cultivation I can borrow is limited. Chinyu reveals that by borrowing the power of the Golden Crow and Hu Yuan, he can only wield the strength of one arm, but he's confident that even one arm is comparable to a third-level void-shattering realm cultivator. Chinyu unleashes a devastating blow, and despite the privateer's terror, he shows no mercy. The privateer shrinks back against the rocks, coughing up blood as he reverts to his original form. Giving up, Ziren lamented, I lost. All the effort to create the ghost puppet from the blood and sweat of thousands of humans, and it couldn't withstand a single move. Chinyu stood tall amidst the dust. You're not going to let him go after his declaration. Go to hell. The private soldier cried out for help. So Lam, make your move. Hearing that name, he was completely taken by surprise. So Lin, a name preceded by complaints. Huo, you disappoint me so, but Chu Lin had no intention of saving him. Chinyu, you may have won this round, but when we meet again I will kill you. And with that, he fled through the door behind him. Only now does Ziren realize he's been betrayed, his face contorted with rage. You dare scheme against me. Witnessing this, Chinyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Ho Ziren, so your day has come. Only now gripped by fear, he desperately pleads. Chinyu, you can't kill me. If you do, you'll never avenge yourself against Zhao Dian. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, what are you saying? It was then that Ziren revealed the truth, you still don't know. Zhao Dian awakened the immortal mark, and the Zhao clan is already on the path to ascension. I believe with your abilities, finding the path to ascension wouldn't be difficult, but it would take a lot of time. He frowned, offering a deal. By then, Zhao Dian will have long returned to the immortal realm. If you spare me, I can reveal its location to you. He smiled cleverly, cornering Xenon. You have no choice but to tell me because it could actually save your life. He gave a sinister, frightening smile. He carefully requested assurance. Swear on your soul to spare my life. Qin Yu kept his promise and complied. Very well, I swear to heaven and earth on my soul that I will not kill you. He sighed in relief and recounted everything he knew in detail. According to my Z-Ren sect's intelligence, the Zhao family immortals will descend at the ascension path on Mount Shifeng, 100 miles southwest of the Divine Sword Dynasty. He emphasized the time frame he had to intercept them. Qin Yu, you have at most 10 days. If you don't catch up in that time, the Zhao clan will return to the immortal realm, and you'll have no chance for revenge. Qin Yu suddenly smiled strangely, considering the situation. Thinking about you revealing such important information, he grabbed the man's neck and lifted him high, saying, I can grant you a painless death. Z-Ren cursed Qin Yu, you broke your promise, you swore on your soul. If you kill me, heaven will punish you and obliterate your soul. He glared at Gu Caozong. Do you defy the will of heaven? But Qin Yu didn't care, snapping Z-Ren's neck and tossing him to the ground with ease. Qin Yu sneered, I don't talk about honor with scum like you. Suddenly a massive force descends from the heavens, striking Qin Yu, who stands motionless. Witnessing this, Wang Xuan rejoices. Excellent. Qin Yu is about to vanish into thin air. As the smoke clears, it no longer clings to him. Tone Ing protected Qin Yu and he's completely unharmed. He turned back, a grateful smile on his face. Thanks, Tone Ing. Qin Yu then glanced at him, ordering him to hand over the remaining token. Wang Xuan was startled and stammered in compliance. Yes. A strange token suddenly appears before him. Sweating with fear, he feigned obedience. Here, take it. Qin Yu, I won't breathe a word of what happened today. No one will know you're a demon. Please spare me. Iron Spear knelt, begging for mercy. Young Master Qin, it's all my fault. I'm willing to die, just spare Xianer, and leave a drop of blood for my king. But Qin Yu wouldn't accept their pleas. Enough with this demon clan nonsense. I've heard Nai Ti's inner thoughts, and his rage is clear. How could I ever forgive you? Qin Yu then reaches out, touching some kind of power, examining its level. Let's see what level this immortal inscription is. The two gold plates soar, slowly merging together. Then the two golden plaques vanished, flying back toward him. Qin Yu absorbs all the power into his giant arm, then suddenly turns curiously, seeking input. Yazi, do you want to absorb the immortal glyph? Yazi appears, and greedily inhales the immortal glyph. Qin Yu extends his arm, eagerly commanding, then come. The massive arm bulges, overloaded with energy, and he slams it down upon the earth. Qin Yu struggles to explain that this is the 7th level immortal glyph. Nyati couldn't absorb it all, and the rest turned into spiritual energy within his body. The energy surrounds him as the arm slowly deflates, having released its power, and Qin Yu shows clear satisfaction with his achievement. Having absorbed the 7th level immortal glyph, the arm's power has doubled, and my cultivation has reached the peak of the divine transformation realm. Qin Yu calculates his next move with a sinister glint in his eyes. When I reach the peak of the spirit connection realm, all my combat power will be unleashed. I can already kill a 3rd level Void Shatterer, and with Naizi's arm I might even be able to kill a 5th level one. Zhao Dian, I don't care what immortal mark you've awakened, your death is assured. He carefully calculated the distance he needed to travel. It will take 9 days to reach the Qifeng Mountains from here. By then I won't have time to return to Tianhe City, so I must go to the Qifeng Mountains first. Qin Yu sent a message ordering Zhao Dian's assassination, then planned to return to Tianhe City. I'll make the first move, and after I kill the kings, tell Zhen that time is of the essence, Yu Yue. His eyes now held a chilling resolve filled with determination. Zhao Dian, I'm coming. The atmosphere is strange and ominous, with faint lights flickering in the darkness. At the treacherous barren mountain range of the Bleak Wind Mountains, the three of them approached the cliff face. Qing, he looked worried. Now that Zhao Dian has gone to the immortal realm, would she be ridiculed? He smirks deviously, assuring her, with me protecting you, who would dare laugh at you? Zhao Dian turns back, his eyes tender as he instructs. After I become the master of the celestial race, the human empress position belongs to her. Hearing this, Qing Huang excitedly expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Zhao Dian. Oblivious to Zhao Huan's darkening face behind them, a dazzling light flashed from the heavens, connecting both sides with streaks of light. A golden bridge appeared in the middle. Hu Yanni appears respectfully bowing to welcome Zhao Min of the Immortal Clan, saying Zhao Xuaner has come to guide her master home, piously explaining the reason. Huan, Ni's power is too great. Descending would cause chaos in the lower realm, so please forgive her absence. She says that only to deceive you, it's infuriating. But Zhao Dian remains calm, telling her not to be angry. He reveals a sinister side, hinting that the person is already dead. Zhao Dian gently helps Qing He onto the bridge, saying, let's go. Lead the way to the immortal realm. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out Zhao Dian's name from afar, and Qing He's face turned pale. Zhao Dian immediately recognized who it was, and Zhao Huan's face darkened as well. He landed spear in hand as Zhao Dian's face darkened with displeasure. Qin Yu smiled, his face hardening as he demanded, "The score between us is about to be settled, so why are you running away so hastily?" From afar, Schwanner watches with curiosity. So that's Qin Yu. Seeing him in person, he certainly has an extraordinary air about him. Feng Sheng noticed and asked if he needed help, but she clearly didn't want to get involved. If Zhao Dian, awakened with the supreme divine mark, can't deal with a mortal with a flick of the wrist, why would we interfere? If he can't even kill a mortal, how can he lead the Zhao clan immortal tribe to rule the world? He nods, a faint smile playing on his lips. I understand. Qin Yu walked towards them step by step, drawing ever closer. Qing He was pale with fear, stammering. Qin Yu, Zhao Dian isn't afraid at all, and even exclaims that he didn't expect you to break through to the peak of the divine realm in such a short time. I must say you really surprised me. Qin Yu, not to be outdone, then brings up the past. Zhao Dian, I still relish the sight of you weeping and begging for your uncle to save you. Qin Yu, I won't be trampled on by you anymore. Do you think reaching the peak of the divine realm means you can roar like thunder before me? Zhao Dian no longer cares about the past. I admit we once had a connection, and I was once moved, but now everything you've achieved is nothing more than garbage to me. With a terrifying look on his face, he commands Zhao Huan kill him. Zhao Huan respectfully acknowledged the order and dashed toward him like lightning. Zhao Huan, his eyes full of malice, prepared to attack, saying, I spared you once. You should have fled like a worm, not come here looking for death. But Qin Yu, unfazed, retorted, seeking death. Aren't you a little too confident? The two sides clash, creating a large cloud of dust as two figures from the immortal tribe watch intently from afar. Huaner curiously asks her teammate Zhao Fengsheng, how many moves do you think Zhao Huan can withstand from Qin Yu? He carefully considers it and offers his opinion, not even one. Having seen his abilities, Feng Thang knew that not even Zhao Dian could withstand Qin Yu's attack, let alone Zhao Huan, leaving Schwanner in utter disbelief. Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme divine mark and is now at the breakthrough realm. Even if he was weak before, he still can't withstand a single move from Qin Yu. He calmly explains what he has sensed. Even though Qin Yu is only at the peak of the divine realm, I can sense a powerful and violent force within him, a force from the depths of the great wilderness. Feng Sheng stammered, beads of sweat forming, concluding that even the young lady couldn't kill him. Hearing this, she couldn't believe her ears. What? Zhao Dian calmly continued across the bridge, confident in his subordinate's abilities, certain that Zhao Huan had used his full power in that attack. Qin Yu was as good as dead. Qin Huo, let's go. But suddenly Qin Yu's voice echoed, Zhao Dian, where do you think you're going in such a hurry? Zhao Huan's gaunt face registered the shock of realization. Qin Yu, you were hiding your strength. You're not at the peak of the Tongshen realm. You've already entered the Po Wang realm. He was helpless to defend himself. Damn it, I should have killed you from the start. Qin Yu smirked, bidding him farewell, knowing not everyone seizes their one chance. Farewell, Zhao Huan. Then with a little force he snapped Zhao Huan's neck, tossing him aside as Qin Yu continued on, smugly taunting his foe. Zhao Dian, your second uncle doesn't seem to be doing too well, does he? He's furious, screaming with bloodshot eyes. Qin Yu, Zhao Dian gathers his strength, preparing to counterattack. He readies his spear Thuong Jia and challenges Qin Yu to show him the immortal inscription he's so proud of. He slowly summons his sword as Zhao Dian unleashes a terrifying power. Qin Yu, I was defeated by you that day, but today will be different. He was now more cautious, considering the situation. Zhao Dian's strength has surpassed the Transcendence realm, reaching the illusion-breaking stage, and with the aid of immortal inscriptions, his immortal energy can unleash its full power. Zhao Dian is indeed more difficult to deal with than Huo Si Ren. He leaps into the air, soaring towards Zhao, Dian's sword raised, and shouts, take this. Qin Yu grips his spear, ready to parry. Qin Yu uses a technique, charging into the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Spear, but is pushed back, miscalculating. That blow was heavy. In our first exchange, I've already been put on the defensive. Before Qin Yu could recover, his opponent pressed the attack. Did you see that, Qin Yu? The me standing before you is no longer someone you can trample on. He swiftly leans back, dodging an attack. Qin Yu watches his every move, still in disbelief. But as Zhao Dian's leg rises, he swiftly grabs it. He was dragged unexpectedly, screaming. Qin Yu slammed Zhao Dian down, shattering the ground. Was that bravado a bit premature? The force of the blow causes him immense pain, but Qin Yu shows no mercy, preparing to strike again, as Zhao Dian retaliates with all his might. Qin Yu crouches ready to strike as Zhao Dian flies toward him, shouting a challenge. Come on, Qin Yu. Qin Yu closes in, bracing himself. As you wish. The tension between them is palpable, neither willing to yield. Qin Yu seized the opening, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending Zhao Dian flying. Not giving him a chance to recover, Qin Yu pressed his attack. Zhao Dian received my second spear. He gathers power, thunder rumbles around him, the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Spear, Soul of Fury. Seeing this, Zhao Dian's eyes widened in horror, as a massive power erupted, then faded, leaving only dust. Qin Yu landed softly, a smile spreading across his face as he beckoned him to come out. Come on out, I know that last move didn't kill you. A crimson power flickers, and Zhao Dian's voice rings out triumphantly. You're wrong, he's stronger than ever. Not only did you fail to kill me, you couldn't even scratch me. Zhao Dian laughed with arrogance. Qin Yu, I never beat you before, but I didn't expect the Supreme Divine Mark to make me this strong. He was stunned to hear this. Supreme Divine Mark. This is the first time I've heard of it, but it seems to surpass even immortal marks. In an instant, Zhao Dian appeared behind Qin Yu. He turns to see a face of utter shock. What? His sinister face reveals his intent to strike. As Zhao Dian unleashes a flurry of techniques, Qin Yu couldn't hold on, and retreated a long distance, as his opponent's sinewy arm continued to advance. Zhao Dian's bloodlust grows with each strike, and he declares this punch is for Qin Yu. He swiftly repositioned himself, Zhao Dian now brimming with confidence in his abilities. Power. This is true endless power. Seeing him struggle to stand, he declared Qin Yu the game is over, but Qin Yu wiped away the blood, refusing to give up. Zhao Dian, your arrogance is sickening, yet he feigns kindness, offering empty comfort. Qin Yu, I actually sympathize with you a little. You could have had a wonderful future, but unfortunately, you provoked the wrong person. Zhao Dian's face immediately twisted into a savage expression. You were destined to become my stepping stone. He conjures a dark crimson orb. Zhao Dian raised it high, making it even larger then, with a wicked grin he roared, die. Zhao Dian then brought the massive orb crashing down, mockingly consoling him that there was no shame in becoming his stepping stone, as few in the world were worthy of serving Zhao Dian. Meanwhile, the two immortals were still watching the fight intently, Hui chewing on a cake with a bored look on his face. Is that all? How boring. Zhao Fengsheng, you overestimated Qin Yu. When she received no response, she turned to look at Zhao Fengsheng. He stares in horror, sweating, as Zhao Dian stands alone, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Qin Yu is dead, his worldly desires now extinguished. Only immortal King Zhao Dian remains. But unbeknownst to Zhao Dian, a colossal hand rises behind him, accompanied by an extremely fierce figure. Qin Yu is not dead, and continues to provoke him. Is that all you've got? He returns stronger than before, declaring war. Round 2 begins. At this moment, Zhao Dian could also sense the problem. What was this extreme horror born from the depths of his heart? He looked on in terror, unable to understand why. My hand is trembling. I awakened the Supreme Divine Mark, yet this weak mortal is making it tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Xuan Ni's face also turned pale as she began to sense the anomaly. My celestial mark is trembling, even though he possesses the power of the great wilderness emissary. Zhao Fengsheng, could this really be happening? My immortal mark resonates with the great wilderness beasts, but merely possessing their power shouldn't cause this. He truly is remarkable. That boy has obtained the flesh of a great wilderness beast, perhaps even the strongest one. Fengsheng wants to intervene. This kid can't be allowed to live. Let me kill him now, or the entire immortal clan will face annihilation when he grows up. But Xuaner wouldn't allow it. Zhao Fengsheng, the hatred between Zhao Dian and Qin Yu is their own affair. We Zhao Xian race have always craved talent. How could we suppress such a prodigy? I am eagerly awaiting the final outcome. In my opinion, Zhao Dian will die by his hand today, which is extremely good for me. Hearing this, Fengsheng hurriedly reminded him, please don't act rashly. What you say may be true, but Xuan Ni emphasized each word. Zhao Fengsheng, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm telling you. Seeing that he had no choice but to back down, sweating profusely as Qin Yu slowly approached. He strikes a nerve, hitting where it hurts. Zhao Dian, are you afraid? Your hands are trembling. He draws his weapon, preparing himself. Zhao Dian, still confident in his abilities, spouts, nonsense. Qin Yu, do you really think changing your appearance will allow you to defeat me? He screams, veins bulging, a terrifying sight. The Supreme Immortal Mark is the greatest power of the Immortal Clan, possessing ancient might, and anything that stands before it can only kneel. Then Zhao Dian leaps high and flies toward him. Qin Yu, you are no exception. He throws a punch at Qin Yu's face, and a sharp blade flies in from afar, which Zhao Dian uses to slash wildly at him. He continues to scream incessantly, Qin Yu, you are no match for me. Fengsheng watched from the sidelines, amused, finding Zhao Dian's antics clownish, while Xuan blushed and giggled, wondering what price it would take to bring him to heel. He frantically attacks, swinging his sword and shouting, Qin Yu, I will defeat you, I am Zhao Dian. The sword pointed directly at him, a streak of fresh blood splattering in the air. Zhao Dian smiled triumphantly, his eyes filled with satisfaction, but suddenly his veins bulged and he coughed up blood. Qin Yu was unharmed as he charged forward. Zhao Dian stammered in disbelief, Qin Yu, you easily gained the upper hand with overwhelming power. He fell utterly defeated, as a satisfied smile crept across Qin Yu's face. Now I understand so much why the strong love toying with the weak. It's this feeling. He clenches his fist, enjoying the game. It was fun. A red and white power slowly ascends to the sky, as Zhao Dian lies on the ground, muttering in disbelief. I lost. I possessed supreme divine script, yet I still lost. He reached out to the celestial race, still arrogant. Save me. I command you to save me. Qin Yu looked on, awaiting their reaction. Fengsheng remained silent, while Xuan smiled, her eyes narrowing. Zhao Dian, even if I wanted to save you, I'm afraid I'm powerless to do so. Sorry about that. He never imagined his end would be so tragic. Qin Yu wasted no time crushing Zhao Dian under his foot, obliterating him from existence. Terrified by his power, he collapses to the ground, her face pale and body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Yu slowly approached her, his voice cold, laced with heartache. Li Qinghe, do you regret it? Thon Hoa's voice trembled, tears of despair streaming down her face. No regrets. She stared straight ahead, eyes hardened. I have no regrets. Everything I've done was to become stronger, a tense acceptance of death. I want to be the strongest in this world, to control everything. Qin Yu, make your move. He simply closed his eyes in sympathy. You're right, everyone has the right to choose. Qin Yu admits that your choice was not wrong. You once succeeded and truly became the empress of this world. Thon Hoa's expression turned manic upon hearing this. Empress. I became an empress, she laughed, maniacally satisfied. I chose correctly. Her emotions were so mixed, she no longer feared death. But it also spelled the end for Qing, as she collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Qin Yu sighed in resignation. It's all over. A voice echoed from the top of the stairs. Qin Yu, you killed Zhao Dian. Do you know the consequences? With a mocking smile, he retorted. What do you think? Schwanner looked sorrowful. Zhao Dian possessed supreme divine inscriptions and was destined to be the master of our Zhao family. As a member of the Zhao family, I should avenge him. Qin Yu simply diffused the situation. Besides me, you're the one who wanted Zhao Dian dead the most. Zhao Schwanner, don't hold back. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Upon hearing this, Feng Sheng restrained him. Lao Yao Qin Yu is saying things he shouldn't, but instead of being afraid, he's sneering. Zhao Fengsheng, you're just an old man putting on a grotesque face. That won't do. The two in the sky were shocked to hear this, and Zhuaner's expression immediately turned strange. How does he know Zhao Fengsheng's name? Could he have overheard our conversation? But that's impossible. Our conversation was protected by the Immortal Clan's barrier. Strange, how does he know Fong Thang retreated in a panic? This man is strange indeed. Why does he seem so familiar? Qin Yu smiled faintly, a coldness in his eyes. It was fortunate that I could kill Zhao Dian so easily today. If those two hadn't arrived, I fear I would have faced a bloodbath. Zhao Xuanair, a prodigy of the Zhao family, with immortal patterns, no lower than the 8th level. There aren't many in the immortal race as virtuous as her, who don't wantonly slaughter the innocent, and who remember past kindnesses. In the past, Zhao Xuanair's covert assistance allowed me to contend with Zhao Dian. But Qin Yu couldn't change one thing, her tragic death at Zhao Dian's hands. After all, the reason he remembers these two is because of an unpaid debt of gratitude, and Zhao Feng, before you died in the previous life, you begged me to kill Zhao Dian. I couldn't do it before, but in this life I've finally repaid you. Looking up at the figure on the golden steps 10,000 feet high, Xuan Ni giggles. What an interesting kid. Zhao Fengsheng, let's go down. The two immortals descended to the lower realm, Qin Yu remaining calm before them. He reached out, conjuring a blazing red orb, and coldly announced, I killed Zhao Dian and took his supreme divine script. Feng Sheng couldn't bear to hear his crude words. What did you say? Xuan Yi remains calm, knowing the supreme divine mark will be useless to him. Ordinary people can use secret arts to attain immortal runes, but the supreme divine runes are different, and she knows this well. Divine runes reign supreme over immortal runes, and this supreme divine rune is among the strongest. Aside from the Zhao family of the immortal race, no one can absorb and cultivate it. I won't stop you, try it if you don't believe me. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with determination, and without another word he tried to absorb the jade orb in his hand. After a while the jade orb no longer reacted, proving that Xuaner's words were true. See, I wasn't lying to you. Qin Yu frowned slightly. It seems there's no way to refine this supreme divine inscription right now. If I could break the monster's seal, I could borrow its power to enhance my absorption. Considering the low probability of absorbing it, which requires peak void gazer cultivation, something I can't achieve yet, Huyen Yi stepped forward gently saying, Qin Yu, give me this supreme divine inscription. Of course, I won't just take it. She offered a deal 3 3rd-grade immortal artifacts and a 7th-grade immortal inscription. But Qin Yu knew that wasn't enough. It couldn't compare to the value of the supreme divine script. Huaner simply nodded, mentioning Qin Yu. I know all about your grievances with the Zhao family. They stole your fiancé and murdered members of the Qin family. She looked him straight in the eye. Qin Yu, what do you think of me? Qin Yu gave his honest opinion, which pleased the heavenly daughter. Good eye. So Xuanva bestows an opportunity. If that's how it is, she'll compensate him with a fiancé. From this day forward, Zhao Xuanva will be Qin Yu's fiancé. Qin Yu's face froze for a moment, then he immediately revealed a look of contempt and disgust. Oh. Feng Sheng, looking flustered, quickly explained, My lady, I can't bear it. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, he angrily shouted, And you kid, what was with that look just now? My young lady is so noble and you dare to make such a disgusted face, he casually questioned. So you're saying I should accept this? Hearing this, Feng Tung broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly warning, Absolutely not. At the same time, Xuan Er approached him gently, saying, Qin Yu, I'm serious. Then she touched Qin Yu with her finger, looked up and proposed, You possess the energy of the great wilderness envoy. Although your status is far below mine, your potential is considerable. I will do everything I can to nurture you, and when you are strong enough I will marry you." With a slightly flushed face, she smiled and continued, "Don't worry, I won't hide our relationship before we get married. I'll announce this to the entire Zhao family of immortals." Seeing this, Feng Sheng shouted miss, but she just smiled quietly, manipulating him. "Qin you won't be at a disadvantage." Qin Yu smirked inwardly at these false words. As expected of Zhao Xuanair, she's willing to offer such conditions to win me over. Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs her wrist, speaking out. "I'm sorry," Qin Yu said with a gentle smile. "Your offer is tempting, but I must decline." But Huan Ni, without a hint of anger, simply smiled and said, "Qin Yu, what are you worried about? But it's nothing." He didn't let her finish and honestly confessed, "I'm not worried. I'm simply not interested in you." Hearing this, she frowned and shouted angrily, "Qin Yu, my patience has run out after showing you so much sincerity." Then staring him down, she exclaimed, "You may be strong, but do you really think you can defeat me and Zhao Fengsheng?" Seeing Xuan Yue's attitude, Qin Yu coldly declares that he can kill them both. "You don't know the immensity of the universe. Since you don't appreciate my goodwill, then die here." Qin Yu, with demonic energy radiating around his body, frowned and said, "Deep down, you know you two can't kill me. Even if you have a trump card, so do I." With a smirk, he confidently declares that if he survives, the Zhao family of the immortal world will face a great hidden danger. Qin Yu, his face darkening, smirked and said, "I possess the supreme divine script. What would it mean for the Zhao family if I gave it to other great clans of the immortal world? I believe you all understand." Visibly enraged, Feng Sheng immediately demands, "Are you threatening me?" To that he calmly replies, "No, I'm just reasoning with you." Suddenly Xuanxi interrupts loudly, "Enough." She frowned sternly, demanding, "Just what price are you asking for the Supreme Divine?" Mark Qin Yu raised a finger and replied, "First, I want a 4th grade immortal artifact." He didn't stop there, continuing to lay out his conditions. "Second, I want 10 9th grade elixirs." Qin Yu thought to himself that the Supreme Divine Script was just an external object to help him increase his strength. Instead of taking the risk of waiting to use the beast's power to refine it later, exchanging it for more cultivation materials was the most important thing right now. He continued, "Third, I want 3 level 7 immortal runes." Feng Sheng pointed at Qin Yu, yelling, "You're threatening me." He covered his ears, furrowing his brow, wondering why she had to say it out loud and embarrass him. Then Xuanxi narrowed her eyes and said, "I can give you 4th grade immortal energy, but I don't have much of the precious 9th grade elixir." Then she extended her hand, offering, "I'm willing to trade a 9th grade elixir, 10 8th grade elixirs, 57th grade elixirs, and 3 7th level immortal glyphs. I can agree to all of that." He panicked, exclaiming, "My lady," but Xuanxi calmly closed her eyes, saying, "These are all external possessions. There's no need to dwell on them." Then frowning, she asked sternly, "Qin Yu, do you agree?" Qin Yu seized the opportunity and immediately agreed to the deal. With a joyful expression, Xuan Ni said, "Happy to be working with you." Her attitude left him stunned. Huan Ni reached for Qin Yu's hand, but he dodged it, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as he demanded, "Give me the goods first. What are you thinking?" Though angered, she tells herself to remain calm. Having obtained what she wanted, Xuan Ni and Feng Sheng ascended the golden steps, a look of triumph on her face as she gazed at the item before her, and spoke with a smile. "The Supreme Divine Script finally mine." At that moment, the man behind her gritted his teeth annoyed, and said, "Miss, this Qin Yu is too arrogant. I can't swallow this insult." She turns a sly glint in her eye and says, "Swallow it down. What are those things compared to the Supreme Divine?" Mark Huan Ni's gaze turns icy. Then gazing into the distance, she says, "Haven't you noticed Qin Yu is mature and his trump card is formidable?" She continued, "Even if he obtained a great opportunity, do you really think it could make an ordinary person act like that?" At the same time, Qin Yu's smug face appeared as he obtained what he wanted. Feng Sheng, drenched in sweat, anxiously spoke up. "Miss, are you implying?" Hu Yan, narrowing her eyes, speculated gravely. "This Qin Yu may no longer be the same Qin Yu we once knew." He gasped, "Could it be a rebirth through usurpation?" Then she gravely affirmed that if Qin Yu had truly been reborn through possession, the current clues indicated he possessed a 9th grade sacred fire and a wild body. Piecing these signs together, perhaps some wild beast from the great wilderness had taken over Qin Yu. But then Xuanair turned to leave, signaling, "Of course I'm just guessing, but no matter what, we've already made an agreement with him, so it's not all bad. Zhao Fengsheng, let's go home." With that, the two teleported to another location. Elsewhere, someone secretly witnessed everything, and with a wagging tail, Linha mused, "Looks like I've stumbled upon something interesting." Standing high on the windy cliff, she mused over Qin Yu's taming of the wild beast, and his pact with Zhao Xuanair, her tone laced with amusement. "My father will certainly take a liking to you. It seems our clan has gained another powerful member." Lin He grinned with excitement. "Qin Yu, we'll meet again in Holy Heart City." She left without waiting for a reply. With that, she rode the wind and clouds away. 10 days later in Tianhe City, peace still reigned. Sunlight bathed the city gates as cultivators bustled about. A figure approached leisurely from afar, the one for whom Tian Chang had been waiting. "She's here." Her face glows, certain of his success. "Congratulations, young Master Qin." Xin Yu smiled at her. these matters are finally over. Tianchang, let's go. It's time to return and say farewell to the Prince of Zhenan. With that, Tianchang somberly delivered some news. The Prince of Zhenan and Yuer have already left. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. Were there more demon attacks on Bingkang? Then she presents a letter. It's from Yuer. Inside it reads, Qin Yu, congratulations on defeating Zhao Dian. I wanted to wait for your return and cook you a delicious meal. Li Yue, affirmed divinations, but alas, the war at the border is urgent, and we cannot delay our departure. Qin Yu, I've decided to join the Divine Might Army. Did you know? My spear is just as good as your war god spear. Once I get to the Sacred Heart Palace, I'll train hard, and I hope you'll be even stronger when we meet again. At that moment, her strong image flashed in his mind. I will become much stronger too. It's too late. I must depart. Qin Yu, take care. Even so, parting brings sorrow, and Yuer hopes the Prince of Zhenan survives. Seeing this, Tianchang comforts him. Young Master Qin Yuer and the Prince of Zhenan will surely succeed in repelling the demon race. Qin Yu silently pockets the letter, saying, let's get going. She nods obediently in response. Yes, the wheels turn quickly, and the carriage speeds across the green grass. Inside are Qin Yu and 3 other girls, and he speaks first. Miss Wanner, I didn't expect you to come to Holy Heart City. She replied, my Tianhe auction house is also preparing to build a new branch conveniently located in Holy Heart City, along the same route as everyone else. He nodded understanding. So that's how it is. Suddenly, someone beside Qin Yu tugs at his sleeve. Master, where did Sister Wu Yue and Sister Wu Si go? Ruo, you wondered. Qin Yu patted her head reassuringly. They'll meet us in Holy Heart City. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In Holy Heart City. After a long journey, the carriage has arrived. Ruo, you peeks out the window, marveling Holy Heart City is so big. Wan Yi was also excited, as expected, of the inner city of the Holy Heart Palace. Its scale far exceeded that of the Milky Way City. Tian Shuang gently planned ahead for everyone. Let's rest in Holy Heart City for a while, and in a few days we'll move to the Holy Heart Palace first. As the carriage slowed, Qin Yu sensed something was amiss, something was happening up ahead. Unnoticed by the others, Tian Shuang's face paled slightly. After observing for a while, he determined it wouldn't affect them right. Qin Yu overheard what those people were shouting. They're just a few rogue martial artists, recruiting teammates. These unaffiliated cultivators, if they want rare treasures, quickly have only one option. He muttered that the only option was to venture into the great wilderness. Tianchang, seeing this, grew worried. Young Master Qin casually relents, telling them to go if they want, and suggests they leave as well. The carriage arrives at the enormous estate, and everyone disembarks after their long journey. Ruo Yu excitedly jumps around, exclaiming how huge the estate is. Tianchang introduced young Master Qin. These are my properties. You can stay here for the time being. Qin Yu smiled and agreed. Let's rest well these next few days, and perhaps we can take a stroll tomorrow. In Qin Yu's room late at night, sword and saber were enveloped in an aura swirling around his meditating form, as he reached out to summon his spear eyes, sharp and decisive. 9 Heavens Extinction Fire. A flame engulfs the spear, causing a disturbance in his room late at night. In moments, Qin Yu's spear is successfully refined. He smiles, pleased with the results. As expected of a 4th-level immortal artifact, the War God Sword has also reached the 4th level after fusion. 3 different objects are brought forth, and the phantom of a wild beast appears behind Qin Yu. Its bite, the 7th level of the 3 Dao immortal imprints. Before he could finish, it lunged forward and devoured everything, chewing and swallowing. Having eaten its fill, Nai Ti sighs contentedly as Qin Yu laments, Nai Ti, you didn't leave me anything. In return, he only received Nai Ti's triumphant smile. Qin Yu could only shake his head helplessly and sigh how heartless. Power surges through his body as he absorbs 3 streams of 7th-level immortal energy, enough to pull out Nai Ti's second arm. Next, he would elevate his cultivation and truly break through to the insightful emptiness realm. Countless pills were released, and with a single thought they surged into Qin Yu's body. The absorbed energy surges within him, and he must hold it all in. Qin Yu is elated. A grade 7 elixir can help a martial artist break through the 9th level of the divine realm and reach its peak. Here he has 50 pills that can help him reach the shattered void realm. He strains to unleash the power from his body, and a surge of energy erupts from the room. Qin Yu's power has increased, and he laughs with joy, finally reaching the 1st level of the insightful emptiness realm. Entering the shattered void realm can be considered truly setting foot on the path of cultivation for the strong. The levels of cultivation here are completely different, starting from the 1st level martial artist, then spiritual connection, shattered void, broken void, return to one, ascend to godhood, enter sainthood, up to the supreme 7 great realms. Upon entering the seeker stage, a sea of energy crystal forms within the body, capable of storing 10 times the spiritual energy of the spirit connection stage. With each level, the amount of spiritual energy increases 10-fold. But that's only for ordinary cultivators. For me, it's more than 100-fold. Qin Yu clenches his fist, full of hope for the future, now merged with his body and Yazi's arm. A 5th-level void-shattering expert is nothing to me. Perhaps even a peak void-shattering expert, I would still have the power to fight. His eyes are full of confidence, believing he could still slay a level 1 void fragmentation expert even if it meant his own demise. With that done, he sat relaxed on the bed. With this cultivation, I can walk tall throughout the Heavenly River dynasty. Chinyu was a little sentimental. In my previous life, it took me decades to reach my current cultivation, but now I'm only 18. He sensed his power, thinking, when I reach the Shattering Void Realm, I'll visit the Great Wilderness again. The Great Wilderness is divided into 7 branches, the first being the border region. The border of the Great Wilderness is home to wild beasts, the strongest being at the peak of the Divine Realm, but most are only at the 1st to 3rd level. The second branch is largely known as the Abyss of the Great Wilderness. Ironically, I once thought the same thing. Chinyu hesitated, unaware that the Great Wilderness's vastness and danger were beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. Because of an accident in his past life, he was greatly affected. In his previous life, due to unforeseen circumstances, he fell into the crevice between the 7 branches of the Great Wilderness, plummeting straight into the 7th branch. And that was the destiny. He obtained the very heart of the Great Wilderness, which granted Chinyu his current abilities, and helped me seize this portion of the Great Wilderness inheritance. A dragon glides across the painting, and he smiles to himself. My brothers, wait for me. Soon I will awaken each of you. Chinyu is also curious to see what the last 8 untamed beasts that he couldn't awaken in his past life are. The terrifying aura of that beast was still fresh in his mind. Just then, a knock at the door broke Chinyu's concentration. Enter. And someone did. Young master, what progress have you made on the task I assigned you? Wu Yue asked respectfully on her knees. Vong Yet has completed the task you assigned and recounts what she's done. I've counted the remaining treasures of the deceased, slaughtered Huo Si Ren and his men, leaving no one alive, not even the beheaded. Then I brought something for you to inspect. The bird flew from the ring and towards him, and he reached out to receive it. I will recover this portion of the 9 tripod golden pills power he generously allows. As for the purple fiend sex treasure, you and Wu Si can keep it. She happily thanked him. Thank you, master. Chinyu then asked, how is Wu Si doing? My sister has contacted Li Qingjiao and entered the secret infiltration phase. Hearing this, his expression darkened. Very well, remind Wu Si to be careful at all times. Although the stealth technique I taught her is profound, her cultivation is still shallow and she can't fully utilize it, so she can't afford to be careless, or she'll surely die if exposed. She clasped her hands in clear acknowledgement. Then he said, you may retire. Chinyu's heart was filled with complex emotions in the cold room. The next day in Holy Heart City, the streets bustled with activity as Chinyu and his companions strolled through the city as planned. Xu Shuang happily suggests, young Master Qin, would you like to try the wine that Holy Heart City brews itself? You won't find it anywhere else. Hearing this, he agreed, for Holy Heart City's wine was the most famous in the Sky River dynasty, and he couldn't pass it up. Ruo, you excitedly demanded I want to drink too. Before you come of age, he sternly replied, you're not allowed to touch alcohol. The girl tearfully complains to Wu Yue as they head to the Holy Heart Tavern, while Chu Cheng freezes, wondering why he's here. Qin Yu took notice of the strange remark. What's that supposed to mean? Her eyes darkened as a troublesome figure emerged. It was Shen Xuan of the Frozen Flame Mysterious Sect, who immediately sized up Qin Yu. So you're the kid with the 9th grade Sacred Flame. With an arrogant tone, he extends an invitation. Your talent isn't bad. The Holy Heart Palace can't contain you. Come with me. Xu Shuang awkwardly replies that Qin is highly regarded by her father and master, causing Shen Xuan to immediately change his expression. Ling Tianchong, I hate being interrupted. A veiled threat. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide this time. But know the consequences if it happens again. That attitude infuriates Xu Shuang. He ignores Qin Yu and walks right up to him. Follow me then. And without waiting for a response, he just walks away, leaving Qin Yu bewildered. Who was that guy? His steps faltered at those words, and Shen Xuan turned back proudly, introducing himself. That's right, I'm just a nobody from the mountains in the Bitter Branch Hall, so it's normal you wouldn't know me. My name is Tram Huyen, a core disciple of the Bang Hoa Huyen Tong. Qin Yu sneered. So it was the Bang Hoa Huyen Tong, a name he'd heard for a long time, yet he hadn't recognized the boy's ugly attitude and smugness. So you're not completely blind and deaf, you even know of my Icefire Mysterious Sect. Since you know, come with me. My sect has already reserved a core disciple position for you. Shen Xuan is quite smug. Talented young men like you are wasted in a backwater kingdom like the Tianhe dynasty. Join my sect and in a few years your skills could earn you a position as an elder. His attitude is truly unpleasant. Do you really think so highly of me? But I know a thing or two about the Icefire Mysterious Sect's reputation. Qin Yu's tone is contemptuous. Just to cling to the immortals, your sect even offers up your wives and daughters. Your noble sacrifice truly earns my respect. These taunts made Chu Cheng laugh, while Chen Xuan, feeling humiliated, flew into a rage. Qin Yu, you have a death wish. Just as he was about to strike, a hand reached out to stop him. Qin Yu calmly advises that their Icefire Mystic Sect lacks any real backbone. If you're here, does that mean you'll live your life on your knees? His eyes suddenly changed, and a crushing force made Shen Xuan Kui buckle as the beast within Qin Yu unleashed an astonishing pressure. What I hate most are weaklings who cling to the robes of the immortals. His arrogant facade crumbles. I've reached the third level of the Shattered Hope realm, and I still can't withstand this kid's pressure. He releases him, steps past him into the tavern, and says they should go and not let some guy ruin their drinking. Leaving Shen Xuan in a daze, he hissed with humiliation, Qin Yu. Shen Xuan bit his lip until it bled his face, contorted with rage and hatred. You're going to die. Cut to the second floor of the Purple Tower, where golden sunlight streams through white silk curtains, as Qin Yu downs a cup of wine and exclaims, "Fine wine indeed lives up to its reputation." At that moment, Tiancheng hesitated, her voice uncertain. Young Master Qin Shenxuan is rather hot-tempered. Perhaps we should hurry to the Sacred Heart Hall, or I fear. Qin Yu glanced out the window and calmly replied, "It's just the Dean Fire mysterious sect, no need to worry." But his words did little to ease Tiancheng's worries. She sighed inwardly, never expecting that Qin Yu would attract the attention of the Ice Fire mysterious sect, and hoped that her father and master could bear the pressure. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from the courtyard below, and upon looking down, Tianyang angrily shouted, "You lecher!" Her face filled with irritation, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Daring to harass an innocent girl in Holy Heart City. How audacious." At that, Tianyang couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up. "Young Master Qin, I'll go take a look." Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded and said, "I'll go too." Meanwhile, in the main hall below, a crowd gathered, buzzing with excitement as a short-haired girl with a flushed face trembled and cried out, "You're shameless. You said you'd read my fortune, but you groped me." The man opposite her had a clear red handprint on his cheek. He smirked. "Little girl, it's your fault. The more detail and fortune telling, the better." He stroked his chin with amusement, musing, "Otherwise, how could I apologize to an immortal like you, Qin Zhao?" The man slowly stepped forward, shamelessly grabbing Qin Zhao's chin, and said in a low voice, "Trust me, I never lie. No one in this world would be cruel enough to bully such a beautiful woman." Each word he spoke felt like a hot breath on her face. He claimed to have endured much ridicule but never regretted it, for he was an honorable man. Without shame, the man closes in on Qin Zhao, their noses almost touching. "I only want to help girls to help them live happy lives." She hesitated, unable to speak. "You." Just then, Qin Yu and Tiancheng were nearing the bottom, and his lewd voice grew louder, but people didn't understand. Forget it, how many people understand a noble person like him who does everything for everyone? Hearing this, Tianyang was furious, while the young man could only awkwardly raise his hand. This man's shamelessness was truly unparalleled. The man then crept closer to Qin Dao, his hand inching towards her chest, a lecherous glint in his eyes as he whispered, "Let's change locations." At that moment, Tianyang's face was a mask of murderous intent, as she roared, "Situ Zhengyu." Hearing that voice, Situ Zhengyu froze, turning his head timidly. "If it isn't my little darling." Zhengyu feigned surprise and delight, saying, "Long time no see, let me see your hand." Qin Yu immediately grabbed his mischievous arm. He nonchalantly taunted, "Why don't you take a look at mine first?" sending Zhengyu into a panic. "You insolent brat," he stammered, wiping his hands with a tissue. "You're too young. You probably misread it," Tianyang lamented. "This is Situ Zhengyu, the ceremonial guard that Holy Heart Palace invited." Qin Yu crossed his arms, his eyes full of interest as he assessed him. Seeing is believing. He recalled that Situ Zhengwu was the second most powerful figure in the Situ family, blessed with astonishing talent from a young age. In his youth, Situ Zhengyu once said that only a place like the Holy Heart Palace full of beautiful women could truly bring out his worth. He was known for his wanton behavior, thick skin, and a penchant for groping people under the guise of fortune-telling. Yet he was hailed as a great hero of the human race, having repelled 7,000 demons in his past life and guarded the Sacred Heart Palace for 10,000 years. However, he was ultimately defeated by the Demon Queen, but before his death, he managed to touch her butt. Zhengyu trembled, teetering on the edge, but he finally managed to touch it. Incredible. The queen's face flushed crimson with shameless embarrassment, and because of that act, the Demon Queen would be haunted by Situ Zhengyu for tens of thousands of years to come. Back in reality, Qin Yu stared at him, nodding to himself. This man may be a bit dishonest, but he's still a man of character. Faced with his strange gaze, Zhengyu stammered, "Young man, don't look at me like that, it scares me." At that moment, Tiancheng cut straight to the chase. "Situ Zhengyu, my father and master, have told you many times not to mess with other people's daughters." She lowered her voice, resolute. "When I return to Holy Heart Palace, I will report all of this." Seeing her resolve, Zhengyu panicked and begged little Tianyang, "I was wrong, please give me another chance." "It's no use," Tiancheng said coldly, turning away. Just then, Qin Yu spoke up to defuse the situation. "Tiancheng, let it go this time, but if it happens again, I won't let it slide." As soon as he finished speaking, Tiancheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying he'd let it go, this time out of respect for Qin Yu. With sparkling eyes, Zhengyu thanked his good brother, then immediately headed upstairs. "Young Master Qin, let's go upstairs," Zhengyu brazenly calls out from below. "Take me with you, I've spent all my winnings, I'm completely broke." Cut to the second floor, where 2 glasses of wine have been filled. Zhengyu puts his arm around him, saying, "Brother, joining the Sacred Heart Palace will be the best decision of your life." His eyes glazed over with alcohol as he rambled on. "You probably don't know how fair-skinned all the female disciples of the Sacred Heart Palace are, right? At that moment Tianchang was consumed by a murderous rage, his anger reaching the heavens. Zheng Yu, realizing this, quickly cleared his throat. Let's not talk about this anymore. Then he suddenly pointed at Ruo Yu and asked, by the way, is this girl your slave? Qin Yu's eyes turned suspicious as he hummed in response. So what? Contrary to his previous frivolous attitude, Zheng Yu suddenly warned sternly, you must protect this girl well or a lot of trouble will come your way. Qin Yu replies with a faint smile, that goes without saying. Then his face darkens as he thinks, he can also see this girl's bloodline. The Situ family is indeed not simple. But then Zheng Yu grinned slyly. Once this girl grows up, she'll be an absolute beauty, and many lecherous men will come sniffing around, which will definitely cause big trouble. Of course, not everyone is as upright as you, uncle. His words immediately made Qin Yu regret overestimating him. Tianyang frowned and said, actually there's one more thing. I might need your help with it. No, it should be to assist the Situ family. Situ, Zheng Yu exclaimed in surprise, his face showing interest. Tianyang continued softly. Shen Xuan of the Icefire Mysterious Sect has arrived, wanting Qin Yu to join. Zheng Yu smirked derisively. The Icefire Mysterious Sect is a strong backer, but they're nothing compared to our Situ family. He clutched his chest dismissively, asking, you needed me for something so trivial, Qin Yu interjected, but I just made Shen Xuan kneel before me. Hearing this, Qin Vu immediately panicked but quickly regained his composure. Well done, kid. The people of the Icefire Mysterious Sect are all arrogant, so teaching them a lesson must have been extremely satisfying. Little brother, rest assured, from today onward I'll be your protector. He simply smiled calmly and nodded. Thank you. Then he called out to the waiter, bring the wine. I'm not going home sober tonight. The waiter immediately responded, coming right up. Just then Ruo Yu suddenly spoke up. I don't want to wait here. I want to go play. Qin Yu gently asked for her opinion. In that case, how about I have Tianchang and Wuya accompany you? Would that be all right? And Ruo Yu immediately agreed. The two girls quickly left the table, and Tianyang cheerfully said, let's go have some fun. She subtly glanced back, thinking young Master Qin must want to speak privately with Situ Zheng Yu, so I shouldn't intrude. Qin Yu quietly watched their figures fade into the distance, until Zheng Yu glanced over meaningfully, and asked, you have something you want to say, don't you? He lowered his head, not refuting. That's right, I want to borrow something like this from you. With that, Qin Yu gently swiped across the screen. The sight of his action sent him into a panic. No way, that thing is as important as my life. How could I give it to you? In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Down in the tavern's main hall, a drunken Zheng Yu slurred, grabbing his shoulder. Little brother, from this day forward, you are my closest confidant. Situ, Zheng Yu's brother. What's mine is yours, between brothers right. Here, brother, it's all yours. Qin Yu sighed wearily, thinking that the girls from Tianchang could call him uncle from now on. But in that instant his eyes widened in shock. Zhengwu, who was drunk, was confused by this expression. What's wrong? He turned his head coldly, warning something has happened to Tianchang and the others. Zheng Yu immediately thought of the Frozen Flame Mysterious Sect, but Qin Yu didn't answer, only turning to instruct. It's still unknown for now. I'll go save them first. Brother Situ, wait for me here. He shook his head. I'm going too. He explained somberly. I just received a transmission from Wu Yu. They only want me to go alone first. Don't worry, Situ, I can handle it. Unable to change his mind, Zheng Yu finally nodded in agreement. Brother, be careful. Qin Yu quickly agreed, then shot into the sky, leaving a long trail of red fire. Elsewhere, on a desolate and silent mountain, Tianchang and Ruo Yu lie collapsed on a large rock with Wu Yue, unconscious, beside them. Why isn't he here yet, Ling? He complained idly, sitting cross-legged on a rocky outcrop. Qin Yu is so slow. But at that moment a mysterious figure in the hazy smoke caught her eye. Qin Yu's face darkened, his entire being, radiating a murderous aura, but Ling Xia, recognizing him, happily clasped her chest. Finally here. She rushed toward him, waving her hand. Qin Yu, over here. But what Linha saw next made her eyes widen. Qin Yu's cold blade, engulfed in raging flames, tore through the air with terrifying speed. A pillar of fire erupts, threatening to tear the very air apart, and Ling He instantly leaps back. She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to help but exclaim at his burning rage. Qin Yu tightened his fingers, his eyes burning red as he lunged forward as if to devour his opponent in the sea of fire, his feet skidding across the ground with a piercing screech. Qin Yu growled, you have a death wish. Just as he was about to tighten his grip, Ling, he cried out, Qin Yu, it's me. He recognized the voice instantly. It's you. Linha pleaded softly. Qin Yu, let go. I mean you no harm. Her face was covered in wounds and her eyes were filled with resentment. Why is this kid suddenly so angry? We've met before, you know. Do you really want to kill me? But Qin Yu remained unmoved, coldly asking, are you with the Icefire Mysterious Sect, Ling? He angrily retorted, the Icefire Mysterious Sect, that's just a pathetic sect relying on the celestial race. Are you even worthy of associating with me? Qin Yu then looked up and around, noticing the unconscious Wu Yu, slumped against a tree. Regaining his composure, he cut to the chase. Why did you bring me here? What do you want? Gasping for air, Ling, he struggled to speak. Could you let me go first? With that, Qin Yu quickly released her. Ling, he rubbed her neck wearily and shook her head slightly. Qin Yu, the reason I lured you here is because I hope you can join my clan. You have the blood of a wild beast within you. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes sharpened as he questioned her. Just who are you? Then puzzled, he wondered, how does she know I can control Yazi's body? Realizing his expression, he reassured him, Qin Yu, don't be tense. She grinned, revealing sharp teeth. So if you carry the blood of a wild beast, then you share my origins. Then a tail suddenly sprouts from Ling. He's back and finally sharp claws grow from her hands. I don't mind telling you, my father, who exudes the aura of a mystical dragon, is the Black Dragon King of the Great Wilderness. Qin Yu, wary and defensive, questions the Black Dragon King as Ling. He smirks, thinking he's not pretending. He truly doesn't know my father's identity. Qin Yu isn't a reborn beast after all. She asked in a low voice, probing, do you know just how vast the Great Wilderness is? He casually shook his head and replied, I don't know. Ling, his eyes darkened. My Great Wilderness spans tens of billions of miles, even larger than the immortal realm, and is divided into 7 natural chasms, each guarded by a monstrous beast king. My father, the Black Dragon King, guards the 7th chasm. Lin Ha continued. In terms of status, my father is second to none in the immortal realm, and in terms of cultivation, even the strongest immortal experts pose no threat to him. But in his heart he wondered, Black Dragon King. I spent 10 years in the Great Wilderness in my past life, and never saw him once. Naizi, do you know the Black Dragon King? Just then, Yazi behind him suddenly cried out, whispering incessantly into Qin Yu's ear. He smirked and turned back to ask, you're saying the Black Dragon King used to be your underling? Don't lie to me, Naiti. The two exchanged smiles and an eerie silence fell. After a moment, Ling, he speaks up, Qin Yu, if you possess the flesh and blood of a wild beast, then you should naturally join our clan, right? Quickly prepare yourself and I'll take you to meet my father. Without hesitation, Qin Yu flatly refused. Forgive me, but I'm used to my freedom. Thank you for your kind offer. His words immediately displeased her. Qin Yu, do you think I'm lying to you, or is there something else on your mind? He looked her in the eye and calmly replied, I have absolutely no interest. But Ling, he refused to give up, continuing to shout. Qin Yu, you don't belong with the humans. You belong with our Great Wilderness. Join the evil clan and you'll receive only good things. Are you rejecting me because you've taken a liking to that Zhao Xuan heir? At this, Qin Yu's eyes immediately turned cold. He thought to himself that she must have been hiding nearby the day he killed Zhao Dian. How careless of him to not notice her. Qin Yu said coldly, I have no interest in Zhao Xuan heir, nor will I join you. Lin, he sighed, defeated by his firm stance. Qin Yu, you are so stubborn. Well, our clan's doors are always open to you. Finally, Qin Yu steps forward, saying gravely, in that case, I'll take my leave. He then coldly turned and declared, also, I don't like the way you do things, and if there's a next time, I definitely won't let you off. She sulked, complaining. What a terrible temper. However, Ling, he suddenly looked at Ruo. You asking, by the way, can I take this little girl with me? She smirked, explaining that the girl had ancient demon blood within her, and no matter how great her future achievements, she would only ever be a minor demon. Lin, his face lit up with interest. If you let me take her, I'll use Black Dragon blood to cleanse her marrow, freeing her from the demon race and making her a wild beast of the evil clan. Qin Yu pondered what she said was true. Although the demon race was strong, it was far from a wild beast. Finally, he seriously asks, how can I trust you, Lin? He closes her eyes, explaining, it's not simple. My clan has a secret technique. We must form a pact with you. She continued, from now on we advance and retreat together, our lives as one. Betrayal will result in a gruesome death. Qin Yu glanced over, seeking confirmation. Nai Ti, what do you think? It nodded in agreement, having listened from the sidelines. Finally, Qin Yu had no choice but to agree. Very well, let us form a pact. With that, Ling, he smiled with satisfaction. Very good. She then quickly approached him, closing the distance, until Lin Ha's face was inches from Qin Yu's. Before his astonished eyes, she leaned down and gently kissed Qin Yu. A magic circle blazed to life beneath him, and a massive surge of energy erupted like a raging tornado. Standing by and watching intently, Na Ti couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, Little Black Dragon, this is all your big brother can do for you. At this moment, Ling He is still embracing him tightly, lips touching lips. Suddenly, the mark on Qin Yu's hand blazed intensely, as did the mark on Ling He's arm. After a moment, she gently released Qin Yu. Ling He solemnly declares, Qin Yu, from this day forward we are bound together in life and death. If you ever change your mind, just call to me in your heart, and I will know. If you ever face any difficulties, my people will do everything in our power to help. Qin Yu's head was spinning, and he wiped his mouth in confusion. So that's how the Wildlands tribe makes a pact, Ling. He laughed, cutting him off. To seal the pact, all it took was touching the other person's muscles. She approached Ruo, you gently lifting the little girl up. With a sly smirk, Ling, he turned and said, I'll be going now, farewell. And with that she soared into the sky, leaving Qin Yu speechless. He scratched his head confused. I think I've been had. Could Nai Ti be the traitor? At that moment, Tian Yang and Wu Yue groggily opened their eyes, and she quickly jumped up and shouted, Girl, what happened? Qin Yu, standing before them, reassured them, Don't worry, it's all right now. Wu Yue looked down, her voice full of apology. I'm sorry. Ah. Tian Duong sadly echoed. Young master, Qin Yu, continued softly, this isn't your fault. Go on, that little girl doesn't have a better opportunity. With that, he turned and left, leaving the two girls standing there dumbfounded. Wu Yue bit her lip in remorse, thinking, how could I have made such a mistake? Wu Yue, you must learn from this, and never let it happen again. As Tian Shuang watched him leave, she wondered, that girl has a greater destiny. Young Master Qin, you truly are discreet. Night falls, and before Qin Yu leaves the inner courtyard, they sit at a round table, Zheng Yu with his arm around Qin Yu's shoulders, swaying slightly. His face flushed. He asks, little brother, are you hurt? Qin Yu awkwardly replied, it's just a misunderstanding, I'm fine. Tian Shuang's eyes widened at the form of address. My brother Zheng Yu chuckled, explaining. Little Tiancheng, Qin Yu and I aren't blood related, but we've become brothers, so you can call me uncle from now on. And with that, she turned pale with shock. Qin Yu quickly rose from his seat, offering a gentle smile of reassurance. Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Qin Yu then reiterated his plan. Has everyone rested? We'll head to the Holy Heart Palace in a few days. Tian Cheng softly announces, the Holy Heart Palace is prepared to receive young Master Qin. He turns and departs, replying with a smile, then I shall see just how I am treated. The scene shifts to the Holy Heart Palace on a bright morning with clear skies, drifting clouds, and gentle sunlight bathing the palace in warmth. Three men appeared with grave expressions. Tai Ning stood silently between two guards, surveying the surroundings. At this, Fei Fan coldly scoffed as Tai Ning stroked his beard, saying he possesses a 9th-grade sacred fire. We must win him over to our Sacred Heart Palace. The two men beside him nodded in unison. Father is right. Hearing this, Fei Fan chuckled inwardly. 9th-grade sacred fire. I'll be the judge of what he's worth. At that moment, the hurried sound of horses' hooves echoed as a cloud of dust billowed from the end of the road, followed by a speeding carriage. Tai Ning happily exclaimed, they're here. Come meet them with me. Qin Yu slowly drew back the curtain and casually questioned Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng, we're close to the Sacred Heart Hall, so why did senior brother Sima suddenly jump out of the carriage and run? Tian Yang chuckled. Because the one who came to greet us is Grand Elder Ti Ning. Situ Zhengwu can't help but fight him every time they meet. Qin Yu could only smile helplessly at this. No wonder, as soon as the carriage wheels stopped and he saw the person emerge, Tai Ning spoke up. You must be Qin Yu, he cheerfully praised. Excellent, a strong body and sturdy bones, truly a promising seed. Standing nearby, Tai Huang added, Qin Yu, you possess a 9th-grade sacred flame. With proper training, you'll have it all. In the future, no one will be able to compete with you for the title of Weapon Spirit God. Qin Yu could only offer a polite smile after hearing these pleasantries. Because he hasn't revealed the truth yet. If they knew he mastered the 9 heavens' mysterious extinction fire, refining in the blink of an eye, how ecstatic would they be? Seeing their attitude, Tian Yang said, Uncle Tai, you're too enthusiastic. Tian Ning praised him to the heavens, but it's nothing. A peerless genius with a 9th-grade sacred fire deserves this treatment. Then he revealed, Tian Shuang, your father and I were supposed to come here in person today, but something unexpected came up. But Tian Cheng didn't seem to mind, and said softly, it's all right. As they were talking, Qin Yu noticed someone. Fei Fan bowed. Brother Qin, the Holy Heart Palace welcomes you. But Tian Cheng cut him off. This is Bai Faifan, my senior brother, and one of the most talented individuals in our Holy Heart Palace. Although he only possesses 7th-grade holy fire, his alchemy skills are exceptionally high, especially in the art of refining medicine, reaching the pinnacle of creation, a talent rarely seen in a millennium. She adds that incredibly her senior brother's cultivation has reached the peak of the spirit communication realm, and she hopes they will become good friends. Fai Fan scratches his head, denying it. Junior sister is too kind. This senior is just a nobody not worth mentioning. Now Qin Yu joins the conversation. Brother Bai, don't be so modest. Though smiling outwardly, he's already detected the scent of the Grim Fiend sect on him. Fei Fan says, with glee, Brother Qin, I've made thorough preparations to take care of you today. And he assures him that he's only a few years older, promising to help him with alchemy in the future. Qin Yu politely responds that he'll be counting on Brother Bai then. Then Fei Fan turned to leave, telling him to just call him Big Brother Bai. From afar, Tian Cheng watched, unable to contain his joy. Judging by how young Master Qin and my disciple are, they'll surely become close friends. Tai Ning chuckled brightly. My Holy Heart Palace is so harmonious and joyful, unlike other sects that are constantly fighting. Since there's nothing else here, he moves to enter the palace. Meanwhile, Tai Wang and his son exchanged a knowing glance before heading into the Holy Heart Palace, where two maids immediately bowed in greeting. Young Master Qin Yu's wandering eyes, however, were fixed elsewhere. Brother C2 is right. Fai Fam suddenly spoke. Junior brother, the Holy Heart Palace is very pure and peaceful. Coming here shouldn't be forced, but his tone growing dangerous, there are things I must tell you. Fei Fan reveals that Leng Tianchang is the sect leader's personal disciple, and her father Leng Ningpo is the most powerful cultivator in Holy Heart Palace. It could be said that obtaining Leng Tianchang is akin to holding the entire Holy Heart Palace in the palm of one's hand, and countless people dream of her. He's warning him, so Qin must be careful with his every move lest he bring disaster upon himself. But Qin Yu could sense Hong Chen's feelings. Bai also has feelings for Tiancheng, but Fei Fan strongly denies it, affirming that he only sees her as a sister, focusing solely on refining qi and medicine, indifferent to romance. Qin Yu encourages him, saying that with such dedication, Bai's future will be limitless. He then asks, by the way, does the Sacred Heart Palace allow the practice of external martial arts techniques? Fei Fan replies, direct disciples are absolutely forbidden from practicing external techniques. He then made an ambiguous and suggestive remark, but Fei Fan revealed the truth. If the martial arts techniques were practiced before joining the Sacred Heart Palace, then of course they could continue to be practiced. Qin Yu, unfazed, realizes the situation and finds the fellow intriguing. Meanwhile, Fei Fan senses Qin Yu is no simpleton. Has he been discovered? He then smiles brightly, pointing the way. The main hall is over there. Come with me quickly. The main hall is now bustling with people. Seeing the honored guests, Ha Thian announced, greetings, Grand Elder, Holy Maiden, Senior Brother Bach. The banquet is ready. Please come in. The four of them then sat together at a banquet table, and Tian Shuang immediately noticed something was amiss. Where were the other elders and senior brothers? Ha Thian quickly responds that some have gone out with the palace master and will return shortly while others are on their way. Tai Ning Haoshuang extends an invitation. Qin Yu, eat and drink your fill today, for tomorrow I will hold a grand ceremony to welcome you to the palace. Hearing this, Qin Yu enthusiastically replied, okay. A while later the feast was still in full swing, but Ti Ning's face grew increasingly grim. He spoke gravely, wondering why they hadn't returned yet. Tian Chong was genuinely curious. Uncle Tai, what mission are the palace, Lord and my father on Tai Ning, reveals that a monster has appeared in the mountains behind the Holy Heart Palace. The leader's cultivation is at the 7th level of the breakthrough realm, but they aren't strong. He added that the beast was extremely cunning and fast appearing and disappearing repeatedly, which is why the master and your father took action personally. Qin Yu's face darkened as he spoke. A 7th level void gazer demon. Even with speed, it's no match for the Holy Heart Palace, Lord, let alone with Tian Chang's father at his side. Finally, Tai Ning sighed. That's why I feel relieved. Oh well, something must be delaying them. Then he brushed it aside. Now let's continue drinking. Just then, a massive foot stomped down, and a towering figure drew everyone's attention. Happily, Ningpo called out Tian Chang. He beamed a four-eyed red monkey perched on his shoulder. Your master has returned. Seeing this, Fu Jiao was speechless while Ningpo approached his daughter, asking, look, haven't you gotten too thin lately? He then unceremoniously throws the four-eyed red monkey to the ground, saying that Ningpo is always optimistic and they're all family, so there's nothing to worry about. Only now does he notice Qin Yu, who is extraordinary with a heroic appearance. Facing this person, Qin Yu remains solemn, making Ningpo feel awkward. Tianchong, isn't young Master Qin a bit too cold? Tianchong understood and gently reminded him. Young Master Qin Yu slowly reads aloud. Vanguard General of the Demon Race. He stares intently at the demon before him, the four-eyed red ape. Ningpo is curious. Four-eyed red ape, what is that? I've never seen this type of demon before. Young Master Qin is indeed knowledgeable. He judges its speed to be fast, but its attack power is negligible, nothing to worry about. It was then that Fu Jiao finally moved, reminding Qin Yu that today was his purification feast, so he should drink and be merry and not worry about the 7th level Void Gazer demon. Fu Jiao coldly introduced young Master Qin. This is Fu Jiao, the master of our Sacred Heart Hall. Pay your respects to Hall Master, Fu Jiao. Qin Yu immediately bowed, greetings Elder Leng. He stated seriously that although this four-eyed red monkey wasn't strong, it shouldn't be here. To clarify, he suggests to the Fu Jiao Palace Master, how about we find a quiet place to talk? Fu Jiao Ji remains silent, but her face speaks volumes. She then decisively turned and followed me, leaving Tai Chang and Tai Yu to stare blankly as they left. He scratched his head in confusion. What's with this mysterious Qin brother? Tian Chang realizes that if Qin Gongzi is reacting this way, this four-eyed red monkey is definitely not simple. Fei Fan is extremely suspicious. What on earth is Qin Yu up to? The two of them arrive at Hallmaster Fu Jiao's chambers, where Fu Jiao gets straight to the point. Qin Yu, now that it's just us, speak freely. So Qin Yu didn't mince words. The four-eyed red hordes are strong, sharp, eared, keen-eyed and cunning, one of the few intelligent demon races. They were appointed as generals by the demon race, responsible for patrolling human territories and gathering intelligence. All to get Qin Yu to reveal shocking news and spill information to the Red Flow demon race. Fu Yu was taken aback while Qin Yu fell silent, not revealing anything further about the Hongliu demons, piecing things together in his mind. In his past life, when the demon race appeared, many four-eyed red hares emerged in human territory. At first the humans were unprepared, seeing them as just another demon race. He remembers it vividly. The four-eyed red monkeys multiplied, and humanity slowly realized the gravity of the situation. After their appearance, powerful demons began to emerge in human territories. The result was nothing short of tragic. In the end, the red torrent of demons swept through, inflicting grievous losses upon humanity. And now Qin Yu realizes a grave problem. The four-eyed red hares have appeared much earlier than in his past life. After a moment, he explained that the so-called Hongliu demon race was actually countless demons born from the earth, sweeping across human territory, numerous and cunning. Qin Yu lamented that if the Crimson Deluge arrived, the Holy Heart Palace would be awash in blood and mountains of bones. With unwavering resolve, Fu Jiao asked, "How do you know this?" Qin Yu affirmed, "I would never deceive you." Then he warned that after the four-eyed red monkey appears, the vanguard of the Red Current Demon Army will arrive within a month. Palace Master Fujiao, please prepare as soon as possible. Fujiao needs a reason. How am I to trust you? Qin Yu doesn't want to waste time, believe it or not. Fu Yu's eyes suddenly sharpened, filled with assessment. Shuang'er said Qin Yu has countless cards up his sleeve and is incredibly mysterious. If what he says is true, then I believe you follow me. Without hesitation, Fujiao stood up to lead the way, using her power to channel a small amount into the mark on the door. Instantly, it swung open, casting light from within. A moment later, the secret chamber held not only the two of them, but also Great Elder Tai Ning, Second Elder Leng Ningpo, Fourth Elder Ren Qingfeng, and Third Elder Mo Linfeng. Fu Yu asks Qin Yu to explain the details about the Demon Clan's vanguard to save time, and Qin Yu agrees. He points to the map, explaining that the first vanguard is behind Holy Heart Temple, making Fei Fan suspicious. This Qin Yu is so mysterious. Could he have discovered my identity and told Fu Yu about it? He suddenly stopped as if he realized something and then bluntly exposed me. So Lin, I've said it before, don't come to see me so casually. Right from behind the tree, so Lam stepped out. Second, Divine Son, please don't be angry. I have a concealment technique my master taught me to hide my aura and ensure I won't be exposed. He smirked slyly. Second God, are you anxious? Just tell me what's most important, or I won't hesitate to kill you. But So Lam remained calm. Don't be angry. Second God, you're worried about Qin Yu discovering your identity. I'm here to tell you not to worry. He revealed I just received news from Ren Qingfeng that Qin Yu secretly met with Fu Jiao not because of you, but because of something incredibly important. Qingfeng's face always held a hint of malice, and Chu Lin's news piqued Fei Fan's curiosity. Good news, he proudly announces the Hongliu Demon Clan is about to appear within the Holy Heart Palace. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Sun Peak sect, and that alone excites Chu Lin. With the demons arriving, the Holy Heart Palace and the demons are destined for a showdown, and our Extreme Sun sect can simply watch from the sidelines, ready to merge if the Holy Heart Palace suffers heavy losses. Before he could finish a handshot out and Fei Fan unexpectedly grabbed Chu Lin's throat, he hissed through his teeth. Is Ren Qingfeng your man? So Lam, I told you Holy Heart Palace is mine, and you dare scheme here. Are you trying to infuriate me? Not backing down, Chu Lin retorted. The destruction of Holy Heart Palace is all thanks to you, Second Divine Son. I only want Qin Yu. Fei Fan retorts, annoyed, all for the sake of the 9th grade sacred fire. Chu Lin had been frustrated for a long time. I have neither the second god's gift for refining nor the great god's gift for martial arts. For me, if I give up the 9th grade sacred fire, I fear I'll never have a chance to rise again. Fei Fan is deliberately manipulating things, but if the sacred fire falls into someone else's hands, wouldn't I just gain another powerful enemy? Growing increasingly desperate, Chu Lin gritted his teeth and vowed, I swear to the heavens, once I obtain the 9th grade sacred fire, I will immediately leave the Eternal Sun sect and head straight to the Yan Empire. Second, God, does that put your mind at ease? Fei Fan exhales, giving Suo Lin a sharp look, and finally agrees to the deal. If that's the case, the 9th grade sacred fire will be yours after everything is over. So Lin lowered his head and said softly, Thank you, Second Divine Son. He forced a smile. So Lin, congratulate you on obtaining the Holy Heart Palace. I will secretly assist you from the shadows. Please excuse me. The sly fox Chu Lin didn't linger for a second, disappearing immediately, and after he left, Fei Fan smiled strangely. 9th grade sacred fire, he scorns it. How could a useless wretch like you be so happy? Days later, soldiers guarded the city gates. One man sighs, wearily remarking that Qin Yu's words have put the entire palace on alert. What is this so-called Red Flow Demon Clan? I've never even heard of it. What a pain. Back in the hall, Qin Yu greets Lord Fujiao, reporting that arrangements have been made. Fujiao reveals that he has already informed all the surrounding sects to build a human defense line, and if what you say is true, more news is likely on the way. Just then, someone rushed in, breathless. Report. Hathyin urgently delivers the news. Temple Lord, the Elder Chief, reports that demonic beasts have been spotted 100 miles northwest of Heart Temple City. They're all third-tier spirit connection realm, numbering nearly 100. He confirms the intel is spot on. Fujia's instructions have come to pass. Inform the Chief Elder to increase defenses and notify the major sects. The first wave of demonic beasts has appeared. More intense trials are surely to follow. Hathien acknowledges the order and departs at once. Understood. Qin Yu knows his responsibilities, and it seems I must act as well. Fu Yao looked a little tense as he said, Qin Yu, there's one more thing I need your help with. As if foreseeing this, Qin Yu readily agrees while the hallmaster rubs her aching head. I have a daughter named Diep Dong, and I hope you'll take her with you. She added that her daughter was incredibly talented, but her fiery personality preferred fighting to peace, and she hoped Qin Yu could help temper her nature. And Qin Yu nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, I accept. Fu Jiao expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, young Master Qin. I entrust my daughter Ye Tong to you. She suddenly reveals, I know you don't truly wish to join the Sacred Heart Palace, but Qin Yu isn't surprised. As expected of the Palace Master, you saw through me. She genuinely assesses, you've gained immense power in the Great Wilderness. The Sacred Heart Palace could never contain you. The Mistress of the Void speaks, saying that Qinyu's true intention for joining the Sacred Heart Palace is likely the Sacred Heart Pool. Qinyu responds, Palace Master Fujiao is indeed intelligent and perceptive. I need to cultivate in the Sacred Heart Pool for 3 months, after which I will leave. He already had a plan. The Sacred Heart Pool could strengthen a martial artist's meridians and bones, greatly solidifying their physical form, and the thought alone filled Qinyu with vitality. He recalls how despite his strength, his tendons and bones were far too weak. Fuyu places her trust in him, hoping he'll do all he can for Ye Tong in this short time. Qinyu reveals his plan before leaving. He will impart a martial art to Ye Tong, and if mastered it will surely lead to great achievements, never disappointing the palace lord. Fujiao quickly reminded him, a great wilderness opportunity, even I'm green with envy. Young master Qin Ye Tong is waiting for you at the martial arts arena. Without hesitation, Qinyu turns and leaves. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Holy Heart Hall's training grounds, giving his opponent a quick once-over. This girl. Something's flying at you with a warning. Watch out. At that moment it crept closer and closer to Qinyu, who without turning blocked it with his bare hand and then smirked. Not stopping there, the attacker redirects their assault, but Qinyu leaps into the air, causing the blow to strike the ground. Just then his opponent launched a series of attacks aimed directly at Qinyu's head, and an explosion shattered the space around them. Qinyu moved like the wind, avoiding any injury, but in a moment of carelessness, a sharp object was held to his neck. Qinyu instinctively turned to face his captor. Ye Tong coldly sneered, to possess 9th grade sacred fire and the great wilderness opportunity, yet this is all you amount to. Qinyu immediately saw through her intentions, testing me, and Ye Tong frankly assessed. Mother said, follow him to train, but you're weaker than I thought. Qinyu offers a word of warning, Ye Tong, the first lesson I'll teach you is to never let your guard down. As he spoke, threads appeared from nowhere binding Diep Dong completely. Like a magic circle. Ye Dong was instantly bewildered, her body completely immobilized, causing her sharp weapons to fall to the ground. Qinyu approached, saying, you've lost. Now Ye Tong understood from the start. He knew her initial moves were feints, allowing him to set up the binding formation, waiting for her to take the bait. Qinyu chuckled. Such an easy child to teach. Ye Dong had to accept the truth. I lost. You're really strong. Can you undo the seal now? Qinyu flicked his fingers in response. The bonds vanished instantly, and Ye Dong was released, her delicate feet touching the ground once more. Ye Dong speaks up, reminding him it's time to depart. Qinyu didn't reply, but smiled in agreement as they headed to the Forest of Tribulation. There are many people around here right now, Ye Dong said, curious. Qinyu has heard that you and Sister Tiancheng are close, but does Qinyu think you also want to advise me to stay away from her? Unlike the others, Ye Dong says, no, I think you're worthy of Sister Tiancheng. Her tone turned serious as she spoke of someone to watch out for, piquing Qinyu's curiosity. Who should he watch out for? Ye Dong emphatically names Bai Feifan. Qinyu presses for more information, asking why she says that. Ye Dong boldly declares that Bai Feifan can deceive others but not her, honestly sharing that every time she's near him she feels a dark aura. He's definitely not a good person, just no proof yet. Qinyu assessed your intuition is spot on. So Ye Dong is very proud, as she should be. If you want to be with Tiancheng, you must be wary of Bai Feifan. Qinyu whispered closely into her ear. What about you? Do you suspect anyone? Ye Dong shyly denies it. No, you still act like a playboy. So what do you think of me? Ye Dong casually asks. Very good, my intuition about people is spot on. You have an upright character, someone I can trust. Then she offered, if senior sister Tiancheng doesn't mind, I could become your Dao companion as well. Qinyu coughed a few times, scratching his head as he explained I was just kidding. He laughed awkwardly. Let's go. Ye Dong thought to herself, you want to play with me, you're still too green. Stepping out of the forest, they stopped short, seeing a figure before them. Zheng Xuan spoke respectfully, you must be Miss Ye and Master Qin from the Sacred Heart Palace. He smiled and said, I am Zheng Xuan, the top disciple of the Black Tiger clan. The area around Bitterheart Forest has been thoroughly defended without any flaws. Ye Dong happily said, Zheng Xuan, I knew it, the once-in-a-century genius of the Black Tiger clan. With you here I feel much safer. Qinyu looked at him thoughtfully. Zheng Xuan, why does that name sound so familiar? But he couldn't quite place it. He demurred, a genius, hardly. I'm far inferior to you and young Master Qin. Zheng Xuan turned and said, follow me, I've arranged a place for you both to rest. Ye Tong agreed, all right, lead the way. He quietly watched Zheng Xuan from behind. Qinyu pondered. Zheng Xuan seemed honest and refined, but his schemes ran deep. Every word he spoke established his leadership, and Ye Tong was so oblivious. As night fell, the two sat by the fire. Qinyu was grilling meat while she watched him intently. Here he said, startling Ye Dong as he handed her a large, freshly grilled chicken leg. As she ate, she asked Qinyu, do you think demons will appear tonight? He replied, what's coming will come. Even if they don't come tonight, they'll definitely show up in the next few days. Qinyu turned to Ye Dong and said, tell me about this, Zheng Xuan. She began, Zheng Xuan is the top disciple of the Black Tiger sect, and he's only 20 years old this year. Ye Tong continued, originally, Zheng Xuan was just the son of an ordinary farming family. He joined the Black Tiger sect last year, relying on his astonishing talent. He possesses a 7th-grade sacred fire and an innate sword physique. His talent even surpasses mine, and I fear his cultivation has already reached the breakthrough realm. It's a pity that 5 years ago our master wanted to recruit him, but he refused. Such a prodigy. It's a shame he's stuck in the Black Tiger Gate. Qin Yu pondered, how could the Black Tiger Gate not suspect a farmer's son rising so suddenly? Dieptong continued, oh right, a year ago, Zheng Xuan with only peak Divine Realm cultivation killed a 3rd-level Shattered Expectation Realm demon beast. She added, that's what made him so famous. He jumped up shouting, I get it, startling Ye Tong, who dropped her chicken leg. She angrily points at him shouting, Qin Yu, why are you yelling like that? You owe me a big chicken leg. He picked up the chicken leg, blew off the dust and said, here's your replacement. Dieptong took it and ate it with relish. Qin Yu, with a sharp glint in his eyes, thought, I remember now. He said, in the previous life, after many sweeps by the Red Stream demon race, the human race suffered severe losses. And with that, the demon race's power grew, and they began recruiting humans as spies. The demons promised riches and seduced many humans, and some even used human children as pawns, planting them in various sects from the start. In his past life, one of the most infamous human traitors was the demon sword butcher. His actions were shrouded in mystery, his cultivation was powerful, and his methods were cruel. At least 1 million humans died by his hand. Qin Yu pondered, knowing Zheng Xuan was skilled at concealing information, so little was known about him. Only fragments of his humble origins, sudden rise to power, birth in the Milky Way dynasty, and innate sword physique. A farmer's son who suddenly rose to incredible prominence. Was Zheng Xuan a pawn planted by the demons, or had he not yet betrayed humanity at this time? In the dark forest, 2 figures stared in alarm at the rising flames as Qin Yu muttered, the demons have arrived. On the other side of Bitterheart Forest, a green armored monster swoops down its red claws, shattering stone. Above, the air is thick with monsters, and below, a horde of beasts stretches endlessly. The horrified monk mustered all his spiritual power and roared, set up the formation. Qin Yu and the remaining monks poured all their strength into assisting. The monk turned as a purple light flashed, shattering the stones around him. A red and purple aura swirled into a vortex, engulfing him. Sweat dripped from his tense face as the young master glared ahead and roared. Damn, the giant sword blazes as it cleaves through the night, tearing through space itself. Golden light engulfs the monstrous beast with its razor-sharp teeth. The sky trembles as the sword light descends, causing the monster to roar fiercely, while atop the great sword, Zheng Xuan sits, his eyes calm, as if awaiting something. Enraged, Zheng Xuan roared, vile demons, I've been waiting for you. 2 men seeing him exclaimed excitedly, it's Zheng Xuan's here, where are my brothers? Slay the demons. The monsters roared back, their fangs bared. He unleashes a powerful palm strike surrounded by brilliant light as Zheng Xuan shouts. Flowing light soared, the intense sword energy obliterating the monsters. Blazing light gathers, forming a massive ring of fire that scorches the earth as he smirks, saying it's a piece of cake. Yidong watched Zheng Xuan standing firm on the giant sword, saying Zheng Xuan's cultivation has indeed improved. This flowing light sword technique is one he created himself, and it has probably reached the high-grade profound level. Qin Yu said, no, this technique is enough to be low-grade earth level. To be able to comprehend this sword skill at only the 1st level of the Shattered Illusion Realm, a natural sword talent is truly terrifying. He was surprised to see the 2 of them approaching as Zheng Xuan stomped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He stepped forward and said, Miss Yi Young, Master Qin. Yedong excitedly looked at Zheng Xuan and exclaimed, well done. He humbly replied, just some weak monsters, nothing to worry about. Zheng Xuan looked at Qin Yu and asked, young Master Qin, will we still be stationed at Ruoxin Forest next? He replied, before the Honglu aliens attack, there will be at least dozens of waves of vanguard troops. What just broke through the ground were just earth-burrowing armored beetles, nothing to fear. The monsters coming next will be far more formidable. He frowned slightly, then smiled, realizing the days of leisure were over. Yidong confidently declares, with me here the Hongru aliens won't succeed. Zheng Xuan raised his bleeding hand and said, that's strange, when did I get hurt? Ye Tong said, Zheng Xuan, hurry and treat your wound or it'll get infected. He scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, Miss Deep is right. Zheng Xuan turned back and said, I'll head back to base first. You 2 should get some rest. She turned to Qin Yu and urged him, let's go. He pondered silently, realizing the truth. Zheng Xuan fell into the demon's trap, likely because of the Scarlet Scorpion. Qin Yu continued, the Scarlet Chain is a special entity within the demon race. It has a human body and a scorpion tail. They are masters of disguise, possessing innate supernatural powers that allow them to control human souls. They often infiltrate human and demon battlefields to secretly attack human experts, causing confusion and leading them to mistakenly join the demon race. Behind every Crimson Scorpion is a strategist pulling the strings. The demon strategist knows everything about the Crimson Flow demons. He continues, thinking that finding the strategist is the same as finding the Crimson Flow's headquarters. In my past life, I heard rumors of a demon general strategist appearing in the Sacred Heart Temple's Bitter Forest. I was just trying my luck, but it seems it's true. Qin Yu's hand clenched silently, revealing the suppressed rage within. He thought to himself, even the strongest red stream demons are likely no more than peak void glimpse. Even if it's the demon strategist, I can eliminate them. I will not allow demons to ravage human territory and slaughter my people's souls. Deep within an icy cavern a hidden mystery awaits. Tianhu smirks, his crimson eyes gleaming with impending victory. Looking down from above, he heard Hong Hat say, "It is done." She added, "Zheng Xuan has fallen for my innate divine power. Now we simply wait for the opportune moment." The fox spirit said Zheng Xuan is a natural swordsman, which greatly benefits the demon race. "You've done well. Once the Sacred Heart Palace is restored, I'll report to the queen and you'll be rewarded." The red-robed woman excitedly replied, "Thank you, General Fox Spirit." Tianhu continues, "I heard there's also someone named Qin Yu, who possesses a 9th grade sacred fire. I want him." She replies, "A 9th grade sacred fire? It's naturally able to suppress my innate divine power. I'm afraid it will be difficult." He continued, saying that even with the 9-rank sacred fire, Qin Yu's cultivation was not high enough to unleash its true power. "This will surely succeed, and I already have a plan." Tianhu adds, "I'll send an elite team to assist." Specifically. A moment later, Hong Hat says, "As expected of the resourceful General Tianhu, I will certainly succeed." He gestured to her. "You're dismissed," Hong Hat acknowledged. Left alone, the celestial fox pondered, thinking to himself that sending Hong Lu to the human territory was the perfect opportunity to seize power. He thought, "I'll use this chance to prove to the queen that I, the celestial fox, am the most capable of becoming a future 4-heavenly demon general." Days later, a blinding light erupts in the deep forest, shaking the trees violently. In the bitter forest, streaks of red flash like lightning, signaling a surprise attack. Yidong streaks across the land, leaving a trail of red light and a storm of shuriken in her wake. She stops amidst the onslaught, unleashing a whirlwind of throwing stars that shake the very heavens. Startled by Qin Yu's voice, Yidong hears him say, "Well done." He speaks as he eats, still awkward during their second encounter with the beasts. This 4th wave of beasts has truly allowed Xingye to hone her skills, and she excitedly proclaims, "Qin Yu, the martial art you taught me also came from the great wilderness, didn't it?" He replied, "If you master this martial art, no one in the Holy Heart Palace will be your match." Yidong asked, "You underestimate our Holy Heart Palace, but thank you anyway. Let me think how to repay you." Qin Yu pondered, and she leaned in close, saying, "How about I repay you with my body?" Qin Yu awkwardly replied, "It's really not that necessary." Yidong continued, "Qin Yu, you're so adorable. How about we become sworn siblings? You can be my good little brother." He smiled without answering, and she asked Qin Yu how long until the Honglu beasts launch a full-scale attack. He replies, "Before the Honglu beasts make a full sweep, there will be 7 more feigned attacks. After the feints, the real Honglu invasion will begin in about half a month." Qin Yu muses, "Strange, this is the 4th feint, and still no sign of the scarlet flame red scorpion. I possess the 9th grade sacred fire, and stayed at the Sacred Heart Hall. The scarlet flame red scorpion shouldn't be able to sit still and watch." He continued to wonder if his allure had diminished when Zheng Ji said, with a serious expression, "Miss Ye Young, Master Qin, something's happened." Qin Yu paused, a flicker of unease in his eyes, and continued, 30 miles away, an elite group of demons has suddenly appeared. This demon clan is entirely at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, and they're currently stationed at the Delight Power Sect, where over 50 disciples of the Great Sword Sect have been nearly annihilated. Qin Yu asked, "How many are there?" Zheng Xuan replied, "A Great Sword Sect disciple clinging to life brought information about the Demon Beast Squad. Please take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the scroll into the air, bathing the space in a fiery red energy. Zheng Xuan continued, "According to the intel, there are 16 demonic beasts in total, and they've split into 2 groups heading in different directions." He declared, "We're closest to them, so we need to eliminate them as quickly as possible." Zheng Xuan added, "Miss Ye Young, Master Qin, I can't eliminate both teams at once, so I'll handle one, and the other is up to you two." Yedong reassured him, "Zheng Xuan, rest assured, leave it to us. If it's just 8 7th-level Transcendent Realm demonic beasts, Qin Yu and I can handle it." Qin Yu pondered, "So this elite demonic beast team must be the Demon General's personal guards." With that, Zheng Xuan presented a glowing badge saying, "Miss Ye, the location of the remaining beasts is in this token. I'll go first. Please be careful." Zheng Xuan added, "Once we repel the beasts, I'll celebrate our victory with you for 3 days and nights." Yedong happily agreed. No sooner had he spoken than Zheng Xuan flashed and shot into the sky like lightning as she turned to him saying, "Qin Yu, let's go too." On the battlefield of Binwen, they descended into a raging inferno, where smoke and fire consumed the fallen. Yidong stood silently beside the fallen, her eyes filled with rage as she cried out, "Those damned beasts." Qin Yu silently reflects that the beast horde's rampage in his past life was 10,000 times more tragic than now. His eyes turned cold, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Yidong declared, "Let's move quickly and hunt down those beasts." Qin Yu gently released the token, letting it float into the air. The token glows suspended in the air, radiating a crimson aura, as he says, "The demonic beasts are in the mountains ahead. Let's go." Deep in the mountains, surrounded by a purple aura, Diepdong says, "The demonic energy is strong. They must be close." Qin Yu, with a cold look in his eyes, simply says no. He looked around and continued, "We're surrounded." She exclaimed in horror, "What?" The demonic beasts roared, tightening their encirclement as a grotesque creature with crimson eyes emerged from the earth, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. Despite the overwhelming pressure, they stood firm, their gazes unwavering. Yedong spoke. "This tiger-like demon isn't at the 7th level of the spirit connection realm, but at the peak." He continued, "Not only that, but there aren't just 8, there are 16. And there are at least 1,000 low-level demons in the rear." Frowning in anger, she says, "Damn it, we've been tricked, these despicable demons. We could have killed 8 of them, but now there are so many." Yidong knew that even though Qin Yu could kill Feng Ding, the spirit immortal ancestor, he couldn't possibly escape safely from 16 spirit transformation realm demons, and thousands of other demons. It seemed this was the only way. She unleashed a crimson aura, its power threatening to tear through space itself, and with a fierce cry she declared, "Qin Yu, I'll clear a path for you. Go and deliver the latest intelligence." She turned back and said, "If I die, you must kill all these demons and avenge me." Yedong charged forward in the crimson light, her eyes resolute and unwavering. Suddenly Qin Yu grabbed her wrist, stopping her. He declared, "They're just a bunch of nobodies. Why make it a life or death situation?" Yidong says, "Qin Yu, I know you're strong, but against so many demons, even you can't win." He smiles, "You haven't seen my true power yet. Watch closely." Power surged beneath Qin Yu's feet as he began to channel his energy. The two stood within a fiery barrier, his spear radiating immense power. Qin Yu smirks, "I'm about to get really cool, so don't fall in love with me." The beasts roar and charge, their eyes burning red as they hurtle forward. Amidst the raging demonic energy, he stood tall, radiating spiritual power, his eyes burning crimson with lightning cold and resolute, ready for battle. From above, he thrusts his spear down, creating an earth-shattering explosion, the 3rd of the 9 heavens divine lightning spear sword. He brandishes his fiery spear, carrying a powerful surge of purple lightning, and plunges down with overwhelming force. Next came the divine and demonic strike, slamming into the earth and unleashing golden lightning that tore through the ground as a wolf-like beast howled in despair amidst the chaos. Qin Yu channels all his power into his spear technique, creating a dazzling energy that pierces space and overwhelms everything before it. A massive orange energy sphere erupts, tearing apart the earth and crushing all nearby enemies in a destructive frenzy. The surge of spiritual energy staggers Yedong, who raises a hand to shield his eyes from the overwhelming pressure, standing silently amidst the fading light, his spear radiating an aura of calm after the fierce battle. Qin Yu flashes a triumphant smile, his golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "It is done." Yidong stared in shock. "You did all that with just one move," Qin Yu smirked. "I told you this move is awesome." He thought to himself, the 9 heavens divine lightning spear is a low-grade celestial weapon from the 3rd sword onward. Celestial weapons are so cool. Hong Hat silently surveyed the scene before her, lost in thought. Hong Hat laments, "Have my elite demonkin been lost just like that? 16 tiger generals and thousands of demons all wiped out by a single move." Her grotesque arm transformed into a sharp pincer, a fierce red light flashing as a beam of crimson tore through space, heading straight for them. Something grazed his leg, leaving a bloody gash on his pants. Hong Hat gloats, "Success. I didn't expect Qin Yu to be so strong, but he decisively completed the mission." She continues, "The stronger you are, the more beneficial it is to our race. I await the day your sword turns against your own, when corpses pile up beneath your feet, and you, Qin Yu, become one of our race's strongest weapons." A massive red spike pierces the earth, unleashing a wave of energy, as Qin Yu gazes intently at the dark purple mountain before him, his eyes silent as if awaiting something, and a confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, "It is done." Yedong approaches him, calling out Qin Yu. He turns and replies, "Let's go, it's time to return." She remains silent, observing Qin Yu from behind, finding it strange. That evening at the Bitter Forest stronghold, the soldiers maintained a strict guard. Inside, Yedong angrily shouts, "Zheng Xuan, make sure your intelligence is accurate next time. Do you know how dangerous today was?" He scratched his head and said, "It was my fault. I guarantee it won't happen again." Zheng Xuan turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Brother Qin, can you forgive me?" He suddenly places a hand on Zheng Xuan's shoulder, causing him to freeze for a moment before Qin Yu speaks again to Zheng Xuan's surprise. "What are you saying? From now on, you and I are as close as brothers." Qin Yu continued, "Building a future ahead requires the cooperation of us brothers." A hint of awkwardness flashed across his face, but he quickly smiled and said, "You're right, Brother Qin." Yidong sighs, looking at the two of them with a helpless expression, unsure of what to say. "What am I going to do with you two?" Zheng Xuan looked at Qin Yu and said, "Qin, let's talk tonight." Qin glanced back, seemingly wary, but agreed. "Okay." As night fell, he stood waiting on the cliff, his eyes fixed on the distant landscape. After a moment, Qin Yu appeared silently observing from behind. Suddenly, Zheng Xuan turned around and said, "Brother Qin, from now on we'll be General Tianhu's right-hand men. You're so respectful. I'm the one who hopes to learn from you." He turned to Qin Yu and said, "Well said, keep going. I wonder when Brother Zheng Xuan will introduce me to the general." Zheng Xuan reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it myself." Next, the Tianhu general will launch a large-scale attack. If we can repel the demon beasts, we'll earn great merit, and our prestige among the human race will soar. Once we've gained a significant position among the humans, the Thousand Fox General will naturally summon us. Qin Yu thought to himself, this Thousand Fox General is indeed a strategist so composed, it seems I can't rely on Zheng Xuan alone. Zheng Xuan put his arm around him saying, come on, tell me all about the next step of the plan. As they turned to leave, the seemingly peaceful lake rippled with an odd sound as if something was rising from the depths, soaring above the water. So Lamb's mark glowed with a chilling smile. Besides Qin Yu, I didn't expect Zheng Xuan to be a demon too. He continued, but heaven has truly helped me. Who knew this wave of demonic beasts was all part of their plan? They originally intended to use Bai Feifan to seize the Sacred Heart Palace. Chulin continued, but now it seems we don't have to do that anymore. Beneath the swirling blue waters he vanishes without a trace, while in the still of night a blazing campfire casts an eerie calm. Inside, Diep Dong slept peacefully, while Qin Yu pondered how to find the Heavenly Fox General. He had to break through the second level of the Knowing Realm in a short time, and awaken Kuei Niu. He closed his eyes, thinking that only with Kuei Niu could he use its divine power to find the Celestial Fox General and destroy him directly. A fierce killing intent emanated from Nai Ti, his eyes burning red as if to incinerate everything. A brilliant light emanates from his palm, awakening the dormant spiritual energy as Qin Yu creates a barrier golden energy radiating around him, his expression stern and focused. Light enveloped him as he closed his eyes to steady his mind, then snapped them open, his sharp gaze focused intently ahead. He closed his eyes, his consciousness separating from his body, entering his inner vision, the energy fluctuating around the core as if awakening. Qin Yu declares, it's time to consume those grade 8 elixirs. He falls silent, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Qin Yu thought to himself, these 8th grade pills should be enough to push my cultivation to the 3rd level of the Shattering Void Realm. I originally planned to wait until my tendons and bones were stronger before consuming them, but I can't wait any longer. Fire erupts, blinding the area as Qin Yu leaps into the air, arms crossed, ready to unleash his full power. A powerful punch is unleashed, his clothes billowing forward, his hand, a blur of light, a lightning strike. Qin Yu grits his teeth, tendons and bones. Is this a side effect of forced upgrades? He sat still amidst the intense light, his body radiating a fierce aura, and behind him, a colossal dragon slowly materialized as if summoned from within. Crimson light swirled around Qin Yu's hands as if charging up for a fatal blow. He charges forward, his face set with determination, power radiating from his raised arm. His punch lands, shattering everything and unleashing a massive wave of energy. A sinister grin appears, radiating a chilling and menacing aura as Qin Yu opens his arms in his inner world, embracing the light from the strange crystals. 2 glowing crystals emit brilliant streams of energy into the void. Bathed in blue light, he closes his eyes, calmly accepting the power surging through him. A massive energy sphere erupts, shattering the ground and shaking everything around. On the cracked earth, fragments of purple light fall at Qin Yu's feet. Signaling that the change has begun, he breathes a sigh of relief, white smoke rising from his body as if shedding a burden. Qin Yu declared, I've broken through the delusion realm. Then a strange glowing scroll slowly unfurled before him, radiating an aura of mystery. Qin Yu reaches out to the scroll, awakening a dormant power. Instantly, the Taodi awakens, its crimson eyes piercing the night. He looks at it, smiling warmly, and says, long time no see. Qin Yu closed his eyes, focusing his spirit as energy gathered around him, bathing him in golden light. A power was awakening, and the mark of the spirit beast flared on his forehead, radiating an aura that shook the heavens. His eyes open, his aura completely changed. Qin Yu stares into the glowing energy circles as if a mystical space has opened before him. It landed right on the scene of the Celestial Fox sitting regally on a chair. After scanning through many scenes, he finally found the one he was looking for. Qin Yu declares, I've found him. Emerging from the radiant light, his aura blazes with power. Qin Yu returned to Ye Tong and woke her up. Still half asleep, she sat up and asked, are we changing tasks? He said, I have to leave for the night. I'm counting on you for the rest. She closed her eyes, her face showing hesitation, but ultimately didn't turn away. Okay, General Tianlong's underground base, the cave entrance lies dormant beneath the purplish-gray cliff, as dark as if swallowing all light. The surrounding space is silent, covered with tall, dense weeds. Tianhu smugly says, excellent, our clan has obtained 2 seeds of the innate sword physique and the 9th grade sacred fire, which will play an important role in the development of our great cause later on. He continues, let's attack as planned. Honghat speaks up, I congratulate General Tianho in advance. In this attack on the human race, General Tianho has taken the lion's share of the credit. Tianhu says, if I become one of the 4 heavenly generals, you'll certainly be rewarded. He bares his teeth, slightly clenching his fist. The Fox General smiled, saying, as a strategist, I'm many times stronger than the rest. Qin Yu chuckled, strong but not by much. Tianhu froze, surprised by Qin Yu's voice, and Honghat was equally astonished, her sharp eyes darting forward as she spotted Qin Yu at the cave entrance and shouted, who is that? He stepped resolutely into the purple mist. Qin said, "Have you already forgotten me after just meeting yesterday?" She stared at him in shock and said, "Qin." Tianhu said in disappointment, "It seems I misjudged you." He continued, "The power of the ninth grade sacred fire is beyond my calculations. Qin, you pretended to be controlled, but in reality, you used your divine powers to find my location." The celestial tiger leaned back and said, "I must admit you're better than Zheng Xuan." He stood up, gazing intently at Qin, lost in thought. He said, "Qin, you dare to come here alone, confident that you can kill me?" Qin replied coldly, "Absolutely." Tianhu continued, "Qin, I know everything about you. Your Qin family sacrificed themselves for humanity to the point where no one is left. Are humans like this really worth protecting? The nature of humanity is greed, baseness, and depravity. A group that uses any means to achieve its goals can never grow strong, only rot and decay with time constantly falling into depravity. Eventually, this great land will be consumed by disaster." He chuckled, continuing, "But my clan is different. We are united, and one day we will unify this land and bring true peace to the world. The tiger god speaks, Qin, abandon humanity and join our clan. We won't scorn you for your human origins. Once you join us, we'll be true friends, brothers, family. Join us and together we shall build a great empire," he beckoned. Qin replied, "Are these your final words? I must admit it's quite tempting." Qin frowned, "But I am sworn enemies with the demon race, and today I will kill you." The sky fox gritted his teeth, furious at the rejection. "You are truly stubborn and incorrigible," he declared. The heavenly fox lunges forward, his aura surging, and roars, "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. It's just a pity that my clan will lose such a fine warrior." The fox general unleashes a devastating blow from above his leg, crashing down with immense force. Qin braces himself, thinking his power is overwhelming. This fox general is truly at the peak of void shattering. He laughs, "Your skin is tough, I'll give you that, but it's not enough." With murderous intent, he descends from above, and Qin retaliates the immense pressure, nearly shattering his hearing. Qin grits his teeth, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Tiger swung his leg in a lightning-fast sweep. Qin blocked with a light barrier, and a shockwave erupted. He roared and charged his fist, tearing through Qin's cloak, eyes bloodshot. Tiger unleashed a flurry of blows, and Qin collapsed to the ground. He sneered, "A warrior like this deserves to be killed by my own hand. Still, this kid can be considered a true man. Bring him back for our tribe to feast on. It's the highest honor we can bestow." Honghe immediately obeyed without hesitation, saying, "Yes." She approaches, her eyes sharp and knowing, brandishing her claw tauntingly. Honghak's eyes widen in shock as if realizing something unexpected. Heavenly Fox Ru also noticed something was amiss, staring intently at him as Honghak stuttered, "You're not human, you're of the wilds." A powerful aura emanates from his hand, seemingly shaking the very space around them. As Qin asks, "Do you still want me to join your demon clan?" Tianhu says, "Royal, you actually left the great wilderness." He lands a thunderous blow, violently shaking the surrounding space. Qin retorted, "Even if I did leave the great wilderness, what could you do about it?" He thought to himself, never expecting that Qin was actually of the desolate race, and was even cooperating with humans. Enraged, the Tiger Lord thought, "Damn it, I must inform the Queen of this news at once, or our race will face annihilation if the Wild Clan and humans unite." Within the violet light, the Celestial Tiger looked at him and said, "We'll meet again, Qin." Qin smirked, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, as he leaped into the air, his spirit energy erupting around him like lightning tearing through the sky. Qin looked at him and said, "What's wrong, already trying to run?" Tianhu declares, "I didn't want to waste time on you, but it seems I can't leave smoothly unless I eliminate you at the root." With eyes burning with murderous intent, Tianhu lunged forward with a fatal blow, only to be met with Qin's fierce counterattack using spirit energy to block his advance. He gritted his teeth, straining his eyes blazing red as he unleashed his spirit energy. The clash of powers creates a blinding explosion, purple and red lightning spreading across the ground, shaking the very air. A thunderous blow splits the wall, unleashing a torrent of red and purple spiritual energy. Overwhelmed, Tianhu's crimson eyes widened as he cried out, "What?" Golden and purple spiritual energies clashed violently, creating a blinding explosion that shook the cliff face. Qin, his arm enveloped in purple spirit energy, blocks the blow with a sharp gaze, while Tianhu clenches his fist, his murderous aura flaring as he glares at his opponent, ready to explode once more. He thought to himself, "The protective charm the Queen bestowed upon me, shattered completely with a single blow." Tiger Lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized something unexpected was happening. Channeling his spirit energy, Qin unleashed a powerful vortex attack, saying, "Tianhu, it seems you've underestimated me. To be distracted at a time like this, that's not a good habit." In a flash, he takes the full force of his punch, and Qin unleashes a devastating attack, causing his spiritual energy to erupt. Startled, he frowned, peering ahead as if sensing something. Qin narrowly dodged a devastating attack that tore through the air beside him. His resolve, hardened rage, ignited, and spiritual energy blazed. Qin was hurled against the wall, leaving cracks and a cloud of dust in his wake. Through the haze, Tianhu emerges, a demon awakened. his shattered armor and heavy footsteps foreshadowing a devastating counterattack. With eyes blazing red and a murderous aura, Tianhu roars, "Damn savage!" He wipes his mouth and says, "Worthy of the peak of shattered expectations." Without hesitation, he roars and descends like a meteor, unleashing blinding golden explosions of spiritual energy, his face contorted in rage. The two fists collided with immense force, the brute strength of the celestial tiger against Qin Yu's unyielding counterattack, a fierce clash of wills, as their spiritual energies ignited a blazing battle to the death. He unleashes a purple energy-infused punch, tearing through space itself, leaving the celestial fox stunned and enraged by his opponent's unexpected power. Qin Yu grits his teeth, his crimson eyes blazing with unwavering resolve as they clash like thunder fists, colliding in deafening explosions. The devastating power unleashes a blinding explosion of energy as he pours everything into his ultimate attack, a storm of violet energy. Though blood pools at his feet, Qin Yu grits his teeth, refusing to fall. He spoke, "Looks like you're running out of steam, Tianhu." White smoke billowed, obscuring the burning rage in his eyes. The celestial fox retorts, "I'm afraid that's not the case. If I were only capable of this much, how could I have become the strategist of our clan?" Baring his fangs, eyes burning red, the mark on his forehead began to glow. The celestial fox snarled claws extended, ready to unleash a devastating blow upon his enemy. He unleashes a devastating punch, his arm crackling with violet energy. The sky fox's arm sweeps across, tearing flesh and drawing blood as he boasts, "This is the sky fox's innate gift. The mystical fox clan can triple my cultivation in an instant." The fox laughed, "Your combat power is not inferior to mine," but this time, the fox suddenly lunged at Qin Yu, who was caught off guard. He unleashed a mystical kick into Qin Yu's gut, declaring, "You are no match for me." Qin Yu's eyes widened in pain as he coughed up blood. Suddenly, the celestial fox lunges, biting Qin Yu's shoulder. His eyes blaze crimson with fury as he retaliates with a headbutt. The celestial fox in agony gags, spitting blood as he's hurled away by the violet wind. Qin Yu clenches his fist, purple flames erupting behind him as he descends, lunging like a bolt of purple lightning towards Tianhu. He roars, his body enveloped in a red aura, as he charges forward, channeling his power into the form of a tiger above him. He roared, "Tiger pounce." Qin Yu thought in shock, "Why can't I move?" He frowned, saying, "This move is troublesome." The heavenly tiger slashed his red claws, leaving a bloody gash across his shoulder. He thrust his hand toward Qin Yu, shouting, "Die, you damned desolate." A fiery bird materialized, radiating golden spiritual energy. He summons golden spiritual energy, blinding the heavenly fox as Qin Yu calls forth the golden rock. The heavenly fox stares in disbelief, gritting his teeth as the golden light assaults his face. Qin Yu kicks up a storm of rocks towards the heavenly tiger, saying, "I can't believe even this isn't enough to bring you down." If that's the case, the heavenly tiger closes his eyes and says, "Queen, please lend me your power." Instantly, the queen appeared, granting him ultimate power, and he declared, "Let's settle this with one final move." Qin Yu, spear in hand, thought to himself, "A single move to decide it all, just what I wanted." A figure plunges to the earth, exploding into a wide firework. The spirit beasts on both sides prepare to engage. Tianhu raised his hand, gathering power as a small fireball swirled above, growing larger and redder, engulfing the sky as he strained to contain it. Qin Yu's eyes flashed crimson with purple lightning as he gripped his spear, staring intently ahead. Their eyes met, and their auras clashed fiercely. Tianhu roared, "Tiger fusion," while Qin Yu shouted, "Ninth heaven divine lightning spear, fourth thrust firebreaker." Qin Yu brandishes his spear, sending golden spiritual energy straight into the heart of the fireball. A white light plunges into the purple valley, the ground cracks and the rocks tremble, floating into the air. Enraged, the celestial fox roared, "Die!" A red inferno erupted, shattering the surrounding purple lightning, and a shockwave swept everything away. He poured his strength down, and the ground caved into a giant crater. The exhausted heavenly fox stood panting as he looked ahead, then laughed triumphantly, "Victory is finally mine." Qin Yu retorts, "You celebrate too soon." He's startled, looking at him in terror. What Qin Yu suddenly charged towards the celestial tiger like a whirlwind. The heavenly tiger roars its fangs, dripping with blood as purple lightning lashes across its cheek. Gritting his teeth, he pours on the power, his eyes burning red, and continues his attack. A burst of light explodes, carving a deep crater into the earth, sending rocks flying as bloody scratched spears tear through the smoke. Qin Yu stands with his foot on the tiger's chest, a shining blade poised to strike, white smoke swirling around him. He lay defeated, riddled with wounds, panting in surrender. "I lost." Smoke and fire erupt, engulfing the area in a swirling orange and black explosion. He speaks, "A peak void-shattering realm demon beast, truly difficult to kill." Exhausted and battered from the fierce battle, Qin Yu collapses unconscious. Days later, he remains in the cave. He slowly opens his eyes, his face covered in wounds. Qin Yu sits up and says, "So I was unconscious for 3 days." He continued, relieved that the thousand-eyed general was dead and the crimson flood beast had been defeated. Humanity is safe now. Qin Yu raises the glowing golden ring, the green gem in its center, shining brilliantly as he stands amidst the golden flames, his cloak fluttering, his eyes calm and cold. He said, "I need to get back to the base quickly." I'm afraid Ye Tong is worried sick about me being gone this whole time. With that, Qin Yu burst forth, leaving a streak of light tearing through the rock face. He landed in the green forest of the stronghold hair, flowing a golden aura, enveloping him. Qin Yu looked ahead and said, "Looks like they left to find me." Footsteps echoed as groups of people rushed toward him. Startled, Qin Yu turns toward the shout, "We found him." The group stops before him, and He Tian reaches for him. Qin Yu frowned, his eyes sharp as he asked, "Who are you?" He said, "Qin Yu, there's nowhere to run. This whole forest is surrounded. Come quietly and surrender." He spoke, though he didn't understand what was happening. "You think you can take me?" Enraged, Ha Tian shouts, "Brothers, Qin Yu is colluding with demons, betraying our race. Those who feel resentment, follow me and capture him alive." He charges forward, standing at the center to issue a summoning. Suddenly, Tinyai appeared, its surging spiritual energy cracking the earth, unleashing a violet storm that sent the group flying. A purple gale howls, dust swirling in its wake, as it slams into them, sending Ha Tian crashing into a tree, bruised and bloodied. He asks, "What exactly is going on?" The group behind him rushes forward, shouting, "Capture Qin Yu alive." He reached out and gripped his spear, the pressure unleashing a dazzling golden aura. Qin Yu looked up, his golden eyes flashing coldly, and growled, "Enough." He spun his spear, a golden arc cleaving the sky, the wind scattering those before him. Fei Fan spoke, "Qin Yu, you truly disappoint your brother Wei." He slowly descended, much to Qin Yu's surprise, as Fei Fan continued, "I thought you were a man of honor, but you betrayed humanity for petty gains, daring to collude with those lowly beasts." He declared, "No wonder you're the only one who knows about these so-called Honglu beasts. It's all a scheme you concocted yourself." Fei Fan continued, "But you reap what you sow. Justice prevails and your plot has finally been exposed. Qin Yu, surrender now, and out of respect for our past as fellow disciples, I'll try to spare your life. You say I colluded with demons." He speaks so clearly now, still trying to deceive. "No wonder you possess the 9th grade sacred fire and such power at a young age." Fei Fan continues, "The great wilderness opportunity is just an excuse you feed to outsiders. Everything you have today, the demons gave it to you, didn't they?" He continued, "Qin Yu, I'll say it again, surrender." Qin Yu laughs, amused by the accusation of colluding with demons and surrendering. He declares, "I'll say it again. Qin Yu is a son of humanity, living and dying for humanity." Qin Yu looked at Fei Fan and asked, "Is the Holy Heart Palace behind my capture?" He replied, "Not only the Holy Heart Palace, but even experts from the Limit Sun sect have arrived." He silently thought to himself, it was just as he suspected. Fujia stepped forward and shouted, "Watch your mouth." She appears with a stern look, standing between her two subordinates. Ye Tong speaks up, "Bai Fei Fan, Qin Yu is not that kind of person. I absolutely don't believe he would betray humanity." Fujia says, "I also believe in Master Qin's character." Tianchang adds, "Senior Brother Bai, I recall that our master was very clear that everything must be thoroughly investigated first. Qin Yu is now a member of the Sacred Heart Hall. What right do you have to speak to him in that tone?" Fei Fan says, "The evidence of Qin Yu's betrayal of humanity is clear as day. I'm doing this to protect our Sacred Heart Hall, otherwise people will think that Qin Yu is all part of Master Fu Jiao's scheme." With a smirk he said, "Master, could it be?" Fu Jiao looked ahead, startled. She asked him, "Fei Fan, do you know what you're saying?" "Look, it's mostly because of your instigation, Fu Jiao." Golden streaks fall from the sky, blinding like lightning. He stands in the field, when suddenly 3 others appear beside him, one with a burst of fiery orange light surging violently, as if to devour everything. Sa Lin smirked, a chilling smile full of hidden meaning, as the air vibrated, and with each step Yan Ruo seemed to crush the earth beneath her feet, while Pan Chao smiled and said that he didn't expect Holy Heart Palace to collude with the Demon Clan's master of the Extreme Moon Sect. Beside Fan Chao stood a woman with a serene face and a radiant aura, the first divine child, Yan Ruo Bing. And then there was Chu Lin, his eyes sharp and a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Pan Chao says, "Fu Jiao, you of the Holy Heart Palace have betrayed humanity. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer." He pushed off the ground, shooting forward like an arrow. His robes swept to the right as he landed gracefully, toe touching the ground, and the two faced each other in the open spacelight, shining in long strips, the atmosphere as tense as a bowstring. A man spoke up, "I really thought he was some kind of amazing genius, but it turns out he's just a demon-licking dog." The man beside him said, "To possess a 9th grade sacred fire at the age of 1, and to kill the peerless genius of the Qi immortal ancestor. You damn dog, I hate betrayers of the human race more than anything." Fujia tilted her head, her eyes cold and suspicious at the gossip, then turned to Qin Yu and asked, "If you've joined my Sacred Heart Hall, then of course I'll trust you. But now you must tell me where you've been these last few days." Behind the Crimson Flow demonic beast is the strategist general of the demon race responsible for commanding the troops. 3 days ago, I secretly ambushed the demon army's strategist and killed him. Qin Yu continued. I was also severely injured and only recently awoke. Fei Fan stared at Qin Yu's hand in disbelief, a smirk forming on his lips as he said, "Qin Yu, do you think we're fools? You expect us to believe you killed the demon strategist all by yourself," he scoffed. "Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. If that's the case, bring Zheng Xuan here." His subordinate responded clearly. Bound and disheveled, Zheng Xuan is forced forward as the bald commander demands he speak, while Fei Fan warns, tell the truth and I might spare your life. Then with his hand behind Zheng Xuan's back, he continued, Zheng Xuan, tell us everything you know. Zheng Xuan felt something was wrong as he struggled to Qin Yu. He spoke as if he were being controlled. I have indeed betrayed humanity. I, Zheng Xuan, apologize to everyone. Qin Yu. He continues, Qin Yu, like me, has secretly sided with the demon race. He stared intently at Zheng Xuan, his eyes wide. A voice then broke the silence. Qin Yu, Zheng Xuan has already confessed. What excuses do you have left? Qin Yu clenched his fist in anger, silent. He thought to himself he'd been set up and it seemed he had no choice but to play the villain. A bloody battle was unavoidable. Ye Dong shouts that Qin Yu would never betray humanity and that there must be a conspiracy at play. She angrily points at him saying, Bai Feifan, I always felt something was off about you. Now I finally understand you're with the Eternal Sun sect and you orchestrated all of this, didn't you? He sneered, junior sister, you've only been bewitched by that Qin Yu, that's why you're saying such nonsense. Fei Fan continued, Master Qin Yu's betrayal of humanity is as clear as day. I hope Master will decide. Fu Jiao remained silent, lost in thought. Pan Chao spoke up, what more is there to decide? I believe the Sacred Heart Palace is also involved. He continued, Fu Jiao, I'll take Qin Yu away today, and soon I will summon the sects to pass judgment on him. Fan Xiu frowned, continuing, and your Holy Heart Palace must also accept investigation. He added, during this time all resources managed by the Holy Heart Palace must be handed over. Pan Chao stated, if the Holy Heart Palace is proven innocent, everything will be returned. Chu Lin added, Qin Yu, you brought this upon yourself. Knowing this day would come, why did you even start? He said, so, Lam, you planned all of this, didn't you? I must say your calculations are quite accurate, but do you really think you can capture Qin Yu with just the likes of you? He asks Qin Yu. Do you really think you can leave this place? A footstep approaches, stopping right in front of him. Ruo Bing, said Qin Yu. I am Yan Ruo Bing, the first divine disciple of the Extreme Sun Sect. Surrender now and you'll save yourself some pain, a man added. So it's the Extreme Sun Sect's first divine disciple. I heard she has the innate fiery sun physique, a 7th grade sacred fire, and she broke through to the 3rd level of the Shattered Illusion realm in her early 20s. Someone said, with the first divine disciple taking action, I doubt Qin Yu can withstand even one move. Another added, before the first divine disciple, Qin Yu is nothing but an ant. Furious Fu Jiao shouts, enough, Qin Yu has joined the Sacred Heart Hall, and we will take responsibility for this. I will bring Qin Yu back for a thorough investigation. If Qin Yu truly betrayed humanity, I would never protect him. But Fan Chao asks Palace Master Fu Jiao, if we let you take Qin Yu back without clarity, wouldn't your word become law? He continued, even if I agree, will all the martial artists here agree? Everyone shouted in unison, absolutely not. Fu Jiao asked, what if I insist on taking Qin Yu back today? Pan Chao replied, then we'll see if your Sacred Heart Palace can stand against the Extreme Sun Sect and all the other sects here. Qin Yu declared, Palace, Master Fu Jiao, I appreciate your kindness, but the Sacred Heart Palace need not intervene. I'll handle this battle myself. He thought Palace Master Fu Jiao is under so much pressure, yet she still speaks up for me. It seems I chose the right person. With that, Qin Yu swung his spear at Ruo Bing, declaring, if you can withstand one strike, my fate is yours to decide. She sneered, Qin Yu, you talk a big game. Pan Chao roared, Qin Yu, you've gone too far in disrespecting the Arctic Moon sect. Qin Yu angrily retorts, shut your dog mouth, you're next. Ruo Bing declares, you dare to speak nonsense to the sect leader. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. She gathers her strength, a golden halo erupting around her as she rushes toward him. Nuok Bang strikes a wave of gold like a fiery tide, sweeping away earth and stone as it surges forward. Qin Yu strikes his staff, flashing purple as he slams it into his opponent. She furrows her brow in anger, shouting, damn it. But Bing shouts, great sun illusion. She sweeps her greatsword and an orange halo erupts around her as Qin Yu thrusts his spear, piercing straight toward her, as Bing desperately defends. It strikes the golden light barrier, shattering it. Qin Yu's spear flashed with purple light, tearing through the air as it hurtled forward. She coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she staggered backward. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, golden flames engulfing the forest as Fan Chu stares in horror, mouth agape, and screams. What Chu Lin froze, sweat dripping down, gritting his teeth as he stared. Dust billows as Qin Yu lands gracefully, seizing the initiative, while Ruo Bing, a step behind, is sent flying. He points his spear as if to say the match is over. Qin Yu pointed his spear at Ruo Bing and declared, you've lost. She retorted, just one strike, and before I could even show my power, I've already lost. Could relying on the demon race really grant such terrifying power? It was only recently that Qin Yu barely managed to kill the Qi immortal ancestor. How long has it been? What tricks do the demon race have? How could Yan Ruobing lose so easily? Useless. Tian Chang thought in astonishment. Young Master Qin, you're amazing, Yidong cheered. Qin Yu fought beautifully. Fu Jia thought to himself, Qin Yu, so this is how powerful you really are. Shaolin and Pan Chao, along with the others, stared ahead in shock, as Qin Yu declared, I Qin Yu am here today, ready to take on all of you. What is there to fear? The crowd, pale-faced, gripped their weapons, eyes wide and silent. Chu Lin spoke up. Qin Yu betrayed the human race and dares to provoke us like this. Can we stand for it? Everyone capture Qin Yu. After this battle, all of you will be honored. The bald man roared in agreement. That's right. The other man narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed in fierce agreement. Kill, they roared, charging towards Qin Yu. Chu Lin sneered. You may be strong, but you're still just flesh and blood. I refuse to believe you're not weakening, Pan Chao declared. I want to see how long you can last with that spiritual energy. Qin Yu unleashed a palm strike and swung his spear, creating purple spirit energy that swept away his enemies. But two Westerners charged forward, weapons in hand. Qin Yu unleashes a white aura towards them, and with a unified cry, they retaliate with a barrage of spiritual energy. With an icy glare, Qin Yu summons his spirit beast. It appears instantly, sending his enemies flying. The spear in his hand erupts with spiritual energy as he slashes down, the sound of tearing wind echoing. Qin Yu roars, Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Sword. A pillar of crimson light rises between heaven and earth, blasting figures away in a flash of fire. Fan Chao gripped his sleeve as a purple streak grazed him, splattering dirt on Rong's shoulder. He frowned, his eyes fixed ahead where Qin Yu stood silently atop the defeated. Qin Yu asks, Is that all you've got? As people flee in terror, they cry out, He's not human, he's a demon, I can't fight a demon. Fan Xie thought to himself, this one is full of spiritual energy, impossible to see through. He angrily gritted his teeth, realizing no, he's not using spiritual energy at all. He's fighting purely with his powerful physical strength. Pan Chao declares, Qin Yu, you are savage and cruel. I've lost all faith because of you and the human race. I will personally deal with you. Fu Jiao watches him intently, then speaks. I told you, he said to her, this battle belongs to Qin Yu alone. Fu Jiao watched him silently as if in thought, while Fan Chao roared, Qin Yu, no matter how strong you are before the sect leader of the Great Lunar Sect, you're nothing but an ant. Chu Lin also roared, Qin Yu, you're worse than an animal. The moment sect leader Pan acts, it'll be your death. He turned his cold gaze towards them, smiling arrogantly. Fan Chao clenches his fist as golden flames erupt around him like a volcano awakening. He roars, Qin Yu, die. Golden flames rise, lightning coils around him, and crimson clouds fill the sky like spilled blood as Pan Chao turns to face him, ready to strike. Qin Yu remained calm, seated amongst the defeated, as the old man glared at him with murderous intent. Qin Yu frowned, warily eyeing his enemy. With overwhelming power, Nati appeared beside him, prompting Qin Yu to ask, Nati, can you make me faster? A white circle flares amidst the red clouds, scattering shining particles, and the whole sky seems to ignite. The people below looked up, wondering what it was. Then unexpectedly, their life force was drawn toward the blood moon. The demonic figure above relentlessly drains the life force of those below, as Qin Yu watches with worried eyes. With a sinister smile, Yumin raised his sharp claws to his mouth, then looked down below, sighing, how lively. A class renewed, Fan Chao retorts, looking up. How dare you, demon race, come all the way here? In the blink of an eye, Yu Min teleported behind the old man. I whispered into Fan Xiu's ear, you're too ugly. I don't like you. I can only send you to your death. With that, Yu Min unleashed a powerful force, a bewitching purple energy swirling around her. Meanwhile, Fan Chao had been reduced to a pile of flesh, as Su Lin and Fei Fan recoiled in horror from the approaching black and red aura. Startled, Fu Jiao looked ahead, thinking beyond shattering the void. Qin Yu wondered, this is one of the 4 heavenly demon generals. What is she doing here? Umbra coldly stared at him, saying, little brother, your aura is familiar. Did you kill Tian Shu? Qin Yu thought to himself that the first generation CTN demon general was called Umbra Blood, Bat of the Dark Knight Lord, and just by looking at her, his whole body would be paralyzed. He pondered, with such cultivation, she's likely reached the oneness realm. Even with his trump card, he couldn't withstand a single move. It seems he has no choice but to risk it all. Ming ignited a fiery red aura. He braced his spear, erecting a violet barrier. She fanned her wings, scattering the chaotic light around him with a wave, and said, what's wrong? You had the guts to kill but not to admit it. Qin Yu gripped his spear, his golden eyes cold, ready to strike. Yu Ming continued, I like upright humans, but your behavior is making me a little unhappy. Qin Yu retorted, I'm not afraid, you're just so ugly, it makes me want to puke, and I couldn't speak for a moment. She continued, you say my sister is ugly, but I think you're quite handsome. Yu Min frowned and said, you must taste delicious when you're this fresh. His cold eyes darting, Qin Yu spoke without fear, despicable demons. He continued, Qin Yu, even if I die, I won't let you have my blood. You're not worthy. He stomped hard, shattering the ground, and golden waves crashed towards her. Qin Yu roars, embracing the light to his chest, and unleashes a powerful blow, but with a flick of her fingers, the golden light hurtles forward. The light pierced his forehead and a circle flared intensely. Qin Yu stood motionless as his spear fell to the ground, her mouth opened, revealing gleaming white fangs, tears streaming down her chin. Yu Min tilted her head, leaned close, and sank her fangs deep as if quenching a thirst for blood. She held him tight, her red hair falling across his face as she pressed her lips to Qin Yu's neck and drained him. He screamed, his body trembling as his life force was drained. Yu Min licked her lips, a trace of blood lingering, and a satisfied smile crept across her face. Ah, Hailong says, how wonderful, while Tanvu collapses to the ground unconscious. He awakens pale, and wrinkled his breath weak, as if he doesn't understand what's happening. Yidong shouts, I told you Qin Yu would never betray humanity. Tiancheng cries out in alarm, young masterkin. Fu Jiao collapsed to the ground, laughing madly. In the end, we humans brought all of this upon ourselves. Fei Fan looked over in surprise, noticing Chu Lin's abnormality. He was suddenly changing. His skin cracks, revealing lifeless gold beneath. He stares in horror, shouting, So Lam. A man cries out, It's over, all over, it's your fault, blaming Qin Yu for betraying humanity. If not, why would I be here? Another shouts in terror, It's all Qin Yu's fault. This damned broomstar, it's all his fault. Yu Min says, None of the rest of you excite me. She continued, Whatever, I'll just kill them all. Ming turned, her massive black wings spread wide in the red light, unleashing a fierce power that seemed to shake the very space around her. Standing in the heart of the red light, wings spread wide, with a swirling vortex above Yu Min ready to depart, turned back to say bye-bye. Zheng Xuan stood silently watching her vanished figure, lost in thought. He said, So this is one of the 4 heavenly demon generals of the demon race. Are the demons really this powerful? My choice was not wrong. Fu Yao and her subordinates sat in silence amidst the desolation, their eyes heavy as they witnessed the devastation before them with nothing left to salvage. Ye Dong remembers Qin Yu bowing his head, tears silently falling down his cheek. Fu Yao sits beside him in silence. With utter horror, Yu Min whips around, realizing something is terribly wrong. She freezes midair, blood gushing from her mouth, eyes wide with shock. Stripped of her power, she plummets like a leaf caught in a storm. A beam of light pierces the earth, unleashing a shockwave that threatens to consume everything. Amidst the thick white smoke, Yu Min collapses, clutching her bloodied chest and groaning in pain. She falls hard, the ground cracks and the shockwave sends tremors through everyone. Tiancheng frowned, peering through the dust, and asked, What was that? Zheng Xuan rushed toward her, saying, Lady Yu Ming. He anxiously looks at Yu Min and asks, Are you all right? She angrily shouts, so loud that Zheng Xuan is sent flying, Get out. Qin Yu appeared before Yu Ming, smiling triumphantly as she frowned and asked, What have you done to me? Qin Yu didn't answer, but asked, How delicious is the blood of the wilds? Terrified, Yu Min asks, Are you of the Wild Clan? He replies with a smile, The Demon Clan and the Wild Clan are natural enemies. You've consumed far too much Wild Clan blood. Qin Yu continued, Your organs, bones and soul are now being burned. Isn't that delicious? She angrily retorted. The Wild Clan dares to break their word. Aren't you afraid of the Mountain Clan's retaliation? Suddenly his hand lashed out with a force that ripped through the air, and Qin Yu seized Yu Min by the throat, lifting her off the ground. As her wings faltered and her eyes dimmed, he asks, When did the Huang Clan ever go back on their word? Because I'm human, what does any of this have to do with the demon race? Yu Min looked at Qin Yu, as if to ask something, but he spoke. I bet you want to ask how a human like me has the blood of the ancient race, right? Sorry, but you won't get the chance to know. Qin Yu's hand tightened around her neck, his skin taut, and her breath grew fainter. Yu Min transforms, saying, I can't believe one of the 4 heavenly generals fell for the dirty tricks of a coward like you. Enraged, he roared, Even if I die, I'll drag you all to hell with me. With my dying breath, I curse everyone here. All humans will die in my resentment. You're responsible for their deaths, kid. I'll make you live with endless regret. A crimson aura erupts from his hand, tearing the earth asunder, forcing his opponent back. The pressure explodes into a fiery red sphere, consuming everything within as he locks eyes, his voice dropping. Endless regret. He raises his hand, face as cold as ice, eyes half closed, but all his power is focused forward. Qin Yu laughs loudly, eyes blazing, I will not regret it. A vortex of crimson energy erupts, tearing the earth and scattering everything around it as screams of panic fill the air and dark shadows gather. A man screams in agony, as his soul is extracted, a dark purple-pink aura escaping his mouth as Fu Jiao calls out to him. Qin Yu's mother continued, What happened today has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. Just go leave this place, Tiancheng said, closing his eyes. Farewell, young Master Qin. Yetong forced a smile and said, Qin Yu, go quickly, don't worry about us. He exclaimed in surprise, But it's just resentment. Everyone, there's no need for this. Qin Yu raises his arm, engulfed in roaring flames, and shouts, Annihilation of the 9 heavens. He unleashes a burst of golden-orange spiritual power towards Fu Jiao and his group. Yi Tong is thrown back, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he's engulfed in the sudden fiery attack. Qin Yu turns back and smiles, Now we can leave together. The others cried out, Qin Yu, save us, please save us. One man pleaded, Qin Yu, I was wrong, but I was deceived too. If you're not a demon, then don't abandon us. Another person said, Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry, I'm in so much pain. He declared, We're all humans, of course, I won't let you be buried in this dark energy. They rejoiced, Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry, and get rid of this resentment for us. Qin Yu continued, Everyone, I think you've misunderstood me. He asked, Or do you really think Qin Yu would save you? They stared at Qin Yu in astonishment as he continued, I haven't forgotten your expressions when you indiscriminately assumed I was a demon. You wanted to kill me, trample on me, and ascend to the heavens. Don't be ridiculous. Now you want me to save you. Are you all deaf? Everyone exclaimed in horror. Qin Yu, what do you mean? Qin Yu, so many lives are at stake here. Can you really watch us die? He laughs. Qin Yu can overcome any challenge for you all. Frowning, Qin Yu declares, but you people without conviction only care about yourselves. Death would be a relief. Qin Yu will not mourn you. The monk, screaming in agony, coughed up blood as he cried out, Qin Yu. He said, I wanted to make it quick to spare you the pain, but it seems you don't even deserve that. Qin Yu turned to her and said, Palace, Master Fujiao, take Yan Robing, let's go. She lay motionless on the ground, body riddled with wounds and face weary, as the group departed amidst the resentment of those left behind who vowed Qin Yu, I will tell the disciples of all sects what happened today, and soon you will join me. In the Yellow Springs. The man gasped, Qin Yu, I can't accept this. He stood looking down at Zheng Xuan, who lay defeated amidst the swirling dust. He lay motionless on the ground, eyes glazed as Qin Yu approached, who said, I almost forgot about you. A fiery attack erupts from his fingertips, engulfing Zheng Xuan in flames, incinerating everything around him with devastating power. Qin Yu coldly turned and left, leaving the raging fire behind, then urged everyone, let's go. Qin Yu asks, what's wrong? Do you think I went too far? Tian Cheng replies, they brought it on themselves. I'm just surprised that the warriors who conquered before so easily broke their faith. Ye Dong angrily says, I don't think it was too much at all. These guys deserve to die. Qin Yu closed his eyes, sighing softly after all that. Let's go. His eyes widen as he senses an anomaly within his body. Qin Yu clutches his head, collapsing to the ground. Tian Cheng rushed over, worried. Young Master Qin, what's wrong? He clutched his head, wincing. That demon sucked too much blood and energy. I'm just a little strained. Let's get out of here. Qin Yu stares intently, a clear look of doubt in his eyes as he speaks. Despite Tian Cheng's cries, Qin Yu's eyes closed. Qin Yu. Meanwhile, the great wilderness was violently shaken by strange lights and thunder, and the Dragon King lay coiled as if asleep in his cave. Outside, as the beasts stood guard, a dark shadow flew across the sky. Ling He descended on the back of a great dragon. She dismounts the beast in a blaze of light, and Ling He slowly enters the cave. Standing beside the Dragon King, she says, Father, I'm back. He replies, my daughter has finally returned. Witnessing the family reunion, Ruo Yu is moved to tears as the Dragon King says, bearing the blood of a high-level demon beast, my daughter is truly devoted. Your father won't hold back, you know. With that, he opened his mouth wide, ready to devour the girl. Lin Ha strokes the Dragon King's head, saying, what are you thinking, father? This isn't for you to eat. I brought him back so you could change his blood and marrow, making him one of our bloodline. He brushed Lin Ha's hand away, asking coldly, what did you say? The monsters were stunned, frozen in disbelief at her words. Everyone turned to look at Lin Ha and Ruo Yu, the little girl, frightened and clinging to Lin Ha's side. Lin Ha frowned, glaring at them, and snapped, go to sleep, you're scaring my sister. The two little demons trembled, lying still, as if they knew they'd done wrong. The Dragon King looked at Ling He and said, is it so easy to change the blood and marrow of the demon race? This girl comes home and brings me nothing but trouble. She says sternly, old man, I'm not asking for your permission, I'm telling you what's going to happen. Ling, he continued, oh right, one more thing I wanted to tell you. This time I met a very interesting human in the mortal realm. He asked, how interesting could he be? She replied, he possesses the body of a desolate god. The Dragon King's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Ha, demanding, what did you say? His blue eyes blazed in the darkness, his gaze sharp and full of anger. The Dragon King unleashes his power and fury, sending nearby beasts fleeing in terror, as a powerful being radiates an imposing blue aura, revealing an unsettling transformation. The creature glows its armor, solidifying, signaling a surge of immense power. The Dragon King appears, his robust form radiating might, with a brilliant violet-blue light behind him. He asked, a human, possessing the body of our wild clan Ling. He replied, this person is Qin Yu, wielder of the 9th grade sacred fire. Though young, his strength is boundless. I once invited him to join our great wilderness, but he refused. She continued, but this kid is definitely a great help to the wilderness race. We'll be returning to the outer world soon, so I signed a symbiotic contract with him. The Dragon King angrily roared, Lan Xian, you can't just make a symbiotic pact with anyone. He furiously grabbed Ling He's hand, saying, let me see. The man reached out to probe the girl's memories, and the Dragon King was shocked to see an image of Nai appear, his eyes widening in horror as he exclaimed, big brother. Ling, he asks in surprise, old man, what is father talking about? The Dragon King replies, it's nothing. I've been thinking the most important thing for our wild clan is the contract. Since it's already been made, let it be. Startled, Yunok heard him command, you Dragon King, follow me. Ling, he turns to reassure you, Ruo. Don't worry, the old man agreed. Let's go quickly. Silently, he turned and walked away into the sunset, Yunuok following close behind, tears streaming down the Dragon King's face, reflecting the last rays of the day, revealing the pain rising in his heart. Weeping, he says, brother, is that human your last hope? Rest assured I will take good care of him. From now on, Qin Yu is my own son. He wiped away his tears, concealing his sorrow. Yu Nuok was startled by the Dragon King's words. 7 months from now is an auspicious day. He happily continued, let's choose that day for the wedding. Marry in the depths of the earth's core, the demon palace where raging flames engulf everything. The demon queen sat calmly on her throne, her cold eyes fixed on her kneeling subordinates. She is the demon queen with a sharp beauty and crimson eyes that reflect confidence and authority. Tu Thien says, Your Majesty, I've said before, Huyet Buk is just a low-class demon with inferior blood. How could he become one of my 4 heavenly demon generals? A bunch of useless trash, not only failing their mission but also dying at the hands of humans. Tam Engu spoke up, Your Majesty, I have a great general under my command, originally a green sect fireball who is qualified to become one of the 4 heavenly demon generals. Urgui chimes in that green sect fireball is reckless and foolish, not even a shadow of Bloodwing. The queen smiles coldly, her eyes full of calculation. She said, With Bloodbat gone, your ambitions are stirring, aren't they? The 3 subordinates remained silent, their eyes filled with anxiety. The queen inquired, The 4 new heavenly demon generals are already accounted for, but now I want to know who exactly killed Bloodwrithe. She continued saying that even though Bloodwing was a bit weak, she was still at the peak of the oneness realm. Bloodwing was in charge of the human territory, and the strongest humans were no more than level 7 of the oneness realm. Even if she couldn't win, she should have been able to escape. Tianxi speaks, suggesting that a hidden powerhouse has emerged among the humans and Bloodwing's arrogance led to her downfall. The queen says, If I remember correctly, that place is the Tianhe dynasty, right? If that's the case, the 3 of you should go there yourselves and see if you can recruit that powerful expert. She continued, If you can't just kill him. Tianxi spoke up, Is it really necessary for the 3 of us to go to such a small Tianhe dynasty? I can go alone. The queen narrowed her eyes, warily peering ahead with suspicion and vigilance, her crimson eyes flashing with barely contained rage. By order of the queen, you are dismissed. Her subordinates responded in unison. She watched their figures fade into the distance, lost in thought when a blinding light tore through the silence. Golden light floods the hall, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension as a radiant man appears exuding authority. Greetings, Celestial Envoy Fengthang says respectfully. From this day forward, the demon race must double its tribute of treasures to the celestial race. Double it, I say. I'm informing you, not negotiating. Feng Sheng continued, My master said this is a consequence of your own actions. Qin Yu is not someone you can provoke. After he left, the queen could only watch helplessly as the golden light faded away. She gritted her teeth in anger, asking Qin Yu, Who is this Qin Yu? In the immortal realm, a serene sky, flocks of white birds soar amidst gentle light. Huyen Ni, with her long blue hair, swings leisurely on a vine swing as golden light envelops her, seemingly stopping time itself. He asked if she wasn't pushing things too far, but she coldly replied, daring to bully Zhao Xuaner's fiancé, I'm just giving a little warning. Huan Ni excitedly says that Qin Yu is becoming more and more interesting. Feng Sheng continues, My lady Qin Yu is too closely related to the Great Wilderness. I must mention this again. If the immortal lord finds out. Huyen Ni frowned, her face hardening with anger. I possess the supreme divine inscription. The next master of the immortal clan will naturally be me. Who dares to gossip behind my back? Huan Ni speaks. The immortal clan and the Great Wilderness have been enemies for a long time. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If Qin Yu can make the Wilderness clans submit to our immortal clan, that would be a joyous occasion. Feng Sheng sighed, her face etched with worry. Don't fret too much, she continued. From today on, go down to the lower realm and secretly protect Qin Yu. Huan Ni chuckled. Qin Yu got lucky this time, but it won't happen again. After receiving his orders, he was stunned, his entire body frozen, his mind shattered by the resounding thunder. Within the Sacred Heart Palace's secret realm, amidst the roaring towers, Qin Yu sat in meditation, still as stone, his mind tranquil and undisturbed. Fu Jiao quietly watched him from afar and worriedly exclaimed, It's been 10 days, and Qin Yu still hasn't awakened. Tiancheng approached and respectfully bowed. Master, has young Master Qin awakened yet? She responded and inquired further, It seems we must wait longer. Has the matter within the palace been resolved? Tiancheng frowned, his eyes sharp as he replied, Everything has been investigated. She continued, It turns out Bai Feifan was a pawn planted in the Holy Heart Palace by the Extreme Sun Sect. His true identity is the second prince of the Extreme Sun Sect. Now back at the Eternal Sun Sect, Bai Feifan has temporarily assumed the role of sect leader. The Eternal Sun Sect, she says this feud will end in death. Tiancheng continued, After their return, the Solar Sect twisted the truth, claiming the demonic flood was a conspiracy by our Sacred Heart Palace to eliminate opposition, and many forces believed them. She added, The Solar Sect has joined forces with the Jade Maiden Sect and countless minor factions to punish our Sacred Heart Palace, while the Sword Sect remains indifferent and unwilling to help. She twisted the truth with vile intentions. If they wish to come, the Sacred Heart Palace shall not fear, Fu Jiao declared. Tiancheng issued orders to summon all elders and core disciples of the Sacred Heart Palace, and to immediately contact surrounding forces to deal with the Blazing Sun Sect. She looked towards Fu Jiao and replied, Master, I understand. She continued, Perhaps this is a good thing for Holy Heart Palace. The 4 great sects have been equals for too long. It's time for a change. 5 days later at the Sacred Heart Pond, Qin Yu meditates in the cool water, focusing on recovering from the fierce battle. His eyes open with determination, power erupting intensely as he meditates amidst the swirling currents. A mysterious ancient artifact appears surrounded by radiant light healing Qinyu and enhancing his power. The power erupts, water flies, his body heals, and his aura surges. Qinyu proclaims, "Not bad, Sacred Heart Pond, it mends bones better than I do." He throws the ring up and says, "This body can definitely withstand more power. I will break through to the 5th level of the Shattering Void Realm with the 9-grade Dan Wing and this Bone Devil General." That's enough. Qinyu calmly channeled his power, unlocking the magic treasure as waves of mysterious energy surged and filled the space. The 9 heavens' mysterious extinction fire blazes, transforming into earth-shattering power, as he clenches his fist, absorbing the intense flames surging into his body. Qinyu's body blazed like a flame, his aura soared, and his light shattered the tranquil lake. He closed his eyes, contemplating his solemn expression, reflecting the torrent of energy flowing within him. Within his inner world, Qinyu observes the luminous crystals suspended in space. Each one holds a unique power, as if waiting for him to unlock their potential. He seemed to be transforming power as strands of energy coiled around his body, converging at his chest, and in a flash his eyes snapped open. Qinyu shouts, and the entire space trembles before his awakened power. Amidst the lingering smoke and ash, Qinyu emerges a testament to a fierce battle just concluded. He excitedly announces his breakthrough to the 6th level of the Seer Realm. All right. A scroll appears, soaring into the sky, and emitting a golden light that envelops Qinyu. He touches the illusion and says, "Next, the 5th wild beast." A majestic Yinglong appears, emitting a blue aura that Qinyu welcomes. The Yinglong faced him, mouth agape, as if transmitting spiritual energy, as Qinyu closed his eyes, letting the mysterious blue energy swirl around him. He calmly closed his eyes, as emerald light enveloped him. Qinyu declared, "6th level of the Hope Realm plus the power of 5 wild beasts. I now possess the combat strength of a 3rd level Shattering Void cultivator. Next is to strengthen my cultivation, break through the peak of Wangjing as soon as possible, and awaken the Tao Ti. Once I have the Tao Ti, my cultivation speed will skyrocket." Qinyu stretches his joints, popping after his long meditation, and gazes around in stunned surprise, wondering, how am I going to explain this to Palace Master Fujiao? She appeared and asked, "What happened here, Qinyu? You're awake." Fujiao's eyes widened in disbelief. At what had happened, he stood there, but the lake bed was completely dry. Qinyu chuckled, hiding his embarrassment, scratching his head in silence as she cried out, "My Sacred Heart Pool." Inside the Holy Heart Hall, Fujiao watched the undercurrents surge her face, changing her eyes lifeless as she sat frozen, unable to speak, staring helplessly at him. Yatong asked worriedly, "Qinyu, are you really fully recovered?" Tianchang asks if Qinyu needs more rest, while Fujiao laments the state of their sacred pool. Qinyu replies, "I've fully recovered, and not only that, my cultivation has even increased a level, though I do feel somewhat indebted to the Sacred Heart Palace." "Helpless," she says, "so you're aware of that." Qinyu said, "This isn't what I wanted, but I absolutely won't let Holy Heart Hall suffer a great loss, so..." He gently raised his hand, and the scrolls spinning in the air gathered around him. Qinyu said, "These 3 scrolls contain low-grade, celestial martial arts techniques, as compensation." Tianchang speaks up, "Low-grade celestial, even the Holy Heart Pool can't compare." Yatong adds, "Qinyu, you're too kind." Fujiao caught the glowing ring in her hand and said, "Qinyu, you're too kind. I can't refuse you, so I'll reluctantly accept." Faced with her subordinate's helplessness, Fujiao was flustered and ashamed of her actions, while Qinyu thought to himself, "This Palace Master Fujiao is quite adorable." Suddenly footsteps approached, and Ningpo appeared, his hair neatly braided back, his eyes fixed ahead. He looked at him and asked, "Qinyu, you're awake?" Ngufa continues, Seems you've recovered well." He replies, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Nu." He said respectfully, "Lord, everything is ready. We can engage the Eternal Sun Sect and Jade Maiden Sect in a life-or-death battle at any time." However, Niupo continued, "I don't know what tricks the Eternal Sun Sect used to get Old Devil Yin Shan's help." Fujiao said Old Devil Yin Shan has been cultivating in seclusion for decades and has never left the mountain. It is said that this man has a strange personality and is focused on cultivation. How could the Eternal Sun Sect invite him out? Tianchang asks who this Old Devil Yin Shan is, and she replies that he's a rogue cultivator whose origins are unknown. 40 years ago, he emerged from Yin Mountain with earth-shattering cultivation, already at the 1st level of the Shattered Void Realm. Though I was young then, I accompanied my master to meet him once, and Yinshan Old Devil defeated my master with a single move. Fujiao continued, "What's more, this Old Devil Yinshan provoked our 4 great sects, defeating the Kuk Nat Tong sect leader, the Merciless Sword sect, and the Nu Tong with a single move." Qinyu responded, "I see. So you're saying the master of the Fujiao Hall is already in his 50s? Fujiao Fenchen replies, "I'm only in my 40s. She continues saying that after that battle, Old Devil Yin Shan ventured alone into the great wilderness. In the stone cave, the water reflects a crimson-purple hue, a small figure lost in the wild light. Although he returned wounded, he seemed to have encountered some great opportunities. After that, the Old Devil of Yin Mountain challenged the sects of the Heavenly River dynasty, never once failing. In the end, our Holy Heart Palace had to invite the Supreme Patriarch to defeat him," Fuyu said. After that battle, old devil Yinshan returned to Yinshan and devoted himself to cultivation, never leaving the mountain for 40 years. Qin pondered in his past life he had heard tales of the old devil Yin Mountain, a model martial artist who saw no right or wrong, no good or evil, only the relentless pursuit of cultivation at any cost. He spoke certain that the Eternal Sun sect must have offered him a condition he couldn't refuse. Ningpo said, "If that's the case, should we invite the Supreme Elder out again?" Fu Jiao replied, "The Supreme Elder has been in seclusion for decades. There's simply no way to wake him now." Just then, a voice came from outside. Sect leader Tai Ying respectfully reports that someone from the Ruthless Sword sect has arrived. Fu Jiao watched him send the order to invite the person in, as the sharp-eyed Thiet Ung respectfully spoke clearly. Han Yi appeared silently observing everyone from the outside as Tian Chang spoke, noticing her presence. Chu Hanyi speaks, "Long time no see, Miss Tianyang. I have officially joined the Ruthless Sword sect." Han Yi respectfully greets Master Fu Jiao, and the elders then looks at Qin Yu and says, "Young Master Qin, it's been a while." Han Yi stated, "Fu Jiao, I'm here today to represent the Unfeeling Sword sect's stance. We are willing to help the Sacred Heart Palace and stand against the Eternal Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect." Fu Jiao looked at Han Yi and asked, "The condition is that after this is over, I hope to borrow Qin Yu for a bit." Qin Yu looked at her, arms crossed, confused. "Borrow young Master Qin for a bit?" Fu Jiao asked. Han Yi replied, "Yes, the Emotionless Sword sect needs to borrow young Master Qin's 9th grade Sacred Fire. This is the condition for our assistance." She said, "Qin Yu, although you're training in my Sacred Heart Hall, I have no right to decide whether to agree to this or not. It's all up to you." He looked at her happily. "Very well, I accept." She excitedly says, "Thank you very much, young Master Qin." Han Yi says, "Master Fu Jiao, now that Qin Yu has agreed, we are officially allies. We will await your orders on when to strike." She agreed, knowing the Great War was coming, and with the support of the Emotionless Sword sect, even if the Crimson Moon sect managed to invite Old Devil Yinshan, they still might not win. Respectfully, Han Yi, having completed her mission, asked to take her leave. She departed, but not before telling him, "Qin Yu, I'll be waiting for you in Holy Heart City tonight. There's something I want to discuss." Taken aback, he watched Han Yi leave in silence. Qin Yu smiled to himself, thinking, "This girl." The sky darkened and wisps of clouds drifted silently across the deep blue. Inside, the city stalls were set up, and lanterns began to glow brightly as Qin Yu walked through the streets, his sharp eyes standing out in the purple light. He was surprised to see Han Yi hiding behind a large tree, eyes closed, anxiously awaiting something important. Qin Yu asked, "Speak, what is it you wish to discuss?" Han Yi turned to him and said, "Follow me." He stood there, dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion as she spoke. On the second floor in a quiet room, a faint purple light fell upon a closed wooden door, and a resolute footstep broke the silence. Stopping at a door, Han Yi slowly says, "Go in." Qin Yu stares at her in surprise as she explains, "I'm not the one who asked to meet you, but rest assured this person means you no harm." He crossed his arms, wondering who it could be, and reached out to open the door. As the door opens, he stares intently at the figure seated before him. Xiao He looks up, and upon seeing Qin Yu says, "You've arrived." He paused, his eyes full of doubt, and asked, "You're the emotional Xiao He?" Tears welling, she said, "Qin Yu, you're just like him." Seeing Qin Yu brought back memories of someone from the past as he respectfully entered Junior. Qin Yu greets Aunt Xiao. Xiao He placed her hand on Qin Yu's shoulder, saying warmly, Good, you still recognize me." She continued, "Your father and I were childhood friends, but alas, things have changed. The Qin family has suffered such a tragedy." Xiao He continued, "Qin Yu, I know all about you, and your father in the afterlife must be proud and satisfied." Qin Yu gripped his teacup tightly and said, "Rest assured, Aunt Xiao, I won't disgrace or disappoint the Qin family." She replied with a satisfied tone, "Good, very spirited." "Xiao," he said sternly, "That's right, Qin Yu, there's something important I need to tell you today." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is it?" "Xiao." He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Don't trust the Ruthless Sword sect." His eyes turned sharp, a hint of doubt crossing his face as he heard the unsettling news. "They pretend to help Holy Heart Palace fight against the Sun sect and Jade Maiden sect, but it's all a conspiracy. They've already made a deal with those two sects, and they plan to betray Holy Heart Palace at the crucial moment." Qin Yu says, "This is very much in line with the Unfeeling Sword sect's style." Xiao He continues, "They thought it was a perfect plan, but I saw right through it. The ring has presented its light radiant with memories and faith." Holding it, she says, "But Qin Yu, rest assured, though the Glacial Soul sect is small, it possesses certain mystical powers, and I will help you hold off the Heartless Sword sect." Qin Yu reached out to receive it as Xiao. He continued, "Qin Yu, this is a token of your aunt's affection. Inside is a 9-revolution heart pill, which may be of some help to you." Frowning, she added, "But more importantly, it contains the War God Spear's soul." He held it in his hand, startled, and asked, "The War God Spear's soul?" "Xiao," he replies, "in truth, the Qin family faced a great calamity, and handing the War God Spear soul to you isn't necessarily a good thing. If it weren't for what you've accomplished in this short time, I wouldn't have given it to you." She smiled contentedly. "But now I believe you have the power to control it." Qin Yu realized that the War God's soul spear was in Aunt Xiao's hands all along, and he couldn't find it after returning from the great wilderness in his past life. which made him believe it had vanished with his father and family. The image of Xiaohe from his past life then appears after he returned from the great wilderness. She died in the demonic beast flood. Back in reality, she sadly continued, "Qiner, the world is full of dangers, and people are treacherous. Even a powerful figure like your father was ultimately forced to die by insidious schemes." Xiao, he carefully reminded him that even with great opportunities, he must not let his guard down. The Qin family now has only you, its last remaining bloodline. Qin Yu smiles and replies, "Aunt Xiao, please rest assured nothing will happen to me. Not only that, but one day, I will make the Qin family's name resound throughout the heavens and earth." She smiled in satisfaction. "Very well, Qin Yu, your resolve brings me great comfort. Keep today's events a secret, and hasten the assimilation of the war god Spear Soul. It will be of great use to you in the battles to come." Hearing this, he immediately stood up and clasped his hands in front of his chest. Yes, Qin Yu takes his leave. "Take care of yourself, Aunt Xiao. A scratch from the heartless sword is nothing, your safety is what matters most. If you're ever in danger, your well-being comes first." "Xiao," he chuckled, covering her mouth. "You care so much. Don't worry, your aunt won't let anything happen. You go on ahead." Qin Yu opened the door and left, offering a farewell. "Aunt Xiao, I'll be going now." Outside, Han Yi was already waiting and spoke as soon as she saw him. "You can head back to Holy Heart Palace yourself." "I won't see you off," Qin Yu replied calmly. "Okay, I'll head out then." He turned and left, waving goodbye to her stunned face. Han Yi was stunned, sighed, blushed, and cursed inwardly. He really just left. What an idiot. Cut to Holy Heart Palace, where the Holy Heart Pond is dried up and night has fallen. Qin Yu stood there, gazing at the stone before him, etched with mysterious runes. The ring glowed brilliantly, and a hazy space gradually materialized within the radiant light. Qin Yu tosses the ring into the air, saying, "The sword devil of the war god sword." His eyes gleam sharply as he commands it to open. A blinding pillar of light erupts, and the entire space trembles with immense power, piercing the sky, tearing through the clouds, and creating massive vortexes in the air. Qin Yu remarks, "Such immense fighting spirit, such bloodlust, truly worthy of being called the war god sword demon of the Qin family." The light spirals into a vortex, its sound echoing as if to swallow the very sky. The swirling light shatters, revealing a figure ablaze with fire. The spirit of the azure sword has awakened. The sword spirit slowly approaches Qin Yu, who thinks to himself that all things possess a soul, including weapons and magical treasures. The so-called weapon spirit is a manifestation of will born from the connection between a weapon and its master. Weapons of mortals rarely, if ever, give rise to such a spirit. Sword spirits that can merge with the continent are even fewer, less than 100. I only heard my father say that when I was young, that the sword of the war god had a sword spirit, but even in my past life I only saw it a few times. The sword spirit asked descendants of the Qin family, "How did humanity establish this world?" Qin Yu replied, "Through unwavering pride and dedication." He then asked, "How did the Qin family establish this world?" Qin Yu replied, "The Qin family has integrity, spirit isn't afraid to shed blood, and has an unyielding will." Qin Yu continued, "The descendants of the Qin family are willing to die for the great cause of humanity, determined to suppress the demon race and protect the purity of this world." The sword spirit laughed. "Well said, descendants of the Qin family." A light coalesces in his hand, forming a sword, and the sword spirit speaks, "But to wield me, I must first see your worth." Qin Yu replies, "I know taming a demon sword like you won't be easy." He gripped his spear tightly, the power surging back like thunder. The spear in Qin Yu's hand glowed brightly, streams of purple energy swirling around him. He said, "If that's how it is, then let's go." With that, Qin Yu charged towards the sword spirit. The two sources of spiritual power collide, erupting in a blinding light and a shockwave that engulfs the space. He grips his spear tightly, his eyes sharp. He directly blocked the sword spirit's attack, the clash of their powers sparking fiercely, the spearhead tearing through the wind, leaving a blazing trail behind. Qin Yu fearlessly attacked him, a hint of excitement in his smirk as he narrowed his eyes and said, "This is interesting." Qin Yu brandishes his spear and shouts, "First sword, 9 heavens, divine lightning sword." The sword spirit mirrors him, "First sword, 9 heavens, divine lightning sword." Qin Yu yells, "Begone, demon." The opposing forces collide in mid-air, tearing the sky asunder, the impact erupting into a brilliant blue-white halo, obliterating everything. From the heart of the energy, Qin Yu bursts forth like lightning across the sky. The second sword, 9 heavens, divine lightning sword, descends from above. He plunges down like a meteor in a violet light, as the sword soul below watches warily. Instantly, Qin Yu charged towards him like a whirlwind, as the sword soul desperately tried to parry with his spear, his eyes wide with disbelief. Bearing its terrifying power, it hurtles towards the sword spirit, its massive hand closing, crushing him within its grasp, his body trembling from the pressure. He shouts, summoning the third sword, the 9 heavens divine lightning sword. Qin Yu swings his spear, roaring gods and demons. A deafening explosion erupts, purple lightning spreads, and swirling light crackles, tearing through space itself. He freezes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as his opponent unleashes an unexpected deadly move. The sword spirit roared, unleashing a god demon strike, a beam of light like a spear sweeping across Qin Yu, who frowned and snorted in displeasure. He suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu and Sword Spirit roared, as his second blade launched a spear towards him. Qin Yu's eyes widened with surprise and alarm as he sensed the impending danger, bracing himself and his weapon against the thunderous light. His body is violently thrown, engulfed in a blinding purple light as he crashes to the ground like lightning while Qin Yu hurtles forward to face the waiting Sword Spirit. "You never learn, do you?" he says, to which the Sword Spirit replies, "I am the Sword Spirit. I see through all your swordplay with a glance." The Sword Spirit continued, "If you think you can suppress me, I suggest you give up now. You're not worthy." Qin Yu, holding his spear, replied, "Don't be hasty. I was just testing the waters." He stared at him and said coldly, "The real show is just getting started." Qin Yu stomped his foot, creating a massive burst of forward momentum. He charged into the violet lightning storm surrounded by crystal-like shards of light. The Sword Spirit spoke unimpressed. He charges forward, roaring with fury, a flurry of blows tearing through the air, colliding in a blaze of sparks amidst the golden light. Qin Yu unleashes a powerful punch parallel to the Sword Spirit's spear, rushing forward like a whirlwind to strike the Sword Spirit. He exclaimed in disbelief. What a direct punch to the Sword Soul's face, leaving him no time to react. The Sword Soul is sent flying, his weapon spinning out of reach, as Qin Yu delivers a devastating blow from above, creating a massive explosion. His glowing foot slams into the ground, leaving a trail of light, as the Sword Spirit angrily shouts at Qin Yu, "You cheated." He retorted, "Why so many excuses? If you think I don't deserve the victory, then let's continue." Qin Yu smirked, a knowing smile playing on his lips before saying, "The next move I'll use is famous throughout the lands. The fourth sword of the Nine Heavens, Divine Lightning Sword, its power reaching the high-grade celestial level." Qin Yu looked at him and asked, "You are a sword spirit, but your grade is limited. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn this move." The Sword Spirit laughed heartily in the darkness, his eyes full of arrogance, his laughter echoing everywhere. He said, "Very well, descendant of the Qin family, I am impressed. From this day forward I am yours to command." His spirit swirled brilliantly golden light, erupting as the divine spear materialized, absorbing the Sword Spirit and becoming more perfect than ever. Each strike blazed with newfound power, a testament to their true union. Qin Yu declares, "The War God Sword now possesses a Sword Spirit, meaning it has unlimited potential. I have the nine-legged golden crow capable of refining immortal artifacts at will, strengthening the War God Sword. With the addition of the Sword Spirit, it can easily rival a ninth-grade immortal artifact." Qin Yu stared intently at the pill on the ring, saying, "Although the 9-Revolution Heart Pill is only a 5th-grade elixir, it has an extremely special ability." The pill flew straight into his body, merging as one with him. Qin Yu mused that this 9-Revolution Heart Pill could cling to a martial artist's heart, protecting them in critical moments, and bringing them back from the brink of death. A golden divine spear materialized in the sky, majestic and powerful. "You said you were ready. The Eternal Sun Sect and Jade Maiden Sect should be destroyed." Within the Iron Sword clan of the Heavenly River Dynasty, the magnificent palaces fall asleep save for the brightly lit main hall. Inside the hall a man knelt, saying, "I truly don't know what happened that day in the Ruoxan forest." Citin glared at him, enraged, and shouted, "Worthless." The man trembled. "Envoy, my disciple who arrived first at the wedding was almost killed. Only the Eternal Sun Sect and Holy Heart Palace know what truly happened." Citin spoke. "The Eternal Sun Sect, you say? If that's the case, I'll go there myself." The old man looked at him helplessly and said, "Then I'll wait." With a flash of malice in his eyes, Citin says, "You useless trash are of no use to me." In an instant, Citin transforms into a ferocious beast, charging forward with overwhelming power. Its eyes widened as it unleashed a powerful blast of energy from its mouth, a brilliant white light piercing through space. Everyone watched in horror as a massive, dazzling orb of energy appeared in the sky. The beast hurtles down from above, a fiery red energy scorching the sky as it roars in fury, eyes blazing and claws extended. "Let's go." With a cold face and horns radiating intense killing intent, Tom Yao responded as 3 beams of light in different colors tore through the wind. That evening in the Grand Hall of the Kuk Knot sect, a man silently pondered a steaming cup of tea in his hand. Phi Pham spoke, "The Thon Tam Palace. The Thon Tam Palace. I should thank you. Without your corpse, how could I have temporarily taken over as sect leader?" He was startled by the appearance of 3 beams of light, and as Phi Pham stared ahead, he frowned and shouted, "A heavenly gifted demon clan. Are you the master of the extreme moon sect?" He thought to himself, "This power is immense. What realm has this demon beast reached? No retreat is the best option." His eyes flashed as if he'd realized something was very wrong. Phi Pham collapses to the ground, trembling under the immense pressure as debris swirls around him, sweat pouring, as he grits his teeth thinking he's done for. Tianchi asks, "How could his cultivation be this low, and who killed our clan's 4 heavenly demon generals in the Forest of Suffering that day?" "It wasn't me. It wasn't my fault," Fei Fan exclaimed, eyes wide. "Nonsense, someone as weak as you think you're worthy. Now tell me everything that happened that day, the whole truth," he demanded. "I'm not entirely sure what happened, but it all revolves around Qin Yu. It's all his fault." Tam Gu responds, "Qin Yu, never heard of him. I didn't expect a peak Unity Realm expert to appear in the Tianhe dynasty," said Ergui. Fei Fan stammered, Qin Yu is only at the Shattered Dream Realm." The three demon generals widened their eyes in shock, asking, "What did you say, human? Are you mocking us?" He jumped back in terror, his face ashen as rocks scattered from the brilliant, murderous spiritual energy. Si Tian roared in fury, his eyes burning with rage, golden light gathering in his mouth, and shouted, "Kill!" Fei Fan said, Everything I'm saying is true, that Qin Yu is really only at the insightful emptiness realm. He continued, That day, because the demon general killed everyone in the Bitterheart Forest, he suddenly felt extreme pain, and then his whole body suddenly burst into flames. I don't know what tricks Qin Yu ultimately used. Though wary, the two demon generals didn't sense they were being deceived. He doesn't seem to be lying, Ergui observes, while Sanyu adds, even with divine powers, a mere void refinement cultivator couldn't kill our Sitian. Sitian says, either Qin Yu is just a puppet and there's someone else behind him, but either way, we'll find out once we find Qin Yu and ask him. Golden eyes gleam in the darkness, his gaze sharp as a knife as he speaks coldly, while Yu Faifam begs in terror. If I can just live, I'll dedicate myself to you three until I die. Sitian asks, if all of your humans were this obedient, what worries would our race have about succeeding? Keep him, Nikwai said, stroking his beard, he might still be useful. Sitian scoffed, raising a finger, and a dazzling green light appeared at his fingertip, engulfing Fei Fan's entire body. He opened his mouth in a pained cry, and his eyes turned black, with a pale blue flower and blood vessels appearing. Scythian looked at him and said, from now on, you belong to our demon race. Then a radiant circle appeared before him. The fourth heaven's voice lowered as he told the remaining demon generals, let's go. They vanished in an instant, leaving Fei Fan sitting there, staring at the remaining sparks of light. His face now twisted into a demonic grin, his eyes glowed with an intense purple light. Fei Fan stared at his hands, his voice hoarse with wonder. I've broken through. So this is what it's like to gain power so easily. He stood up, his body enveloped in intense green energy, and laughed triumphantly. Was it really this easy? Fei Fan smirked, wondering what tricks Qin Yu had used to kill the demon general. But no matter how formidable your tricks are this time, I don't believe you can withstand 3 demon generals. He confidently calculated, once that Qin Yu is dead, how can Holy Heart Palace resist me? Holy Heart Palace is destined to be mine. Fei Fan raised his hand and called out guards. His subordinates quickly rushed over, not daring to delay. One of them stammered, greetings, sect leader. He commanded, spread my order, gather everyone and their horses, surround the Holy Heart Palace, and send word to our allies to depart immediately. Yes, the drenched subordinate stammered. At the Holy Heart Palace training grounds, Qin Yu wields his divine spear and begins to practice while a breathless Tian Chang recovers from her own grueling training. Ye Dong and Tian Chang were drenched in sweat, exhausted but determined. Qin Yu looked at them and asked, how is it? Giving up already, Ye Dong replies, Qin Yu, I don't understand how you're so strong. It's like you break through after every battle. Tian Chang sighed, admitting she could never keep up with Master Qin. Qin Yu replied, your natural gifts aren't bad. With diligence you'll surely improve. Ye Dong continued, sometimes I think you're not a young man at all. The way you lecture is more like an old sage. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, clearly flustered and unsure of what to say next. Outside, a hurried voice calls out, young Master Qin, Holy Maiden, Senior Sister Ye, the 3 of you are still discussing matters inside. Xia Tian respectfully reports that the Palace Master is eager to see you. Qin Yu asked, is this the work of the Dark Zenith sect? He looked at him intently and replied sternly, yes. Qin Yu declares, the moment has finally arrived, let's go. At the Sacred Heart Hall, the clear water reflects a soft light onto the stone path, leading to the majestic throne, creating an atmosphere of both antiquity and solemnity. With grim faces, Tining stood before the hall's massive doors, as Lin Feng and Qing Feng silently gazed forward. Within the main hall, Fu Jiao sat upon her throne, surrounded by her loyal subordinates. Qin Yu entered respectfully, paying respects to the host as she announced, it seems everyone has arrived. Frowning, Fu Jiao continued, my scouts report that the Kuknot sect has already set out, and will arrive at this sacred hall in 3 days at most. 3 days from now will be our final battle. How are the arrangements coming along? Fu Jiao asks the chief elder. Ning Po replies, we cannot lose. Our allies have already set out, he declared. This time the Eternal Moon sect will never return. That's right, there's also the Jade Maiden sect. Long Feng declared, excellent, I will make sure the Jade Maiden sect is wiped off the face of the earth forever. A frantic messenger bursts in shouting, this is bad, this is very bad. Kneeling, he reported, Lord, this is terrible. Fu Jiao asked, what's so alarming? Speak slowly, he continued. The major factions in our alliance are sending word that they wish to withdraw. The 3 elders were shocked and asked in unison, what? Those fickle turncoats must have been threatened by the Eternal Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. Tai Ning speaks up, even without the alliance headmaster, I'm determined to fight to the death. He continues, well said, we may fall, we may bleed, but that doesn't mean we can't win. Fu Jiao declared, indeed our holy hall shall fear nothing. Esteemed elders, I leave it to you. The elders bowed their heads respectfully, yes. In the Holy Heart Hall training ground, Qin Yu and the 2 young women walked along deep in thought. Outside, the guards stood rigidly at attention, their faces tense as Tian Yang, her eyes worried, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him. Qin Yu says, "Don't be so tense, we're sure to win this battle." Tianyang asks young master, "Qin, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" Qin Yu replied, "It's nothing. It's just that in 3 days perhaps only the Eternal Sun sect will arrive first. As for the Jade Maiden sect, rest assured they won't make it." He transforms into a beam of light tearing through the sky as he rushes forward, leaving the 2 young women to watch on in frustration. Ye Dong angrily shouts, realizing he's been hiding something from them. On a certain mountain peak, 3 brilliant lights collide violently into Mount Mo, creating an explosion that shakes space itself. An immortal foot descends amidst the swirling dust. From afar, Sitian declares, "This is the Sacred Heart Palace." He laughs triumphantly, but there don't seem to be any human experts around. Ergui urges, "Let's go. Everything will be clear when we meet Qin Yu." Suddenly, a massive vortex of gold and green light appears, engulfing everything around it. Feng Sheng appears unexpectedly, asking, "What do you think you're doing?" Nikwe is shocked to see him stammering envoy. The demon generals kneel and pay their respects to the envoy. Feng Sheng continued, "The Holy Heart Palace is not for you to touch. Get out." Si Tian speaks up, "Please, High Envoy, clarify." He scowls in anger and shouts, "You are not worthy." Feng Sheng delivers a devastating slap. The 4 heavens stare in shock as he unleashes another blow, leaving him staggering. Feng Sheng declared, "I don't expect to say this a second time." The man trembled, bowing his head in understanding. "Don't just stand there and watch them leave, leaving behind those colorful streaks." Feng Sheng, standing high above, looked down at the Holy Heart Palace and worriedly said, "Miss, oh miss." 3 days later, not far from Holy Heart Palace, a crowd appeared with ill intentions as Fei Fan slowly advanced on the back of a monster. He thought to himself, "After today the Holy Heart Palace will be mine." But a moment of worry crossed Fei Fan's mind as he muttered, unable to sense the aura of the 3 great masters. "Or haven't they arrived yet?" Then he laughed triumphantly and continued, "Good, once I capture that Qin Yu and hand him over to the adults, it'll save them some trouble." From atop his beast, Fei Fan called down, "Why haven't the rest of our allies arrived?" An underling immediately reported, "The Jade Maiden sect is under attack by a mysterious force and has been delayed. The other sects are on their way and will join us soon." He continued to call out, "Where are the godsons of the Gambling Sun sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, a series of figures appeared below, right in front of Fei Fan. The disciples appeared, saying in unison, "Greetings, sect leader." He looked at them and ordered, "Tell the master of the Floating Cloud Hall that I'm giving them 1 day to surrender. Otherwise, tomorrow the Holy Heart Palace will be a river of blood and a mountain of corpses." Just then a change occurred. Above, a vortex appeared, and a dark figure stepped out, reaching out to grab the cloud wall, with a faint talisman appearing there as well. The old devil appeared, his voice bewitching, "Why bother with all this? I'll go first." Fei Fan clasped his hands, asking for help, saying that they would have to rely on the elder. He took off, adding that he alone was enough to deal with Holy Heart Palace. The old devil stood firm, "I don't wish to create more karma. The fate of the Holy Heart Palace ends today." He warned, "I hope you know how to read the times and don't lose your lives in vain." As he finished speaking, the experts of Holy Heart Palace appeared, forming a line with a rather large formation, looking up at the old ghost in the sky, where clouds gathered, emitting a bizarre purple color. Fu Jiao speaks up, "Senior, how amusing. How could we possibly hand over Holy Heart Palace? If blood must be spilled, Holy Heart Palace will not back down." The old devil spoke, "Young one, I met you 40 years ago. We could even call it fate. Heed my advice and don't be so foolishly stubborn. And with my power today, even if your Holy Heart Palace invited Ye Lai, the Supreme Elder, it wouldn't matter." Ningpo coldly retorted, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the talk?" The old ghost continued, "Your cultivation isn't bad, but unfortunately mine is far beyond anything you can handle." He unleashed his killing intent, his body enveloped in brilliant purple energy, shaking the very space around them, and a devastating blow struck the earth, creating a violent explosion of purple light that spread across the sky. Amidst the chaos, Fu Jiao and Ye Tong landed heavily, their bodies trembling from the immense pressure. As Ningpo glared ahead, his face contorted with rage. Fu Yao thought to himself that the pressure was at least at the 6th level of the destruction realm, as the old devil smugly claimed that they couldn't withstand a single blow. His eyes widen as he senses something unusual occurring. Qin Yu emerges amidst a purple light, with the overwhelming presence of Yazi looming behind him. Undaunted by the oppressive aura, his razor-sharp gaze unsettles even his foe as the old devil stares, exclaiming in disbelief, "You dare!" He laughs and says, "Excellent, truly wonderful. It seems the Sacred Heart Palace has gained another proud prodigy." The old devil asks, "Boy, what's your name?" A spear flies through the air, but Qin Yu stands firm amidst the flames, his eyes unwavering as he replies, "I don't make it a habit to confide on the execution ground." The old devil laughs, "This kid is interesting." Qin Yu calmly faces his enemy, his entire body erupting with a fierce aura that suffocates the surrounding air. He looked at him and said, "I'll give you some face." He stared intently at the old demon, and clearly stated his name. Qin Yu. He speaks a 6th-level void gazer, and yet he can withstand my pressure. Impressive. The old devil asks, "The Holy Heart Palace is doomed today. Would you like to become my disciple? With your talent, you're wasting your potential here." He asks old devil Yinshan what conditions the Eternal Sun sect offered for his help. He replied, I took a liking to you, so I don't mind telling you that the Extreme Sun sect promised me that after this is over, they would find me a disciple to inherit my mantle. But now that I've met you, why would I need another disciple? As long as you join my sect, I'll take you away and guarantee your survival. Damn it, that old Yin mountain ghost Fei Fan angrily spat. A man approached, asking sect leader, what should we do next? Fei Fan gritted his teeth in anger, remaining silent as the old devil looked at Qin Yu expectantly asking, well? Clutching his spear, a blazing light threatened to consume everything around him. With a cold, defiant gaze, Qin Yu smirked. Tell me, the old devil said, astonished. The war god spear, he asked in surprise. You recognize the war god spear? He continued. You're a descendant of the Qin family's divine sword dynasty. Excellent. The old monster charged at Qin Yu, yelling, You must die. Qin Yu with his divine spear replied, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. The clash of purple and gold spirit energy creates a blinding explosion in the sky, as Qin Yu lunges forward his divine spear, tearing through the wind towards the old ghost, its crimson tip blazing with terrifying power. He unleashed a powerful strike, sending Qin Yu flying, the divine spear in his hand still blazing fiercely. Qin Yu thought to himself, his power is truly formidable, even surpassing mine. The old demon mused, this kid's cultivation is only at the breaking illusions realm, yet he survived my palm strike. He must have been born with divine strength. He spoke, to withstand one of my blows. You're quite talented among the younger generation. It's just a pity you were born on the wrong side. The old devil raised his staff, roaring as a surge of dark energy erupted, summoning a grotesque beast of destruction, which lunged at him with a savage blow. Qin Yu shouts, his eyes firm in the face of such terrifying power. Naiti, the two forces collide, and Naiti roars as he charges toward the beast. A deafening explosion erupts, crimson and violet light swirling across the sky as the two forces collide, neither yielding. The old demon staggers back, his body trembling as if struck, his eyes flashing with shock and rage. He wondered, what is this? How could this kid break the opportunity I obtained in the great wilderness? Could it be that he also? Qin Yu wondered, the opportunity he obtained in the great wilderness was actually the power of a wild beast. The old devil said, Kid, it seems your father and clan treated you well, sending you into the great wilderness to seize opportunities. He continued, that wretched Qin Hung must have obtained a great opportunity as well. The old ghost laughs. After I kill you, he's next. Fu Jiao nervously watches the battle unfold. She thought to herself that he clearly didn't know what had happened inside Qin Yu's body yet, as he gathered power in his legs, ready to explode in the next moment. Qin Yu declares that the old demon isn't worthy to speak of his father and family and to take his spear. The old demon grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, calling Qin Yu a tricky brat. Without hesitation, he gathers all his dark energy into his palm, creating a raging torrent of demonic power, as Qin Yu descends from the sky, hands gripping his divine spear, drawing a dazzling streak of light. Qin Yu unleashes another attack, asking, how about this, as he unleashes a blazing surge of energy. A barrage of golden light rained down, shaking the earth, and before the old devil could react, it struck him across the face, igniting fury in his eyes. Enraged, he roared, you're pushing your luck, and unleashed a devastating counterattack, sending Qin Yu flying. He spins, sweeping his spear, and violet energy erupts into a vortex, obliterating everything in its path. The violent collision sends tremors through the rooftop. Lanterns sway in the purple light as a figure crashes to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The old devil leaned on his sword and said, so, the Qin family has produced a dragon saber. Qin Yu stood firm on the roof, gripping his divine spear, his aura soaring. He says, heaven-tier swordsmanship and second-tier immortal energy. This old man is quite something. As the blade descends, demonic energy surges forth, threatening to consume everything. The beast's eyes burned with a fiery intensity as the old devil confidently declared, but you're nothing special, kid. This one move will send you to your grave. Qin Yu smirked, unimpressed. Don't overestimate yourself, old man. The old devil sneered, bluffing. You're the one who's full of hot air, kid. He swung his sword and shouted, how will you block this brat? With that, a giant hand struck towards Qin Yu. He gripped his divine spear, ready for battle. Qin Yu shouted, unleash the technique. 9 Heavens Divine Lightning Spear, 4th strike. A blue dragon appears, blocking the old devil's claw as he shouts, boy, so you have some martial arts to fight me, but you rely too much on your godkiller spear. Before the old ghost could finish, Qin Yu and his figure had already pierced through him, the old ghost's opportunity, flashing with horror and his scream. What? A powerful strike, accompanied by a flash of light, pierced straight through the old demon's chest. He could only look down before exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? A deafening explosion echoed, and a crimson light tore through everything, scattering debris in all directions. White smoke billows from the explosion, obscuring everything as Qin Yu launches forward like an arrow. As the old demon coughed and collapsed, Qin Yu staggered from exhaustion. He said, how could my second-grade immortal artifact be destroyed? It's just a second-grade immortal artifact, Qin Yu said coldly, as the old demon roared. How can this be? How can this be? I refuse to accept it. Years ago I fell to Qin Hung, and now to his descendant, he said. Is the Qin family my inescapable fate? Fate is inescapable. He raised a trembling hand toward him, eyes wide with resentment, unwilling to accept his fate. The hand fell heavily to the stone, silencing all sound as if everything had ended. Qin Yu wondered the old Yin Mountain Devil was once defeated by his grandfather, but his grandfather's cultivation. Could the old Yin Mountain Devil's power have increased so much in just a few decades? Qin Yu looks ahead, pondering why the Yin-Yang Old Devil never sought revenge on the Qin family after leaving the great wilderness for so many years. What is the meaning of all this? His hand clenches, trembling with anger. Even the old devil of Yin Mountain couldn't stand against the Qin family, Fei Fan raged. A subordinate spoke up. Qin Yu is too strong. Perhaps we should retreat for now. Without a word, he struck, sending the man flying. Since when did you get a say in things? Fei Fan demanded. He continued, Qin Yu. So what if you defeated old devil Yin Shan? I absolutely won't lose to you now. Fei Fan roars, a surge of blue light erupting around him as he declares, Qin Yu, now it's my turn to face you. He said, looks like you've also leaned on the demon race. Ningpo smiled as he saw Fei Fan floating in the air, then rushed forward shouting, Qin Yu, enough talk, just die. Clenching his jaw, his eyes turned cold before he suddenly lunged forward, slamming a fist into Fei Fan's back. The clash exploded like thunder, and Fei Fan's body slammed into the stone ground, sending dust billowing. Before he could recover, a kick landed squarely on his cheek, snapping his head back, his cheek distorted by the force of the blow. Qin Yu declared, a wretch like you who relies on demons has a greatly diminished, will unable to even judge the distance between us. He frowned, his face as cold as ice, and said, killing you is like killing an ant. With Qin Yu's foot on his face, he cried out for help. My lord, save me, hurry. Qin Yu wondered, are there other demons nearby? Why can't I sense them? Could it be one of the 4 heavenly demon generals? Fei Fan lay there, his voice hoarse, but silence was the only response. Why won't anyone save me? He wondered in despair. With a smirk, Qin Yu smiled knowingly as the beast declared, it's all over. Qin Yu sighs, I didn't expect this battle to be easier than I thought. Fu Jiao replies, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. The elders of the extreme sun sect are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, golden light poured down from above and a voice echoed through the hall. People of the eternal sun sect, do not panic, do not fear. Destiny has ordained that our extreme evil sect will win this battle. All eyes turned upward, searching for the source. 2 figures emerge from the radiant light, carrying an overwhelming aura. It is none other than Chu Dai and Chu who turn around radiating a dazzling glow. So Dai says, I thought the youngsters could handle this, but they're utterly incompetent. So Ni adds, in times like these, we brothers have to step in. Shaolin appeared silently observing from behind, and hastily bowed in respect to the 2 patriarchs. He thought to himself, these are the Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, and they're taking matters into their own hands. The corner of his lips curled into a faint knowing smile, as if he had foreseen everything. Elder Chu spoke, revealing that he knew Bai Fei Fan hadn't cultivated properly. Despite his talent, he relied on schemes, instead of honing his own strength as a martial artist. So Ni remarked, even so we lost in terms of momentum. What was meant to be a battle between juniors has turned into a family feud with the elders. He continued, according to Solam, this Qin Yu can be weakened, but based on the current battle, that's not a weakness. That power comes from the great wilderness like old devil Yinshan. Sighing, Fu Jiao wondered how such an insignificant worm could have obtained such opportunities, and that the battle between the younger generation was about to end. She respectfully invites the unfilial Fu Jiao and the elders. Azure light spreads, and a sharp aura sweeps everything away. Streaks of blue light lashed out, white hair whipped around, robes billowed, and light gathered around his feet as if preparing to descend. Ye Li suddenly appeared, lightning crackling, and he looked at Qin Yu saying, not bad, kid. He humbly replies, you flatter me, elder. Ye Li steps forward, followed by the 2 elders, their auras ablaze. Yi Lai says, looks like our agreement will be broken today. The oath that unless it's a matter of life and death, even if it means the destruction of our sex, we can't interfere. I didn't expect it to be so meaningless. Su Da then says, that's right, the agreement we've upheld for so many years must be broken. So Ni adds, the reason this happened is because our Sun Peak sect is a bit weaker, so after today, we won't devour your Sacred Heart Palace. We only need Qin Yu. One of them points at Ye Lai and says, I'll fight you one-on-one. If I lose, the Sun Peak sect will hand over 9/10 of its assets. If you lose, I'll take Qin Yu. The elder calmly agreed, very well, I accept. But Sorim cried out, my lords, don't release a tiger back into the forest, the consequences will be dire. He spoke up saying, indeed you shouldn't. Qin Yu continued, because the extreme sun sect must be destroyed today. Chu Lin angrily retorted Qin Yu, who asked for your opinion. You think you can destroy the extreme sun sect? He continued, I must admit you are far stronger than I am, perhaps even unmatched among the younger generation, but before the 2 masters of the Dark Moon sect you are but an ant. Qin Yu inquired. Comparing yourself to me doesn't please me. It disgusts me. How dare you? He declared, but you have too many ways to survive, so I've learned my lesson. Today I absolutely won't let you leave here alive. So Ni sneered, a junior like you won't last a single move against me. But Ye Li interjected, little Qin Yu, leave this to me. He didn't answer immediately, launching his divine spear forward, planting it in the ground before the 2 elders as a declaration of war. Qin declared, "No, today I fight my own battle and I will personally destroy the Dark Fiend sect." Sect leader Su roared, "You little brat." So Ni frowned. "In all my years I've never seen someone so eager to die." Dieplai anxiously added, "Qin, confidence is good but this is beyond you." Qin turned to him reassuring him, "Trust me, elder." He looked at him worriedly muttering in helplessness. Yilai reluctantly agreed, "If that's how it is, then so be it. I'll leave this battle to you." Fugyo, his face etched with worry and sweat, cautioned that Qin was young and inexperienced, and the opponents were the two supreme elders of the extreme Sun sect. Lord Ye Li remained unfazed, confidently asserting that Xinwu could handle it, stating that his cultivation was no weaker than his own. Startled and disbelieving, she repeated, "What did you say?" "This is no time for jokes," the elder retorted, clearly displeased. "Would I lie to you?" Ye Li, having already seen through him, explained clearly. "He's not simply weaker than me. The power within that kid is like an endless abyss. From the heavens Qin descends with his spear, gripping it firmly. Qin confidently challenges them, saying, "You can both attack now. Let me see what you're capable of." So gives a signal, his face darkening. "Something's not right here." Xiaoda frowned, trying to find a reason. "That old bastard Ye Li is so relaxed. This kid must have a big secret. Should we follow the usual procedure?" With cold eyes, Chu braced himself, while Chu Da, eyes burning red, began to scheme and assess. "Very well, but this isn't a suitable place to fight. Follow me if you want to battle." He still smiled, his face betraying no fear. Qin then followed them to a more suitable location, finally landing on a vast mountainous peak. The three gradually descended from the sky, and with a sinister grin, Chu immediately prepared to attack. Qin prepares himself as the two men plan a simultaneous attack. The two retreated, and Qin calmly chuckled as the second elder summoned a blue dragon, shouting, "Heaven rank, martial skill, profound nether art, scarlet fire art." So Dai summons a red dragon as Qin raises his spear to meet the two dragons head-on, unleashing the fourth spear, Annihilation. As they approached, Qin retreated, leaping back to evade the attack. He dodged the blow completely, but still offered praise. That was actually a pretty interesting move. Even Chu Dai was surprised by Qin abilities. Despite only being at the 5th level of the Shattered Void Realm, he could withstand a combined attack from the two of them. "But young one, I was only using the power of the Breakthrough Realm just now." So spoke the elder, his eyes gleaming. Next, Chu is ready to strike as well. The two soar into the air side by side, and along with Dongqing they prepare to unleash the terror of the Shattered Void Realm. A vortex surrounds Qin as a bizarre magic circle appears in the sky directly linked to the vortex below. Splitting into red and blue halves, they focus their power. A first-level Void Shatterer can control space, while a third level can create their own illusory realm. So Dai confidently extends his hand, declaring that within this realm Qin is nothing but an ant. A massive force descends from above, shattering the earth into dust. He smugly thinks Qin won't survive this. This naive whelp thinks a few lucky breaks can overcome the difference in realms. How foolish. Only those who have broken through illusion can stand against a third-level Void Shatterer. So Dai was about to continue his lament. Poor son Lao Kui dying before understanding the Void Realm, but suddenly a Shu appeared. That was Qin voice. "Are you all right? You two seem to be having a good time. Mind if I join in?" Qin emerged from the dust cloud, eyes gleaming. Having changed his form, he asked, "Well, aren't you two going to say something?" Xiaoer's face paled in disbelief. The great wilderness opportunity is truly terrifying. How can a mere Void Gazer withstand the power of the Void Realm? But before he could finish, Qin fist was already upon him, forcing him to conjure a shield just in time. But Qin punch was too strong, sending him flying, and seeing this, Chu Tai was furious, wanting to launch a sneak attack from behind. "Don't be so arrogant. You were one step too slow." So Ni coughed up blood in pain while Sodai was sent flying back in disbelief. Can he block it? A glowing orb appears in Qin hand. He uses it to send the two flying even further, and Chu Tai can't believe he's being spun around like a top. What Qin eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. The God of War spear. His spear obeys, immediately chasing after the two men. A token with a yin-yang symbol appears, and Chu Da, face flushed, urgently commands Reverse Life Infinite. It immediately pulls them inside for protection, and then Chu jumps out. Qin marvels at such a magical artifact. So Ni's face flushed crimson as he trembled with rage, questioning, "Insolent whelp, you forced us to use a second-grade immortal artifact." So Dai Relentless declared that today Qin would meet his end as a Bagua circle materialized beneath Qin feet. He had already seen through their sinister plot. They lured him here to exploit the terrain and cultivate their Qiangkun realm. "This must be the place you prepared to deal with the Holy Heart Palace elders. But your plans were disrupted by me. I knew all of this already." His eyes burned red as he challenged the two men. "Come on, let me see the full power of two Void-Shattering Realm Level 3 experts." Chu refuses to believe his scheme has been exposed. "You saw through it all along, so why?" He grins, clearly amused. "Simply because I also want to see just how powerful I can become with NEOT backing me up." He took a deep breath, preparing himself as Qin Yu summoned his beasts, Nieji, Goldenrock, Suani, Taoti, and Yinglong. His eyes blaze as he prepares to break through the battle, seeking aid. A purple light erupts from Qin Yu, soaring to the heavens. From his head a pair of long, large horns grew, and hard horns appeared on Qin Yu's arms, as well transforming him into a completely different figure. Qin Yu stomps the ground, shattering it, unleashing a terrifying power that shatters the illusionary realm. Chu'er, he was speechless, unable to believe what he was seeing. He'd broken through the illusion. He fought with ease, saying, "You're weaker than I imagined. Perhaps today's martial artists are weaker than those I've faced before." Then Qin Yu moved with unexpected speed, or rather he had simply become much stronger than before, instantly appearing before them. So Dai falls stunned as Tan Vu calmly raises a finger to the sky, declaring, "Behold, the true martial arts of Tan Vu." A strange phenomenon immediately appeared in the sky, as a stunned Chu'er looked up to see a beast emerge from the clouds. He uttered a few words commanding savage skill, "Vile beast." It immediately obeyed, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged forward. Dumbfounded Chu Dahe cried out in disbelief as a command token flew out from the two men, but it was no match for the beast emerging from the clouds as Qin Yu landed to witness their demise. He sighed, feeling a sense of relief. It was finally over. The wild skill was unique to certain wild beasts, and though he couldn't yet awaken the gluttony, he could still use 3 parts of the chaotic double eyes wild skill. So Dai's vision blurred, and So Ni screamed in agony, his face pale. Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction, explaining, "The gluttonous primordial chaos devourer can devour everything. Your souls have been devoured, and now you're nothing more than empty puppets." Then he retrieved the magical treasure into his ring, and Qin Yu flew high, dragging the 2 soulless bodies with him. Back at the familiar gathering place, everyone waits, but on the Holy Heart Temple battlefield, Chu Lin's expression suddenly shifts, his eyes narrowing. He trembled, sensing something terrible had happened. What was going on? A terrible premonition. What could it be? Could it be that the first and second elders have been defeated? But Chu Lin tried to reassure himself, thinking impossible. No martial artist in the world could defeat those 2. That didn't ease his worries, but suddenly something was off with Chu Lin. He sought an escape route, preparing for the worst. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's comrades patiently awaited news from the Sacred Heart Palace, when Ye Lai suddenly sensed something. The old man laughed triumphantly while Fu Jiao, anxious and confused, questioned him from behind. Even at this critical moment you can still laugh. Ye Lai strokes his beard, certain of his deduction. "Little one, get ready, the Eternal Sun Sect belongs to our Sacred Heart Palace now." Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears in the middle of the arena, and Chu'er is mercilessly thrown to the ground. Disgust was written all over Qin Yu's face as Chu Lin collapsed, trembling and stammering. "It's over. It's finally over." The crowd in the stands erupts in cheers. He's won, victory is his. But as Chu Lin tries to sneak away, Qin Yu is quick to react. He was lifted into the air, writhing in pain, blood gushing from his mouth as Suo Lin desperately begged for his life. "Qin Yu, listened to me," but all he received in return was Qin Yu's cold gaze. In an instant, he ended his life. Qin Yu smiled triumphantly, feeling satisfied. "If I listened to you any longer, you would have escaped." He stood firmly on the platform, declaring powerfully, "From this day forward, the Extreme Sun Sect no longer exists." Qin Yu then turned and gave a few instructions. "I'll leave the rest to you." And with that, he soared back into the sky. Fu Jiao watched him, utterly bewildered. "Qin Yu, what kind of monster are you really?" Qin Yu flies deep into the forest, and a badge reports that Li Qingjiao has been safely evacuated. Xiao, he frowned with worry, giving careful instructions. "A mysterious, powerful expert has appeared at the Jade Maiden sect, and I've already retreated. The Jade Maiden sect is headed towards the Sacred Heart Hall, so be careful." Qin Yu, intrigued, prepares for his next objective. "Jade Maiden sect, it's your turn." Meanwhile, a group moves to another mountain as another group arrives at the foot of the mountain. Filthy and panting, Fai was exhausted, relieved, and furious all at once. If it weren't for the 9th Prince's help, we might have been stopped. 9th, Prince Chen Xiang. "It's nothing, will we reach the Sacred Heart Hall after passing this mountain?" "Indeed, but I wonder if the Eternal Sun Sect has been dealt with," yet Chen Xiang remained calm regardless. It would be even better if the Jade Maiden sect could handle this. With him by her side, Fai felt even more confident. Relying solely on the Jade Maiden sect wouldn't be enough, but with your help it will be much easier. Suddenly footsteps approach from the distance. Bai Tuyen clasped her hands in respect, saying, "Sovereign of the Jade Maiden sect, I thank you, 9th Prince. If we successfully subdue the Sacred Heart Hall this time, the Jade Maiden sect will serve you faithfully." Seeing this, Chen Xiang was even more delighted, saying, "Excellent, we should set off early. Otherwise, if the Extreme Sun sect gets there first, you'll be the ones who suffer." Knowing what she meant, she turned around to urge everyone on, and they all sped up in the lush, misty forest. Deep in the mountains, as Chen Xiang quietly followed the sect, a flickering figure suddenly appeared, and Chen Heng hastily emerged, his face dark, as he bowed in greeting. "What's going on here? Just a squabble between sects, right?" He returned to his nonchalant self, saying, "I came to the mortal realm out of boredom and happened upon this. If I don't have some fun now, I won't get another chance, once I return to the heavenly court." How boring. He didn't know how to advise, so he just sighed. What a choice they made. Suddenly Chen Xiang's eyes widened in awe, impressed by the immense power. Chen Heng quickly noticed the anomaly. A great power stood before them. A familiar sharp spear suddenly appears with Qin Yu standing regally beside Yazi. Fei Fei was terrified, and even Bai Xuan was shocked by Qin Yu's transformation. That kid is Qin Yu 5th level of the Shattering Void Realm. How could his cultivation improve so quickly? Suddenly Qin Yu points Qing Chang at them, a bright smile on his face as he boldly declares, the Jade Maiden sect will vanish from this world starting today. Then Qin Yu summons lightning, the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Sword. Suddenly he pauses, stunned. Qin Yu stares at Chen Xiang, hardly believing it's him. He knows his future destiny, the 9th prince of the Heavenly River dynasty, the future emperor of the Heavenly River. Chen Xiang sneered. Long time no see, Qin Yu. You've changed, but do you think you alone can overthrow my Jade Maiden kingdom? It's a pipe dream, but Bai Xuan doesn't dare underestimate him. For this kid to come alone, he must have a plan. Qin Yu ignores their words, his eyes fixed on Chen Xiang, the future emperor of the Milky Way, the powerhouse who conquered the entire royal family with his own strength. Qin Yu has a deep understanding of both sides' strengths. The Milky Way dynasty wasn't the top dynasty. There were 10 more powerful dynasties above it, far surpassing it in martial artists and military strength. He knew every move Chen Xiang made in his past life, how he spent years in hiding, secretly building his strength, until he finally seized an opportunity and successfully usurped the throne, beginning his legend. The beginning of that conspiracy, Qin Yu learned that he first joined forces with the Immortal Clan. Then he recalled Chen Xiang's methods, obtaining countless immortal glyphs and using them to cultivate powerful martial artists, understanding the benefits he could gain, and acquiring immortal energy to unify the dynasty. He knows why Chen Xiang was able to stand against such powerful forces, becoming the first galactic emperor in history. Qin Yu also knows the justice he pursues after becoming the king of humanity and leading them against the demon race. Chen Xiang helped humanity prosper, even with the potential to overthrow the demons. He closes his eyes, contemplating with respect, seeing him as a true man of courage. But Qin Yu knows the dark events to come, and that the immortal clan behind Chen Xiang will ultimately succumb to the Zhao clan. He finally recalled that he had been destroyed, and that Chen Xiang had been killed for refusing to submit to Li Qinghe, thus ending a legend. Qin Yu sighed in tension, and Chen Xiang, seeing his strange expression, wondered, Qin Yu, I know you possess the 9th grade sacred fire, and that you have boundless cultivation at a young age, so why do you shake your head when you meet me? Fei Fei was anxious to speak up and remind him, Qin Yu, you must know who this is, But he glanced over with a dark look, ordering her to shut up. She paled, breaking out in a cold sweat, and didn't dare utter another word. But Qin Yu calmly and cleverly replied, 9th Prince, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just recalling some regrettable events. Hearing this, Chen Xiang realized the problem. He knows my true identity. He leaned on his hand, humorously reminding him, that form of address is a bit distant. I was born a few years before you. If Brother Qin doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother. Qin Yu happily agreed with a condition. Of course, but can you tell that old geezer to stop glaring with such murderous intent? Chen Heng subtly shares what he's noticed. Esteemed elder, this one is definitely not simple. I only inadvertently revealed a trace of killing intent, and he saw through it. But he seems very interested and has thought it through. They say this one gained many great opportunities entering the great wilderness, and it seems the rumors are true. If he helps me, I can realize my ambition and take it one step further. Qin Yu doesn't mince words, getting straight to the point. No matter what relationship you have with the Jade Maiden sect, I'm here to destroy it. Fei Fei couldn't hold back any longer, shouting, Qin Yu, you must be seeing things relying on you. Chen Xiang meanwhile made it clear he wouldn't interfere. This was just a chance encounter. Brother Qin, if you have a private grudge, settle it now. It's just Qin Yu and the Jade Maiden sect left. Fei Fei never expected things to turn out this way. This 9th prince is something else, but perhaps he's testing me. She continues to speak to him aggressively. Qin Yu doesn't know what you're plotting, but suddenly Fei Fei's face turns pale, and a force attacks her from behind. Before Fei Fei could react, she collapsed. Qin Yu, growing stronger, declared, you're next. Enraged, Bai Quan first creates a shield. Shameless brat, today, I will definitely kill you. But Qin Yu's speed is too great. He pierces through and she can't resist spitting out blood. One of them saw this and worried, sect leader. But Qin Yu turned back, his eyes sharp with anger. Get lost. Hearing this, they were terrified and ran away, at which point Qin Yu slowly lowered his spear. My business here is done. At that moment, Chen Xiang had a different view of Qin Yu. He kills without hesitation, spilling so much blood. He chuckled, praising Qin Yu's decisive actions, a true man indeed. With the fall of the extreme Sun sect, the 4 great sects of the Heavenly River dynasty have fought for so long, and finally the Holy Heart Palace has the last laugh. Chen Xiang secretly calculated his next move, but Qin Yu, the Jade Maiden sect, won't take this lying down. Even if their leader is dead, their backing is considerable. If necessary, I can help you later. Qin Yu nods, but makes it clear he doesn't want interference. Thank you, Brother Chen, but I will personally handle the Jade Maiden sect. He figured it would be good to guess Qin Yu's next move. Next, Brother Qin will head to the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu grimly emphasized each word, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Chen Xiang was even more interested, saying, great, I have nothing to do anyway, how about I go with you, I have a few things I want to ask you. Qin Yu didn't refuse, and agreed, seeing no reason not to. Without hesitation he put his arm around him, and they continued on their way. The radiant sun shines upon the Jade Maiden sect's architecture, while in a dark room Bai Xiang sits cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed, two flames flickering before her. Suddenly, Bai Xiang's eyes snapped open, pupils contracted, and she frowned, her voice low. Damn it! The door burst open and light flooded into the room. Jiang Hong entered, her voice, questioning, elder, what happened? Bai Xiang's face was grim, her voice low. Both Bai Quan's mother and daughter are dead. The girl stood akimbo, eyes closed, her tone listless. It seems the Jade Maiden sect has lost this time, utterly defeated. She stood up, her face dark, her voice full of worry. With so many geniuses appearing these days, even Qin Yu of the Holy Heart Palace has upset the balance of our great sects. Perhaps the Jade Maiden sect is truly coming to an end. Jiang Hong raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a sly expression, implying the Grand Elder, so we can... She smiled softly and said, even if I don't care about the myriad sects, I must fulfill my promise to you. Prepare yourself. We depart today to bring you into the great desolation. The girl looked at her, happily squinting. Thank you, Grand Elder. Standing before the chamber door, Bai Xiang huffed in annoyance. Days later, Qin Yu and Chen Xiang arrived at the gates of the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu looked surprised. There's not a soul in the Jade Maiden sect. Chen Xiang turned his head, searching around, but didn't spot anyone. It seems the Jade Maiden sect has given up. Qin Yu's face darkens as he speaks through gritted teeth. Jade Maiden sect, Chen Hung said, rushing towards them in a panic. What's more, the entire sect is devoid of spiritual energy. He lowered his head, annoyed, and said, they must have taken all the treasures with them. A golden light appears, and Qin Yu closes his eyes with a serious expression, as a crimson beast with sharp teeth emerges behind him. Then a complex magic circle appears beneath Qin Yu's feet. As the light from the magic circle fades, he opens his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't think so. Chen Xiang is startled, exclaiming in surprise. Huh. Qin Yu takes the lead, walking arm in arm with Xie as the three enter the Jade Maiden sect. Lost in thought, Qin Yu followed the memories of Xi, recalling that the Jade Maiden sect concealed an ancient emperor's tomb deep underground, containing a supreme immortal artifact. Kuei Yu had sensed it as well. His feet landed on a flat surface, and Qin Yu approached a large well. Chen Xiang eyed him suspiciously. Brother Qin, why do you seem so familiar with the Jade Maiden sect? Qin Yu didn't answer, but narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Qin, do you dare to explore below with me? With a look of excitement, Chen Xiang eagerly replied, what's there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Chen Hung was startled and anxiously called out, Cura. Chen Xiang put one foot on the well's edge, turning back to reassure him, Brother Qin must have a reason for sending me down. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Yu relaxed and jumped into the well, his feet touching the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chen Xiang's voice couldn't hide his surprise, never expecting there to be another cave beneath the Jade Maiden sect. Chen Heng carefully sensed the area and said, there's no spiritual energy here at all. I can't even sense it. Qin Yu smiled at Chen Heng and asked, Brother Chen, may I borrow the celestial rune for a moment? He closes his eyes, smiling calmly. Ah, of course. Chen Xiang waves his hand, and a star appears shining brilliantly, as Qin Yu smiles and places the celestial rune on the wall before him. Suddenly, the immortal glyph emits a blinding light, startling Chen Heng. This is a 7th level immortal glyph. Chen Xiang smiles calmly. Forget the 7th level immortal glyph, no problem. The wall before Qin Yu collapses dust, scattering to reveal a barrier of light. He smiles, saying, follow me. Qin Yu and Chen Xiang pass through the light, entering a chamber with a golden coffin flanked by fierce stone statues of the Taoti. The three stand in the vast secret space, gazing at the coffin before them. Chen Xiang looks at the Taoti, his voice questioning, could this coffin contain an ancient immortal emperor? He smiles, glancing at Qin Yu. Brother Qin was my guess. Correct, Qin Yu smiled, explaining. As expected of Brother Chen, inside this coffin is indeed an ancient emperor. Moreover, an emperor whose body embodies the aura of a king. Chen Xiang exclaimed in shock, kingly aura sweat dripped down his face, his expression one of terror. Is that true? Qin Yu stepped onto the platform, his voice calm. Whether it's true or false, we'll know if we try. A purple light emanates from Qin Yu's hand, the stone beast's eyes turn red, and cracks appear all over its body. The stone beasts transform into living creatures, roaring. They approach Qin Yu from either side of the coffin, startling Chen Xiang, who cried out, Brother Qin? Qin Yu frowned, his expression turning fierce as the two Taotis broke out in cold sweats, their faces pale, stopping dead in their tracks. Qin Yu's body emanates a purple glow as he levitates the coffin lid open, revealing a scroll, a blue gem, and a short sword within. Qin Yu tossed the scroll and the blue jade to Chen Xiang, and Qin Yu's voice echoed, Brother Chen, this is the inheritance of the human emperor's fortune. He held the short sword, glanced at Chen Xiang, and said calmly, how about this immortal energy belonging to me? Chen Xiang held the scroll, smiling as he said, of course Qin, you discovered this place, so it's only natural that it all belongs to you. The scroll emitted a golden light growing stronger and forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Looking at the pillar of light, Chen Xiang said, "A body ruined by imperial energy, blessed by destiny, excellent." Within the light, the figure of an old man began to materialize, an old man in a dragon robe and golden crown, who spoke sternly, "I am the human emperor, Wei Yi. Young one, is it you who has obtained my legacy?" Chen Xiang clasped his hands with a smile, saying excitedly, "This humble ninth prince of the Tianhe dynasty greets the human emperor." The old man nodded, pleased. "Not bad, not bad. Dense imperial aura, surrounded by purple energy, an excellent destiny qualified to be my successor." The old man frowned, saying with some regret, "It's a pity that your fate holds a great enemy, leading to a dead end." Wait a minute. He tilted his head, looking at Chen Xiang enveloped in golden light, his voice strangely questioning. The old man turned back in alarm, and seeing Qin Yu's confident expression, Wei Yi realized the truth. It was all fate. He threw his head back and laughed, his voice filled with joy. The scroll and jade orb suddenly slipped from Chen Xiang's grasp, startling him. A ferocious touty head appears in the air, its voice booming, "Young one, accept my legacy." A golden light descends, plunging into Chen Xiang's body, as countless golden streams converge within him. He lowered his head, clutching his chest, and groaned softly. Chen Heng called out in concern, "Ninth Master." Qin Yu smiled, reassuring him, "Don't worry, everything will be all right." But Chen Heng's anxiety wouldn't subside, and he finally couldn't help but ask, "Young Master, Qin, just who are you? Never mind your knowledge of the Jade Maiden sect, you so easily gave up the imperial inheritance. What is your purpose in approaching the Ninth Master?" He calmly explained, "The aura of a king is not meant for me. Even if I possessed it, I couldn't keep it. As for approaching the Ninth Prince, it was merely a coincidence." The golden light around Chen Xiang intensified as he threw his head back and roared as if in excruciating pain. Suddenly, Chen Xiang opened his eyes and landed on the ground in front of Qin Yu and Chen Heng. Chen Heng, sweating and tense, asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Chen Xiang clenched his fist, a confident look on his face, and replied, "I'm fine. The might of the ancient human emperor lives up to its name. With this power, why fear the failure of our great cause?" He clasped his hands, looked at Qin Yu and said, "Sincerely, yet today I have gained such a great opportunity. Brother Qin, this opportunity is all thanks to you. If you ever need my help, I won't hesitate." Qin Yu calmly replied, "I hope you can make good use of this power to protect our people." He pounded his left chest with a fist and declared, "As long as I Chen live, I will wholeheartedly protect our people." Chen Heng exhaled, casting aside his worries, and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, "Well, let's get out of here first." The three of them shot out of the well and flew to the surface. Chen Xiang smiled softly and said, "Brother Qin." As Chen Xiang was about to say something, suddenly a blue vortex appeared in the sky, sending bolts of lightning crashing to the ground. His eyes widened in terror as golden light emanated from his eyes and body. Chen Xiang opened his mouth and screamed. Qin Yu stared at Chen Xiang in shock, his heart pounding. "Oh no, a clash of emperors." Chen Heng stared in shock at Chen Xiang, suspended in the air, bathed in golden light, and asked, "What's going on?" He frowned, a worried expression on his face as he looked at Chen Xiang. He explained, "Brother Chen possesses the ancient emperor's aura, but the Tianhe dynasty already has a king. A mountain cannot have two tigers, so the two auras will naturally compete." In the sky, the illusory forms of a dragon and a tiger appeared, growling at each other. He watched the two streams of light in the sky, his voice worried, "I messed up. I forgot about this. Now that the new emperor has appeared, the Tianhe dynasty will fall into chaos again." The tiger beside Chen Xiang roared, shaking the heavens, and the azure dragon roared back in defiance before the tiger lunged, biting into the dragon's belly. The dragon retaliated with a blast of golden energy, clearly wounded. It roared in pain, its phantom form fading. Its phantom faded, and the massive vortex gradually disappeared as well. The golden light around Chen Xiang vanished, and his face turned pale. He coughed violently, his breath ragged as sunlight illuminated an ancient majestic structure within the Tianhe dynasty. Within the royal palace, an old man sat cross-legged in the main hall, the emperor of the Milky Way dynasty, when suddenly his eyes widened and he cried out. He coughs up blood, his brow furrowed, his face dark. The emperor's bloodshot eyes widened, his voice filled with rage and fear. "My imperial energy! It's gone," he cried out in alarm. "Imperial tutor, imperial tutor." A man appeared before the emperor. The imperial tutor rushed to his side, shocked. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" He frowned, his voice grave. "Imperial tutor, my imperial aura is gone." After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and comforted the emperor. "How could this be? Your Majesty has the protection of your entire clan and a profound aura. How could it dissipate so easily? Do not panic. Allow me to investigate." A crimson eye appears, the emperor's teacher's eyes glow red, and he grits his teeth as if resisting something. The emperor's teacher is engulfed in red light, his cloak flaps wildly, and blood trickles from his clenched teeth as he angrily curses. "Damn it." The emperor, sweating nervously, his face pale, asked urgently, "Imperial Preceptor, what exactly is going on?" The Imperial Preceptor, his eyes filled with panic and worry, said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, it seems we are in real trouble. This time, I just used my divine power to investigate, and a new imperial aura has appeared in the Milky Way dynasty. Its power is extremely strong, far surpassing yours. A vision of a man radiating golden and purple light appears in his eyes. He says helplessly, your imperial energy has been devoured by it, and I can't even lock down this new energy. The emperor hangs his head, a look of despair on his face. It's over. It's truly over. Seeing his despair, the imperial preceptor consoled him. Your Majesty, rest assured, this world is ever-changing. Even if a new emperor arises, they cannot seize your dynasty. I still have a way. The emperor looked up in surprise, his voice urgent. Tell me quickly. The imperial tutor raised his hands, and the phantom of a strong human appeared in his mind. He smiled confidently at him, saying, gather the strength of warriors, forge imperial energy to serve you. The emperor calmly asked, please elaborate, imperial tutor. He raised his hand, smiling as he explained, Your Majesty. Though the myriad energies of the world differ, they all return to a single source nurtured by the heavenly Tao. By gathering martial artists with strong fortunes and having them battle, they can strengthen their luck. And if a martial artist with exceptional fortune is found, I can use secret arts to seize it, forging a new imperial energy for you. The imperial preceptor held out his hand, tossing an olive branch to the emperor. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Perhaps this destruction of imperial energy will be a good thing for you. The emperor smiled, clearly amused. Is that so? So what should I do? He smirked his face, betraying his cunning. He calmly replied, the Tianhe dynasty has been isolated for many years, and has taken this opportunity to grow stronger. Your Majesty, we can unite with the surrounding dynasties to hold a grand martial arts competition. Dishu bowed slightly, hand over his heart, his tone full of confidence. The fortune of the warriors in the Milky Way dynasty alone is not enough to help you gather a new imperial aura, but with the addition of other dynasties, great things will surely be accomplished. He narrowed his eyes, continuing to persuade the emperor that he would then have a stronger imperial aura, and the luck of the martial artists in the surrounding dynasties would be completely plundered. A map of the Milky Way dynasty and its surrounding kingdoms appeared in his mind. Next, images of intense battles and endless slaughter flash as he declares, the Tianhe dynasty. I can use this opportunity to start a war and force the other dynasties to submit. The emperor laughed, then loudly commanded, very well, imperial preceptor, I'll leave this to you. The imperial preceptor smiled, bowing respectfully, leave it all to me. At the Jade Maiden sect, Chen Xiang regretfully asked Qin Yu, Brother Qin, are you sure you can't tour the imperial city with Brother Wei? Qin Yu squinted and softly explained, Brother Chen, the imperial capital is in decline. Going there will only bring trouble. Even if everyone from the Jade Maiden sect runs away, I'm preparing to return to the Holy Heart Palace. Qin Yu closed his eyes carefully, reminding him, his tone a little worried. Remember the imperial aura concealment technique I just showed you, and only reveal it as a last resort. Chen Xiang reassured him, don't worry, Big Brother has a plan. Qin Yu stepped forward, tilting his head to look at him, saying, Big Brother Chen, I must go first, farewell. He slashed through the air and departed, as Chen Xiang crossed his arms, laughing with glee. This time the harvest is bountiful. Chen Hung frowned, his voice laced with worry. This Qin Yu is truly unpredictable. Secretly mobilized the two gods. He turned with a smile and waved. No, if Qin Yu finds out, there will be a rift between us. The man bowed his head and quietly replied, understood. Chen Xiang laughed and strode away, giving the order, let's go. Cut to the great courtyard of the Sacred Heart Palace, bustling with activity, as people carry precious jewels and treasures. Meanwhile, workers busily repaired the structure, the sound of hammers echoing. On the steps of the main hall, a foot descends, and upon seeing his figure, everyone speaks in unison. Greetings, Senior Brother Qin. Qin Yu smiled and nodded in response, thinking that it would be difficult for these disciples to accept the assets of the Sun Bureau. Soon after, he entered the main hall, where two girls immediately rushed out to greet him. Ye Dong exclaimed, Qin Yu, you're back. She squeezed his body and asked, I see you're fine. Qin Yu, did you really destroy the entire Jade Maiden sect alone? With a blush, Tian Yang smiled. Young Master Qin is truly astonishing. She approached them, adding, but that was a bit dangerous. Let us help you next time. Qin Yu then entered the main hall, clasped his hands in a salute, and asked, by the way, sect leader. Fu Jiao nodded in instruction. Ye Tong, take Qin Yu to see Qingjia. The moment you do, grab his hand and pull him away. Hurry, come with me, leaving him only enough time to shout, wait. After Qin Yu left, Fu Jiao said, Tian Chang, it seems Qin Yu only has Qingjiao in his heart. Hearing this, she blushed with sadness. In the end, I don't have that blessing. In a chamber, Qingjiao sighs on her bed, when a figure appears in the doorway. Qin Yu opens the door and enters, sitting beside her as she whispers, Qin Yu, is the Jade Maiden sect really gone? He closed his eyes, his tone firm. Jade Maiden sect isn't as pure as you think. Who knows how many dirty deeds they've done behind the scenes. He smiled, patting her head reassuringly. Just stay by my side from now on. I'll protect you for life. Qingjiao blushed and quickly scooted away, saying, okay, I get it, just don't say such reckless things. Qin Yu sighed in frustration. It seemed he had to cultivate their relationship all over again. A month later, inside the Sacred Heart Palace's secret realm, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, his body radiating golden light. He opened his eyes, exhaled a breath, and felt the power surging through him he had finally broken through. Just one step away from reaching the 9th level of the shattering void realm, and just one step away from awakening the beast. In Qinyu's mind, he sees the image of the giant beast in the barren land. He confidently says, once the beast awakens, I can prepare to enter the great wilderness again. Yedong descends, calling out Qinyu. Excited, she tells him Qinyu, something big is happening. Qinyu looks at Yedong puzzled. Her knuckles crack and she clenches her fist, excitedly announcing, this is huge. The Milky Way dynasty has gathered all 7 dynasties to hold a martial arts competition. He strokes his chin, muttering with a puzzled look, a martial arts competition. Yedong imagined the gathering of the 8 emperors, and she couldn't help but get excited. This competition not only brought together the top forces of all 8 kingdoms, but the emperors also gathered their royal luck, truly an unprecedented event. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone. Martial artists from across the 8 kingdoms could participate with no limit to the number or sect, and the rewards were terrifyingly high. Qinyu closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly, saying calmly, you've said enough. The top contender gets a 2nd-grade immortal artifact, plus a 1st-grade immortal inscription. Remembering a majestic white armor, she added, the top 50 also get a 3rd-grade immortal artifact, and finally a powerful saber with intertwined dragon and tiger patterns. She said the top 30 would get a 4th-grade immortal artifact. Qinyu stroked his chin, surprised. A 4th-grade immortal artifact, that's generous. Such generous rewards will surely attract many disciples from mysterious sects and powerful cultivators. That's not all, though. In this grand competition, the top M will gain the right to use the national treasures of the 8 great kingdoms, and then enter the great wilderness to seize their opportunities. He was shocked. Is that so? Qinyu thought of the national jade seal merging with a person, remarking that the national treasure gathers national luck, which can not only enhance a martial artist's temperament but also bring mysterious power. Remembering the barren great wilderness with its constant thunder, he felt a little anticipation. If he could obtain the national treasures of the 8 great kingdoms, or enter the great wilderness first, Qinyu smiled and announced, I will participate. Yetong happily exclaimed, yes, I knew you'd participate. We can go together. Suddenly her face fell and she said sadly, it's a pity that Tianyang has to deal with sect matters and can't join us. Qinyu glanced at her in surprise as she pushed him forward and she whispered, all right, Qinyu, let's go. Yetong was so happy that her eyes narrowed into a smile, her cheeks flushed. The grand tournament will take place in 3 months in Haoyue City, 3,000 kilometers to the northwest. We can rest if we leave now. He smiled and replied, you're too hasty, but fine, let's say goodbye to the palace master and set off immediately. Qinyu Qingjiao and Yetong stood before the palace master and other disciples as the palace master looked at him gently, his tone full of expectation. Qinyu, you must be the leader. Tai Huang smiled encouragingly. Qinyu, good luck. Yetong sighed softly. Why isn't anyone cheering for me? The Fu family head instructed solemnly. Yetong, take good care of Qinyu on the journey, understand? She huffed with slight dissatisfaction. Tianchang smiled, encouraging him. Young Master Qin, good luck. He confidently replied, rest assured I will succeed. As soon as Qinyu finished speaking, he turned and walked away in the eyes of everyone. The Fu family head watched him leave, whispering, Qinyu, I'm waiting for you to make it happen. The next day, a carriage sped down the road with Qinyu sitting between 2 girls looking annoyed. Yetong, couldn't you find a bigger carriage? Yetong frowned, annoyed, and gritted her teeth. It should have been big enough, but, Qinyu asked suspiciously, why is there another person? Hearing this, Zhengyu burst out laughing, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Isn't this just perfect timing? Since we're all going to the competition, isn't it more fun to travel together? He sighed, shaking his head slightly. Never mind, never mind. Zhengyu clenched his fist, his face eager as he said, let's go, 2nd place in this tournament is mine. Yedong frowned, looking at him with doubt. Why 2nd place? A slight smirk appeared as he calmly replied. 1st place of course is reserved for Brother Qin. Yedong, discouraged, asked, when did I say that I meant why do you think you can even compete for 2nd place? He frowned deeply, his face dark, as if suppressing something. He stammered as Qingjiao looked at him with curiosity, her small face serious. Because, Zhengyu, his face flushed and drooling, stood up and shouted, because if you get 2nd place you can marry 2 princesses of the great dynasty. Qinyu froze, his face paling, and he cried out in alarm. Yetong, face flushed, pointed at his lecherous face, and shouted, you pervert Wu. He clicked his tongue in disgust as the carriage sped towards the border of the Tianhe dynasty. Zhengyu lifted the carriage's curtain, peering out with a wary tone. We've reached the border of the Tianhe dynasty. This stretch is the most dangerous, so please be vigilant. Wu Si frowned, her expression grave. Is it because of the demon race? Qinyu said calmly with his eyes closed. It's not just the demon race. The border of the Tianhe dynasty is adjacent to countless small countries and new forces. Their threat even exceeds that of the demon race. A vision flashes through his mind of a mysterious masked figure watching passers-by. He calmly explains, these small nations and new cultivators hide in the shadows, preying on travelers for survival. Zhengyu smiled, walking over to pat Qinyu's shoulder in praise. You're right, little brother. You know everything, don't you? Suddenly their eyes narrowed as they looked in one direction and Tong Qing exclaimed, "This is bad." In an instant, the carriage was destroyed, but Xinwu and the others landed safely. A purple light cage appeared where they had been. Moments ago they were surrounded by the wreckage of their carriage. Qinyu, looking concerned, said, "It seems we'll have to walk the rest of the way. Let's go, everyone." As night fell in the silent forest, the six huddled around a warm fire. Qinyu studied the scroll in his hand, pointing to a spot on the map and said, "Tomorrow we must reach Qingfeng Kingdom where we can repair the carriage." He glanced back, startled a low growl escaping his throat as footsteps, and the tapping of wooden canes echoed through the forest. From the forest emerged Hu Meng, leading countless tattered and wounded figures. He frowned, his face fierce, and commanded, "Hand over all your valuables and I'll spare your lives." Qinyu narrowed his eyes, a hint of anger on his face. The men behind him were missing eyes and limbs. He looked to the side, seeing some with missing limbs and others with torn flesh. Qinyu glanced at them and said calmly, "Vong Can, it wasn't easy to achieve your cultivation. Leave now and I won't kill you." Hearing this, Hu Meng roared in anger, shamelessly saying, "Looks like you won't take a polite offer, so you'll have to be forced. If that's how it is, don't blame me for being ruthless." His wooden cane scraped against the ground. He descended from above, swinging his staff down at Qinyu's head, stopping just before impact. Hu Meng furrowed his brow, as if anticipating something, then gritted his teeth, and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Hand over all your valuables and I'll spare your life." Qinyu frowned, his eyes filled with surprise. "Who are you, that you know the Qin family's swordsmanship?" Startled Ho-Man was equally astonished, recoiling as he stammered, "You." He cried out and turned to flee, and in an instant the scene was deathly still, the robbers gone without a trace. Zheng Yu frowned, his voice laced with doubt. "We're not going after them." He stood up, watching the fleeing bandits, and quietly analyzed. The martial arts he just used was the unique swordsmanship created by the Qin family. Judging by his reaction, he seemed shocked to have been exposed. "We should follow him and see what's going on." Meanwhile, at the city gates of Thonfang Kingdom, inside an old dilapidated temple, a young man offered a cup of water to Ho-Man, saying softly, "Elder Ho, have some water." The young man looked at him with concern, asking what's wrong. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, his features trembling as he sobbed, his voice filled with humiliation. "I've been recognized. I've disgraced the Qin family." The doors burst open and Qinyu stood before them. Frowning, Qinyu asked sternly, "Who are you?" Ho-Man stared back, stammering, "Who are you?" Qinyu calmly replied, "The Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty." "Qinyu." Hu Meng's pupils constricted, horror etched upon his wrinkled face as he charged forward with a roar. Qinyu pointed at him, and a golden light flew out, striking him in the right chest. The young man paled and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Meng's voice booms, "Shilang, show some respect." Shilang turned back to look at him unconvinced and cried out, "Old Hu." Calming down, Ho-Man quietly ordered Shilang, "You all go outside first." He glared at him and shouted, "I'm not leaving." He angrily barked, "Get out." One by one they filed out, but he paused at the door, turning back with a disgruntled huff. Now alone, he snaps his fingers, hoping to ease the tension as Ho-Man stands frozen, eyes closed. Qinyu closed his eyes and said calmly, "Go on, who are you?" Hu Meng lowered his head and muttered, "I am a descendant of Hu Li Guan, Xianfeng of the Qin family's Bafeng camp." Hu Meng and Qinyu were shocked. "The Batfeng camp? Why haven't I heard of it?" He stood up angrily, questioning, "You're from the Qin family, so how did you end up here committing such vile acts?" I didn't want to, but I had no choice." He frowned, his voice serious. "Explain yourself clearly. I have time to listen to your story." Hu Meng sat cross-legged on the ground, looking distressed. "I'll start with the Bafeng battalion." A vision of his father in military uniform flashed in his mind, as he recalled 30 years ago, my father, Hu Li, was Qin Heng's guard, the head of the Qin family. That day my father was tasked with leading the Batfeng company to the Thonfang nation's border to complete a mission. He was silent, secretly harboring doubts. His grandfather's guard. He spoke of a ruthless group that slaughtered lives without a second thought. At that time a powerful force emerged in Thonfang City. They were incredibly cruel, but the Thonfang kingdom couldn't withstand them, so they wanted us to help. Upon arriving, we easily dealt with them, he continued as images of their enemies falling to the soldiers' blades flashed by. At that time, Hu Meng happily enjoyed the victory with his comrades, saying, "I thought we would achieve a glorious victory." With gritted teeth and a face full of rage, he uttered a word, but a stranger appeared before them. He said it was at that moment that a mysterious powerhouse emerged. His phoenix eyes narrowed, a murderous aura spreading. He moved like the wind, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. His voice trembled, as he recalled how the mysterious figure annihilated the entire Batfeng army in an instant. Hu Li glared at him and roared. While Hu Lai blocked him, Hu Meng hastily fled, recounting how his father's desperate resistance had created an escape route for him. He recalls fleeing to a military camp and continues, "After escaping, I intended to lead the remnants of the Batfeng army back to the Divine Sword Dynasty, but unexpectedly, this mysterious figure." Ho-Man pauses, the image of the Fang Kingdom's young master flashing in his memory. He continued, "And he was somehow connected to the young master of the Fang Kingdom." He recalled hiding with his family under the floorboards, living in fear right under the enemy's feet. His voice heavy with sorrow, he continued. This man sent out a large number of troops to search for us everywhere, blocking all our escape routes. Utterly helpless, I could only lead everyone on a desperate flight. He spoke with even more despair, saying the Thonfong Kingdom's young master announced the Batfong company of the Qin family had been annihilated, and even sent the corpses of the Batfong warriors. This act directly cut off any chance of the Qin family coming to their aid. Homon hung his head, radiating exhaustion as he muttered that the children were the last of the Stormwind Battalion. Looking at his mummified icy hand, Hu Meng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said, "For 30 years I've tried countless times to find a breakthrough, but I've always failed. I've considered death, but if I die, how can I face the descendants of the Vanguard Brigade in the afterlife?" Ho Man closed his eyes, his voice resolute. "Even if I have to change my face and steel, I just hope these kids can continue to live." Lord Kui collapses, despairing. "I've tarnished the Qin family name. I deserve to die. But these children are innocent. I'll gladly die to cleanse this stain on the Qin family." Hu Meng cries out, trembling as he pleads, "Just please find a way to have the Qin family send someone to take these children back." Qin Yu looked like he wanted to say something, but then Shilang rushed in, urgently announcing that many martial artists had appeared outside. Hu Meng's pupils constricted as he cried out, what his face contorted with rage as he roared, "You deceive me. You're not one of the Qin clan." He looked at him calmly. "Why would I deceive you? Let's go. It's time for me to find out who they are. For the past 30 years, they've hunted my Qin family. I'll make them pay in blood." Outside the abandoned temple, the mysterious figure from that day reappears. The descendants of the Batfong company trembled in fear as she brushed her hair back, her face displeased. "A bunch of crippled leftovers. They could have chosen a peaceful death, yet they waste my time." With a sneer, she exudes a murderous aura as Qin Yu and Hu Meng step out the door. Hu Meng, I finally found you." She sees Qin Yu and clicks her tongue, intrigued by the new face. Her fingers traced her lips, eyes alluring, voice tempting. "Quite handsome, aren't you? How about joining me, little one?" Qin Yu stepped forward, standing before the descendants of Ba Feng like a guardian, as he asked the woman in a low voice, "You're the one who's been hunting them for years." She smirked, replying, "Many hunt them and I'm just one, but today luck is on my side." She reached out to caress his face, seductively whispering, "Young man, I'll give you one more chance. You're quite handsome. Why don't you—" But Qin Yu's hand shot out, seizing her throat. "She spits blood." He chuckled, but his voice was like a hiss through clenched teeth. "Or how about you just die now?" Her subordinates stared in disbelief, their faces frozen in horror. Terrified, she trembled, her voice filled with panic. "8th level of disillusionment. Just who are you? What good has that fox demon done for you? I'll give you double, no 10 times as much." Her bloodshot eyes widened as she desperately screamed, You can't kill me." With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, the Empress's subordinates screamed in terror. "He killed the Princess, run." His face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, a massive beast appeared behind him. Qin Yu, consumed by rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent, growled that none would escape. A massive light erupts from the beast, and a huge pit appears before Hu Meng. He cries out in joy, a tear escaping his eye. He's dead. Serves him right. Qin Yu's anger still smoldering, he glances at Hu Meng, pressing him who were the ones who hunted you for so many years. Hearing this, Hu Meng was shocked. Could it be? He shook his head, his face filled with horror. It can't be. Even though Qingfeng is a small country, it has its share of experts. We killed those girls, so we'll be exposed for sure. He pointed to the people behind him, pleading, "I'll stay here to cover our tracks. Please take the children back." He closed his eyes, a look of contemplation on his face, and said, "From now on you will follow me. The Qin family of the past is no more." He asked in shock, "What do you mean?" Qin Yu looked at him, his patience completely gone. He demands, "Now tell me, who are the others?" An image of Qing Huang flashes in his mind, and he reveals they are all descendants of the young master of the Qingfeng kingdom, who was the ruler at the time. Qin Yu smirked, a sinister look on his face, and confidently declared that the Qingfeng kingdom would be destroyed. A golden cage of light appeared behind him. Zheng Yu and the others appear within the golden cage, and Zheng Yu, surprised, realizes he's found the last descendant of the Qin family here. Huo Meng frantically eyed the figures appearing in the distance, then angrily roared, "Who are you?" Qin Yu waved his hand, saying, "They're with me." He said softly, "Please keep them safe for a moment. I'll be right back." Qin Yu's face darkened as he growled, "The Qin family, that Qin family is gone." Hu Meng was stunned, stammering, "What do you mean?" Turning away, he said, "The Vo sisters will explain everything." A voice then called out, startling Qin Yu, "Wait." The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed loudly. Shilang knelt head bowed and cried out, "Please take me with you." His face filled with hatred, his voice resolute, "Even if I can't help, I absolutely won't hinder you. I just want to see them die with my own eyes." Alarmed Hu Meng hurriedly looked at him and shouted, but Shilang remained silent as Qin Yu turned around and said calmly, "If you become a hindrance, I won't hesitate to leave you behind." He answered resolutely, and Qin Yu, grabbing the boy's hand, soared into the sky, saying, "Let's go." As Hu Meng watched them disappear, the scene shifted to Qingfeng Kingdom, a strong and fortified city. As Shilang looked around, Qin Yu announced, "Qingfeng Kingdom, we've arrived at the main city." Xilang suddenly realizes, pointing to the distant tower, exclaiming, "It's there." He coldly glares ahead, simply saying, "Let's go." Meanwhile, inside the tower, a muscular man soaks in a hot spring as a servant informs him that the king has yet to find Homok's group. He flew into a rage, cursing, "You're all useless. After all these years you can't even catch a few rats hiding in holes." With a hint of worry, my Engu explained, "Homon is extremely cunning, but rest assured I will bring his head to you, my lord." Qing Huang roared, "I don't want his head. I want all of them dead." Understanding his mood, she dared not say more, and simply agreed. Outside, Qin Yu shouted, "You think you can take a Qin family life with just your strength? Who is it?" No sooner were the words spoken than a tremor shook the room, the roof shattered, and debris rained down. Carrying Shilong, Qin Yu leaps through the hole in the roof, landing inside, where Shilong points at Qing Huang bathing in the lake, exclaiming, "It's him, it's him." Startled, Mai Engu quickly said, "Your Majesty, he's the boy who was with Humai." Qing Huang smiled faintly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said in a deep voice, "Oh, he refuses the open road to heaven, and barges into hell instead. Admirable." He angrily screamed for their deaths, and countless swordsmen rushed in from all directions, as Qin Yu grabbed Gu Shiling and pulled him away. Qing Huang smiled, his voice contemptuous, "Coming alone to assassinate me. A good scheme, but you underestimated my vigilance." Qin Yu looked at him sternly, and called out softly, "Listen." A colossal beast appears in the room, its powerful aura blasting away the surrounding assassins, and the overwhelming presence sends ripples through the water, turning Qing Huang pale with fear. Qin Yu landed on the ground, his face darkened as he looked at him with disdain. Qing Huang paled, trembling with fear, and said urgently, "I don't know where Hu Meng invited you from, but whatever price he offered, I can double it." He was paralyzed with fear, screaming as if Qin Yu couldn't hear him. "No, make it 10 times. Qin Yu calmly looked at him and said, "My name is Qin." Qing Huang cried out in alarm, "You're from the Qin family." He knelt down, meeting Qing Huang's gaze, and asked sternly, "You're trembling, is it fear? Did you ever think this day would come when you harmed the Qin family?" The fear in his eyes reached its peak as Qing Huang trembled, raising his hands in a weak plea. "I had no choice. I was forced. If you spare me, I'll tell you the truth." Qin Yu's expression darkened, and he spoke with unwavering resolve. "You have no right to negotiate with me." Qing Huang frantically says, "If you kill me, you'll never know the truth. You'll never know who's really behind all of this." He stood up and said calmly, "Fine, as long as you tell me the truth, I won't kill you." Qing Huang smiled, looking as if he'd survived a disaster. Xilang was startled, his face furious, his voice urgent. "No, he must die." Qin Yu glanced at him, his teeth clenched, his whole body trembling. Qing Huang points at him resolute, "Swear an oath and I'll reveal everything." Qin Yu emits a purple glow, suppressing his rage as he growls, "Fine, I swear if you tell me the truth I won't kill you." A purple light soared and the oath was made. With a sly grin, Than Huang began, "Kid, you know Qingfeng is just a small country. Without someone pulling the strings, how would I dare attack the illustrious Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty?" Frustrated, Qin Yu roared, "I don't want to hear nonsense." Terrified, Qing Huang hastily replied, "Someone instructed me to eliminate the Qin family's Bat Fang camp." Recalling the temptation of the throne, he continued, "At the time I was just a crown prince, and he promised to make me king if I succeeded." "Who is it?" Qin Yu asked angrily. Trembling with fear, he uttered a name that made Qin Yu's face darken, and his anger flared anew. "I don't know." Qin Yu immediately grabs his neck, lifting him into the air. He growls, "Seems you don't value your life much." Qing Huang, terrified, quickly explains, "That person never showed their true face. I only know his cultivation is astonishing and I have a rough idea of who he is." Qin Yu tightened his grip. "Although he was careful, I'm not completely useless. I've made some deductions based on his behavior and attire. This person might be from the Hao Yue Kingdom's royal family." Qin Yu was taken aback, muttering in surprise. Hao Yue Kingdom, he wondered. Why bring them into this? In my past life I never heard of them having any connection to the Qin family. Overcome with fear, Qing Huang frantically swore, "Everything I've said is true. If there's even a shred of falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and die a gruesome death." Qin Yu scoffed, tossing him aside, then glanced back and said, "I won't kill you." Covered in sweat, Than Huang sighs in relief, but Qin Yu's grim expression hardens as he conjures a rope to hoist him up. Caught off guard, Qing Huang paled. "What?" Qin Yu turns to leave, reminding him, "Xilang, what are you waiting for?" With a cry of utter resentment, Xilang put all his strength into a final punch, declaring it was for old Hu. Then Xilang relentlessly punches, seeking revenge for everyone. "This is for Sanlang, this is for Qilang." Each punch swells Qing Huang's face. "This is for little 5, this is for 17. Finally, he defeats him with a final blow that shatters the ground. "And this is for me." Dazed and battered, Qing Huang lay on the ground, his face swollen beyond recognition, regretting his choices. "I was a fool. I should have known you would never forgive me." Qing Huang's eyes widened as he sneered, "But you think you've won. No, you haven't." He points towards them, declaring, "I still have the jade pendant. It will avenge me and kill you all." Qing Huang laughs maniacally, and Xilang, enraged, strikes him again. Qing Huang crashes into the water, tears streaming down his face, his heart heavy. "Everyone, I've avenged you all. Qin Yu stepped forward, urging him on. Let's go. Zheng Yu is sitting on a rock telling everyone what happened. Envoy Mu, that's what happened. Hu Meng clenched his fist in frustration, tears streaming down his face. Huo Meng was filled with regret. It turned out the Qin family had faced such a disaster, and it was all thanks to the young master. Just then, Shilang and Qin Yu appeared, and Hu Meng, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Young Master Shilang." He kowtowed, paying his respects to the two of them. Hu Meng greets the young master. Seeing this, Shilang happily helped him up, boasting of his achievement. Old Hu, I killed the Qingfeng kingdom's ruler. I killed him with my own hands. Qin Yu helps him up as well. Rise, my lord, thank you. Deeply grateful, Hu Meng slowly rises. Thank you. I have finally avenged my clan. But Qin Yu's expression turned serious as he emphasized, no, the real mastermind behind everything has yet to appear. According to the Qingfeng kingdom's ruler, this matter is inextricably linked to the Hao Yu kingdom's royalty. Zheng Yu turned back, his face pale, stammering, Hao Yue kingdom. He nodded, his heart filled with determination. That's right, we'll uncover the truth soon enough. At that moment, Ho Man stood up, volunteering to accompany Qin Yu. Young master, please allow me to accompany you, but he shook his head, explaining that he had something more important that he needed their help with. Huo Hai eagerly accepts the mission, awaiting the young master's command, as Qin Yu glances at the sky with regret. If a branch of the Qin family's bloodline still lives, then the Divine Sword dynasty will not fade away. Fongbat Company, hear my command. His face stern, he emphasized each word. I order you to return to the Divine Sword dynasty and rebuild the Qin family. The troops below respond in unison. Hu Meng pounds his chest, vowing to never give up. He looks up at the sky, making a silent vow. Father, I swear I will restore the glory of the Windbreaker Battalion. Time passes swiftly at the city gates. 2 months later, in Hao Yue, city soldiers stood guard outside as carriages rolled through the gates, and one such carriage came to a stop within the city. Someone was stepping out. Qin Yu steps down gracefully, observing his surroundings as Ye Dong rushes towards him, eyes gleaming. The great Hao Yue city is so prosperous. Seeing this, he was a little embarrassed and reminded them, can you guys calm down a bit? Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Qin Yu was surprised and looked up to see a dragon descending from the clouds. Someone quickly recognized her and shouted, it's the Hao Yue enchantress. A figure appeared from atop the dragon, the beautiful Hao Yue, the second Xuan Yuan Hao Yue. She gracefully approached them, the dragon departed, and Hao Yue entered with the soldiers. Qin Yu watched, pondering. Hao Yue, a member of the Hao Yue royal family. Suddenly someone behind him chuckled, boasting, little brother, the Hao Yu enchantress is the second most beautiful woman among the 4 beauties of our Hao Yu city. He spoke with a hint of pride, offering a reminder. Countless warriors yearned to approach her. Brother, I advise you to give up. Nodding in disdain, Dang Yan thought he must be from a small country. Not bad for a void-shattering expert, but his backing is likely far inferior. Qin Yu was taken aback. How did you know I was from a small country? With an air of composure, Dan Yan gestured elsewhere, amused, suggesting that others were the ones from a great nation, as Zheng Yu suddenly interjected, face flushed. Hey, are you saying the Hao Yue freak only refers to the second boss? He asked, leaning in with a grin. So who's number 1? Dan asks, suddenly feeling like he's found a kindred spirit. Come on, follow me into the city and I'll tell you all about it. Great things shouldn't wait. Let's go, let's go. The 3 of them entered the small restaurant where the waiter greeted them with a beaming smile. Young Master Dan has arrived again. Dan Yan feigns ignorance but hides it with a knowing look. The usual rules apply, bring us fine wine and good food. The waiter understood immediately and hurried off to prepare. Yes. And just like that, they were ushered into a private room. In the private room, Zheng Yu eagerly introduced himself as Situ Zheng Yu from the Heavenly River dynasty. Dan Yan, intrigued, repeated the Situ family. The man understood and quickly shook his head modestly. Nothing to mention, nothing to mention. Understanding the hint, he chimes in with praise, though Zheng Yu wants to focus on the matter at hand. Let's get down to business. Tell me about the 4 beauties of Hao Yue City. Dan Yan grinned with anticipation. Alright, now he's getting to the main point. The 4 beauties of Hao Yue City, starting from the bottom, Dang Yim introduced the sect leader of the Godly Refinement sect, known as the #1 genius of healing in the ancient refinement world, and Qin Vu's eyes lit up. A genius at refining, he then moved on to the 3rd-ranked beauty, the martyr of Hao Yue Wolf Hall, Tuo Ba Yanyan. This Tuo Ba Yanyan was a strange woman indeed, piquing his interest and prompting him to ask for more details. The waiter entered with the food, followed closely by Yuan Yi. Yanyan immediately turned around, noticing him. His attitude shifted completely, becoming warm and inviting. Was this not the 3rd prince? He winced, looking around in disapproval. Your little fortune will be ruined by you soon enough. Yuan Yi implied, referring to everyone present, that if he was going to host a feast, he should at least invite people with some influence to back him up. Hearing this, Zhang Wu scratched his head in embarrassment. Then that's not us. Dang Yim cut to the chase, asking, may I ask what brings the 3rd prince here today? Yuan Yi simply tossed out a ring, turned to leave, and reminded him, my elder sister has returned, and I want your divine machine transformation as a gift for her. Yuan Yi turned back, his eyes sharp as he added, also, I remember you still have a wild beast. I want that too. Tomorrow is Yan Yan's birthday, and I want to give them to her as a gift. He sighed, hesitant to refuse. Your Highness, the myriad transformations treasure is yours of course, but regarding the savage beast, Dang Yan insists it has a fierce temperament. It's been locked away in our house for nearly a century, and no one has been able to tame it. Hearing this, Yi coldly reminded him to just prepare it as other matters were none of his concern. He then turned to leave, simply reminding him that he wanted to see Duo Yan before tomorrow. Qin Yu was surprised to hear the name. It was Dan Yan. He searched his past life's memories. In his past life, the one who burned down Hao Yue Castle, known as the Scourge of Hao Yue, was Dan Yan. Wu then asked curiously, was that man just now from the Hao Yue royal family? Dan Yan nodded, introducing him as the third prince of the Hao Yu royal family, a cultivation prodigy who at just 25 years old has already reached the 5th level of the Shattering Void realm. He poured wine as he speculated on the prince's age, adding he could break through to the fragmentation realm before he turns 30. Dan Yan spoke with a hint of admiration, adding that Xuan Yuan Yi had ventured into the great wilderness and apparently obtained some special opportunities. He recounted those glorious achievements, saying that just last year, at level 4, he defeated a level 7 expert. Now even reaching the 9th level of the breakthrough realm might not be enough. Upon hearing this, Qin Vu raised his glass in praise. With this kind of talent, he might thrive in Hao Yue City. But on a global scale, he's just average. Right, Qin, my boy, but you didn't answer, leaving him a little embarrassed. Qin Vu laughed, taking a sip of wine. Dan, old friend who is in first place. Holding his wine, Dang Yim proudly declared, it's my little sister. But upon hearing that, he spat out all the wine in his mouth. His face wet, he questioned back, hey, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Dang Yim said, pointing forward, unwilling to give up. I know you don't believe me, so from today you'll stay at my house and I'll show you firsthand. Zheng Wu enthusiastically raised his hand in agreement, saying, then I shall accept your offer. They followed him to the Dan family estate, where Dang Yim eagerly opened the door and announced, we're here, this is my home, please come in. The house looked incredibly dilapidated and desolate, leaving Zheng Yu stunned and hesitant. Brother Dan, this way. He still tried to explain with a hearty laugh. The manor hasn't been renovated in ages, I hope you won't laugh. He couldn't refuse, so he agreed, of course not. Suddenly, a loud roar erupts from inside the house. Dang Yan, slightly embarrassed, quickly explains, it's the wild beast, please don't be alarmed. Qin Yu, now intrigued, asks for a favor. Brother Dan, could you let me see this wild beast? Dan Yan eagerly leads the way, of course. Behind the house, in a fenced-off backyard, a pair of bloodshot eyes peered out from the darkness. Qin Yu gazed in a bit apprehensive. That's a fierce aura. His face fell as he peered inside, acknowledging its wild ferocity while the two girls outside looked on in confusion. Qin Yu turned to them, instructing carefully. This wild beast's aura is extremely violent. Your cultivation isn't enough. The spiritual energy in your bodies will cause chaos. Leave first. He then summoned his subordinates. Little Chu Zi, appear at once, and listen to my orders. Yes, sir. Dangling immediately ordered his men to escort the guests out, and ensure they were well taken care of. Then, following Dang Yim's guidance and a few incantations, the girls departed, and a magic circle appeared. Suddenly a strange phenomenon occurred within the cave, and something emerged ferociously. Seeing it, Qin Vu was terrified. What a ferocious beast. Dang Yim struggles to contain it as he explains that this wild beast has been imprisoned here by their ancestors for hundreds of years. He tried everything he could, but to no avail. For years we've tried to quell the beast's rage, but all attempts have failed. Dan Yan recounts the difficulties of its capture, explaining that over the years the beast's power has only grown, and only the Dan family's mastery of spells and imprisonment can contain it here. Seeing him approach, Dan Guillaume turns in surprise. Brother Qin. The wild beast bares its fangs and roars in Qin Yu's face. He approaches, showing understanding, saying that as a wild beast being imprisoned like this fills it with resentment, helplessness, and hatred. Feelings he understands, but its attitude remains fierce. Qin Yu smiles, making his request. Dan, old friend, can I have this wild beast? Dan Yan scratched his head awkwardly, trying to refuse. I'm afraid that's not really possible. Qin Yu, with his hands behind his back, offered a solution. Brother Dan, if it's a matter of money, then don't worry, just name your price. If I give it to you, I'm afraid I won't be able to face the third prince. He then tried to find a solution for Dan Yan. Brother Qin, Dan is right. If you really want it, you'll have to talk to the third prince. Qin Yu agreed and nodded, thinking of a way. Very well, I'll speak with the third prince. Then the Vu family head asked, by the way, Dan, old friend, what about your younger sister? Hearing that, Dang Yan excitedly brought it up again, almost forgetting about it. As for Yan Yan, she looked around, realizing this was where the Dans kept their wild beasts. With excitement, Snow Eagle assures her, VM, you're definitely going to love this wild beast. Recognizing the voice, Dang Yim turned around and called out, surprising Tuyet Ung, who asked in confusion, my brother is back, and these gentlemen are, he eagerly introduces them. These two are the good friends my brother just made. Zheng Yan points to an excited Zheng Yu, introducing him as Situ Zheng Yu, then gestures to a contemplative Qin Yu, identifying him as Qin Yu. Finally, he introduced the two girls. This is my younger sister, Dan Shuang. This one here I introduced her to you earlier, but I didn't expect us to meet so soon. This is Tuoba Yanyan. Not bad, a peerless beauty, truly not bad at all. VM upon hearing this raised her chin looking displeased. Nonsense. Hearing that he opened his shirt to show off his chest. Whether I'm absurd or not isn't for empty praise. VM, would you like to spend the night with me? I'll show you whether I'm absurd or not. Enraged, she jumps up and slaps Jung-yu across the face, silencing him. VM grabbed his collar angrily, threatening, if you dare say another indecent word to me, I'll kill you. But that's exactly his type, a strong woman. Seeing the tension, Danyan hurriedly tried to intervene. Come now, Situ would never be so lewd. Right, Miss Yanyan, what brings you here today? Shui Ying asks, his face beaming. Tomorrow is VM's birthday, and she wants to gift her pet wild beast as a birthday present, a request that drained the color from his face. Seeing Danyan's attitude, she pouted. Ah, what do you mean by that? She spoke up, breaking the tension. Brother Dan, if it's inconvenient, Yanyan won't insist. He sighed, finally deciding how could it be inconvenient. Indeed, this wild beast has become a desirable prize. Dangyan also frankly recounts the issue. I won't hide it from you. I just met the third prince who specifically requested this wild beast as a birthday gift for you. Annoyed Yanyan narrowed her eyes. That gigolo. She darkened and demanded Brother Dan don't sell it to him. Just sell it to me directly. Name your price. Just then Shinwoo approached and with hands clasped asked Miss Tuoba, would you consider relinquishing this wild beast to me? Without a second thought, Yanyan immediately agrees, of course. Seeing her decision was so quick, he was dumbfounded, as were Zhengyu and Danyan. VM agreed so easily, but there's a condition. If you can beat me, I'll let you have the wild beast. Qinyu eagerly agreed, curious about the challenge. Okay, but what kind of contest are you proposing? She paused, then asked for his input. If our goal is the beast, let's see who can subdue it. Qinyu agrees to the challenge. Then let's do as you say. The Snow Falcon laughed, confident in his affirmation. Brother Qin, you've already lost this match. When it comes to taming wild beasts, the number of people in this world who can surpass Yanyan can be counted on one hand. But Qinyu cleverly retorted, saying, if you can count them on one hand, there's still a chance. Perhaps the only one who can defeat her is me. She happily continued to encourage him. I admire your confidence, but Yanyan is sure to win. She has countless inherited taming methods, and her talent is unmatched in millennia. Shui Ying smiled, wanting to continue the discussion, recalling confidently that Yanyan was raised by a wild beast. Hearing this, Zhengyu was somewhat surprised. A wild beast. Yanyan nodded in confirmation. Shui Ying is right, I was raised by a wild beast. She confidently lets him go first, but Qinyu defers to Yanyan, who was raised by a wild beast. It does make me wonder, how will you tame this beast? You go first. She agreed, stepping forward with a smile, emphasizing that if she succeeded, he wouldn't stand a chance. It growled at the approaching figure, then opened its mouth and let out a piercing shriek. VM blocked the attack, admitting that this beast was indeed ferocious. She softened her voice and offered assent. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It took a few sniffs, and its attitude completely changed. Its eyes softened strangely, and it slowly lay down quietly in the cave. VM approached, gently stroking the beast. I know you're filled with resentment and anger from being imprisoned like this. She soothed it, whispering, trust me, I will save you. VM's words seemed to cheer the savage beast. I was raised by wild beasts since I was a child. I believe you can sense my aura right. Seeing this, Snow Eagle became excited. It seems that Yanyan has succeeded, as Zhengyu reluctantly advises from behind. It seems this wild beast is already someone else's Qin, but Qinyu confidently turns back, certain that's not the case, while Yanyan turns away with a triumphant smile. You're going to lose for sure. VM then stroked the beast and asked, will you follow me? She takes out a strange, fiery red object, presenting it to the beast as she emphasizes. From now on, our lives will be as one. It opened its mouth wide, agreeing to the terms. The Snow Falcon was pleased with the outcome. It seemed to be over. Seeing this, Zhengyu felt bored, finding no joy in it at all. But Qinyu wore a strange smile. He confidently summons his beast. Nati, why haven't you attacked yet? Upon hearing his command, Fang Tian appeared, instantly nodding with unwavering confidence. With Nyati ready, a long puff of smoke signals the beast's preparation as it surges forward with formidable power. The wild beast, terrified, collapsed to the ground, then looked up, its eyes widening in horror. His face darkened, his whole body trembled as if the shadow of fate had fallen. Before him stood Qinyu, radiating immense power, poised for battle. Seeing Qinyu, Dangyam spoke in a panic, while Yanyan, stunned, hesitantly asked Qinyu, what have you done? Qinyu didn't answer, but instead approached with a murderous aura, causing the terrified creature to tremble even more before the impending doom, his eyes as cold as ice. A smirk crept across his lips, a fleeting, contemptuous smile that cut like a knife. His voice echoed low and heavy, like a decree from the heavens. Will you follow me? He asked as a wild beast appeared, seizing the creature's head, its red eyes blazing, baring its fangs. With a cry, it knelt before Qin Yu resigned, and defeated by his immense power, as he spoke impassively to the crowd. Looks like this wild beast belongs to me now. Seeing this, Tuyet-ung was surprised that the wild beast at Dan Geem's place was subdued by Qin Yu, and immediately called out VM. So he lost to the beast-taming path. Dan Geem stroked his chin, nodding in admiration of Qin Yu. It seems he's not so simple. Jung Yu pats Qin Yu's shoulder, praising his sworn brother endlessly. Impressive. At this point, Yan raised her hand in surrender. Impressed by Qin Yu's immense power, she admits defeat, never expecting her vaunted beast-taming skills to be outmatched. But I'm curious, what kind of trick did you use? I didn't sense a thing. Qin Yu patted the beast on its head, turned to look at Yan, and said mysteriously, a secret I cannot reveal. Shui Ying looked at him suspiciously, and said curiously, so secretive. Nodding in quick agreement, Yan concedes to Qin Yu's talent, saying, Brother Qin Yu, I'm impressed. Yan then invites Qin Yu to her birthday celebration tomorrow. Qin Yu replies, since Miss Yan has extended the invitation, I have no reason to refuse. I'll be waiting for you at the manor tomorrow, Qin Gongzi. With that, Yan waved goodbye to Shui Ying. Brother Dan, I'll be going now. Jung Yu, captivated, chased after her, saying, you haven't said goodbye to me yet, but all he received was a fiery glare and a cold, get lost. He wasn't afraid of her alienation, but instead became even more infatuated. VM. He thought this was love. Was this the feeling of love at first sight? Qin Yu was helpless against Jung Yu, who was smiling and said, congratulations, Brother Qin. It's getting late, rest early tomorrow. We'll surely have a fierce battle to watch. Hearing him say that, Qin Yu was surprised and asked about the fierce battle. He didn't answer, always smiling mysteriously, telling him you'll know tomorrow. The next day, inside Tuoba, Yan's mansion, a loud voice echoed, can't even handle this much. Qin Yu and the others entered to find Yan holding a wine jug, coaxing a man passed out on the table. Why are you acting like a woman? Drink up. So this is what he meant by fierce battle. VM, holding a wine jug, finally noticed Qin Yu. Brother Qin, what took you so long? VM immediately grabbed a bottle of wine, placed it in Qin Yu's hand, and said with a bright smile, don't be shy, let me offer you a drink. No sooner had she spoken than Yan raised the jug and drank in front of Qin Yu, who then picked up his own jug and said, all right, I'll drink with you until the end. Enraged by this, Yuan Yi roared, dare to take a sip. He glared at Qin Yu with the animosity of a mortal enemy, and hissed, I'll make sure you never return. As VM and Qin Yu were about to drink Vien, Duke's words stopped them both, and seeing their calm, he smashed Qin Yu's wine jar, sending liquid and shards flying. And after smashing it, he gritted his teeth in anger. Give me back my wild beast. Qin Yu remained still, pausing at Yuan Yi's actions. Seeing this, Yan angrily grabbed a wine jar and said to Yuan Yi, Qin Yu is my honored guest. Do you want to cause trouble? Hearing Yan defend Qin Yu, he panicked and said, that's not it, Yan. This kid dared to look down on me. I was going to make that wild beast into a birthday gift for you, but he took it. Hearing this, Yan angrily pointed at Yuan Yi and shouted, young Master Qin earned that wild beast fair and square. Xuan Yuan Yi, if you have nothing else, leave. Don't disturb my drinking. Yuan Yiting presents a small black box, saying with a warm smile, this is a small token of my affection. I wonder if you'll like it. But Yan shows no curiosity about the gift. I have no interest. Why haven't you left? Despite her words, he still held out the gift, a bit embarrassed, but still hoping she'd accept it. This is soul-controlling incense, which Father kept in the vault for years. It's incredibly important for the path of beast mastery. Hearing this, she showed no interest and angrily retorted, leave now, you're annoying. Qin Yu saw Yan walking ahead with Yuan Yi following like a tail. Just then a carriage arrived, and Hao Yue stepped out, the holy maiden Hao Yue, as she was known. Upon hearing the name, Yuan Yi paled, his face darkening as if he'd seen a ghost. Hao Yue stepped out of the carriage, walked up to Yan and said with a bright smile, Yan, it's been so long, you're looking more heroic than ever. Hearing Hao Yue's praise, Yan happily embraced her sister and said, sister, you're too kind. I came in such a hurry, I didn't prepare a proper gift. Don't blame me. VM tells Hao Yue how happy she is that she came to visit and introduces a new acquaintance. Oh right, allow me to introduce you, this is a friend I've recently made. This is Qin Yu, a young master from the Tianhe dynasty. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Hao Yue's eyes widened in surprise and she greeted him with a trembling voice. Young Master Qin. At this, Qin Yu's face darkened as he stared coldly at Hao Yue, thinking, there's something wrong with immortal Yuan Hao Yue. At that moment, Yan introduced the others, accompanying Qin Yu Situ Zhengwu of the Situ family and members of the Sacred Heart Hall. VM's introduction only made Hao Yue bite her lip and think harder. The Qin family. Could it be a coincidence? Qin Yu smiles, bowing before Hao Yue. I've long heard of the holy maiden Hao Yue. Her reputation precedes her. Then with a veiled tone hand to his chest, eyes locked and words laced with sarcasm aimed at Hao Yue, he continues, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Qin Yu of the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty, and also a member of the Bafong Battalion. Hearing this, Hao Yue's eyes widened in shock. After Qin Yu introduced himself, Hao Yue awkwardly said, Qin Yu is indeed a talent. I have matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave. Yuan Yi, hearing this, asked sister what could be more important than Yan Yan's birthday. But she only received a hateful glare in return, causing Yuan Yi to freeze in fear, afraid to ask any more questions. Seeing her visitor leave so quickly, Yan Yan said, "Even if you're busy, Sister Hao Yue, please take care of yourself." Hao Yue, already leaving, turned back and said, "You too, Yan Yan." With that, Hao Yue quickly boarded her carriage and departed, leaving everyone watching as she rushed away. Zheng Yu glanced at Qin Yu, noticing his expressionless face, when Yuan Yi broke the silence, asking, "Are you from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty, or are you with the Swift Wind Battalion?" Without hesitation, Qin Yu confirms to the third prince yes. Before Qin Yu could prepare himself, Yuan Yi suddenly put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Then we're truly like fish in water. How can we know each other without a fight? I have a close relationship with the Bafeng camp." Yuan Yi's words shocked Zheng Yu and Ye Tong. As if anticipating Vianduc's words, Tanvu calmly replied, without surprise, "I wonder just how close you are to the Gale Battalion." Ignoring the other's strange expressions, Vianduc put his arm around Tanvu and cheerfully said, "Today is VM's birthday. Let's drink until we're drunk, and tomorrow I'll tell you just how close we are." Seeing Yuan Yi like that, Yan Yan was speechless as they arrived at the arena filled with heroic shouts and calls for drinks. Yuan Yi immediately grabbed a jug and took a swig. Not forgetting to drink, he asked Qin Yu, "Are you all here to participate in the competition as well?" Qin Yu immediately responded, "Indeed." Hearing Qin Yu's words, Yuan Yi lamented that he could compete with the powerhouses of the 8 great dynasties. "I envy you. I wish to go, but only my eldest sister and 9th brother are qualified in the Hao Yue royal family." After a moment, Yuan Yi smiled at Zheng Yu and said, "Enough about that. Since you want to participate in the competition, I happen to know some information about the other dynasties. How about I tell you?" Upon hearing this, both Zheng Yu and Qin Yu immediately looked at Yuan Yi in surprise, and Zheng Yu, taking it as good news, laughed and said that would be great. Now Vianduc speaks seriously, and with some hesitation, he sighs and says, "With all due respect, even knowing this information might not help you." Hearing this, Ye Dong raised his fist to his face and angrily said, Hey, don't look down on us." Zheng Yu, however, wasn't angry, but instead took it as a compliment, clasping his hands in front of his chest and saying, "Just consider it a preview of the heavenly bridge prodigies of the great dynasties." Hearing this, Yuan Yi spoke solemnly about participating, with a special reminder that the Tianjiao of the 8 great dynasties never cease to emerge, but there are 3 people to pay. Particular attention to these 3 are likely the top 3 contenders in this competition. As he spoke, his expression grew darker. "You all know my sister is considered a master, but she wouldn't last 100 moves against these 3. Zheng Yu listened intently to Yuan Yi's warning, replying with great concern, "I've heard of this Zhang Feiye, said to be a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Four Waters dynasty." But before he could finish, Zheng Yu turned, praising himself. "Whether it's talent or beauty, I'm the best." Qin Yu turned to Yuan Yi, asking about the 3 individuals' cultivation levels. Yuan Yi described the first, Xuan Shui's Zhang Feiye, as being just over 20 years old, already at the peak of the breaking illusion realm, and possessing many Tier 3 or higher immortal artifacts, thanks to the support of a major immortal clan. He paused, unsure, then continued, "Rumor has it, he was made a disciple by a clan elder, making him the most resourceful of the 3. The second is also said to be the most sinister. As for Zhou Yaolin, he's ruthless and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals." Though 35 and yet to break through to the Hope Realm, Zhu Yaolin, despite lacking immortal support, possesses incredible talent, creating a unique body-linking technique that makes him stronger against stronger opponents. The more he thought about this enigmatic figure, the more somber his tone became, as no one knows the true extent of his power. Chu Yaolin may be the most terrifying of the 3, but the last one is just as formidable, and far more mysterious. As for Chen Shi, this enigmatic figure rose to prominence years ago, defeating all the prodigies of major sects and possessing a remarkably amiable personality. The more he thought about Chen Shi, the more he recounted, explaining that the sects he defeated not only held no resentment but instead imparted their secret teachings to him. After hearing Yuan Yi's story, Qin Yu concluded seriously that Chen Shi's cultivation was also at the peak of the Shattered Void Realm. "In my opinion, this man is definitely not simple. Perhaps he is the final trump card." Qin Yu's face darkened as he thought, "I've never heard of these 3 in my past life. It seems they'll die young." Meanwhile, Yuan Yi raised his wine bottle towards Qin Yu, saying, "If you ever get the chance to meet these 3, I'll give you a magical artifact to increase your chances of winning." Qin Yu picked up another bottle and spoke to Yuan Yi. The 2 cheered, clinking bottles as they said, "Let's not go home until we're drunk." From afar, Yan Yan sees Qin Yu and Yuan Yi drinking and laughing and can't help but exclaim, "Whose birthday is it anyway?" In the silent night, Qin Yu and Yuan Yi are seen talking in the living room. Qin Yu asks Yuan Yi what his connection to the Bathed in Wind Battalion really is, and Yuan Yi replies, "Over 20 years ago, the Hao Yue dynasty sent an army to Qingfeng City to help subdue the nearby demon clans." Yuan Yi recalled his memories and continued saying that they always encountered the Bathed in Wind troop and fought alongside them. Qin Yu's expression darkened, realizing this didn't match what the Qingfeng king had said, nor had Hu Meng ever mentioned it. Qin Yu glanced at Yuan Yi, recalling what Hu Meng had said: the shattered wind camp should have already been destroyed when Xuan Yuan Yi arrived in Qingfeng City. At that moment, Yuan Yi, recalling his own experience, continued. I was young, then hasty, and carelessly got surrounded by demonic beasts. He remembered the one who helped him, praising, it was all thanks to the Bat Feng army that I was saved. Otherwise I would have died there long ago. Yuan Yi praised those who helped him in his time of need, saying the Bat Wind Camp saved my life. Qin Yu's face darkened as he wondered what was really going on. Yuan Yi continued his story, telling Qin Yu that after returning to the Hao Yue dynasty, everyone seemed to avoid mentioning the past. I've sent messages many times hoping to repay this debt but never received a reply. He chuckled, but to meet someone from the Gale Battalion today, it must be fate. Qin Yu smiled politely, calling it fate, but behind his cheerful facade, suspicion brewed as he wondered who was lying. At that, Yuan Yi turned and said, Brother, we've only just met, but I feel a connection. Tonight I'll stay here, and we can reminisce. Tomorrow I'll show you around the imperial court and introduce you to my siblings. Yuan Yi turned back, beaming. Oh right, my eldest sister was with me back then. She's probably busy today, but I'll take you to see her tomorrow. She's always remembered the kindness the Gale Battalion showed us. Hearing this, Qin Yu's face darkened as he thought, fine, I'll see what this Xuan Yuan Hao Yue is hiding tomorrow. It was early the next morning in Hao Yue Imperial City, and Yuan Yi, walking alongside Qin Yu, said, Brother Qin, what do you think of the guards of my Hao Yue dynasty? Qin Yu acknowledged the guards, noting their strong cultivation and vigorous energy, all-powerful warriors. Yuan Yi smiled and continued to introduce his kingdom. That's right, these are all Imperial Inner Guards, and to be honest, they've all slain members of the demon race. He didn't waste any more time and walked to the front of Hao Yue's door. Let's go, my sister is waiting for us. As Yuan Yi and Qin Yu approached the door, they were stunned by Hao Yue's loud scolding. You can't even handle something this simple. What use are you to me? Hao Yue berates her servants, her voice dripping with contempt, while Yuan Yi arrives, startled, and asks, What's wrong? Hearing her brother's question, Hao Yue stopped scolding and ordered her servants. You may leave. Yes, ma'am. The two servants who were dismissed walked past. Qin Yu glanced at them, hurrying away. Seeing Qin Yu with Yuan Yi, Hao Yue awkwardly said he was being laughed at, then conjured two chairs, inviting them to sit. As Qin Yu prepared to sit, he complimented Hao Yue. As expected of the Hao Yue royal family, even first-grade immortal artifacts can become furniture. Hearing Qin Yu's praise, Hao Yue politely returns the compliment. You jest, young Master Qin, please have some tea. She continued explaining that she was busy with trivial matters yesterday and couldn't express her gratitude to Bat Fong Don, hoping Qin Yu would forgive her. Hearing his sister say that, Yuan Yi smiled. I'll answer for him. Brother Qin is not petty. He wouldn't take it to heart. Hearing Yuan Yi's words, Qin Yu remained silent, glancing at him without a change in expression, offering no explanation. Hearing that, Hao Yue said, without further ado, That's good, young Master Qin, I've prepared a gift. But before she could finish, a guard rushed in to report to His Highness. Hearing a guard about to report something, Hao Yue's face darkened as she asked, What is it now? The guard spoke with fear and gravity, announcing the imminent arrival of an important figure. Young Master Chen arrives. Hearing this, Hao Yue's expression darkened as she asked, What does he want? Let him in. Qin Yu thought it was a coincidence that she arrived right after Xuan Yuan Yi mentioned him. Before he even entered, they saw That's foot cross the threshold, entering with a smile and his hands clasped behind his back. Not only did Chen Ti appear, but Chen Xiang was beside him. Shichi clasped his hands in thanks, saying to Hao Yue, Chen Ti, a wandering cultivator from the Sunset Dynasty, greets you all. Qin Yu recognizes someone familiar beside 17 and waves, calling out, Big brother. Hearing a familiar voice, Chen Xiang looks towards Qin Yu and happily greets his brother. He approached Qin Yu playfully, putting his arm around him. I didn't expect to find you here. But their expressions turned cold and grim as they both thought of Chen Shi. Hao Yue, noticing the brother's familiarity, asked Chen Shi about the man. Hearing his name, Chen Xiang introduced himself. Chen Xiang, 9th Prince of the Tianhe Dynasty, at your service, Holy Maiden Hao Yue. Hearing this, she smiled politely and said, So you're from the Tianhe royal family. Please have a seat. Sacred Maiden Hao Yue. I've come today with a request. Hearing this, she immediately asked, What is it that young Master Chen wishes to ask? Shi Qi continued, Has the ancient demon mountain which the Bright Moon royal family suppresses been restless lately? Seeing Hao Yue's expression change after hearing him, he immediately said, I don't mean anything by it, it's just that I need the heart of a certain demon race, and according to my information, this demon race is suppressed in the ancient demon mountain. But he didn't stop there, continuing with a somber tone and expression. Therefore, I'm willing to help the Hao Yue royal family resolve the demon mountain crisis. In return, I only require one demon beast. Qin Yu realizes why Xuan Yuan Hao Yue was so angry. 17 wants her to suppress the ancient demon mountain. It'll cost you dearly with little effect. I have a foolproof method. What do you say, Holy Maiden Hao Yue? Hearing the request, Hao Yue readily agreed to Shiki's terms, saying magnanimously, Very well, it's just a demon beast. It's nothing to the Hao Yue royal family. Since Master Chen has a plan, we'll leave it to him. Hearing Hao Yue agree to his conditions, Shichi happily says, "Thank you, holy maiden Hao Yue." Chen Xiang with a new idea turned to Qin Yu and asked Brother Qin, "Would you lend us a hand?" Hearing Chen Xiang's question, and then hearing the words ninth prince come from Shichi, Chen Xiang's face darkened as he glared at her, but Qin Yu didn't seem to notice, and enthusiastically replied that he couldn't refuse Chen Xiang's request. Hearing this, Chen Xiang laughed, pleased to hear the answer he wanted. "I'm just afraid you'll change your mind, okay. Hearing this, he immediately rose from his seat, saying that there was no time to lose, and that they should set off as soon as possible. Ignoring her brother's words, Hao Yue told everyone, "There's no time to lose, we must depart at once. I'll have someone escort you to the ancient demon mountains, thank you." Hearing this, 17 and Chen Xiang both excused themselves from her presence. "Thank you, holy maiden Hao Yue." Meanwhile, outside the main hall, Chen Xiang put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, it seems we're destined to meet again here." Hearing this, Qin Yu showed no joy, but asked seriously about his doubts regarding Brother Chen. "I have a question I'd like to ask as well." Hearing Qin Yu's question, Chen Xiang seemed to have anticipated it and immediately addressed his doubts. "I understand. I'll explain everything once we reach the ancient monster mountain. You two enjoy your reunion, I'll leave you to it." Seeing him turn away, Chen Xiang added, "The C2 family knows when to advance and retreat, they're capable of great things. The sky is gloomy and misty, but a group has reached the ancient demon mountain, and some seeing the peak are already backing away in fear. This is my clan's ancient demon mountain. My cultivation is weak, so I can only bring you this far. Be careful on the path ahead." Seeing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened as he asked Brother Chen, "Can you finally tell me what's going on?" Hearing his response, 17 quickly added, "That's right, brother. So it is." Hearing Qin Yu's response, Chen Xiang continued with his introductions. Having been brought to the Sunset Dynasty at birth, only a handful of people know 17th's true identity. In recent years, thanks to his wit, he's gained some renown in the Sunset Dynasty. Turning away from Qin Yu, he said to 17th, "Qin Yu is like family. You can speak freely about your purpose." Hearing confirmation of their bond, 17 introduced himself. "Big brother Qin, I cultivate the sun-devouring art, which allows me to devour all things to enhance my cultivation." 17 then told Qin Yu about the massive monster, explaining that consuming wild beasts could grant their bloodline, while consuming demons could grant their hearts. 17 turned serious, saying that consuming people, but then chuckled, adding, "The biggest limitation of the sun-devouring art is that it forbids eating people." Hearing this, Chen Xiang said, "You're so big and still not mature, get to the point." But hearing this, Qin Yu didn't relax, his face darkened, and he thought what a powerful cultivation technique. It seems this may have led to Chen Ji Wuming's premature death in his past life. 17th then changed the subject, saying, "My cultivation has hit a bottleneck recently, so I need some powerful demons or wild beasts to break through." Thinking back, he told Qin Yu that he had devoured many common demons to no effect, so he guessed that only high-grade beasts could break through his bottleneck. But such creatures were hard to find. He was about to give up, but ninth brother told him of the chaos in the Hao Yue royal family's ancient demon mountain, which is why they came here. Qin Yu, hearing this, pondered and asked Brother Chen, "This chaos, you didn't cause it, did you?" Hearing this, 17 turns back to Chen Xiang in a panic. "Ninth brother, it wasn't you, was it?" Hearing that, Chen Xiang gave a vague answer. "Does it matter if I did or not?" Without further ado, Chen Xiang waved his hand, urging, "Let's go, let's get down to business." And with that, the three steeled themselves and entered the ancient demon mountain. Before even glimpsing the horrors within the ancient demon mountain, wisps of energy began to swirl at their feet, and Chen Xiang pointed towards a looming sight, declaring, "See that? That is the heart of the ancient demon mountain, condensed by hundreds of the Hao Yu royal family's strongest formation masters. It's just that the formation has somehow developed problems, causing the seal to weaken, and some suppressed demons are constantly awakening." He saw the beasts moving in the flames but didn't stop his story. "If the formation collapses, all the demons of Demon Mountain will awaken. At that point, all living things will suffer." Chen Xiang then spoke in a serious tone, saying that repairing this grand formation would require a large amount of manpower, resources, and time, even for the Hao Yue royal family, and would also damage the cultivation of those Hao Yue royal family members who participated in the battle. Chen Xiang smirked, turning back to suggest, "So it's best to leave this to us." Qin Yu smiled helplessly, adding, "Just admit it, you did it." 17 beams, exclaiming, "Ninth brother is truly unfathomable." Before them, a massive purple pill is encircled by a dragon's tail, as Chen Xiang conjures a golden fly, and the formation remains largely intact. "If that were all, the sealed demon race wouldn't awaken, so let me add a little fuel to the fire." He tossed it up and gave the order. "Go." The golden fly bared its sharp teeth, tearing the soul fragment to pieces. The shattered soul fragment swirled in the sky, and a sudden gust of wind forced 17 to brace himself as the great demon emerged from the cracked earth. With a contemptuous smirk, Shiki said, "A peak-level great demon of the shattered dream realm, I've been looking for you." He ignited a purple flame and turned around. 9 Qin, please hold back the other demons. 17 summoned 2 axes, one in each hand, and eagerly charged forward. I'll be back. Jet Qinyu was startled and puzzled. A 4th-grade immortal artifact in each of his hands, 17th wields an axe radiating golden and violet flames. He leaps into action shouting, how can one roam the world without a weapon or two? Here I come. 17 slashes an X into the great demon, while Qinyu summons his divine spear, the god of war spear, unleashing a vortex of power, known as the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Spear. Seeing this, Chen Xiang was overjoyed and praised him. Brother Qin, your cultivation is much stronger now. You defeated the demons with just one move. Qinyu descends bluntly, remarking, these demons are just too weak. He glances at the other demon, wondering perhaps that side is finished as well. Shiki slammed the golden hammer down, but the great demon's body remained unscathed. He gritted his teeth, muttering, its body is too tough. Shichi decides to slam the 2 hammers together. Let's try this. The 2 hammers collide, creating a giant hammer sun-moon lightning chasing strike. His eyes glowed red, forcing the great demon to retreat. It roared, attempting to flee, but Shiki's eyes flashed gold and he grinned. Too late to run. He slams down a brilliant golden light surrounded by a vortex of purple power. The whirlwind forces Qinyu back, acknowledging the terrifying pursuit technique, at least a top-grade immortal level 1, but he notes some flaws. Chen Xiang was confused. Brother Qin, this technique has flaws. Qinyu continued, if I'm not mistaken, this technique can only be used after accumulating power, and each use will cause a certain amount of damage to oneself. Although the recovery time is short, frequent use will leave symptoms. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I can see through this technique, so naturally I can improve it. Chen Xiang clenches his fist and says, then I'm counting on you, Qin brother. A heart surrounded by purple energy falls to the ground. 17 manipulated the purple energy with a smirk, saying, with this demon heart I'll definitely break through. But as soon as he touched it, a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Qinyu and Chen Xiang widened their eyes in shock, yelling, what? He anxiously stepped forward, watching the dragon's tail lash at the heart, and cried out in disbelief. How can this be? I only broke a small part. How is the entire formation destroyed? The dragon turtle descends from the sky, its voice a menacing growl. You will all die. Qinyu's face darkened as he confirmed grimly, we've been set up. Chen Xiang asked in a fearful tone. What do you mean? He asks, then explains. In the 8 Great Dynasties competition, the one who benefits most is Chen Shi, so if Chen Shi dies here. Hearing this, Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise, damn, the Hao Yu royals are truly sinister. He gritted his teeth as beads of sweat trickled down his cheek. This oppressive aura, it's not just shattered void realm. It's likely a unified realm demon, perhaps even stronger than the nether blood drop we faced before. Qinyu quickly ordered a retreat, but a horde of demonic beasts appeared surrounding them. The shadowy figure and its allies emerge, blocking their path with blood-red eyes and menacing grins. Qinyu grits his teeth, realizing they're out of time. 17 gripped his axe, yelling, damn, demons die, but his face fell as a massive foot crashed down, shattering the earth. Helpless Chen Xiang cried out in despair as another demon beast blocked Shichi's path. Qinyu reached out and pulled Chen Xiang back, warning him to be careful as an explosion erupted from the cracked earth. The 2 of them were dragged back a long way, and the great demon paused, confused. Qinyu and Chen Xiang look up at the purple lights flickering behind the thick clouds, and he awkwardly confesses, Brother Qin, I've put you in danger. If you have any trump cards left, use them to escape now. Don't let us drag you down. The black shadow grins menacingly. Today you will all be buried here. No one will escape. Wielding his massive axe, he prepares to attack them, while Qinyu summons the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Spear. As the shadow struck down with his axe, he braced himself, raising his divine spear to meet the blow, and his eyes wavered as he looked up. The black shadow grinned, such strength from a tiny human. He turned to his allies, ordering, none of you interfere. I want to see this human's limit. He scoffed. Let's see what you're really made of. Qinyu's face is tense and serious. He thinks this demon's strength isn't too overwhelming, and he's only slightly weaker, even without transforming. Looking down, Longui realized there were still 4 other great demons, and the one highest in the sky was the biggest threat. Black Shadow swung his axe down with a fierce strike. Qinyu was able to block the blow, causing it to blurt out. What? The shadow was knocked back several meters, its dark aura ignited in flames. Grinding its teeth until veins popped on its head, its red eyes blazed as it recognized Qinyu as a fusion of 2 races. It tensed its muscles, pulled out its axe, and charged forward. Damn it, let's see how you block this. Qinyu grits his teeth, staring at Longshen, thinking killing move looks like he's going all out. The shadow's red eyes widened as if seeing something alien, and it froze as Qinyu surged with immense power. He froze, shouting, what? As he did, 2 more demonic beasts appeared. The dragon turtle appeared shouting, one of the 4 heavenly generals, my lord. A dragon beast suddenly emerged from the gate, appearing right behind Qinyu. Seeing this, he backs away as a great gust of wind rises when it emerges. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked around, thinking to himself that although this four heavenly commanders didn't emit any power, he seemed to bring a sense of oppression far beyond the other demon beasts here. Even the blood bat, from the beginning, was not comparable. The dragon beast reached out to touch Qin Yu, placing its hand on his shoulder, startling him. It smiled, eyes crinkling, and spoke. Qin Yu, I finally found you. Hearing this, Chen Xiang turned around in shock and blurted out, What? Black Shadow and his allied demon beasts suddenly felt immense fear as the dragon turtle joyfully soared through the sky. The dragon beast waved and smiled, saying, Follow me, great demon general. Qin Yu, still trying to understand, stood there for a long time lost in thought. The four great demon generals know of me and seem to want to befriend me. What is going on? His eyes lit up as he thought of Xuan Ni, wondering, could it be because of her? Qin Yu, standing behind the dragon beast, agreed. Okay, I'll follow you, he says, pointing to Chen Xiang, but you have to take him too. It immediately agreed. Very well. The dragon turtle calls out, trying to stop them. Great four heavenly kings, wait. The dragon beast whips around, roaring in disbelief. This human killed the child I loved most. I can't let him leave. Hearing this, the dragon beast slashed out, tearing the sky, and a crimson gate opened. The dragon turtle roared in agony as the dark figure and its allies gaped in disbelief. Qin Yu watched in shock as the dragon turtle's head was severed, realizing Nian was far stronger than he'd imagined. He and Chen Xiang followed the dragon beast to the cliff, where it opened a mysterious gate, turning back to say that the queen was waiting. The dragon beast looked at Chen Xiang and asked, And you? Wait here. Though unspoken, Qin Yu's eyes conveyed much more. As they stepped through the gate, a powerful energy emanated, causing Chen Xiang to shrink back, filled with questions. The queen of the demon clan, could Qin Yu be one of them? From beyond the gate, a monstrous foot emerged, followed by Qin Yu, who slowly stepped forward, and into a hall lined with beautiful women. The beast growled menacingly, while the duck-like creature bowed its head in silence. The queen sat regally on her throne, as the dragon beast knelt respectfully, announcing, Your Majesty, Qin Yu has arrived. The queen's steady voice commanded Qin Yu, Come here. Qin Yu's expression darkened as he glared, slowly ascending the stairs as ordered. The queen tilted her head, gazing at Qin Yu for a long moment before remarking, Indeed a handsome human, no wonder. She gestured to the throne beside her. Sit here. As he sat, she closed her eyes and a skeletal opening appeared. The queen placed her hand on Qin Yu's chest, appearing intimate. You were so hard to find. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the queen of the demon race, in my true form, a black-blooded phoenix. Qin Yu smirked. The queen of the demon race seeks out a human like me. I'm truly honored. She waved her hand, ordering her servants to bring the items forward, and they immediately obeyed, carrying the chests. His eyes widened at the sight of chests filled with glittering treasures as the queen softly spoke. These gifts were all meticulously chosen by me personally. Are you pleased with the countless ninth-grade elixirs, demon cores of great demons, and many magical artifacts of the demon race? Hearing this, Qin Yu turned puzzled. You went to great lengths to find me, and showered me with gifts upon meeting me. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? The queen lowered her head slightly and slowly explained, Actually, what I want you to do is extremely simple, but for others it might be impossible in a lifetime. She paused for a moment, then affirmed, But you're not like them. As the queen spoke, she thought of Zhao Xuanv. Not only did Qin Yu have connections to the Zhao family of immortals and the River of Souls, but he was also friendly with the Black Dragon King's daughter. So the queen leaned close to Qin Yu and softly pleaded, I want to ask you to pass on a few words to the Black Dragon King. Qin Yu's face remained unchanged as he calmly asked, You're the queen of the demon race. If you want to speak with the Black Dragon King, you can seek him out yourself. Why ask me? Her eyes narrowed as she glared and hissed, Don't you know? Qin Yu bluntly asks, Bitch, what the queen replies, The core of the great wilderness. Neither demons nor immortals can enter. Intrigued, she asks, Zhao Xuanair values you so highly, yet you don't know. He smiles knowingly. I'll have to rely on the queen to explain it to me. The queen frowned, suspicion rising in her heart. Does he really not know, or is he just trying to deceive me? But what would he gain from such a deception? In a fleeting moment, her face relaxed, and she gently revealed, Then I will tell you why the celestial and demon races can never set foot in the core of the Great Desolation. After a moment, the queen smoothed her hair and asked, Do you understand now? Qin Yu remained silent, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Suddenly his eyes widened and he shouted, So that's it, so that's it. Qin Yu stood up and declared, I accept your request. What message do you want me to deliver? The queen quickly glanced around, noticing many violet flames flickering just above the ground, and declared to the Black Dragon King, I agree to unite with the barbarians to fight against the immortals. Suddenly realizing something, Qin Yu asks, You say you want to join the Wildlands, aren't you afraid? I'll tell Zhao Xuanyi. She smiles softly, You won't, because if you do, the queen's eyes flickered with hidden meaning. Consider it a misjudgment on my part. Qin Yu laughed heartily. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Queen, I will help you deliver the message. She continued, I know you will participate in the competition held by humans, and I can help you eliminate all your rivals. He quickly turned and left, saying, There's no need. I don't consider them worthy opponents. A golden ring shines amidst the crimson smoke, accompanied by 3 mysterious glowing boxes, as Qin Yu stands still, eyes closed, silently controlling the ring's power. He slowly steps into the gate, a vortex of green light, radiating a powerful mystical energy as the queen gasps for breath, kneeling and crying out, "Ancestor, I have fulfilled your request." Before her, a swirling violet magic gate appears, and from within a voice praises her, as a mystical dragon-emblazoned ribbon emerges. "You've done well." The scroll glowed brilliantly, emitting intense swirling rays of sparkling purple energy. The queen watches as the gate grows larger, her brow furrowed with worry beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Cut to Qin Yu emerging from the blue gate. Seeing this, Chen Xiang paused, rushed over and called out, "Brother Qin, let's go." Suddenly a clawed hand blocked the gate as if trying to break through, and a demonic beast appeared declaring, "Qin Yu, consider this one my gift to you." It tossed 17 effortlessly to the ground, and Chen Xiang rushed over, relieved to catch 17's head. 17 pointed at Qin Yu, emphasizing that he was her personal gift, then retreated into the magical gate, promising they would meet again. Qin Yu quickly turned and walked in the opposite direction as Chen Xiang, puzzled, started to ask Brother Qin who exactly. Seeing his attitude, he lowered his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Never mind, I won't ask, I won't ask." Qin Yu lowered his head slightly and reminded him in a deep voice, "Brother Chen, you only need to know that no matter what, I will always protect the human race. That's enough." Chen Xiang struggled to his feet, supporting 17, as he replied, "I believe you." Suddenly, his face darkened, and he roared with fury, "I will not let the Hao Yue royal family get away with this." Qin Yu turned to him seriously and suggested, "Of course, but Brother Chen, why don't we wait until after the competition to deal with them all at once?" He rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought for a long while. The Holy Maiden of Bright Moon is deep and cunning. It will be difficult to extract any information from her in the coming days. Chen Xiang replied, "I understand, I can be patient." Meanwhile, in the Hao Yue royal clan's council hall, Hao Yue sits regally, as Xin Wu and Chen Xiang enter for an audience. She smiles and Xian Si says softly, "Thank you both for resolving the chaos in the Taiku Demon Mountain." Chen Xiang chuckled, "I should be thanking the Holy Maiden of Bright Moon." As she spoke, someone brought a box from behind. "I've prepared a small token for you both," she says as Chen Xiang's eyes sharpen and he smirks, "Then I won't refuse." She sat silently watching Qin Yu and Chen Xiang leave, a sinister smile spreading across her face as an aura of malice emanated from her. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appeared beside her, announcing, "My Lady Chen, she has been severely injured and is no longer able to participate in the competition. Your plan has succeeded." Hao Yue's expression turned serious as she sternly warned, "Don't be careless. We still need to monitor him closely." The figure in the cloak immediately obeyed, understood. The next day, Qin Yu stands amidst a raging waterfall, his divine spear planted before him. With eyes blazing gold and a red aura erupting, the 9-legged golden crow roars, "Great desolation pour." With a flick of his wrist, a scroll as dark and mysterious as a starry night appears, surrounded by power. At Qin Yu's command, it begins to wrap around him. The radiant scroll explodes, unleashing a blinding golden light that tears through the sky, as Qin Yu emanates a powerful energy, his body ablaze amidst the golden sparks. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his eyes wide with determination, sweat pouring down as he broke through to the peak. At that moment, as Qin Yu lowered himself, the scroll unfurled, unleashing countless streams of energy, each layer forming different spirit beasts. They are gradually absorbed into Qin Yu, who raises a finger and tries to mutter an order. "Come forth, Thou Tai." The moment he activated the energy, the Taodi appeared, baring its sharp teeth and roaring at Qin Yu. He recoils in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat of worry, as the Taodi spirit begins to crack and fade away. Qin Yu slams his hand into the ground, unleashing energy that destroys its soul. He rises, his face pale, muttering, "Failed again. It seems I'm just a bit short of breaking through to the peak of the shattered void, but the last time will surely be a success." Qin Yu gazes at the azure scroll in his palm, vowing, "Taodi, trust me, I won't make you wait long." From afar, Ye Tong calls out to him, "Qin Yu, Qin Yu, Qin Yu, Qin Yu, the competition date has been set." He helplessly turns back, reminding her, "Okay, it's set. Can you tone it down a bit?" She stood akimbo, annoyed, and shouted, "What do you mean, Tem? Only old men like you would be interested in that." Immediately after, Ye Tong's face relaxed into a smile as he confessed, "No joke, the competition starts in 20 days, and there will be a huge banquet where all the martial artists will gather. Qin Yu, do you want to go?" Qin Yu closes his eyes, dejected, and declines. "I have no interest in such things. If you want to join the fun, go ahead, just be careful." Ye Tong replied irritably, "Never mind, I'm leaving." She immediately turned and left him standing alone. Qin Yu closed his eyes, his face darkening with worry as he thought about the approaching day. 20 days later, Hao Yue City emerges under the blazing sun, its blue skies filled with eager participants, creating a bustling scene. Ye Dong pulls Qin Yu's hand, rushing forward, urging him to hurry, clearly excited as the martial families have all gathered for the competition, creating a lively scene. Qing Zhao looks around beaming and says, "That's right, to compete with geniuses from all over, how could one not be excited?" Ye Dong giggles in agreement. "Exactly. Chinyu looked around puzzled. But where's senior brother Situ? She frowned, replying that he was probably off flirting with some young girls again. Never mind him. Yi Dong pointed ahead, turning to Chinyu. What do you make of that? She squeezed through the crowd, saying, excuse me, excuse me. Ji Hao happily introduces his wares. Everyone, these items were all obtained after braving the 9 deaths, so if you see anything you like, we can negotiate the price. Chinyu stares, secretly assessing, but finds nothing useful. Kiat Hao spoke up. Brother, are you not impressed with these items? Come, I have something better. He pulls out a large purple gem. What do you think of this? Chinyu hesitated, shrinking back as he wondered. Out of nowhere, someone jumped in and declared, I want that. Suddenly, Fei Ye appears, her eyes sharp, her beauty captivating, a sword firm in her grip, as someone exclaims, it's Jiang Fei Ye. Someone else stomps their foot in disdain. The Jiang heroine has quite the bold tone. Miaolin smirked, a murderous aura radiating from her as she grumbled. Do you really think this is your Four Waters dynasty? Do whatever you want, a nearby person exclaimed in surprise. That's Zhu Yelin Zhu Miaolin. This isn't the Four Waters dynasty, but it's not the Great Zhou dynasty either. Zhou Yaolin, I chose this item first. His expression darkened as he spoke unpleasantly. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability. The two of them, with different sources of power, faced each other, as if they wanted to devour each other. Chinyu approached, frowning, wondering to himself if this was the destructive power of a third-stage immortal artifact. He stepped forward, snatched the jade from Ji Hao's hand, and declared, first come, first served. This belongs to me. Startled, Fei Ye turned and asked, You want it? Zhu Linhan was also stunned and shouted, Don't you know who we are? But Chinyu seemed not to care about them, simply telling Ji Hao, name your price. Fei Ye intentionally stepped forward, saying, My friend, I am Jiang Fei Ye. Surely you've heard of me. Not to be outdone, Dulam chimed in. I am Chu Dulam, and I've set my sights on this item. Would you mind relinquishing it? Still, Chinyu remained indifferent, wondering if they could make a bid. Amidst the tense standoff, Ji Hao nervously suggests, Why don't you three discuss this first, as onlookers whisper amongst themselves. Where did that kid come from, stealing from those two brutes? I wouldn't be so sure of myself. This one has an extraordinary aura. Perhaps a remarkable figure, maybe a martial artist from a minor kingdom. I've never heard of him, though. Chinyu casually pockets the jade. First come, first served, is it not? Since I was here first, I see no need to consult with you two. An enraged Fei Ye shouts. Boy, are you deliberately antagonizing me? Her eyes narrowed as she glared and growled, I see. Fei Ye smirked, trying to use my Jiang Fei Ye's reputation to become famous. Kid, if that's your intention, let me tell you, you've picked the wrong person, Yao Lin shouted. On the path of martial arts, fame requires strength. If you try to use such methods, I'll only despise you more. She steps forward, sternly warning, I'll say this one last time, this belongs to me. Get out of here now. Chinyu glared at Qingche, annoyed. You dare tell me to get lost? Fei Ye angrily stomped her foot. Everyone move. Qingjiao anxiously asks, Are you sure about this? Chinyu calmly replies, Of course. Yidong cheers him on. Go Chinyu, make her cry. You want to make me cry, Fei Ye exclaimed, startled. Chinyu calmly replied, I'll do my best. She decides to drop her weapon. I won't use immortal weapons against you, so you can't say I'm bullying you, but he quickly stops her. Just use it, or you might end up crying even harder. A row of swords surrounded by power points to the heavens, as Fei Ye launches them at Chinyu. If you're determined to die, I'll grant you your wish, a bystander exclaimed. Such terrifying power. Is this the might of immortal artifacts? Observing this, Diep Lam realizes that Huang Fi Diep's cultivation has improved, yet Tan Vu can shatter his blades with a single finger. He stood there unmoving and blocked every blade. Chinyu scoffed. Is that all? As Fei Ye approached, he immediately leaped into the air. She stomps her foot, cracking the ground as she unleashes a new die-ranked martial skill. As she spoke, vibrant orange petals burst forth the Blood Blossom Sword. The onlookers gasped in shock. This was Jiang Fei Ye's signature move, Snow Blossom Sword, and it seemed she was going for the kill. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Yao Lin quietly slipped away, thinking that if he could withstand Jiang Fei's attack, this kid wasn't bad, but too bad, he's about to die. His face paled, darkened, and he gritted his teeth, wondering who this kid really was. He's here for the competition too, so how can he be this monstrous? I need to report this to Master immediately. The sword's blade unleashed a beam of power towards Chinyu, but he stood so still that the petals fell around him. Using her doppelganger technique, Fei Ye circles Chinyu at lightning speed, but he stomps the ground and delivers a crushing blow, sending her sprawling. She covered her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Fei Diep's tears flowed freely, her cheeks flushed with shame as she clutched her wound. Chinyu approached and coldly asked, Are you crying from the beating? She sat there in disbelief, muttering, I lost a simple and utter defeat. How could this be? I'm a genius, a genius. He glanced back, thinking that it was no wonder he hadn't heard of this person in his past life. As a martial artist, he couldn't withstand even a small setback, destined to never amount to anything. Someone from the crowd ran out and shouted, Jiang Fei has been beaten into a stupor. Who is this kid? Another added, defeating Jiang Fei in an instant. It seems he's sure to top the rankings this time. Yi Dong gives Qin Yu a thumbs up, praising him for showing these people that there's always someone better, something bigger. He ran to Ji Hao and asked, "Can you give me the price now?" Ji Hao forced a smile, his face pale, and stammered, It's yours." Qin Yu tossed back a golden pill, its value undoubtedly high, as Ji Hao watched Ye Tong Qingjiao and Qin Yu walk away. A small girl with a rosy mouth called out cheerfully, "Master, master." As Jing Shui walked with He Jing, she remarked that this competition seemed to have many hidden masters. Hakan sternly affirms that the world is vast, and the most forbidden thing is to be a frog in a well. This Jiang Fei Ye considers himself a genius, but he simply hasn't seen the outside world yet. In my opinion, she's just a frog in a well. His brow furrowed, wrinkles appearing on his forehead as he glared ahead, his voice resonating with steadiness. "As for that young man, I find him a bit unpredictable," Hakan said, turning girl. "He might just be a very good whetstone." Xingshui's eyes lit up as she replied, "A whetstone, I hope he can bring me some joy." With that, the two of them stepped forward together. "Let's go." Qin Yu, Qingjiao, and Ye Tong were walking together, when a hand reached out from behind, and a voice called out, "Brother, please stop." Qin Yu turned back, puzzled. Shang Ling spoke up, "Brother, I finally caught up with you. I am Feng Shanglang, a rogue cultivator." He wondered, how does Brother Feng know me? He immediately replied that they had never met. Qin Yu asked, "So what do you want?" Shangling smiled. "Brother, you wield the spear, don't you?" He rested his hand on his chin, looking intrigued, then sighed and continued, "I also wield a spear. I actually went to Hao Yue City a long time ago, and fought many warriors, but they all disappointed me. Their spears are like flowers in a greenhouse, beautiful to look at but ultimately useless. No one has sparked my interest or desire to fight." Suddenly his eyes widened with intensity. "But you are different." Shang Ling points at Qin Yu, shouting, "I saw the fighting spirit in your body, and the hidden spear intent deep within your eyes." He insisted, believing Qin Yu would make a worthy opponent. "So please spar with me." Qin Yu was speechless, retorting helplessly, "So you just want to fight me?" He flatly refuses, turning to leave. "Sorry, I'm not interested." The wind seemed to mock Shang Ling's disappointment as he stood there crestfallen. Indeed, he's not one to be trifled with. The moment Shang Ling called out Black Wolf appeared behind him. He lowered his head respectfully. "Young master, what are your orders?" He turned slightly, commanding, "Investigate." "Who is this person?" Black Wolf looked up worriedly, advising. "Young master, can you be quiet for a moment? You just have to find someone to rub against. Do you have any idea what your cultivation level is?" "Who can beat you?" Shang Ling angrily retorted. "Rubbing is about mentality, about faith. What does high cultivation matter? It's not like I'm using my cultivation to suppress others." Yes, you're right. I'll go right away." Suddenly he raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, prepare a gift for me. After investigating this person, deliver this gift to him for me," Shang Ling ordered with a smile. "Give him a 4th-grade immortal artifact." The boy rushed in, shouting to get everyone's attention. Brother's top news. Gasping for breath, he revealed that Jiang Fei had just been beaten to tears. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their ears. How could that be? Someone's eyes widened as they cautioned, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Who is Jiang Fei anyway? One of the 4 great prodigies, and the one most likely to top the charts this time, was also beaten to tears. The young man immediately clarified, "That's right, I think you must be an idiot. Someone even said that if Jiang Fei was beaten to tears, they'd call you father." The crowd buzzed with excitement, but Qin Yu and his companions remained calmly in their corner. Qingjiao and Ye Tong chuckled, and he turned to them, saying, "The news sure travels fast, doesn't it? Do you two really have to get involved in this gossip? That might lead to some trouble." Suddenly footsteps approached Qin Yu. Jiang Li confidently asks, "Are you Qin Yu?" He calmly continued, "Miss, is there something you need?" She smiled gently and replied, "My name is Jiang Li. Greetings, young Master Qin." Ye Dong is startled, shouting in a panic, "Huangla, you're not related to Kuang Fi Diep, are you?" Kuang Li placed a hand on her chest and calmly replied, "Jiang Fei Dia is my senior sister." Ye Dong quickly pulled Qingjiao away. "Qin Yu, Qingjiao and I are just going to wander around." Qin Yu wonders if she's here to avenge her senior. Logically, my senior was in the wrong, but no matter what, she is still my senior. To offend her is to offend the entire Xuan Shui sect. His eyes narrowed as he glared at her, his voice strained. Therefore, Kuang Li softly reveals that her senior sister has always been arrogant, never understanding that there's always someone better, and today's humiliation is of her own making. Perhaps this is a good thing for her, so I thank you in advance, Master Qin. As she placed her hand on her sword, a surge of power erupted, and Jiang Li's expression turned serious, her words hinting at a declaration of war. "But then I must avenge my senior sister's honor. I can only defeat you in front of everyone here, to wash away the humiliation that the Xuan Shui sect has suffered." Qin Yu suddenly stood up in shock, the table shattering into pieces. Jiang Li provoked Qin Yu. "Young master, Qin, do you dare accept my challenge?" An onlooker exclaimed. Not only did Qin Yu defeat Jiang Fei to tears, but he dares to come here as if it were his own backyard. What a man! Qin Yu stood still, gathering power, and sternly suggested, "I have only one request, don't cry." Infuriated, Jiang Li retorts, "You should worry about yourself, young Master Qin. Your swordsmanship may be better than Jiang Feidi's, but it's still not enough to defeat me. He creates a barrier to protect himself from her attacks, as Qin Yu is engulfed in flames of power, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He scoffed. Your swordsmanship may be better than Jiang Fei's, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Qin Yu leaped forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Seeing this, Jiang Li retreated immediately, countering with a new attack. Watch this move closely. Jiang Li's entire being erupted with a massive power, threatening to tear everything apart. Jiang Li's eyes widened, a sharp glint of determination in her gaze. Wrathful lightning strike. Today is a feast, I hope you'll stop. She unleashed a long sword strike straight ahead, its power clashing with Qin Yu's defenses. But then 2 fingers clamped down on the blade. Seeing this, Jiang Li was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. Qin Yu stood calmly watching the Grand Preceptor of Tianhe and said, "Today is a great banquet, please refrain from fighting." Those watching were astonished as the rarely seen and reclusive Celestial River Master revealed his immense power. Hearing this, Jiang Li reluctantly sheathed her sword in agreement. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'll heed the National Preceptor's words. She suggested to Qin Yu that they meet again on the day of the competition, and Qin Yu readily agreed. As for me, I'm aiming for the top spot anyway. Let's talk when you make it to the end. The Heavenly River Emperor instructed, "You have great talent, but the most forbidden thing on the path of cultivation is arrogance." He glared and scolded, unaware of the vastness of the world and the talent it holds. Qin Yu smirked and turned away. If you truly believed that you wouldn't go around lecturing others, know your place. Someone watching praised him, saying, "Well done, kid." He doesn't even respect the Emperor's master. He turned and walked away, radiating power, as the Imperial Preceptor watched him intently, sensing a hidden secret he couldn't quite grasp. Suddenly his eyes widened with seriousness, but taking the top spot in the competition would be impossible. Under the clear sky of Haoyue City, a gentle breeze blew as the announcement echoed. The grand feast of the Great Yan begins. Ye Dong and Qing Jiao turn around excitedly, looking around. The grand feast has begun. Word has it that all the chefs in the city will be showing off their skills today, just to entertain the martial artists here for the competition. I can't hold back any longer. Qin Yu solemnly enters, and Ye Dong rushes over to greet him. Qin Yu said he's taking care of things on his end. The Grandmaster appeared, so there was no fight. Besides, what's so great about eating mundane food with so many people around? Feathered birds of every brilliant color take to the skies. A voice echoes, noting the villa is too crowded, so the Imperial Preceptor has arranged a feast at the City Lord's mansion. The participants stared in awe as the feather-tailed birds soared into the sky. Along with that, a joyful invitation rings out, inviting martial artists with 10 colored feathers to attend the feast and enjoy the wild beast meat. Some cheered with delight, praising the spectacle, legendary beasts served at the feast. With wild beast meat to eat, who would bother with this? Ignoring the delicacies on the table, the crowd madly chased after those flying birds. Beast meat, here I come. Qin Yu watched calmly, a sneer on his face. So that's how it is. I wondered how they'd manage so many martial artists from 8 nations. It seems the first test has already begun. Yidong leaps into action, snatching a flying bird in the blink of an eye. Watch this. She looked down, unimpressed. This test is far too simple. The moment Yidong reached out, everything vanished into thin air. She froze, muttering. It disappeared. What's going on? Qin Yu approached, explaining. These birds are formed from spiritual energy. They'll disappear if touched by other spiritual energy. Qing Jiao, hand on her chin, mused. I remember now. It's the sacred national treasure of the Hao Yue dynasty, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting. Those who had just caught the birds cried out in alarm. What's going on? Where are my colored feathers? Did you steal them? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? My colored feathers are gone too. Yedong sighed in frustration, unable to use his spiritual power. Then how am I supposed to catch this? It's not even as good as the chef's cooking at the villa. Suddenly a flying bird appears before Qin Yu and he leaps to catch it. But against all odds, Qin Yu snatches it right out of the air, muttering with his eyes closed. A martial artist who loses confidence and the will to move forward will inevitably be eliminated. Everyone who returned to the villa has likely lost their chance to compete. The sunlight reflected in Qin Yu's cold eyes, making him even more imposing. With a flick of his wrist, the iron bird soared into the sky. Go on. Yidong stood behind him, looking puzzled. Why didn't the bird you caught disappear? He smirked, his voice arrogant. Simple, because I'm not using spirit energy. With that, Qin Yu slightly rotated his wrist, unleashing a series of punches and kicks, creating beautiful and powerful streams of swirling energy. He landed clutching a few feathers from the bird of prey, as she gasped, stunned by a sudden realization. This monster is walking on air with only its physical strength. Elsewhere, atop a distant fortress, a flock of flying birds circles the sky, their calls echoing in all directions. Yan Yan leaned against the railing, relaxed and carefree, her eyes lazy but still mischievous. Inside, Shang Lu sat at a table, lost in thought as a drop of blood fell into a bowl of water, rippling outwards. A dark red aura emanates from the bowl like bloody smoke, coiling in the air, twisting into mesmerizing vortexes. The scent of blood spreads, causing them to suddenly pause, then swoop down in unison. Indeed, even spirits can't resist the allure of my blood. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the city lord's mansion, the morning sun peeks through the clouds, casting gentle rays of light. Hao Yue chuckled softly, her expression calm. The 100 birds. Adoring the phoenix painting is a sacred artifact of my Hao Yue clan, so it's naturally familiar to me. I must be the first to arrive at the city lord's manor for the feast rite. She paused, her eyes flickering slightly. Qin Yu sat leisurely at the lavish banquet table as Hao Yue pursed her lips and approached the neighboring table, her voice calm but laced with sarcasm. Master Qin is quite fast. Her eyes darkened smugly, thinking that even if he was a little faster, he certainly didn't have as many colored feathers as she did. Suddenly a ferocious roar, like thunder in a clear sky, shook the earth. A lizard emerges behind Yetong and Qingyao, its body covered in dark red scales, its eyes like burning coals. Not far away she stares wide-eyed, her face instantly paling. Just then 2 figures appeared in the distance, their presence silent as one of them sneered. Worthy of the Qin brothers, treating the exam like nothing. How delightful, while the other laughed heartily. I know my beast control isn't as good as yours. While Fei Ye was furious, Zhang Li exclaimed, Qin Yu, you really are special. I look forward to competing with you. Just then a voice echoed from the city gate. No, this person cannot enter without 10 iridescent feathers. Zhang Yu was stunned by the obstruction, pointing at himself as he questioned the guard. Are you talking about me? Suddenly a firm hand landed on his shoulder. It was Tham Hoa standing behind Zhang Yu, who spoke in a deep voice. Are you blind? Can't you see we're together? His feathers are as good as mine. Emboldened by this, he added that they should be more careful in the future and not look down on people. The guard scratched his head in confusion as they entered the banquet. Zhang Yu stood before Qin Yu laughing. I've arrived. Seeing him, he rubbed his chin hesitant. Brother Situ, long time no see, so you're with her now. She whispered with a smile, confidently stating that old and ugly women are fine as long as they're talented. Qingjiao's eyes widened as she asked Big Brother Situ, are you really that hungry? Yetong retorts annoyed, I think you just want a free meal and the 5 colored feathers for nothing. Just then Qin Yu notices Zhang Yu with a sharp look as he laughs happily. A green sprout appears on his lapel. He smiled to himself, thinking it was getting interesting. Meanwhile, Miao Lin recognized the woman as the Grand Princess of the Qingmu dynasty, Granny Tanhua. She cultivates the incomplete heavenly rank divine art, the flourishing decay divine art, which is why she appears aged. In reality, she's only in her early 20s. I didn't expect her to come. Tham Hoa glanced at the next table and said the 8 Nations tournament is a grand event, and victory allows you to borrow the holy artifacts of the 8 Nations. While Xing Shui was dozing off, she continued, even the demons and monsters who usually hide themselves have come, so how could I not? Shanglu crossed his arms calm and collected, listening intently, as a sudden clap broke the tense atmosphere. The Heavenly River Emperor's master stepped forward to congratulate them, saying it was an honor for A Qi to see the elite martial artists of the 8 Nations gathered in one place, and congratulated them on passing the first test. Luo Qing, enraged, slams his hand on the table and stands up. You officials are all so scheming. I don't care about any of this. I only came because you said there was wild beast meat. If you dare lie to me, I'll tear this place apart. The Grand Preceptor's eyes flashed with cunning, as he smiled politely, a hint of strategy in his expression, and ordered the wild beast meat to be served to the warriors. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 rows of servants hurried forward carrying steaming plates of meat, the aroma of spices mingling with the scent of wild game, causing him to pause in surprise and gape in astonishment. Please, everyone enjoy. Luo Qing didn't hesitate, laughing gleefully as he dug in. The sound of chewing echoed through the hall. Not bad. This trip was worth it. Eating and leaving is a win. Qin Yuji glanced over, but her eyes immediately froze. From each slice of meat, a faint, dark, purple spiritual energy emanated. Something's not right. This meat is more than it seems. It appears to lack spiritual power, yet it exudes a bewitching aura. Strange. As spiritual energy flowed through her palm, her eyes narrowed with cold intent. A strange energy was channeled into the meat on the plate, causing the rising vapor to flicker with a bewitching consciousness. A faint smile graces her lips, as if a subtle scheme has been completed. VM curiously reaches out to touch the meat, her expression shifting, then immediately hardening with vigilance. His eyes sharpened like a murderous flower. Nyati. Neja suddenly appears, his ferocious form materializing behind Qin Yu. His eyes are wide, his mouth creaks open, and he snatches the meat, a look of triumph on his face. Nyati gradually fades away like a phantom, present yet absent, real but empty, surfacing in water, dissolving in fire. This is Tai Sui meat. Meanwhile, Luo Qing was still devouring the meat with a satisfied look on his face, but before he could enjoy it for long, his eyes suddenly widened, veins popped on his forehead, and his complexion turned pale. Luo Qing struggles to swallow, clutching his throat and making frantic, hoarse sounds as he panics. Are you all right? He asks, fear and worry lacing his voice. But in an instant, his body swelled grotesquely, splattering a viscous fluid everywhere, sending onlookers reeling back in horror. The scene was a chaotic mess, the air thick with the stench of blood and strange spiritual energy. Here, amidst the chaos, a mocking laugh echoed from him, a warrior without the proper appetite. For the second round, I invite you all to savor the flesh of this mysterious beast. The Imperial Tutor rose gently, his demeanor calm, his voice low and refined. I happened to encounter this wild beast in the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. A mere bite could make a commoner explode, but if you can successfully refine it, your cultivation will increase rapidly. With a wave of his hand, an incense stick appeared, as he firmly commanded, "Consume all the meat on the plate within the time it takes for this incense to burn, and you shall pass. The fastest one can ask me 3 questions." The incense stick was planted, its smoke curling like a serpent. A cultivator in the middle row glanced at the remaining meat and cautiously said, "That reckless fool exploded from eating so much. With my abilities, eating slowly shouldn't be a problem." He carefully tore the meat into thin strips and slowly brought it to his mouth. The moment the taste hit his tongue, his face contorted, eyes wide, and a wretched gagging sound escaped his throat. His body trembled, then he gritted his teeth and channeled his energy. Seeing this, another man laughed triumphantly, believing that eating slowly would be fine. But before he could swallow, his expression twisted violently, his eyes widened, his throat convulsed, and mucus splattered across the banquet table, filling the air with a pungent stench. He smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. "The dregs dare to compete with me." He stepped forward, standing in the center of the hall with a proud look, and with a flick of his sleeve he spoke. "Forgive me for being blunt, but those who cultivate techniques below the earth rank should withdraw now. This test is about the grade of your cultivation method. A slower refining speed could mean death. This is unfair. How could rogue cultivators like us ever obtain earth-grade techniques? Forget it, I'm not meant for this competition." But that guy smirks, arrogantly glancing at Chinyu with a provocative look. "I may be a bit weaker than you, but I'm a prince of the Great Zhou. I don't believe you have a high-level cultivation technique." He slightly raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curving his lips. If his body couldn't digest it, what about refining it externally, and then absorbing it? As soon as he spoke, brilliant golden spirit energy erupted around him, and strands of golden light intertwined into a fierce vortex. The others immediately followed suit, channeling their spirit energy outside their bodies, trying to imitate him. Of course, why didn't I think of that? The prince's face paled, veins popping on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You!" Behind them, Yedong and Qingjiao clicked their tongues, their eyes filled with resentment. "Qinyu, you truly have a way. It's fortunate we have you." Qinyu held the spirit pearl, his eyes gleaming, and said arrogantly, "May I ask the Imperial Tutor, after you nonchalantly devoured it and spoke sarcastically, am I considered the top contender in this battle?" A hint of murderous intent flashed in the Imperial Tutor's eyes. 9th level, sacred fire. Just how many secrets does this guy have? It flashed for a moment, then disappeared, and he immediately changed his expression, forcing a smile. "Young man, you've won. You may now ask me 3 questions. Qinyu slowly sat down, elbow on the table, his eyes indifferent, as if no one else mattered. "Must it be now?" Feiye couldn't help but jump up, questioning loudly. "Qinyu, what do you mean by this?" "The Grand Tutor is an esteemed cultivator of high status. A few words from him could resolve your cultivation issues. Don't be ungrateful." He chuckled softly, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Having trouble with your cultivation, are we? No wonder you were beaten to tears. I, unlike you, have no problems with my cultivation." Her eyes widened with fury, and she stammered, unable to speak. "You." Silence fell, and Zhongli's eyes darkened as she thought, "How arrogant." Shanglang burst into laughter, finally seeing a spearman with unprecedented skill. "Should it be this way?" Qinyu remained calm. "I don't want to ask those 3 questions today. Can I save them for another time, Imperial Preceptor?" The Imperial Preceptor gave a forced smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Of course. Today's assessment ends here. All those who passed gather at the arena tomorrow." He replied curtly, his eyes as cold as ice as he turned and left. "Yes," he hissed, a glint of malice in his eyes, each word a venomous strike. "Qinyu, tomorrow's battle will be your death." Qinyu only glanced back, his gaze devoid of fear, only cold contempt. A scene unfolds within a lavish gold-lit palace, where the emperor sits upon his throne seemingly half asleep, as measured footsteps echo through the hall. The Imperial Tutor slowly entered, bowing respectfully before the emperor. The 8-Nation Alliance's competition has proceeded smoothly, and the weak have been eliminated. Tomorrow is the official match. Your Majesty, please grace us with your presence to stir up the atmosphere. He opened his eyes, his voice calm. "It's nothing. You've done the most work, Imperial Preceptor. How was the first round of selections? Are there many outstanding talents?" The Imperial Tutor smiled faintly. "This competition has attracted many talented individuals, all with powerful martial arts." Then his eyes gradually turned bloodshot, his voice lowered to a hiss. "When it's converted into dragon energy, it might help your Majesty advance another step." The Emperor startled and sat up straight, a look of vigilance flashing in his eyes, forcing a hoarse laugh. "You know, that's not what I'm asking. 80 years of draining the national treasury to obtain the remaining sacred artifacts of the 7 kingdoms, that's just a chance to appear." He panicked, eyes wide, rushing forward, his voice trembling. "The rewards we promised the victor are fundamentally unattainable." The Emperor's eyes turned cold, his hands trembling as he gripped the Imperial Tutor's collar, his voice a venomous hiss. "I'm asking if someone other than my people is about to take the top spot." A third eye opened on his forehead radiating a fiery red aura. "Your Majesty, calm yourself." Tendrils of red spirit energy filled the hall, light as bone yet slowly sinking into the mind. His eyes flickered, his breath quickened, then slowly calmed. "Since the fall of the dragon vein, my condition has become increasingly unstable," the Emperor said, releasing his grip and wearily collapsing onto his throne. "If an outsider were to take the top spot, everything would be exposed. Even if I gather the dragon vein under the judgment of the people, I fear it will collapse once more." The Imperial Preceptor smirked, his arrogance unconcealed, stroking his beard leisurely, his voice slow but firm. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I have made arrangements to secure the top spot. Aside from this, Qin Yu, the others are no threat." Veins popped in his hand, a chilling, murderous intent flashed in his pale eyes, and his smile hinted at ambition. "As for Qin Yu, tomorrow's match will be his end. I've made all the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression shifted, his voice deepening with a hint of probing intent. "If the Imperial Tutor has foreseen this, then I can rest assured." The Imperial Tutor clasped his hands and took his leave, his eyes turning dark and contemplative as he disappeared. "Qin Yu, could he be from the Qin family?" A ruthless glint flashed in the Emperor's eyes as he spoke. "The night is long and full of dreams. Qin Yu, today will be the day you die." He roared like thunder, his voice a chilling command. "Where are the Serpent Guards?" The Serpent Guards bowed, their killing intent surging as the Emperor's eyes turned cruelly upon Qin Yu. Late night at the relay station. The flickering lamplight cast shadows on the wooden pillars like the marks of time. Lei Feng leans against a pillar, exhausted. His eyes narrow. "It's so strict. The official match is tomorrow, and tonight we're already guarding this place." Xu Mei, standing nearby with arms crossed, sighed half-jokingly. "You should be grateful. Look at the scale of this competition with the 8 great sacred relics as prizes. If I won first place, I'd sleep in the horse stable if I had to." Suddenly a rope coiled and shot through the air. Hyunlai throws his whip at Sumi, the wind howling sharply, as if tearing through space, his eyes flashing with an evil glint, a sneer twisting his lips. "Even if you're willing, that horse might not want to sleep with you. Go to bed. Why are you making a racket?" Xuanli coldly kicked him the force, sending him staggering, doubling over in pain. Does he even realize he's worthy of the title of first place? Meanwhile, as Yan reached for the wine jar, she froze mid-motion. Qin Yu's eyes darkened with suspicion. He hadn't seen this person in the preliminaries, so how could someone new be here now? She raises an eyebrow, a contemptuous smile playing on her lips. "Him, that's Tai Xuanli." He smirked, a cruel glint in his cold eyes, identifying himself as the son of Tai Thuong Tu Khan from the Tianhe dynasty. "It's no surprise we didn't see him in the preliminaries. He was directly admitted into the competition." Ye Dong frowned, his voice laced with discontent. "An exemption? How unfair is that?" Yan took a sip of wine, his eyes calm. "This competition is organized by the Tianhe dynasty. It's normal for them to want to send a team to the main competition, and there's nothing we can say about it." His knees slammed into the ground, kicking up dust as he struggled to his feet, eyes burning with rage. "Tai Xuanli, this isn't the Imperial Court. You're just a contestant, so stop acting so high and mighty." A violent aura erupts his ex. Mai clenches his fist and charges toward his opponent. Hu Yanli frowns, sneering. "You're asking for death." The whip in his hand lashed out like a serpent, cracking through the air with a sharp hiss. He screamed in agony, his body convulsing, eyes bloodshot and wild, before collapsing lifelessly onto the cold ground. Lei Feng, witnessing the scene, fled in terror, leaving behind an atmosphere torn and silent. Qin Yu stood calmly, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as he observed the somewhat intriguing method of controlling qi. Xuanli, head held high, retracted the rope, his aura exploding as his followers rushed forward to flatter him. Li Gei is truly powerful, suppressing these unruly people with ease. He laughs, thinking they're just insects trying to steal from Tianhe. "Insects should know their place. You all belong back in your rotten little holes," sneered young Master Lion. "Some people always think they're human." Qin Yu sneers, unaware that he's the insect. Hyunli's face flushed as he unleashed a furious aura, snarling, "Who dares act so presumptuously before me?" Qin Yu casually raised the wine pot, replying, "I'm of humble status. Just think of me as a rogue cultivator." He immediately lashes out with his whip, his aura blazing with fury. "Another damn insect. I thought I'd driven you all away, but one remained." Before he could attack, Qin Yu hurled the wine jar at Xuanli, declaring, "Too weak." The porcelain jar spun through the air, slicing through the coiled rope, and doused his face with wine. The sight made her laugh with glee. He looked like a drowned rat. Xuanli staggered back, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes red with anger. "Very well, it seems you don't wish to participate in tomorrow's competition. Today I will cripple you all." Enraged, Yan pointed at him, shouting, "How dare you?" But as she spoke, one of Xuanli's lackeys ambushed Qin Yu, killing him. But before he could act, Shang Lang suddenly appeared, knocking away Xuanli's subordinate with a single blow. This was to be a fair contest. How could the upright Heavenly River dynasty allow its people to break the rules and suppress other competitors? He chuckled softly, his voice sarcastic. "Don't blame me. All actions represent only myself. I just wanted to give the contestants a little guidance, nothing to do with the Heavenly River dynasty." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't hold back any longer, slamming his hand on the table. He lunged forward, landing a devastating punch on Xuanli's face, sending him staggering back, his cheek bloodied. Qin Yu warned sternly, "If that's how you see it, then I'm relieved because I'm also teaching you a lesson." But just then a surge of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, bathing the hall in blinding light. The Serpent Guard said sternly, "The competition continues tomorrow. Everyone return and rest." The Serpent Guard's eyes darkened, his voice becoming more meaningful. "To show our sincerity, young hero, you may follow me to the Joy Pavilion and choose a treasure for yourself." The crowd erupted in a mix of regret, dissatisfaction, and envy. The treasure pavilion held the kingdom's most prized possessions, a truly generous offer. "If I'd known, I would have fought them too." Yidong glanced back, nodding in cautious advice. "The Heavenly River dynasty is always unpredictable. I don't think it's that simple. Let's just forget about it." He turned his head, his eyes calm, as if nothing had happened. "What's the big deal? You're no hero if you don't seize an opportunity." He turned and walked away, a faint smile on his face, but his eyes held silent ambition. Young Master Qin is indeed straightforward. Let us go. Behind him, Xuanli still lay collapsed, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Qin Yu silently followed the Serpent Guard, their figures disappearing into the corridor's dark shadows. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Was the Joy Pavilion really located in such a remote place? A crimson stone door appears in the darkness, ancient characters etched upon its surface flicker with light, and for a moment, a faint glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes. "You should know that this is the royal treasure of the Heavenly River dynasty. Not many outsiders get to see it." With that, Sha Wei slowly placed his hand on the stone door, and as it opened, a brilliant golden light filled the space, illuminating the entire cave. Inside, rows of exquisitely crafted treasures overflowed with spirit stones and gold radiating dense spiritual energy, while ancient scrolls on a distant stone platform emitted a faint glow. Qin Yu frowned slightly, his eyes sweeping around the cave, and he exclaimed with a tone full of awe, "This really is a treasure trove." He chuckled, his voice hoarse but with a hint of sarcasm. "Of course, what about it? You didn't think I was trying to trick you, did you?" "How could I dare," he said with a mocking smile. "I knew at first glance that you were a man of great virtue. I only came here out of respect." Sava smiled slightly, his voice deep and somewhat cunning. "Then please, young hero Qin, begin your selection. These are all treasures of extraordinary origin, so feel free to choose." Qin Yu looked around, his eyes darkening. "Then I won't hold back." The moment his finger touched, a sharp electric current ran up his arm, and a violent aura erupted, shaking the space. Qin Yu took a half step back, his sharp eyes flashing with vigilance. "A formation? If the Heavenly River dynasty wants to give me treasures, why not disable the formation?" The Serpent Guard was momentarily stunned, then quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. This was set up by the dynasty's ancestors to prevent future generations from squandering their inheritance. "No one can stop the formation. I'm afraid I'm out of options as well." He scoffed, flicked his sleeve, and spoke with a nonchalant, mocking tone. "If the formation can't be solved, how can one obtain the treasures? If you didn't want to give it, why put on this whole charade?" He immediately raised his hand to stop him, his voice urgent but still feigning composure. "Young hero Qin, wait. Only by understanding the formation can you obtain the treasure." Qin Yu paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered. With that, he raised his hand and calmly approached the treasure, placing his hand on it once more. "If that's the case, I'll give it a try." The space trembles violently, spiritual energy surges, and whirlwinds rise from the void as ancient patterns on the ground light up, weaving into a complex formation that exudes immense spiritual pressure. From the void, chains lash out like furious serpents, ensnaring Qin Yu and binding his limbs in an instant. Save laughed, his voice echoing through the space, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with excitement. "You've finally fallen into my trap." Qin Yu didn't struggle, but calmly looked at Save, his voice so cold it froze the air. "Who are you really? Why go to such lengths to kill me? Who sent you?" Snake Guard laughs in response. "Take your questions and ask the King of Hell." With that, he shot forward, leaping at Qin Yu and shouting, "Die." Qin Yu immediately stomped the ground, preparing to spring. Qin Yu then quickly broke free from the chain's control, leaping backward. Seeing the chains broken, Serpent Guard exclaimed in shock, "How can this be?" Qin Yu coldly retorted, "I already figured that out." With that, he unleashed a devastating blow on the Serpent Guard, sending him flying backward in a cloud of dust, his heavy landing shaking the earth like thunder, threatening to crush everything. Snake Guard Tong Che rubbed his neck, his voice lazy. "Your Majesty has 100 things to do every day. Why would he care about an ant like you?" He smirked, his hoarse laughter full of smugness and malice. Instantly, the magic circle beneath Qin Yu flared to life. Ancient glyphs carved into the ground began to spin as a vortex of spiritual energy, and golden chains erupted from the void, binding his hands. His ankles are also bound by thick chains of magical power, yet Qin Yu remains calm. "If I'm not mistaken, this formation is the Heavenly River Dynasty's anti-theft formation. So the reason you're unaffected is because you have a token from the royal palace." Sha Wei paused, then burst out laughing, a glint of malice in his eyes. "No wonder you're the talent the imperial tutor said could win the championship among the 8 nations." With that, he pulled out a bright jade inlaid badge from his chest. The heavenly river restraint robe, a surge of immense spiritual power, suddenly erupts like a dam bursting, heading straight for him. But in that instant, Qinyu's eyes flashed with interest and excitement. That's the token, isn't it? He shatters the formation's defenses, and Qinyu turns his figure a lightning bolt tearing through the wind. Nai-Ti, retrieve the token with me. A deep roar echoed from the void, and Nai-Ti appeared instantly, its sharp claws slashing through the air to seize the token. The iron chains of the formation roared and thrashed, but Qinyu leaped into the air, his foot slamming down, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that made the chains tremble, then fall obediently, as if suppressed. He descended amidst the blinding light, his voice laced with mockery. "My lord, how could you be so careless with something so important?" Serpent Guard clenched his fists, roaring in fury. "This is His Majesty's token. What do you intend to do?" Qinyu smiled, standing tall amidst the formation, his hair billowing in the swirling spiritual light. "Nothing much, just doing things my way. After I bind you, I'll naturally return it." Immediately the chains crackled with purple lightning as they shot toward the Serpent Guard, the explosions echoing like thunder. The chains, once suppressed, suddenly vibrated violently, each link flashing and twisting back, coiling around him like awakened serpents. Qinyu's eyes shifted slightly, his voice choked with surprise. What, he sneered, reveling in his triumph. "Qinyu, there was never any token here. This control formation is just a mantra. You've fallen for it." Qinyu's eyes darkened with coldness. "You are truly despicable." The chains immediately contracted, intertwining to form a giant iron ball in the air, trapping him inside. But Qinyu remained calm as the Serpent Guard leisurely tightened his grip, his heavy footsteps echoing. "You do possess some skill, but the Serpent Guards have been the Emperor's protectors for generations, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. I've killed plenty of your kind." The Serpent Guard raised his spear, its tip radiating a chilling aura as it aimed directly at him. "Rest assured, I'll bury you. Go die." Qinyu's eyes turned cold. "Did no one teach you anything? A high-level hunter often appears as prey." His body trembled slightly, then he broke free with a powerful surge. In an instant, the chains began to loosen and twist into a massive vortex. He roared in fury. "This is bad." A massive pulse erupted from the heart of the formation, throwing the snake guards backward. In the center of the array, Qinyu stood firm amidst the raging storm, his eyes wide, his voice trembling against the howling wind. "What kind of sorcery is this? Why is the formation failing?" He smirked, his gaze calm and chilling. "Gluttonous one, I offer the nation's entire treasure. When will you appear?" Save's eyes widened in disbelief as treasures and magical artifacts from all around levitated, swirling around the center of the formation. "What? It's all being sucked into the formation," he cries out in terror. "No." Save slammed his hands on the ground, his entire body radiating an aura like a storm. He must reclaim the formation, the celestial river imprisonment. Qinyu's eyes turned cold, a sneer forming on his lips. "You want your formation back? Dream on. Your fate is to fill my void with all of its energy." Serpent Guard was momentarily horrified, his mind in turmoil. "Something's wrong. The formation is being held back by some kind of energy of his. I can't retrieve it." In the heart of the formation, the H-Kid stood tall. Soon he felt success was at hand, and he could unleash the Taudi Phantom. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. "Damn it, I've lost all my treasures. Even if I kill Qinyu, the Emperor will surely punish me." Suddenly, Zave's muscles bulged, tearing his clothes. "Although using the blood-devouring art will damage my lifespan, the only way to redeem myself is to extract all of Qinyu's secrets." The space ahead suddenly twisted a crimson vortex, appearing churning with hot blood, like erupting lava. He roared, blood boiling in his eyes, hand tightening on his spear. "Scared, so you want to run?" Zawe roared, his eyes bloodshot as he aimed his spear at the gluttonous beast. "Blood-devouring divine art. Once I pierce your body, I'll devour your blood and extract all your secrets." The spear shattered on contact, and massive gleaming jaws clamped down. He grimaced in pain as his arms spasmed violently. With gritted teeth and a mouthful of blood, Zave hissed, "How is this possible? My blood spear is a heavenly secret art." The force sends him flying back, his body crashing dozens of feet into the stone floor. From the dust it raises its head, eyes burning like hellfire, and a deep voice echoes. "You wanted to taste my blood, so how about we switch things up? I want to taste yours too." Snake Guard struggled to his feet, sweat and blood mingling, his voice trembling. "How is this possible? This is a wild beast. Shinwu is a wild beast." Shinwu emerged calmly from the Taudi's mouth, saying, "Don't eat such filthy things." Then a smirk plays on his lips, a smile half teasing, half contemptuous. The aura of the ancient beast, the Lord of the Wild, the gluttonous devourer, returns. "Heaven's Serpent Guard is it?" Shinyu's voice echoed, laced with sarcasm. "Please give my thanks to the Emperor of the Milky Way. If he hadn't sent me so many treasures, I might not have broken through to the peak of the shattered dream realm so quickly." His face twisted as he roared, "Qinyu, don't be arrogant. You've only just broken through to the peak of the void-shattering stage. Do you think you can escape?" From the void, countless bloody spears emerged so sharp they tore through space. "I'm a peak void shatterer. A storm of sword energy descends, and the gluttonous beast roars its thunderous voice and the rising winds consuming everything. He smiled, his eyes calm and contemptuous. How laughable. If you were so sure of victory, why lure me here to attack? Qin flicked his hand, and a crimson surge of spiritual energy swept out like a storm, sending Serpent Guard reeling backward. His face flushed crimson. Serpent Guard braced himself against the stone floor, struggling to stay upright, his face pale with pain. He hissed, grinding his teeth. No matter how strong you are, you can't overcome a level to defeat me. The technique you're using must be consuming a lot of power. The Serpent Guard stomps the ground, unleashing his power and creating multiple clones. He smirks. If I can just stall for time, you're the one who's going to die. Heavenly River doppelganger technique clones line up like an endless wall. A barrage of spears flies forth. I'll make you die slowly here. Qin raises an eyebrow. Are you sure? His terrifying power halts every attack. The Serpent Guard's expression shifts to horror. How can this be? You still have so much magic power left. And in the quiet before the storm, white eyes suddenly flared. I forgot to mention I still have 5 of these wild beasts. Zave turns and flees, darting out of the encirclement like the wind. Qin smiles faintly, his voice mocking. It seems our new friend is a little embarrassed. Bring him back here. No sooner were the words spoken than Nai charged forward like a storm, its massive form exuding immense pressure, while Thao Thiet roared and lunged its tail, sweeping up dust, and Kim Diu soared high, its beak spewing flames that incinerated everything. Then came Long Ho, unleashing bolts of lightning that lashed out at him. The Yinglong pounced, finally delivering a fatal blow. Sa Wei screamed, his cries echoing as Nai T's claws suspended him in the air. This is real. It hurled Sa Wei to the ground as Qin stood calmly amidst the chaos. Do you think I found the right one? He strained his neck, gasping for air. As expected of the top genius, I beg you, please don't kill me. Qin, do you want to become enemies with the Tianhe dynasty? Spare me and I'll plead your case before the emperor. Someone wants to kill me and I have to beg for my life. Qin eyes swept over those behind him. Does that sound right to you? With a ferocious growl, he said sternly, if you dare beg for peace, don't blame me for disowning you. The gluttonous beast declared gravely, we don't need to beg anyone, only others beg for our mercy. He smirked, arms crossed. Sorry, looks like my friends aren't interested in parleying. Before he could finish, the ground beneath them flared and a crimson matrix appeared. A piercing scream echoes through the void as the crimson energy matrix tightens, engulfing Qin. With a cold gaze and a soft sigh, he watches the red energy converge, merging into his body. The space trembles, and rocks rain down from the stone pedestal, as Qin stands tall. The system announces the manager's death and the activation of the self-destruct sequence. His expression turned grave. The Emperor of the Heavenly River went this far. Even if the Heavenly Serpent Guard failed to assassinate me, he'd bury me here. As he spoke, his figure transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the collapsing space. I'll settle this debt sooner or later, but first, let's see the power of the peak, Void Shatterer. The scene shifts to the next morning in the training grounds of the valley, as the early sun shines through the leaves. On the high platform, the Imperial Tutor stood solemnly, his deep voice echoing through the space. This valley is the royal hunting ground of the Heavenly River dynasty, filled with countless resources but also many dangerous beasts. Everyone looked excited and interested. The arena for the third match is the royal hunting ground, so there must be many treasures that the royal family covets. And they dare let us in here among all this. Xuanli sneers, thinking they're all country bumpkins, but they'll be his stepping stones to victory as Ye Dong anxiously pushes through the crowd in the distance. Qin asked urgently, have you seen Qin anywhere? Qing Zhao stepped forward looking grave. Yesterday, Qin was taken away by the old eunuch of the Sky River dynasty, saying he was going to receive a reward, but he hasn't returned all night. Could it be? Yan Yan calmly waved her hand. Don't worry, the people of the Sky River dynasty took Qin away in front of everyone. They wouldn't dare do anything. The royal family still needs to save face. Shang Lang smiled, nodding in agreement. Don't worry, Qin is smart and brave. He probably just has some business to take care of. I've left him a letter, and he'll be here on time. He glanced at the crowd, a smirk playing on his lips. On the high platform, the Imperial Tutor remained silent, but a cold, sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Qin won't be coming back. I didn't expect His Majesty to disregard the royal reputation and act directly. Unfortunately for him, with my plan, he won't even get first place. Now he must figure out how to cover up the truth and salvage the royal family's reputation. Just as he thought this, a clear and calm voice echoed across the square. Well then, Qin said calmly, when will the competition begin? We've been standing here for quite some time. The Imperial Tutor was startled, his body stiffening, his face paling. Qin, when did you arrive? Qin eyes flashed with arrogance, his voice mocking. Why does the Imperial Tutor seem so shocked to see me at the competition? The Imperial Tutor's expression shifts, his eyes turning cold and cruel. Impossible. His Majesty clearly took action. How could the Serpent Guard have failed with their strength? Could he possess a secret technique for escape? Immediately he forced a gentle smile, saying, I was merely concerned for the contestants. You are all elite martial artists from the 8 nations, the hope of the future. It's wonderful that you're unharmed. He calmly replied with a hint of sarcasm, "The 8 kingdoms are truly blessed to have an imperial tutor so concerned for the world." The imperial preceptor forced a smile, lowering his voice. "Brother Qin flatters me. Dedicating myself to the world is my duty." His eyes darkened and he growled through gritted teeth, "Don't think escaping the heavenly serpent guard gives you the right to be arrogant. Entering this competition is your death sentence." The emperor's teacher held out his hand, a brilliant golden insignia appearing. "Now that all participants have arrived, I shall announce the rules of this contest." The surrounding space turns dark and cold, and the royal hunt before them is teeming with ferocious beasts. Each beast carries a badge. Slay the beast, claim the badge. He waves his hand, a picture of authority. Ahead, a dark forest stretches out. The royal hunt has begun. In 3 hours, the number of badges will determine the victor. The imperial tutor proclaims, "I declare the final battle underway. Fight." Everyone was eager, rushing forward with excitement, as he quickly darted off, his eyes resolute. "I'll go first. The top spot will definitely belong to my great Zhou dynasty." Suddenly, a dark figure sliced through the wind, a deep, arrogant laugh echoing. "Today will be the day that Shadow Howl sect makes its name known to the world." Meanwhile, Shanglang glides effortlessly across the waves. "Brother Qin, let's meet again in the arena." Ye Dong smiled eagerly. "Qin Yu, let's head inside as well." He slowly turns, a smirk playing on his lips. "Very well, let's go." The imperial tutor secretly watched from behind, his eyes filled with discontent. He gritted his teeth, his murderous intent, knowing no bounds, wishing for death. A leisurely arm raised, adding 2 more teams of palace fighters to the match. "Do you understand what I mean?" Hyunli's expression shifted, veins popping with anger. "Understood." The imperial tutor silently observes, his expression terrifyingly solemn. Suddenly, terrifying lightning bolts rained down from the sky, and a giant foot stomped down, shaking the earth violently as the white tiger, its eyes filled with murderous intent, slowly entered the depths of the mountain range. From a nearby branch, a silent observer watches. He's shocked, contemplating the situation, a white tiger rumored to be a sacred beast of ancient wild lineage. But why is it here? The other examinees here can't possibly deal with it, he thinks, as he quietly hides in the thick foliage. Fortunately, my Shadow Sect's stealth technique is perfected. Hiding in the shadows is enough to avoid detection. The white tiger bares its sharp fangs, appearing behind him. Flames erupt, and space explodes in terror. Qingzhao stops, shocked. No way. So quickly, someone's already run into trouble. Are the beasts in this hunting ground really that ferocious? Her eyes shifted slightly as she spoke hesitantly. This aura is too strong. I have a bad feeling about this hunting ground. How could such a powerful beast exist here? Qinyu smirked, his voice unusually calm. No wonder that imperial tutor looked at me like I was a goner. This hunting ground is more dangerous than I thought. His eyes narrowed with caution, as an eagle prepared to strike, its gaze fierce and sinister. Instantly, Nati appeared, roaring with fury, causing it to retreat in fear. The eagle crashed into a tree, and a golden mark fell to the ground. Yidong excitedly ran over. Looks like this is what we're looking for. Suddenly, empowered, the eagle soared into the sky. Qinyu's expression shifted, and he shouted in alarm, "Be careful." He immediately waved his hand, and a gust of wind howled past, engulfing everything. Qinyu's eyes turned sharp. Wind slash. It was terrified as it was swept away by the force, and then the ground shook as the eagle crashed down. He remained calm, watching the black smoke rise into the air. Qinyu paused, a hint of doubt in his eyes. This is the aura of the ancient wilderness. This beast actually possesses a trace of wild, ancient blood. To think such a dangerous creature lurked within the royal hunting grounds. Yidong's voice suddenly rose as he heard a suspicious sound. "Who's there?" Footsteps slowly approach as crimson droplets fall to the ground. VM clutches her wound, her voice urgent. Qinyu, stunned, hesitated for a moment. He rushed over, his voice sharp. "What happened? Who could have wounded you so severely? Your face is bruised and pale. This is a trap. The Tianhe dynasty wants everyone dead. Beware of Tai Xuanli." Suddenly, dark figures appear, and Xuanli's eyes turn sly as he laughs, never expecting to find such a big fish while hunting this little bitch. Nati immediately lands a fatal blow, sending him staggering backward. "Get lost." Before he could recover, Hyunli widened his eyes in horror as Qinyu suddenly charged forward. "What?" He gently touched a finger to the center of the man's forehead, and with the combined force of adamantine and wrath, Qinyu intoned soul-seizing thunderous roar. Xuanli's face drained of color, his eyes turning blank and lifeless. He stood tall, his voice a chilling threat. "Speak, what is the purpose of mixing your troops into the fray?" His body trembled, his voice hurried. "In truth, this royal hunting ground is a branch of the Wild Beast Mountains. You've consumed Tai Sui, making you irresistible to the wild beasts. My mission is to lure them to surround and kill you." Ye Tong, shocked, questioned loudly, "Has the Tianhe dynasty gone mad? Why would they want to kill us?" His dark eyes dimmed and he trembled as he spoke. "The Grand Preceptor wants to sacrifice all the elite martial artists from the 8 nations, then condense the dragon vein to break the shackles for his Majesty." Qinyu pondered, his expression grave. "So that's it." Back in Mogu, Brother Chen Kang obtained the ancient emperor's inheritance, absorbing 8 parts of the Tianhe dynasty's dragon energy. It seems the Tianhe Emperor's dragon energy must have been compromised long ago, driving them to desperation. She cried out, her composure shattered by fury. We must go out and reveal the truth to the world, and together overthrow the Tianhe dynasty. He then laughed, heartily smugly, declaring, it's useless. This entire place is sealed off, and all the wild beasts in the forest are hunting you down. You have nowhere to escape. He paused as a horde of ferocious wild beasts charged from behind. Yan Dong was terrified, his eyes filled with despair. Were they just going to wait for death? Nearby, a purple aura began to spread. Qin Yu calmly reassures them, suggesting there might be a way to control the rampaging beasts, the Beast King, at the bottom of the savage beast mountain range. He tightened his grip around Yan Yan's waist, and the three of them shot off. Follow me. Xuan Li was kneeling on the ground when a dark shadow lunged at him. Qin Yu, I'll be waiting for you down below. With bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs, Qin Yu smirked. Emperor of the Milky Way, we'll be back soon enough.